In the outer sect of the Danran sect, within a magnificent mansion adorned with jade bricks and golden stones, an astonishing voice resonated. Have I truly transcended? Fang Chen beheld his reflection in the mirror, his countenance mirrored back at him. As he surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings, disbelief washed over him. His memories lingered on the grim moment when, after finishing a day's labor, he was struck by a drunk driver and met his untimely demise from a great height. To his astonishment, upon reopening his eyes, he found himself in an entirely alien realm. Furthermore, the memories flooding his mind hinted at an extraordinary identity. In this world, the individual named Fang Chen shared his name and appearance, yet his status was utterly distinct. This Fang Chen was a brash and unruly cultivator, notorious for stirring trouble, with mediocre talents and a meager cultivation level. Benefiting from a powerful lineage, he indulged in elixirs and treasures, taking what he desired from the earth's bounty. Nevertheless, due to his abysmal aptitude, he had languished for over a decade, only achieving the third rank of chi refinement, perpetually barred from entering the inner sect. In fact, had it not been for his illustrious background, he would likely have been expelled from the outer sect. Moreover, his painfully slow progress left him not only trailing behind his peers who had entered the inner sect, but even inferior to the newly inducted outer disciples. Upon absorbing this information, Fang Chen was left astounded. This individual truly lacked the aptitude for cultivation. He discovered that the treasures the original owner had acquired were sufficient to elevate even a mere pig to the foundational stage of cultivation. Frustrated by his sluggish advancement, the original owner resolved to explore unorthodox methods. He stumbled upon a dark path to power, one that required the spinal marrow of a demonic beast, combined with the life essence of his fellow disciples and close kin, to forge a potent elixir capable of enhancing one's innate abilities. However, due to his inadequate prowess, he was gravely injured while attempting to collect the first ingredient, ultimately succumbing to his injuries after a few days of enduring agony. Fang Chen thought to himself, this truly exemplifies the phrase, poor skills but great ambition. Yet, after processing this memory, a wave of panic surged within him. His body felt utterly empty, devoid of any cultivation. Disaster struck. When the original owner was mortally wounded by the beast, all his cultivation was obliterated. Now, Fang Chen found himself with a shattered dantian and ruptured meridians, akin to a complete invalid. An even graver misfortune awaited him. He was scheduled for a life-and-death duel with another outer sect member. After absorbing this revelation, Fang Chen nearly fainted. The opponent was named Xiaoqing, a youth significantly younger than Fang Chen, possessing talent that placed him at the very bottom of the outer sect. Even more deficient than the original owner. A veritable wastrel. Once a celebrated figure like Fang Chen, Xiaoqing's family had fallen from grace, annihilated by demonic beasts. Now, both were shunned by the masses. This desolate state of Xiaoqing provided Fang Chen with a fleeting sense of superiority, which he derived from bullying the unfortunate youth. And it was just 3 days prior that this unfolding drama had begun. Xiaoqing's childhood companion, feeling that she had outgrown him, publicly called off their engagement, subjecting Xiaoqing to ridicule and scorn. At that moment, Fang Chen approached to insult and mock him further. Overwhelmed by despair and unable to endure Fang Chen's cruel taunts any longer, Xiaoqing, in a fit of rage, publicly issued a wager for a life-and-death duel. Fang Chen grinned and readily accepted the challenge, fully aware that Xiaoqing, humiliated by his fiancée, would act impulsively and recklessly. Unbeknownst to Xiaoqing, he had fallen into Fang Chen's trap. Fang Chen anticipated that Xiaoqing's indignation would compel him to agree to the duel, providing Fang Chen the opportunity to use Xiaoqing's blood as a material for his demonic elixir. Meanwhile, Fang Chen was already sweating profusely, realizing the folly of provoking Xiaoqing. This young man, once a mere waste, had experienced the downfall of his family and the disgrace of a broken engagement. He fit the mold of a protagonist perfectly. What filled Fang Chen with dread was the recollection of a particular scene from his memory. Xiaoqing possessed an ancient ring, undoubtedly housing a powerful cultivator within. At this moment, Fang Chen could not help but swallow hard, his body trembling. Even if the ring did not contain a venerable elder, the current Xiaoqing had reached the second rank of chi refinement. Eliminating someone as feeble as Fang Chen would be a trivial task for him. If Fang Chen were to seek reconciliation now, Xiaoqing would likely refuse and instead tell him to go to hell. What to do? What to do? Fang Chen was in a panic. He glanced at the rafters, contemplating whether he should simply hang himself. Just then, a crisp mechanical voice resonated in his mind, announcing the activation of a system. Fang Chen froze for a moment before being engulfed in overwhelming joy. A system? The system had arrived. He had known that the system would not allow him to walk willingly to his demise. With the system, he had a chance for redemption. Even if his opponent was the favored child of destiny, blessed by the heavens, he would have the system as protection and, as a backup, would not fear being eliminated by Xiaoqing. After a fierce battle, they could eventually reconcile and become brothers. What a splendid outcome that would be. As Fang Chen reveled in his thoughts, the system's voice echoed. System successfully activated. This system will ensure that the host meets a timely demise, thereby facilitating the growth of the chosen one. In an instant, Fang Chen's elation came to an abrupt halt. What? What did that mean? The system was saying he was still destined to die? Confused, Fang Chen demanded clarification. The system confirmed, indeed, the host was already dead in the last life. The emergence of the system is merely to allow the host to make the most of his remaining moments, thus furthering the growth of the chosen one. Once the chosen one has matured, the host can rest assured that he will be eliminated. At that time, the entire world will express gratitude for the host's significant contribution to the chosen one's journey. Fang Chen exclaimed in disbelief, springing to his feet in a fit of rage. Are you out of your mind? He had never imagined that what he thought was a lifeline would turn out to be a means to usher him into the afterlife. Damn it, what kind of system is this? Yet the system paid no heed to Fang Chen's protests and proceeded to arrange the detection of the chosen one's existence. The results were in. The chosen one, Xiaoqing, having witnessed the annihilation of his family at a tender age, he appeared to possess abysmal roots. However, unbeknownst to many, he was under the influence of the soul of the carefree sage, absorbing spiritual power, which hindered the expression of his true talents. Now, the carefree sage had awakened. With the sage's assistance, Xiaoqing had already ascended to the 4th level of qi refinement, and in the impending life-and-death duel with his host, he was poised to break through to the 7th level of qi refinement, possessing the ability to combat beyond his rank, rivaling even the 8th level. In moments of peril, he could momentarily unleash the might of the 9th level of qi refinement. Fang Chen. He was utterly dumbfounded. What is this? This protagonist is no ordinary human. How could Xiaoqing possibly ascend from the 2nd to the 7th level of qi refinement in just half a month, gaining the ability to combat above his rank, and even unleash the prowess of the 9th level? This was clearly cheating. Is there no justice? This is unfair. Is no one going to intervene? At that moment, Fang Chen's face turned ashen, his gaze vacant. He felt like crying. He had never seen a transmigrator so wronged. It was one thing for Xiaoqing to cheat. How could he, who had painstakingly acquired his own advantages, be made to relinquish them? At this juncture, the system continued. In order to enable the villainous host to better facilitate Xiaoqing's mastery of cultivation, comprehension of techniques, and to orchestrate a remarkable turnaround that would reverberate through the outer sect of Danran sect, the system would bestow upon the host the cultivation level of the 9th level of qi refinement. This empowerment would allow the host to exert formidable pressure during the life-and-death duel, compelling Xiaoqing to reach the zenith of his potential, only to be publicly vanquished by Xiaoqing. The bestowal of cultivation begins now. Chapter 2. The enlightenment of cultivation as the voice of the system faded. Fang Chen found himself in a state of bewilderment. What? In the next moment, he was astounded to witness the miraculous healing of his shattered Dantian meridians. Immediately thereafter, a torrent of pure and potent spiritual energy surged forth from every pore of his being. Boom! Upon the conclusion of his cultivation enlightenment, Fang Chen was enveloped by an unprecedented sensation of fullness and power that coursed through his entire body. At that instant, he was utterly astonished. He had never anticipated that this system would forcibly elevate his cultivation to the 9th rank of qi refinement, merely to enable him to exert life and death pressure upon Xiaoqing. Then, As the system's enlightenment came to a close, it unexpectedly continued. The host possesses the 9th rank of Qi refinement, but lacks the accompanying techniques and spells to generate sufficient life and death pressure for Shaoqing. The system will consider Shaoqing's needs and provide the host with suitable techniques and spells. Current detection reveals Shaoqing's most powerful technique during life and death combat. 10,000 Evil Heart Method. The host will automatically learn this technique. Current detection reveals Shaoqing's most formidable move during life and death combat. Gang Qi Fist. The host will automatically learn this move. As a series of system prompts echoed in his mind, Fang Chen was once again astounded to find that numerous techniques and spells, previously unknown yet now astonishingly familiar, had suddenly appeared in his consciousness. After a brief pause, the system's voice resonated. Enlightenment complete. The host is to exert full effort during the battle with the Child of Destiny, allowing the child to comprehend the same moves manifested by the host. At that moment, feeling the pure and surging spiritual energy within him, with techniques and spells vividly clear in his mind, as if he had diligently studied them for decades. A sense of empowerment filled Fang Chen's chest. For a fleeting moment, he felt his spirits soar, suddenly realizing that the system was not as repugnant as he had previously thought. It had bestowed upon him an abundance of gifts. However, as Fang Chen reveled in his newfound strength, akin to that of a prodigious genius, the harsh reality of his training speed shattered his illusions. He attempted to cultivate. If the spiritual energy within him flowed like a vast ocean, then the amount he could absorb from the external world was but a drop, a single drop. And then, nothing? Not a single bit more could be drawn in. Well, it seemed his innate talent had not improved in the slightest. His slow speed could very well be considered a rarity within the Danran sect. Shaoqing's aptitude had undoubtedly returned to its former glory as his rival. He should possess equal potential. Fang Chen murmured to himself. The system interjected. Even if the host's aptitude is formidable, it will not create life and death pressure for the Child of Destiny. Thus no enhancement is necessary. Therefore, the host need not ponder excessively and should focus on adequately preparing for the life and death battle, ensuring the Child of Destiny receives maximal enhancement before demise. All this effort was ultimately aimed at ensuring Shaoqing could kill him in their life and death duel. After hearing the system's words, Fang Chen swiftly dismissed the system, his fondness for it evaporating into thin air. It is unfeasible, according to the calculations of the system. Even if I possess some level of cultivation, I will undoubtedly be unable to defeat Shaoqing when the time comes, compelling me to flee. Fang Chen contemplated meticulously, realizing that remaining in the Danran sect would be futile. When the life and death duel arrives, based on the system's precise computations, even at his current 9th level of Qi refinement, Shaoqing would certainly be able to vanquish him after a fierce battle. Furthermore, even if he endeavored to elevate his cultivation during this period, it would yield no results, as his rate of advancement was virtually zero. As for mastering other formidable techniques, that was even more absurd. Comparing techniques with a Child of Destiny was but a dream. While others could summon their abilities with a mere clap of their hands, he would find himself facing demise instead. After much deliberation, it became evident that his only path to survival was to flee. Consequently, Fang Chen rose resolutely, gathering his belongings to depart. However, mere half a day later, with a grim expression, Fang Chen pushed the door open and returned, gritting his teeth in frustration. Why must he participate in the life and death duel? Upon reaching the mountain gate, the gatekeeper had not impeded his exit. However, since Fang Chen and Shaoqing had signed a life and death contract at the Outer Sect's dual court, he was obliged to return in half a month. Should he fail to do so, an elder from the sect would personally set out to track him down and bring him back. At that point, not only would he have to engage in battle, but if he survived, he would also face punishment. After all, prior to signing the contract, the dual court had sternly warned that such duels were no trifling matter and must be taken seriously. If one wishes to sign, they must commit. If they wish to flee, they must consider the long-term implications. Who would take the life and death contracts of the dual court seriously otherwise? Unless both parties agree to annul the contract and pay the associated fees for its dissolution, there would be no escaping. Is death truly my only option? Fang Chen murmured, his expression shifting dramatically. Wait. At that moment, a spark of realization struck him. Indeed, he was not without options. Was it not explicitly stated? The life and death contract could be annulled with mutual consent. What if he could persuade Xiaoqing to agree to dissolve the contract? In half a month, Xiaoqing would be capable of defeating him. But at present, Xiaoqing had only recently received assistance from the esteemed Xianyu. He surely had not advanced so rapidly. If he were to confront him, not to defeat, but rather to engage in a friendly dialogue, would that not lead to a peaceful resolution and the logical dissolution of the contract? With this thought, Fang Chen sprang to his feet and exited the door. In the Danran sect, at the foot of the mountain, within a modest abode. The outer sect was vast, populated by numerous disciples residing on countless peaks. However, regardless of the peak, those dwelling at the foot were invariably the least talented among them. Fang Chen, owing to his lineage, resided halfway up the mountain. In contrast, Xiaoqing, a once disgraced scion, could only occupy a dwelling at the mountain's base. At this moment, Xiaoqing sat cross-legged on his bed, his face radiating joy. He had successfully cultivated to the 4th level of qi refinement. Feeling the abundant power coursing through him, Xiaoqing was overwhelmed with delight. He had not anticipated that the techniques provided by the esteemed Xianyu would prove to be so formidable. After merely a few days of cultivation, his prowess swiftly ascended. Although Xiaoqing had previously lamented the actions of the carefree sage, attributing his current state, one where he is scorned by all, to the sage's consumption of his spiritual energy, today he found himself enlightened. It is in times of adversity that one truly discerns the nature of humanity. Despite his previously modest talents, his esteemed lineage had ensured that friends and fiancé alike treated him with kindness and warmth. Yet now, stripped of that lineage, he became acutely aware of who genuinely cared for him and who did not. At this moment of clarity, he recognized that it is far better to see through the facade than to remain deceived, thus avoiding future betrayals. With his foundational roots restored, he now possessed the capability to embark upon a new journey. The first step in this endeavor was to eliminate Fang Chen, thereby illuminating his path. Fang Chen, I shall use your blood to demonstrate to the entire sect the consequences of humiliating Xiaoqing. Clenching his fists, fury ignited in his eyes. Just then, a series of knocks echoed from outside the door. Who is it? Xiaoqing inquired, raising his head, a frown creasing his brow as he pondered who might seek him out. As a well-known outcast, he had long since been neglected, and it was unlikely that anyone would come to him. However, when he heard the voice from outside, his expression turned grim. It is I, came the voice of Fang Chen. Chapter 3. How dare you, Fang Chen? What brings you here? Upon hearing this, Xiaoqing's fury surged to its zenith, his voice sharp and commanding. I merely came to see you, Fang Chen replied nonchalantly. Get out. You are not welcome here. Xiaoqing shouted vehemently. Your welcome is irrelevant. You must allow me entry, Fang Chen stated calmly, and before Xiaoqing could react, the wooden door of the small house was pushed open. Sunlight was obscured by a figure, casting a vast shadow upon the ground. Gazing at Fang Chen, Xiaoqing's countenance turned ashen, and he sneered. What do you intend to do? Now at the 4th level of qi refinement, he no longer feared Fang Chen. What do I intend? Naturally, I wish to observe your progress in cultivation, Fang Chen replied, his expression serene, though internally he urged himself to remain composed. Do not panic. The child of destiny cannot surpass you just yet. Huh? Are you afraid that I might cultivate too swiftly and eliminate you ahead of time? Xiaoqing mocked. In the past, Fang Chen's slow cultivation had been a persistent source of torment for him, and Xiaoqing's taunts would typically send him into a rage. Yet, to Xiaoqing's astonishment, Fang Chen remained as calm as a tranquil lake, showing no signs of anger, merely gazing at him quietly. What left Xiaoqing dazed was the glimmer of sorrow and disappointment he seemed to perceive in Fang Chen's eyes. Then, Fang Chen spoke. I would actually welcome your swift demise. What? Xiaoqing was taken aback, wondering if this young scion had lost his senses. At that moment, a more unexpected development unfolded. Fang Chen cast a glance at him and nodded slightly. 4th level of qi refinement, quite impressive. You have finally demonstrated the talent and strength befitting you. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qing's face turned pale with astonishment, and he exclaimed, "How did you discern my cultivation level?" He was genuinely shocked. In an effort to mask his elevated cultivation and avoid confrontation, he had acquired a technique from the carefree elder that concealed one's true level. This technique was designed to be imperceptible even to those 3 realms above him. How had Fang Chen seen through it so effortlessly? Wasn't he merely at the 3rd level of qi refinement? Fang Chen, concealing his delight, thought, "Is it truly so surprising? I can perceive you because my cultivation far exceeds your imagination. Do you genuinely believe I am a waste like you?" What? Xiao Qing was momentarily stunned, bewildered by this assertion. Even when his cultivation level had been inferior to Fang Chen's, he had often been able to engage in a back and forth with him. What else could such a person be, if not capable? Seeing Xiao Qing's disbelief, Fang Chen casually remarked, "Then you shall witness for yourself." As soon as he spoke, an overwhelming aura erupted from within him. Boom! 9th level of qi refinement. The momentum soared, a fierce wind swept through, and the entire small house trembled in response. At that moment, Xiao Qing's face drained of color, terror gripping him as he struggled to believe his own eyes. How could this be possible? Yet, this omnipresent and formidable pressure, fierce and unmatched, akin to the ferocity of a wild beast, combined with Fang Chen's calm, yet domineering demeanor, unmistakably heralded, he is truly at the 9th level of qi refinement. While Fang Chen appeared tranquil on the surface, he inwardly nodded in acknowledgement, swiftly retracting his own aura, fearful of inadvertently causing the Son of Destiny to falter. As the pressure dissipated entirely, Xiao Qing's lips turned pale, his countenance reflecting sheer astonishment. How could your cultivation be so powerful? At this moment, the burgeoning confidence within Xiao Qing was utterly shattered. He could hardly fathom that the disparity between himself and Fang Chen was so vast. In that instant, his heart sank into despair. How could he possibly contend in this life-and-death struggle? Xiao Qing let out a bitter laugh. "Are you intending to kill me prematurely?" To his surprise, Fang Chen seemed to find humor in the suggestion. "Kill you? If I truly wished to do so, you would have perished 1,000 times over by now." Xiao Qing was momentarily taken aback. Fang Chen's assertion was indeed valid. If he were truly at the 9th level of qi refinement, he could have easily dispatched Xiao Qing with a mere slap. "Then why did you come here?" Xiao Qing inquired, puzzled. At that moment, Fang Chen bellowed with fervor, "Because you have disappointed me profoundly. Xiao Qing, you have squandered all my efforts." Xiao Qing was taken aback, looking up at Fang Chen with a face full of bewilderment. Squandered his efforts? What could that possibly mean? I must inform you that from the very beginning, I intentionally concealed my cultivation to approach you and humiliate you, because I wish to instill in you a sense of shame, to inspire you to rise again. Fang Chen spoke sternly, "But what of you? I have repeatedly humiliated you, and yet you remained utterly unresponsive." Upon hearing these words, Xiao Qing was rendered speechless. Fang Chen, filled with a deep sense of disappointment, exclaimed with passion, "What? Has a mere cultivation bottleneck immobilized you? With your parents deceased, did you not contemplate exerting yourself in training, striving for revenge, only to succumb to self-despair and ruin? You have truly disheartened me. Must I witness you with such deep disappointment?" Each word was heartfelt, laced with sorrow. In Fang Chen's profound gaze, there was an overwhelming sadness at the sight of unfulfilled potential, so intense it seemed almost insurmountable. In that moment, Xiao Qing was profoundly shaken, his body stiffening, his gaze fixed, feeling as though the very world was collapsing around him. The most egregious humiliation from his bitterest nemesis? It was astonishingly to galvanize him. Had it been the previous Fang Chen uttering such words, he would have dismissed them outright. He might have even believed Fang Chen was fabricating lies out of fear that he had ascended to the 4th level of qi refinement. But now, if Fang Chen truly was at the 9th level of qi refinement and genuinely sought to humiliate him, why not simply end him with a single strike? Why bother with all these words? Why weave such fabrications? Yet, Xiao Qing found himself momentarily pondering. Was he truly so self-destructive? He had been diligently cultivating, albeit without notable progress. But then he realized, indeed, In Fang Chen's eyes, perhaps his stagnation in cultivation was perceived as a lack of effort. Subsequently, Xiao Qing exclaimed hoarsely, "But why do you reveal this to me now? I perceive that you previously wished to engage in a life-and-death duel with me, and I was elated to see that your cultivation had somewhat progressed. I had hoped that you had regained your fighting spirit and fervor, so I decided to come and check on you." Fang Chen lamented. "Who would have known that I merely revealed a fraction of my cultivation, and you would be consumed by trepidation? How can it be that the mere attainment of the 9th level of qi refinement instills such fear in you? How can you live up to my expectations? How can you face your lineage and your parents?" Xiao Qing stood as if struck by lightning, rendered speechless. Was it truly his own cowardice that incited such anger? "No, Brother Fang, I'm not afraid," Xiao Qing stammered, his voice dry and filled with guilt, feebly attempting to defend himself. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming sorrow, his heart ablaze with shame. How could he betray Brother Fang's expectations? How could he have succumbed to fear just moments ago? He felt utterly despicable. Chapter 4. Unreserved guidance. You are not fearful. Then prove it to me. This is a secret technique I acquired from the sect, known as the unrivaled aspiration. A practitioner can only cultivate it if they possess bravery and fighting spirit. If you succeed in your cultivation, it will demonstrate that you indeed harbor a heart seeking the Tao. Fang Chen tossed a jade slip. Xiao Qing instinctively caught it, but then his face turned pale. "Brother Fang, I cannot accept this." "Why can't you accept it?" Fang Chen retorted sharply. "Do you lack even the courage to prove yourself?" "No, that's not it," Xiao Qing hastily replied. "But I know that this secret technique requires a substantial expenditure of contribution points. I have just felt a moment of cowardice, and I already feel unworthy of your generosity. How can I possibly accept such a precious gift?" From what he understood, this technique not only fortifies the body like iron, but also enhances combat prowess, making it incredibly formidable and valuable. He believed that one should not receive rewards without merit. How could he dare to accept such a gift when he felt he should be ashamed to the core? Fang Chen chuckled. "How mundane. Do you think I am one who cares for material wealth? If my junior can become powerful because of this, I would not mind." In that moment, a slight smirk graced Fang Chen's lips, a mockery of worldly conventions. His gaze was profound, devoid of narrow self-interest, filled instead with genuine concern for his junior, solid and lofty like a mountain. At that instant, Xiao Qing felt as if struck by lightning. Tears streamed down his face unbidden, a wave of indescribable bitterness and emotion swelling in his chest. "Brother Fang, first you play the role of a dandy, and now you bestow upon me this precious technique. All of this is to reignite my fighting spirit." If Fang Chen could act thus, how could he continue to hesitate? In the next moment, Xiao Qing bent his knees and knelt, summoning all his strength to proclaim, "Brother Fang, I have previously let you down. From this moment onward, I shall prove to you that no matter the challenges I face, I will never give up. I will become the most valiant practitioner in this world. I, Xiao Qing, will forge ahead unwaveringly, without regret, even in death." Witnessing Xiao Qing's tears and subsequent kneeling, Fang Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. "What? Is this really necessary? I merely spoke a few encouraging words, and your emotions are so stirred. I feel a bit embarrassed." He hurried to help Xiao Qing to his feet, then nodded slowly, speaking earnestly. "Very well, go ahead and cultivate. If you have any questions, remember to consult the elders in the transmission hall." "Yes. Thank you, brother." Xiao Qing was profoundly moved. Seeing Xiao Qing in such a state, Fang Chen felt a deep sense of satisfaction. The original owner had committed numerous transgressions in life, yet he had still left behind some legacy. The storage ring contained many techniques he had gathered to enhance his roots, and the unrivaled aspiration was among them. Fang Chen, realizing he could not practice it himself, and recognizing he barely knew any of the characters, directly gifted it to Xiao Qing. With words of encouragement followed by the bestowal of a technique, he did not believe Xiao Qing would fail to forgive him. If this approach proves ineffective, he would resort to persuading the other party through sheer strength. However, such a tactic was perilously dangerous, likely provoking the child of destiny to unleash his full potential prematurely, potentially leading to his own demise. In the current atmosphere of fraternal camaraderie, Fang Chen felt it was already sufficient. Subsequently, observing Xiao Qing's emotions gradually stabilize, he resolved to invite him to the Duel Academy to annul the life and death battle. Yet at that moment, an unexpected notification from the system resonated. It has been detected that during the life and death duel, Xiao Qing will acquire a new secret technique, unmatched will, which will be automatically practiced by the host. Please ensure to fully utilize this technique during the confrontation with the Child of Destiny, allowing him to gain a deeper understanding of it through combat. Instantly, a warm current coursed through Fang Chen's limbs and bones, and a plethora of insights regarding unmatched will flooded his mind, bestowing upon him a decade's worth of experience in wielding this technique. While unmatched will did not yield a significant enhancement to his cultivation, Fang Chen could distinctly sense that should he choose to activate this technique, his combat prowess would experience a temporary surge. At that moment, Fang Chen was engulfed in astonishment. What was happening? Why was the system so readily imparting knowledge of the technique he had just acquired? Thus, it followed that if he shared techniques with Xiao Qing, the system would facilitate his mastery of them to enable teaching. Realizing this, Fang Chen was momentarily taken aback, his breath quickening. Was this a loophole in the system? If he continually imparted techniques to Xiao Qing, would he not be able to strengthen him indefinitely? Why toil for his own growth when he could elevate another's? This was an extraordinary opportunity. His gaze towards Xiao Qing shifted dramatically. Xiao Qing, still moved by the moment, was startled by Fang Chen's intense expression and rapid breathing. Instinctively inquiring, "Senior brother, is something the matter?" Yet, Fang Chen did not respond. Instead, he abruptly retrieved a multitude of jade slips from his ring. "Senior brother, that's unnecessary. Just these 5 will suffice. Any more would be overwhelming." Xiao Qing replied with a wry smile, pushing several slips back towards Fang Chen. Although he was envious of the plethora of slips, given his current low contribution points, he understood the importance of contentment and the perils of greed. Every piece of kindness bestowed upon him by Fang Chen came at a cost. Accepting 5 slips was already more than enough. To request more would be inconsiderate. For the sake of his senior brother, he would endure the desire for additional slips. "Are you sure you don't need this? The battle blade and sealing technique would suit you perfectly," Fang Chen ardently promoted. Xiao Qing, suppressing his inner longing, thought to himself that to avoid burdening his senior brother, he must resist, stating, "I don't use blades, nor do I practice sealing techniques. Senior brother, please take them back." "It's fine, I don't mind. You can learn them," Fang Chen insisted. However, Xiao Qing resolutely shook his head. Ultimately, Fang Chen had no choice but to withdraw the jade slips. Though his expression remained tranquil, a hint of reluctance flickered in his eyes. Having endured an extended period of ridicule, Xiao Qing's thoughts had become exquisitely sensitive. The fleeting glimpse of reluctance from Fang Chen stirred a bittersweet sensation within his heart. "Senior brother, you must be pained by the expenses as well," he mused, yet Fang Chen remained silent for his own sake. This realization filled Xiao Qing's chest with an indescribable emotion, prompting him to suddenly turn and dash into his inner chamber. Fang Chen stood momentarily stunned, wondering what Xiao Qing was up to. Before he could voice his inquiry, a voice resonated in his mind. "Ding! Detection indicates that Xiao Qing will acquire a new technique. Swift wind steps during the life and death duel, which will be automatically practiced by the host. Please utilize this technique to its fullest during the battle with the Son of Fortune," allowing him to gain a deeper understanding of this secret method through combat. A surge of warmth coursed through Fang Chen, and he felt his feet become lighter. Yet his expression was one of bewilderment. "Just one technique? I just provided 5. He hastily called upon the system. "System, this cannot be right. Xiao Shidi still needs to learn 4 techniques. Why aren't you teaching me? What if I can't defeat him and perish in an instant?" The system's mechanical voice replied, "Host, the other 4 techniques the Son of Fortune possesses. 3 are required for alchemy, artifact crafting, and farming, which do not affect the life and death duel. One can only be mastered post-duel. If you also learn it, you will defeat the Son of Fortune, preventing your own demise. Hence there is no need to instruct the host." Upon hearing this, Fang Chen's face darkened. It seemed the system was truly wishing for his downfall. Soon, he began to grasp the system's flaw. It appeared that only techniques that could influence the life and death duel would be facilitated by the system. Those that required prolonged cultivation and were auxiliary in nature, which would not impact the duel occurring in half a month, were rendered ineffective. With this realization, Fang Chen fell into despair. What should he do next? Offering techniques was futile. After all, with only half a month remaining until the duel, even Xuanhuan, the son of fortune, had to adhere to the laws of science. It was impossible for him to master over 100 techniques in such a short span. Wait, no, that wasn't right. Techniques weren't the only means of influencing the duel. Suddenly, Fang Chen's eyes sparked with renewed vigor. Just then, Xuanhuan emerged from within, cradling a cloth bag, and approached Fang Chen, exclaiming, "Senior brother, this is for you." "What is this?" Fang Chen asked, taken aback. "It's spirit stones. Let's cancel the life and death duel. As for the expenses, I will cover them." Xuanhuan replied with a smile. Though there was a tinge of pain in his eyes, he was willing to part with the last remnants of the Xiao family's legacy for his senior brother. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen was utterly astonished. "Cancel the life and death duel? That won't do. If we cancel it, will I continue my cultivation?" He quickly protested. "No, absolutely not. I cannot allow you to part with these spirit stones. Furthermore, our life and death struggle must not be terminated." Xuanhuan was taken aback. "Why?" "Because, Fang Chen was momentarily stunned, but soon his gaze deepened profoundly, asserting that defeating someone at the 9th level of Qi refinement would not only bring you renown within the Danran sect, but also make your betrothed, who is blind to true talent, regret her unwise choices. Xuanhuan was instantly rendered speechless. Chapter 5. Who is he? Please do not tell me you do not yearn for redemption. Fang Chen gazed intently at Xuanhuan, his tone measured as he spoke. As for the life and death duel, it is not imperative that we resolve it with such finality. If the time comes, I can simply concede. The Danran sect would never compel two individuals to ensure one perishes upon the stage. As long as both parties agree to surrender, the duel can be concluded. His previous concern was that Xuanhuan might succumb to his fury and inadvertently take his life during the match, which is why he had contemplated leading him to the Combat Institute to dissolve their contract. Now that Xuanhuan no longer harbored thoughts of a lethal confrontation, there was no need to annul the duel. Moreover, if they were to dissolve the life and death duel, where would he seek to enhance his cultivation? Or rather, assist the chosen one? Xuanhuan opened his mouth, hesitantly articulating, "But must it truly be a life and death duel? At present, you could take your spirit stones and seek to annul the duel. However, what do you think your former fiancé would think if this news reached the inner sect?" Fang Chen narrowed his eyes. A coward who, with the Xiao family's inheritance in hand, approaches Fang Chen for reconciliation? Surely, you do not wish for your reputation to be misconstrued, do you? It must be said, the tactic of provocation was unfailingly effective with Xuanhuan. His fervor surged to the pinnacle of his being almost instantaneously. "No, I am not." "Then that settles it." Fang Chen clapped a hand on his shoulder, imparting a significant meaning. "Thus, you must engage in this life and death duel. Moreover, you must do so with flair and emerge with a resounding reputation." Xuanhuan, upon perceiving the anticipation and encouragement in Fang Chen's gaze, instinctively nodded with renewed determination. "All right." Inwardly, he vowed, "Brother Fang, in this life and death duel, I shall exert every effort. I will ensure everyone knows just how formidable you truly are." Fang Chen observed Xuanhuan, easily swayed by his words, and could not help but exclaim inwardly. Xuanhuan was scarcely 11 or 12 years old. In the context of Earth, he was akin to an elementary school student, indeed easy to persuade. The thought left Fang Chen feeling embarrassed on behalf of the original owner of this body. Having been in the sect for over a decade, now in his 20s, how could he allow himself to be so humiliated? If he could not excel in cultivation, that was one matter, yet he was now squabbling with a child. It was comparable to a discontented employee in the workforce resorting to assaulting a schoolboy. No wonder he was looked down upon. Subsequently, Fang Chen resolved to take his leave. He needed to procure some elixirs to enhance his cultivation. Oh no, rather, to assist Xuanhuan. However, just as he bid farewell to Xuanhuan, a cool female voice resonated from outside. "Is Xuanhuan present?" Startled, Fang Chen paused. Xiao Qing had no friends in the outer sect. Why would anyone come seeking him? Might I inquire if it is Sister Jiang? Upon hearing the voice, Xiao Qing was equally taken aback, quickly responding with delight, "Yes. Come forth. Wana has entrusted me with something for you." "I shall await you outside," Sister Jiang replied coolly. Once her words fell, silence enveloped the surroundings once more. Subsequently, Xiao Qing softly elucidated to Fang Chen, "Senior brother, Wana is an old friend from my childhood. She possesses remarkable talent and has recently entered the inner sect, where she is esteemed by Sister Jiang's master. As a result, she often has an abundance of spirit stones and elixirs, and she has given me some." Upon mentioning Wana, Fang Chen could distinctly sense Xiao Qing's shyness. It appears that she is indeed the heroine destined for greatness. "Oh," Fang Chen chuckled mischievously. A hint of embarrassment was evident on Xiao Qing's youthful visage, prompting her to hastily change the subject. "By the way, senior brother, outside is Sister Jiang, a core disciple of the inner sect, Jiangningi, with exceptional talent. She has already reached the foundation establishment stage at the tender age of 15, and it is said that she is the most likely candidate to become the Holy Maiden." Upon hearing this, Fang Chen's expression shifted dramatically, revealing his astonishment. 15 years old and already at foundation establishment? Goodness, what an extraordinary individual. Immediately, a surge of ominous foreboding enveloped Fang Chen's heart. Could she possibly be another child of destiny? If Jiangningi were indeed such a figure, he would be doomed. According to the nature of this wretched system, it would undoubtedly propel him toward his own demise. With this in mind, Fang Chen vehemently denied the possibility. It simply could not be. A mere Dao Ran sect could not possibly harbor so many hidden talents. However, the system had never failed to disappoint him in this regard. Ding! Cold sweat instantly broke out on Fang Chen's brow. The system announced, detecting the presence of a child of destiny. Detection complete. Child of destiny, Jiangningi. Born amidst celestial omens, with harmonious rivers and tranquil seas, she possesses astonishing innate talent and exceptional gifts, destined for greatness and success as an immortal sovereign. Yet, Jiangningi practices the heartless sword technique, which necessitates the severance of all emotional ties to achieve the pinnacle of her power. In order for Jiangningi to sever her emotional bonds, the host must prepare to first ensnare her in infatuation, leading her into the depths of love. Then, at the height of her emotional entanglement, the host must wound her heart and trample her dignity, and when she is rendered hopeless in love, utterly broken, she shall then strike down the host, severing all ties of affection, thereby contributing her strength to ascend as an immortal sovereign. Fang Chen. What the hell? Severing emotional ties? Is this system deranged? What kind of script is this for a husband-killing path to enlightenment? In that moment, a torrent of traditional sentiments surged within the otherwise cultured Fang Chen. Damn it, she is only 15. 15 years old. And you expect me to take action and hurt her? You despicable system. Fang Chen resolutely decided, in that instant, that he must not establish any connection with Jiangningi. He would keep this tragic script forever confined to the realm of strangers. The system continues. Jiangningi's ideal companion must be skilled in playing the guzheng, embody gentleness, possess patience, and exhibit understanding and tolerance. Most importantly, he must be a person of noble character, pure in essence, and detached from base desires. As for his cultivation level, the proud Jiangningi is indifferent, for she believes no one could surpass her. Rather than being protected by a partner, she prefers to shield her partner instead. At this moment, the system identifies the skills required for Jiangningi's ideal companion, guzheng, which will be automatically learned by the host. In that instant, Fang Chen felt an overwhelming influx of guzheng knowledge flooding his mind, his fingers involuntarily twitching, and soon he sensed that with a guzheng before him, he could effortlessly produce celestial melodies. However, upon mastering the guzheng, Fang Chen was taken aback rather than pleased, further solidifying his resolve to avoid any interaction with Jiangningi. Such requirements leave no room for error. The man Jiangningi desires must be adept at playing the guzheng, gentle, patient, understanding, and noble. Yet the system can only assist him in learning the guzheng, which offers no advantage to his cultivation. Who in their right mind would dare to approach Jiang Ningyi and confront this flaw? Brother Fang, what's wrong? At this moment, Xiao Qing observed Fang Chen's expression distort after hearing her introduction and couldn't help but ask in concern. No, I'm fine. Fang Chen finally regained his composure, hastily gesturing dismissively, and then inquired, Is there a back door here? I don't have one here. If you wish to leave, you must exit through the front door, Xiao Qing replied hesitantly. Then in that case, I will accompany you outside. You can chat with Sister Jiang. I'll take my leave first. Fang Chen contemplated for a moment and said, Brother, aren't you going to say hello to Sister Jiang? Xiao Qing was taken aback. Say hello. I have no time for that. Hurry, let us go. Fang Chen urged as he hurriedly pushed Xiao Qing out the door. Once the door opened, he sent someone to the side, immediately channeling his spiritual energy and sprinting away without looking back. Boom! Fang Chen's steps were swift as a gale, stirring up a cloud of dust, leaving Xiao Qing pale with fright. Outside, a girl in a blue dress stood gracefully by the roadside, her tranquil gaze reflecting Fang Chen's retreating figure, revealing an unprecedented hint of astonishment. Is there truly someone outside who has mastered the gale step to such an exceptional degree? Who might he be? As the tempestuous winds stirred by Fang Chen descended upon the young maiden, they transformed into a gentle breeze, lifting a few strands of her dark hair before dissipating entirely, leaving even the hem of her garment untouched. The tresses brushed against her exquisitely delicate features, gliding over her porcelain skin and rosy lips, eventually settling upon her shoulder. Gazing at Fang Chen's retreating figure, Jiang Ningyi's strikingly cold and beautiful countenance bore a hint of astonishment. The mastery of the gale steps displayed was such that, were she still in the qi refinement stage, she would have been unable to execute it with such finesse. To achieve such proficiency in footwork, one must possess extraordinary talent. Why then does he remain in the outer sect? Senior Sister Jiang. At this moment, Xiao Qing approached. This is for you from Wanner. Noticing Xiao Qing's arrival, Jiang Ningyi collected her thoughts and retrieved a storage ring. Tossing it to Xiao Qing as she spoke in a calm tone, she insists that you accept it this time. To Jiang Ningyi's surprise, Xiao Qing responded with a smile. Rest assured, please convey to Senior Sister Jiang that I shall accept it this time. What has prompted this sudden change? Jiang Ningyi inquired, puzzled. Previously, Xiao Qing had always believed that cultivation depended solely on her own strength, refusing to rely on Wanner's resources. Yet today, she had reversed her stance. It is because Fang Xixiang has taught me a principle. I can no longer squander Wanner's expectations of me. A newfound light radiated from Xiao Qing's youthful visage. Upon hearing that someone had influenced Xiao Qing, Jiang Ningyi instinctively thought of the distant Fang Chen and asked with curiosity, Fang Xixiang? Is he the one for just now? Indeed. Who is he? To cultivate the gale steps to such an extent, he cannot be an unknown figure in the outer sect. Can he? Jiang Ningyi's beautiful eyes involuntarily shifted toward the direction where Fang Chen had vanished. Yes, Fang Xixiang is quite renowned in the outer sect. His name is Fang Chen. Xiao Qing replied. Fang Chen? Upon hearing this name, Jiang Ningyi was momentarily taken aback, her expression shifting as an instinctive chill flickered in her eyes. Is it he? Is he not the most infamous scion of the outer sect? Indeed. However, Senior Sister Jiang, we have all misunderstood him. Xiao Qing, aware of Jiang Ningyi's misconceptions akin to her former self, hurriedly clarified. What misunderstanding? Jiang Ningyi's tone turned sharp. Ever since her cultivation began, she had harbored a profound disdain for individuals like Fang Chen, those who entered the sect a decade prior, yet possessed mediocre talent, harbored ill intentions, bullied juniors of lesser cultivation, and displayed an arrogant demeanor marred by a history of misdeeds. Her hatred for Fang Chen had reached its zenith, especially after Wanner, concerned for Xiao Qing's well-being, implored her to assist Xiao Qing in light of Fang Chen's dual challenge. Were it not for the sect's regulations, she would have long since slain him with a single strike. Fang Xixiang is not a villain. You may not know, but his cultivation is actually at the 9th level of qi refinement. Xiao Qing, anxious that Jiang Ningyi would continue to harbor ill feelings toward Fang Xixiang, recounted all that had transpired to her. As Jiang Ningyi listened, her countenance gradually transformed. After a moment of contemplation, she furrowed her brow and suddenly exclaimed, "Wait. Show me the techniques he imparted to you." "Senior sister, are you concerned about any issues?" Xiao Qing inquired. "Indeed," Jiang Ningyi replied with a slight nod. However, upon receiving the jade slip, she was engulfed in profound astonishment. It was undeniably authentic. With her discerning eye, she could ascertain that this was unequivocally a jade slip from the transmission pavilion, genuine and unblemished. Furthermore, the most pivotal aspect was that Fang Chen had not provided a mere replica, but had directly offered a recording jade slip. It is essential to understand that within the jade slips of the transmission pavilion, the most valuable component is not the technique itself, but the recorded insights left by the elders for cultivation. This is akin to having the elders personally guide one's practice. This is the fundamental reason for the exorbitant cost of the jade slips from the transmission pavilion. Yet now, Fang Chen had so generously given this recording to Xiao Qing. Such magnanimity was astonishing. It is known that anyone with even a modicum of comprehension could derive immense insights from this recording. Even Jiang Ningyi desperately needed it, wishing to practice under the guidance of the elders daily. Moreover, considering Fang Chen had reached the 9th level of qi refinement, he too would greatly benefit from it. Yet he still chose to bestow it upon Xiao Qing. How much reluctance must he have suppressed to part with it? All of this was orchestrated by Fang Chen to ensure Xiao Qing could grasp the insights successfully and accelerate his cultivation, redeeming past grievances. At that moment, Jiang Ningyi's delicate face transformed into one of sheer astonishment. How could he be so generous? This was a stark contrast to the rumors surrounding Fang Chen. When Xiao Qing was in doubt and fear, Fang Chen would timely awaken him with a reprimand, instigating a significant shift in his mindset. When Xiao Qing faced difficulties with his cultivation, Fang Chen would proactively present invaluable secret techniques for him to study. When Xiao Qing wished to withdraw from a life-and-death duel, potentially facing tarnished reputation, Fang Chen was willing to concede in that duel, serving as the first stepping stone for Xiao Qing's ascent. Such intentions reflected not the infamous scion of privilege, but rather a gentleman of noble character, akin to a fragrant orchid in a jade grove, embracing the moonlight with grace. A young man who harbors deep affection for his junior brother, gentle yet noble, willing to endure hardships and bear the brunt of scorn for the sake of others. Observing the shock on Jiang Ningyi's face, Xiao Qing felt immense satisfaction. He pondered that had he not spoken these words, given Jiang's sister's previous disdain for Fang brother, it was likely she would have eventually sought to strike him down. However, now, Jiang's sister would likely no longer harbor animosity towards Fang brother, and they might even forge a commendable friendship. With this thought, Xiao Qing mused that the often preoccupied Fang brother would surely be grateful for his actions if he were to learn of them, alas. This was merely what he ought to do. There was no need for Fang brother to express his thanks. Where does Fang brother reside? Meanwhile, Jiang Ningyi contemplated that she could not allow Fang Chen to bear this burden alone. As a core disciple, she felt a responsibility to shoulder more than Fang brother. Right at the mountainside, she decided, excellent. Fang Chen, drenched in sweat, paused in his comings and goings within his chambers, muttering to himself, at last, I've escaped a calamity. I must not give the curse system any opportunity to bring about my demise. However, as Fang Chen regained his composure, he sensed an unsettling discrepancy and could not help but call out to the system. System, I currently possess but a single life, and yet you have created 2 fated children. How am I to perish twice? With both Jiang Ningyi and Xiao Qing bound to him, Fang Chen found himself in a rather precarious situation. It was hardly feasible to emerge from the grave to sever emotional ties with Jiang Ningyi. The system responded, the host's mission is to ultimately contribute to the preservation of all living beings and the peace of the cosmic expanse. Achieving this would mark the host's greatest triumph in this lifetime, as long as your demise facilitates the growth of any one of the fated children. It matters not at whose hands you fall. Fang Chen replied. Understood. So, it means I can die by anyone's hand. Damn it, foolish system. After muttering a few curses, Fang Chen proceeded towards his grand villa. Just then, a sudden cry pierced the air. Be careful, accompanied by a resounding thud, bang. Chapter 7. Fang Chen's Guqin upon hearing a sudden crash behind him. Fang Chen instinctively turned his head. In that fleeting moment, he captivated the entire world. 3 youthful boys and girls, clad in the robes of outer disciples, along with a youth of similar age to Xiao, froze upon catching sight of Fang Chen, as if time itself had come to a standstill. In the next heartbeat, the youth cried out in terror, "Ah, it's Fang Chen! Run!" The children, seeing their leading senior speak, disregarded everything on the ground and fled in unison. Fang Chen, is it really necessary? After a considerable distance, the group halted, noticing that Fang Chen had not pursued them. They exchanged bewildered glances, collectively exhaling in relief. Fortunately, this old dog Fang seems to be in a good mood today and has no intention of causing us trouble, one of the boys remarked. A confused boy then asked, "But why do we run, senior brother?" "It's understandable that you're unaware since you've just joined the Danran sect," the youth replied, disdain evident in his eyes. "This old dog Fang is notorious for his villainy, the most wicked in the outer sect. There was an incident where senior brother accidentally dropped a jade slip in front of his door. What should have been a minor issue turned into months of harassment, causing him to lose his focus on cultivation and sleep. It escalated to the law enforcement hall, and, in the end, he was forced to part with 10 low-grade spirit stones just to appease him. We recently broke something. If we don't make a swift escape, we're certain to suffer greatly. This fellow is truly despicable." As the youth recounted his tale, the 3 children displayed expressions of shock, clearly unprepared for the depths of Fang Chen's malevolence. "I must take the blame," the youth lamented. "I knew well that this old dog enjoys setting traps, and should have avoided him. But I foolishly thought that taking this route to the Turtle Island would be quicker and that I might slip past him unnoticed. Alas, perhaps my fatigue from practicing has clouded my judgment. I apologize to you all. Senior brother, there is no need for self-reproach." One girl said anxiously, "But what if Elder Hua finds out we broke her things in front of his residence?" "Fear not," the youth reassured, shaking his head. "Elder Hua is magnanimous. Even if angered, she would merely scold us a few times and perhaps assign us a few days of menial tasks in the alchemy chamber as penance. But if we fall into the clutches of that old dog Fang, the consequences would be unbearable." At this, a chill ran through the group, their fear palpable. In that instant, Fang Chen had transformed into the most dreaded villain in their eyes. Hearing this, the girl voiced her concern again. "But senior brother, do you think you will remember our faces? I've heard that formidable cultivators never forget a face." The youth scoffed, "Do not worry. This old dog Fang lacks the cultivation and is over a decade older than us. His memory is surely not that sharp. He won't be able to recall each of our appearances. That is a relief." As the crowd collectively exhaled, they quickened their pace to depart from the scene. Standing silently beside the resplendent golden lion at the entrance of the most opulent mansion, Fang Chen could only utter a sigh of resignation. It appeared that his social connections were indeed lacking. He then stepped forward to examine the belongings left behind by the 4 individuals who had just fled. Someone needed to return these items. It was imperative. Upon closer inspection, Fang Chen was taken aback. It was a Guzheng. Leaning down, he noticed 3 gilded characters inscribed in the lower right corner. Hua Qirong. The calligraphy was elegant and imbued with grace, yet upon closer scrutiny, it revealed an underlying power. This was the Guzheng belonging to Hua Qirong, an elder of the Dan refining chamber of the Danran sect, renowned throughout the sect. Hua Qirong was a figure known to all, the most prominent alchemist within the inner circle. The significance of elixirs in the realm of cultivation cannot be overstated, and thus, Hua Qirong held a position of great esteem within the sect. With this realization, Fang Chen's expression turned solemn as he declared, "Such a crucial item cannot be entrusted to others. I must personally return the Guzheng. It is my duty as a disciple to fulfill my obligations to my elders." However, as Fang Chen intended to pick up the Guzheng, an inexplicable urge to pluck its strings surged within him. After all, he had just mastered the art of playing the Guzheng with the system's assistance. Yet, just as his fingers were about to reach out, he abruptly halted. Something was amiss. A final flicker of reason within him screamed in alarm. At that moment, he sensed the faint whiff of a conspiracy. His penchant for mischief was well known, and otherwise, there wouldn't be a soul in sight before the mansion. Why had these junior disciples suddenly passed by? Moreover, skilled cultivators, especially those handling an elder's possession, would not carelessly drop it in front of his residence. And why did he feel such an overwhelming desire to play the Guzheng upon seeing it? This was not right. This was very wrong. At the last moment, Fang Chen withdrew his hand. Almost instinctively, he turned his gaze down the mountain. There, he beheld the graceful figure of a young woman clad in a flowing azure dress. Strolling towards him, her exquisitely youthful face, though still somewhat innocent, bore an unmistakable air of refinement. Given time, she would undoubtedly blossom into a breathtaking beauty. The newcomer was none other than Jiang Ningyi. At that moment, upon seeing Jiang Ningyi, Fang Chen felt as if lightning had struck his mind, illuminating all the peculiarities at once. There was but one truth. The system had orchestrated this unforeseen appearance of the Guzheng, compelling him to play its enchanting melodies, which would surely captivate Jiang Ningyi. In that moment, she would inevitably become infatuated, and as she delved deeper into his irresistible charm, she would surely succumb. From the moment those feelings took root and intertwined, his fate would be sealed. Damn it, this was no mere Guzheng. It was a threat to his very essence. After coming to terms with everything, Fang Chen felt a cold sweat break out on his back, and his fingers, which were about to touch the strings of the Guzheng, recoiled as if struck by lightning. He took a deep breath. Fortunately, while you possess the celestial Guzheng, I am fortified with unwavering resolve. There is no need for alarm. I see through it. At this moment, as Fang Chen regained his composure, a sneer formed in his heart. This pitiful system, with its meager tricks, thinks it can set a trap to ensnare me? How naive! Then, suppressing his impulse, Fang Chen embraced the Guzheng, intending to turn away without uttering a word, not even sparing a greeting for Jiang Ningyi. However, Jiang Ningyi had come specifically to find him, and she would not let him escape. "Senior brother Fang, please wait," she exclaimed, swiftly positioning herself in front of him. Fang Chen, who had planned to flee with the swiftness of the wind, suddenly froze. It seemed he could not outrun her. Cursing inwardly, he regarded her enchanting beauty, feeling a stir within. The child of destiny is truly extraordinary. Not only does she possess ethereal beauty, but her strength and talent are equally remarkable. In comparison, aside from being handsome, dignified, and respectable, with a reputation that spans far and wide, and skills that are both profound and impressive, I seem to hold nothing of worth. It is utterly unjust. Subsequently, Fang Chen calmed his spiritual energy and, with sudden dexterity, adopted an air of nonchalance, casting a sidelong glance at Jiang Ningyi. With a smirk, he disdainfully remarked, "Junior sister, do you dare to obstruct my path? Do you not know that this road bears the surname Fang?" In that moment, Fang Chen embodied the epitome of arrogance and bravado. Chapter 8. The return of the Guzheng. After speaking, Fang Chen felt somewhat uneasy, pondering to himself. Perhaps his performance had been a tad exaggerated, and Jiang Ningyi might have already discerned the flaw. Alas, typically a person of honesty, he found it quite disconcerting to suddenly pretend to be a villain. "Senior brother, I just learned," Jiang Ningyi replied quietly, observing Fang Chen's arrogant demeanor, yet internally reflecting. Had she not already known the truth and seen through the facade her senior brother had constructed, she might have been deceived at this moment. The reason was simple. His brazen arrogance was so innate that it was revolting, making one unable to resist the urge to strike him down. "Since you are aware, why do you not promptly adhere to the rules?" Fang Chen scoffed. "What rules?" "The toll." Fang Chen mocked. Jiang Ningyi produced a storage ring, saying, "Senior brother, here. 500 low-grade spirit stones. Is that sufficient?" In that instant, Fang Chen's smile froze. "What in the world? What is happening?" "Oh, Jiang Ningyi, at such a tender age, why do you not follow the script according to the normal course of events as a core disciple, knowing that one collects tolls here? Should one not take a sword and cleave oneself in two, eradicating evil and upholding righteousness? How is it that you truly offered money?" At this moment, Fang Chen's mind raced, nearly overheating, for there certainly lay an unknown dilemma within. Jiang Ningyi fixed her gaze steadily on Fang Chen, inquiring, "Senior brother, why do you not take it?" On their way from the foot of the mountain, she had been troubled, uncertain how to give him the spirit stones for the recording jade slip. After all, given Fang Chen's character, he would undoubtedly refuse her spirit stones. Yet now, unexpectedly, he had chosen to act, and she could simply go along with it. Fang Chen opened his mouth. Jiang Ningyi urged. Take it. I'd rather not. Fang Chen retorted defiantly. I simply shall not accept it today. What can you do about it? At this, Jiang Ningyi sighed inwardly. Her intention to offer the money had indeed been seen through by her senior brother. Thus, she had no choice but to lay her cards on the table. Senior brother, please take it. There is no need to continue this charade. Those matters, Xiaoqing has already informed me. You remain in the outer sect, without support from the sect. And assisting your junior brother in purchasing the recording jade slip has cost you a considerable amount of spirit stones, which may strain your livelihood. Fang Chen was taken aback. Pointing toward Jiang Ningyi's back. Who are you saying is in a tight spot? Jiang Ningyi followed Fang Chen's and turned to look. In the sunlight, two solid gold lions stood majestically, gleaming radiantly. Jiang Ningyi. It seems that the Fang family is indeed quite wealthy. After a moment of stupor, Jiang Ningyi shifted her approach, intending to persuade Fang Chen once more to accept the spirit stones. However, upon turning back, her eyes widened in astonishment. Before her stood no one. Only a figure clutching the guqin was sprinting away, leaving behind a trail of swirling dust, vanishing from sight at a visible speed. Jiang Ningyi anxiously called out, Stop! Fang Chen had quickened his pace. As he rushed towards the bridge connecting Yingguang Lake and the turtle platform, clutching a guzheng, he noticed an increasing number of figures around him and came to an abrupt halt. A frown creased his brow as he muttered to himself, Ah, Xiaoqing, I knew you were behind this misfortune. My good intentions have been met with ingratitude. Fang Chen was engulfed in distress, pondering his next move. Previously notorious as a wastrel in Jiang Ningyi's eyes, he now feared that this incident would lead her to perceive him as a self-sacrificing martyr. A stark contrast that could only elevate her regard for him. If he were to showcase just a hint of his guzheng skills, dazzling all with his talent, he would perfectly align with Jiang Ningyi's standards for a suitor, putting him perilously close to disaster. I must devise a plan, Fang Chen thought fervently. Clearly, continuing to masquerade as a wastrel would serve no purpose now. Suddenly, an idea sparked his mind. As the saying goes, even sages have their blemishes. While he prided himself on his virtuous character, it did not imply he was without faults in other areas. With a temper that could be foul, a penchant for laziness, and a weakness for beauty, he had an abundance of flaws to draw upon for theatrics. Surely, if he played one of these cards, Jiang Ningyi would be dismayed and turn away. With this realization, Fang Chen's face broke into a triumphant grin. Just as I planned. The advantage lies with me. Everything is within my grasp. He hastened his steps, departing from the turtle platform. Meanwhile, as Fang Chen left, Jiang Ningyi rushed toward the turtle platform, pondering his whereabouts. Where could he have gone? She wondered, gazing at the various paths leading from the platform, her brow furrowing in uncertainty. The outer disciples of the Danran sect resided on the slopes of Yingguang Lake, and to access the inner sect, one had to traverse the turtle platform. This platform was constructed from the remains of a slain sea turtle, a formidable beast vanquished by the sect's ancients. Its resilient carcass serving as the centerpiece for the outer sect's defensive array. Upon crossing the turtle platform, Fang Chen recalled from memory that the original owner seldom ventured into the inner sect, and this journey to the alchemy chamber on Lingyun Peak was entirely unfamiliar to him. With no other option, he wandered aimlessly while asking for directions. However, perhaps due to his erratic route, he had completely lost Jiang Ningyi in the process. As Fang Chen meandered toward Lingyun Peak, he was met with a sudden stillness at the foot of the mountain. A figure froze in place, anger flaring in her eyes. Fang Chen? At that moment, as Fang Chen reached the base of Lingyun Peak, he spotted a cold-faced female, disciple-clad in a crimson robe, alongside a young girl dressed in blue, identical to Jiang Ningyi's attire. Fang Chen approached, guzheng in hand. Before he could utter a greeting, the girl in blue smiled and asked, May I inquire what brings you to Lingyun Peak? To return Elder Hua's guzheng. Fang Chen replied. Fang Chen answered honestly. Yet his deeper intention was to see if he might have the opportunity to meet Elder Hua, thereby establishing a connection with a senior figure, ideally leveraging his acquaintance with the guzheng. Of course, Fang Chen was not truly under the illusion that merely playing the guzheng would forge a relationship. Rather, his hope was to become a familiar face. After all, with a cultivation talent of 0 and a system that seemed to anticipate his demise daily, he found himself in a dire situation. If he did not swiftly devise an alternative path, he would surely meet an untimely end. Oh, how did Elder Hua's Gujing come to be in your possession? The young girl was momentarily taken aback. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen too was caught off guard. How was he to explain? Should he reveal that his notorious reputation had frightened 4 children into abandoning the Gujing at his doorstep? That would not be advisable. Fortunately, a cold-faced female disciple clad in a red robe stepped in to diffuse the tension, stating calmly, Elder Hua's Gujing was sent for maintenance. Calculating the time. Today is indeed the day it is returned by the outer sect. After this clarification, the girl in the blue dress finally understood and said, then, if that is the case, follow me. I will take you to find Elder Hua. Certainly, Fang Chen replied promptly. The two ascended the mountain, one following the other. Once they had distanced themselves, a short-haired female disciple, dressed in a similar red robe, emerged from a nearby small house. She approached the cold-faced disciple and remarked with a smile, is it all right for us to assist Ling Shimi in dealing with Fang Chen? Chapter 9. The Sound Forest Ambush. No worries. It is not as if I wish him to be severely harmed, merely to endure some hardship. The cold-faced female disciple remarked with indifference. This Fang Chen has long been a tyrant in the outer sect, bullying both men and women. I have harbored displeasure towards him for quite some time, yet he cleverly exploits the loopholes in the sect's rules. Although we are younger than he, our cultivation far surpasses his. As inner disciples, we are reluctant to confront him directly. Now, he has walked into his own trap, and I am eager to witness his humiliation. Very well, do await the good news. The short-haired female disciple chuckled. Fang Chen and the girl in the blue dress, both cultivators, quickly ascended to the mountain peak. This way, just a bit further, and you shall meet Elder Hua. The girl in the blue dress guided Fang Chen into a grove of bamboo, handing him a jade slip. Input your spiritual energy, and Elder Hua will be informed of your visit. She will communicate with you through her consciousness. Only with her permission may you enter. Thank you. Fang Chen nodded. After accepting the jade slip, he infused it with his spiritual energy, pondering how fortunate he was to encounter kind-hearted individuals. Yet, the next moment, an unexpected event unfolded before him. Boom! As his spiritual energy flowed into the jade slip, the bamboo grove stirred as if stirred by an unseen wind, and to his astonishment, it began to part before him. Simultaneously, the Gujing in his hands floated up, defying his control, and hovered before him. What on earth is happening? Fang Chen was taken aback. A sense of danger loomed, prompting him to turn and flee. However, upon pivoting, he was engulfed by a thick fog, rendering him utterly lost. Fang Chen, savor the experience of the Sound Forest. Do not blame me for the warning. If you fail to pass through the trial of the Sound Forest, you shall be ensnared by the formation set by Elder Hua, displayed before the populace of Lingyun Peak for 3 days. At that time, not just you, but even the Fang family shall lose face. The voice of the girl in the blue dress echoed, now long gone from sight. Why are you treating me this way? Who are you? Fang Chen's expression shifted dramatically. What in the world is happening? He distinctly recalled that the original owner of this body had never offended this girl. Why? Then, was she targeting him? He had merely come to return an item, yet here he was, ensnared. Is it truly so difficult to be a good person? Can this world not be salvaged? Fang Chen, why do you think I am treating you this way? Are you truly unaware? The girl in the blue dress, now revealing her anger, looked at Fang Chen as if bearing the greatest injustice in the world. She exclaimed, did you ever consider this day when you humiliated brother Xiao Qing time and again? When you sought to challenge brother Xiao Qing to a life-and-death duel, I, Ling Wan'er, swore to the heavens that if any harm befell him, I would make you, Fang Chen, pay back 100-fold. Fang Chen, consider this a warning. If, after enduring this torment, you do not go to the Duel Academy to dissolve the life-and-death contract, I shall ensure you understand that this is merely the beginning. Upon hearing Ling Wan'er's words, Fang Chen felt as though struck by lightning. Ah? So this girl is none other than Xiao Qing's childhood sweetheart, Ling Wan'er. Fang Chen was suddenly flustered. No, junior sister, you misunderstand. Please let me explain. I have matters to discuss with brother Xiao. I will not listen. Ling Wan'er dismissed him, believing Fang Chen was attempting to wriggle out of responsibility. How could she bear to listen patiently? She interrupted him, saying, I have said all I needed to. Now, you may enjoy yourself. With that, A gleam of satisfaction lit her face as she turned away. In truth, Ling Wanner had originally come to Lingyun Peak to bring medicinal pills to Shaoqing. However, she did not anticipate encountering Fang Chen here. Thus, she had implored a senior sister from Lingyun Peak to create an opportunity for her to deal with this scoundrel. Upon exiting the Sound Forest, Ling Wanner turned to the several senior sisters guarding the periphery and said sweetly, "Senior sisters, I beg you to keep an eye on this villain. Rest assured we will." The senior sisters replied with smiles. Although they had long resided in the inner sect and were unaware of Fang Chen's notoriety in the outer sect, seeing the normally innocent, lively, and gentle Ling Wanner express such animosity for the first time towards someone made them feel a varying degree of disdain for him. Thus, they did not mind Ling Wanner using the Sound Forest to torment Fang Chen. Even if Elder Hua Qirong discovered this, they would simply claim that Fang Chen had willingly entered. Meanwhile, after calling out Ling Wanner's name several times without receiving a response, Fang Chen, trapped within the Sound Forest, was so enraged that he felt he might vomit blood. Damn it, this is outrageous. At that moment, clang, the ancient zither suspended before Fang Chen suddenly began to resonate. In the next instant, a soft, alluring voice echoed throughout the bamboo grove, stating, "Those who pass through the Sound Forest shall receive medicinal pills. However, those who fail to traverse it shall face punishment." The rules of the Sound Forest were as follows. First, one must perform a piece capable of moving the sound bamboo. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. Jiang Ningyi, after passing through the Turtle Island, made her way directly to Lingyun Peak in search of someone. Confident that Fang Chen would most likely be there, she remembered him holding the ancient zither. Aside from a Bai courtyard located on Yingguang Lake Peak, Lingyun Peak was the place most closely associated with the zither within the sect. It was well known that Elder Hua Qirong of Lingyun Peak was the most proficient in playing the instrument. As a child, Jiang Ningyi often visited to listen to her performances, finding solace and rejuvenation in the melodies. However, due to the high expectations placed upon her by the sect's elders, she had never found the time to learn the zither herself and could only hope that her future husband would play it. Senior sister, when Jiang Ningyi arrived at Lingyun Peak, she happened to encounter Ling Wanner. Upon seeing her, Ling Wanner exclaimed with delight, "Wanner, what brings you here?" Jiang Ningyi was taken aback. "I came to bring medicinal pills to Brother Shaoqing. Also, senior sister, I have some good news to share." Ling Wanner eagerly replied, her face beaming with pride. "What good news?" Jiang Ningyi inquired. Instead of answering directly, Ling Wanner teased, "Senior sister, you know about the Sound Forest, right?" "Yes. ISNT at the formation Elder Hua set up to find a kindred spirit?" Jiang Ningyi nodded. In her quest to find a kindred spirit within the sect, Hua Qirong established the Sound Grove. Through this grove, one could request elixirs from her. Any pill that she was capable of concocting would suffice. When the news broke, the masters of the various peaks of the Danran sect were filled with exhilaration. Even those who had no knowledge of the Gujing rushed to participate, for there was no penalty involved. They encouraged their disciples to embrace the Gujing, hoping to chance upon success, with the added incentive of rewards from their peak masters for those who triumphed. As Hua Qirong observed the throngs of people bustling about Lingyun Peak, she realized that her aspiration to find a soulmate through the Sound Grove was utterly misguided. Consequently, she resolved to abandon her original intention. However, dismantling the formation proved to be too intricate. It seemed more prudent to retain the bamboo grove as mere ornamentation. Thus, she instituted a new rule. Failure to pass through the Sound Grove would not only result in being whipped by the bamboo, but would also entail being stripped bare and bound to Lingyun Peak for 3 days. It is worth noting that most of those eager to learn the Gujing were female disciples. The mere mention of being stripped sent shivers down their spines. Even the male disciples were disinclined to expose themselves. As a result, those who dared to attempt the challenge quickly scattered like frightened birds. Indeed, Ling Wanner nodded enthusiastically and exclaimed, "This delightful tidbit I have is related to the Sound Grove. Oh, did you know? Just moments ago, Fang Chen from the outer sect returned the Gujing belonging to Elder Hua. I am uncertain how he obtained it, but the moment I laid eyes on him, I sensed he harbored ill intentions. Thus, I cleverly devised a plan, feigning that I would take him to meet Elder Hua and led him straight into the Sound Grove. At that moment, upon seeing Jiang Ningyi nod in agreement, Ling Wanner refrained from further elaboration and instead dove straight into the matter, teasingly remarking, "Now, let us wait and see how he embarrasses himself." Chapter 10. The heartfelt melody. Upon hearing the news, Jiang Ningyi's face paled, and she exclaimed, "Wanner, how could you treat Brother Fang this way?" At that moment, she finally comprehended why Brother Fang had inexplicably held onto the Gujing. It was, after all, a means of retribution. However, she had not anticipated that Fang Chen would fall victim to Ling Wanner's treacherous scheme. If anything were to happen, if he were to be stripped and bound, how would Brother Fang maintain his dignity? "Sister, why can't I act this way?" "Oh, I see. Do you think my method of revenge is excessive?" Ling Wanner hurriedly clarified, "But I did not cause him any permanent harm. At most, he would suffer some embarrassment and learn a lesson." She felt somewhat aggrieved. How was it that Brother Fang, who often exerted his power and bullied Xiaoqing, faced no reprimand from her? Now, having merely retaliated slightly, why was her sister so upset? "Ah, you forget it, go ask Brother Xiao. I must rush to save him." Jiang Ningyi understood that Ling Wanner mistakenly believed her anger stemmed from her overly harsh tactics. But her concern for Fang Chen left her no time for explanations as she dashed out. Witnessing Jiang Ningyi draw her flying sword, soaring into the air, completely disregarding the prohibition against sword riding on Lingyun Peak, Ling Wanner was taken aback. "Sister." With that, she hurriedly followed in Jiang Ningyi's wake. When Jiang Ningyi reached the peak in her frantic rush, she did not find Fang Chen, who had been dragged out from the Sound Forest, stripped of his garments. Instead, she saw a group of once bright and charming sisters from Lingyun Peak, their eyes now reddened with sorrow and heartache. Upon arriving, Ling Wanner was equally stunned by the scene before her. What was happening? At that moment, a hauntingly sorrowful melody emanated from the Sound Forest, a plaintive sound that ebbed and flowed, resonating with a melancholic depth that stirred the hearts of all who heard it. The music was so poignant that it felt as though it conveyed the essence of a love torn asunder, reminiscent of a scene where a couple, deeply in love, was forced apart, with the man left in despair and the woman shedding her last tears. The many female disciples of Lingyun Peak were not only engulfed in sorrow, but were also rendered speechless by the sheer bewilderment. Was the person inside the Sound Forest truly Fang Chen, the arrogant scion of the outer sect? Beside Ling Wanner, Jiang Ningyi gazed blankly at the Sound Forest, her eyes swirling with countless thoughts. After a moment, the music within the Sound Forest began to fade. "Sister, how can he still play the Gujing?" At this point, Ling Wanner was in disbelief, struggling to accept that Fang Chen could produce such a hauntingly beautiful piece. Jiang Ningyi replied calmly, "Not only the Gujing. Brother Fang has accomplished many things you are unaware of. For instance, he concealed his true cultivation level solely to inspire Brother Xiao. He even gifted Brother Xiao the jade slip from the transmission pavilion to aid in his rapid growth. There are many things you do not know." "What?" Ling Wanner felt as though struck by lightning, her face turning ashen. It dawned on her that just moments ago, at the foot of the mountain, she had distinctly sensed that Fang Chen's cultivation was at the 9th level of qi refinement. However, driven by an urgency for vengeance, she paid little heed to the matter at hand. Now, upon being enlightened by the ever-trusted Jiang Ningyi, she suddenly comprehended the entirety of the situation. How could Fang Chen, at the 9th level of qi refining, possibly engage in a balanced exchange with Xiaoqing, who remained stagnant in her cultivation? There must be another underlying reason for all of this. Moments later, within the Sound Forest, a figure clad in white emerged, walking with measured grace. At that instant, all eyes instinctively gravitated towards him. Fang Chen spoke not a word. Instead, he coolly remarked, "The Gujing has been returned. I take my leave." "Brother Fang, I apologize on behalf of Sister Ling." Jiang Ningyi hurriedly interjected. "There is no need. I only hope that neither of you will cross my path again." With that chilling remark, Fang Chen cast a lingering glance at Jiang Ningyi before descending the mountain without a backward glance. That single gaze rendered Jiang Ningyi's complexion pale, and her heart felt as if it were being cleaved. What thoughts occupied her brother's mind at that moment? Was there a sense of grievance? Was he sorrowful? It seemed as though he experienced a multitude of emotions. In that instant, Jiang Ningyi felt an unbearable sorrow constricting her breath. Ling Wanner, too, was overwhelmed with guilt. After selflessly contributing in silence, She found herself misunderstood and wronged, even facing the prospect of losing her dignity. If not for Brother Fang's own ability to play the guzheng, how tormented he must be now. Sister, I must go and apologize. I cannot allow Brother Fang to misunderstand you. Ling Wan'er exclaimed anxiously as she looked at her distressed sister, rushing after Fang Chen. She understood that she had inadvertently implicated her sister. There's no need, Jiang Ningyi replied, taking a deep breath and firmly holding her back, shaking her head. Go and clarify the situation with the other sisters. Just ensure they do not misinterpret Brother Fang. Well, if you say so. Seeing Jiang Ningyi's resolute grip, Ling Wan'er reluctantly acquiesced. After Ling Wan'er explained the matter to the others, Jiang Ningyi gazed at Fang Chen's retreating form, a thought flickering through her mind. You have sacrificed so much in silence, yet you are met with such opposition. You must be feeling quite desolate now, aren't you? Damn it, I forgot to claim the reward from the Sound Forest. As Fang Chen elegantly descended the mountain, a jolt of realization struck him. In his effort to distance himself from Jiang Ningyi, he had entirely overlooked this matter. Fang Chen felt a pang of regret. After all, the elixirs crafted by Hua Qirong might hold the key to salvaging his dismal talent. However, to turn back now would render his recent demeanor somewhat insincere. Weighing his options, Fang Chen concluded that avoiding further entanglement with Jiang Ningyi was more crucial than claiming the reward. After all, he could always return later. Surely, the elder wouldn't renege on his promise. Subsequently, Fang Chen stroked his chin, pondering whether his earlier performance of disdain and loathing had been effective. Surely, Jiang Ningyi would have grasped the essence of that look. A normal person would likely refrain from approaching again after receiving such a gaze. Earlier in the Sound Forest, Fang Chen had discovered that the rules dictated one must play a piece to induce resonance within the forest to break the formation. Otherwise, one would be stripped bare and become the premier figure of the Danren sect. This was a clear ultimatum. Either face humiliation in the nude or break through the encirclement. In that moment, Fang Chen had no choice. Playing the guzheng might not lead to demise, yet being exposed and suspended would undoubtedly be fatal. Thus, Fang Chen resolved to play the guzheng while secretly determining that if he encountered Jiang Ningyi during the confrontation, he would feign a profound disdain for Ling Wan'er, simultaneously harboring a grudge against Jiang Ningyi. In this manner, regardless of Jiang Ningyi's true feelings towards him, be it admiration blossoming into affection or guilt manifesting as longing, it would become irrelevant, for he would possess justifiable grounds to avoid Jiang Ningyi. As long as they did not meet, he would undoubtedly evade the fate of being killed by a husband as betrayal. With this thought, Fang Chen felt himself to be quite the genius. Haha, system, you have been outsmarted. At that very moment, a soft and alluring voice unexpectedly pierced through from behind Fang Chen. What are you laughing at? The broad grin on Fang Chen's face instantly vanished. Chapter 11. The Three Elixirs Who? Fang Chen turned in astonishment. Behind him, a tall woman in a flowing crimson gown had appeared, seemingly out of nowhere. The fragrance that enveloped her was reminiscent of both elixirs and fragrant herbs, evoking a sense of refreshing tranquility. The newcomer showed no intention of concealing her identity. Upon hearing Fang Chen's inquiry, she responded with a bemused smile. I am Hua Qirong, an elder of the Danren sect and the steward of Lingyun Peak. The heads of each peak within the Danren sect are referred to as stewards. For each peak possesses a formidable sealing talisman, capable of both offense and defense. Thus, the masters of these peaks are known as stewards for their authority over such powerful artifacts. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen's heart quivered slightly. Could this be Hua Qirong of Lingyun Peak? Why are you standing there in silence? It is your turn to speak. Who are you? Which peak do you hail from? Hua Qirong remarked, her discontent evident as she observed Fang Chen's silence. Realizing his rudeness, Fang Chen hastily bowed and replied, Greetings, Elder Hua. I am Fang Chen, a disciple of the Outer Sect. An Outer Sect disciple? Hua Qirong's expression flickered with surprise as she scrutinized Fang Chen more closely. Your vitality suggests you are at least in your 20s, yet you are merely at the 9th level of chi refinement? How disappointing. Have you been poisoned or suffered damage to your spiritual roots? Fang Chen felt as if he had been struck by a heavy blow. Taken aback by the elder's ungracious remarks, he retorted, I must inform you, elder, that I was born this way. Now I understand. Hua Qirong replied, her expression softening as she seemed to perceive Fang Chen's discomfort. A thought occurred to her, and her eyes brightened with encouragement. But fret not. Your cultivation may not solely be a matter of talent. It could also be that you have devoted your time to playing the guzheng. Besides, you are not the worst among our younger disciples. I have heard of another outer sect member who has been in the sect for over a decade and is still only at the 3rd level of qi refinement. His aptitude is far inferior to yours. In all my years in the Danran sect, I have never encountered a disciple with such poor talent. Ha ha. As she concluded her statement, Hua Qirong found the matter rather amusing and could not help but laugh. Meanwhile, Fang Chen felt as though his spirit had been shattered once more. Are you being excessive? Does being an elder grant you such privilege? Once Hua Qirong finished laughing, she noticed Fang Chen's face had turned a shade of gray and inquired, Why are you silent? Are you unwell? No, elder, I merely feel a bit fatigued. Fang Chen managed to force a smile that was almost more sorrowful than a frown. Very well. Hua Qirong then shifted the conversation, her curiosity piqued. What were you laughing about just now? Fang Chen hastily concocted a reason. I felt a sense of pride for having traversed the sound forest. Oh, you need not be overly pleased. The sound forest should be a trivial challenge for you. Hua Qirong chuckled. The one who should be joyous is me, for I have finally encountered a fellow practitioner in the art of music. A fellow practitioner in the art of music? Fang Chen felt an unsettling sense of disquiet. Hua Qirong gently patted Fang Chen's shoulder, stating that with his level of skill, he would surely be able to engage in profound discussions with her for a long time. She encouraged him to visit Lingyun Peak frequently. I dare not presume. Fang Chen immediately clasped his fists, excitement bubbling within him. It must be said that although this elder Hua was somewhat impolite, the opportunity to connect over the art of the guzheng and receive an invitation for discourse was akin to securing a powerful ally, effectively achieving the purpose of his visit. Do not be so modest. Hua Qirong inquired, by the way, what is the name of the piece you just played? Wang Ning Mei, Fang Chen replied. Wang Ning Mei. Ah, such a lovely name. Did you compose this piece yourself? No, it was created by a friend of mine from the common folk. Fang Chen humbly declined to take credit. Hua Qirong expressed slight regret, but then asked, May I borrow the score for a moment? Of course. Fang Chen swiftly retrieved a blank jade slip and transcribed the score from his mind, presenting it to Hua Qirong. Although the system could be quite troublesome, it provided skills that were truly valuable. Fang Chen's mental image of the score was remarkably clear, allowing for rapid transcription. Hua Qirong's eyes lit up with surprise. This young man was quite impressive. She accepted the score with a look of utmost satisfaction and said, Now, tell me, what elixir do you desire? Fang Chen's heart soared. They had finally gotten to the crux of the matter. He had been looking for an opportunity to request an elixir, but had hesitated, fearing it would be impolite to speak up. Now that Hua Qirong had broached the subject, it could not have been better. Without hesitation, Fang Chen declared, Elder Hua, I wish to obtain an elixir to alter my aptitude. Alter your aptitude? Hua Qirong stroked her smooth chin, pondering for a moment before responding. I possess 3 types of such elixirs, but each has an exceedingly low rate of success. Are you certain you wish for this? In truth, while she claimed the success rates were low, Hua Qirong was merely being modest. The 3 elixirs were crafted from extraordinarily rare herbs. Although it was impossible to transform one's fate to reach the caliber of a genius like Jiangningi, enhancing one's aptitude was certainly within reach. Hua Qirong was confident that Fang Chen would benefit from the elixir. Absolutely. Fang Chen rejoiced once more. No matter how low the success rate, it was worth attempting. Here, take this. It is the Zhong Su Dan, most suitable for qi refining practitioners seeking to alter their aptitude. Hua Qirong retrieved a jade vial from her storage ring and handed it to Fang Chen. However, he hesitated, suddenly realizing, Zhong Su Dan? I think I've consumed it before. As Hua Qirong produced the elixir, a vivid memory flashed through Fang Chen's mind. The original owner had ingested a Zhong Su Dan to no effect at all. You have consumed it before? Then you must not take it again. Hua Qirong was perplexed, wondering how his aptitude could still be so poor after having taken it. She reclaimed the vial containing the Zhong Su Dan and, without missing a beat, produced another, saying, What about this? The Ling Ji Yao Yi. Although its potency is fierce, and not suitable for qi refining practitioners. If combined with other elixirs that could protect your heart meridian, you should be able to withstand it. However, Fang Chen was once again taken aback, and then he widened his eyes in astonishment and said, I seem to have consumed it as well. Hua Qirong responded with surprise. She immediately tucked away the jade vial, intending to retrieve another. Yet at that moment, Fang Chen trembled as he spoke, Elder Hua. If what you have left is the ancient tree spirit fruit pill, there is no need to bring it out. I believe I have also ingested it. Hua Qirong was utterly astonished, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief as she instinctively exclaimed, You consumed 3? Then, how is your aptitude still like this? How can you be so? Before she could finish her sentence, she noticed Fang Chen's face turning ashen at a visible pace, and she was instantly alarmed. Hastily changing the subject, well, perhaps it is just that your luck is too poor, haha. With that, she spread her hands, indicating she had no other pills. The other potent elixirs I have only encountered in legends. As her words fell, Fang Chen's eyes finally lost their last glimmer of light. At that moment, despair filled his heart. Could his aptitude possibly deteriorate even further? Chapter 12. The Shattered Jade Pill's Assistance at this juncture. Fang Chen has profoundly grasped why the original owner ultimately chose the path of darkness. Disregarding the heinous acts of slaying kin and friends, it is, in essence, comprehensible to exploit this route to enhance one's innate abilities. However, Fang Chen has also gained insight into the immense power of the Fang family, which remarkably procured such an abundance of rare elixirs for him. At that moment, Hua Qirong, in an attempt to offer solace, gently patted Fang Chen on the shoulder and inquired, Since you have no need for these 3 elixirs, is there anything else you desire? With a sigh, Fang Chen replied, In that case, I humbly request the Shattered Jade Pill from Elder Hua. The Shattered Jade Pill? Hua Qirong furrowed her brow. Are you referring to the one that aids qi refining disciples in enhancing their cultivation? Indeed, Fang Chen nodded, recognizing that since he could not elevate his own potential, as an elder brother, he naturally wished to bolster Xiao Qing's progress. Junior brother Xiao, this is all I can do to assist you. To his surprise, Hua Qirong shook her head. I cannot grant you that. Why? Is it because the elixir is exceedingly precious? Fang Chen was momentarily taken aback. How could that be? While the Shattered Jade Pill is undoubtedly costly, it holds no true value for me. With a hint of pride, Hua Qirong remarked, If you desire it, I could easily provide you with a vial. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen's breath quickened. Hua Qirong continued, However, the pill's efficacy for you is indeed negligible. The prerequisite for the Shattered Jade Pill's benefits is that the individual's talent must be commendable. The better the aptitude, the greater the effect. At this point, Hua Qirong cast a sidelong glance at Fang Chen, sensing the need to spare his feelings, and abruptly shifted the topic. Moreover, the most coveted aspect of the Shattered Jade Pill is its probability of allowing one to directly ascend a level upon consumption. However, you are already at the 9th level of qi refining, and there is no possibility of further advancement. This elixir will not assist you in reaching the foundation establishment stage. Therefore, this pill would be of no use to you. I suggest you reconsider. Yet, Fang Chen resolutely shook his head. Elder Hua, my determination is unwavering. I implore you to bestow upon me the Shattered Jade Pill. His inner gambler's desire stirred restlessly. The prospect of a direct ascension? As Xiao Qing is the child of fortune, the very epitome of luck, does that not greatly enhance the likelihood? According to the system's calculations, Xiao Qing will reach the 7th rank of qi refining in half a month, and thus, consuming this pound of Shattered Jade Pill should guarantee an elevation to the 8th rank without question. And an 8th ranked qi refining cultivator, being the child of fortune, would be equivalent to contending against a 9th rank, unleashing a full-force eruption at the 1st rank of foundation establishment and revealing all hidden cards at the 2nd rank, with life and death at stake at the 3rd rank. Simply rounding it off, should Xiao Qing consume this elixir, Fang Chen would ascend directly to the golden core stage. Is this not worth an all-in bet? With a lingering gaze upon Fang Chen, Hua Qirong sighed softly, retrieved a jade vial, and tossed it to him. This contains approximately a furnace's worth. I did not count it meticulously, as it was crafted during my practice in an unknown year. Take it. However, do not be greedy. A cultivator's body has its limits. An excessive consumption could lead to a rupture. Fang Chen hurriedly accepted the gift, bowing his head and clasping his fists in gratitude. Yes, I shall heed your teachings. Thank you, Elder Hua. Huaqiron continued. In addition, consider this bottle of elixir as a token of appreciation for the musical score you provided. As for the reward for traversing the sound forest, take your time to contemplate how best to utilize it and return to discuss it with me. Lastly, I hope that when you come again, you will bring an even more splendid composition. At these words, Fang Chen was momentarily taken aback, soon overwhelmed with joy. He had not anticipated such generosity from Huaqiron. Truly, her beauty was matched by her kind heart and expansive spirit. He lifted his gaze, ready to express his gratitude. But to his surprise, Huaqiron had already vanished. Faced with this, Fang Chen could only bow to the empty air, thanking Elder Hua once more. After expressing his gratitude, he turned to leave. Meanwhile, on Lingyun Peak, Huaqiron had returned to the Sound Forest, standing beside the Guzheng with a sigh. After all, he was still young. Fang Chen's obsession with enhancing his cultivation, particularly his intention to use the broken jade elixir for seemingly futile endeavors, left her somewhat disappointed. She understood that it was entirely normal for cultivators to be fixated on their spiritual advancement, especially at Fang Chen's tender age of 20. However, she believed that given his exceptional musical talent, his mindset, wisdom, and aspiration should surely differ from those of other cultivators. Yet, it seemed that aside from the poignant melodies that resonated deeply, Fang Chen's actions were, after all, quite ordinary. As she pondered, Huaqiron couldn't help but chuckle. Hadn't she herself often engaged in futile pursuits during her youth? Why, after years of cultivation, was she now so harsh in her expectations of a junior? It appeared age had indeed caught up with her. Finally, Huaqiron collected her thoughts, stowed the Guzheng, and called out softly, "Xiao Peng, go summon Waner from Qizun Mountain." Immediately, a startled voice responded, "Yes, Peak Master." Fang Chen soon returned to the summit of Ingguang Lake from the sea turtle platform. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, he entered Xiao Qing's modest dwelling. "Senior brother, what brings you here?" Xiao Qing exclaimed, slightly surprised by Fang Chen's rapid return. "This is for you," Fang Chen said, presenting the broken jade elixir. The most effective way to enhance Xiao Qing's strength in a short time was through the use of elixirs. Fang Chen silently hoped that the child of fortune would not let him down. "What is this?" Xiao Qing was taken aback. "Just take it. Senior brother would never harm you." With that, Fang Chen turned to leave, leaving only his imposing silhouette behind. Xiao Qing, still in shock, had not even found the words to refuse. At that moment, a venerable voice echoed within Xiao Qing, chuckling softly, "Ah, a bottle of broken jade elixir. Your senior brother truly values you highly. Do not disappoint his expectations." Xiao Qing was instantly astonished. What? A bottle of broken jade elixir? As a qi refinement cultivator, how could he not have heard of such a potion? He had assumed Fang Chen would give him something akin to a qi condensation or rejuvenation pill, but he never anticipated it to be such a precious item. It is important to note that Huaqiron regards the fragmented jade pills as mere refuse. Yet for any practitioner of qi refinement, these pills are exceptionally rare treasures. Especially given Xiao Qing's current predicament, the fragmented jade pills are invaluable. Not to mention an entire vial. No, this is far too precious. I must return it to Brother Fang. Xiao Qing immediately contemplated setting off. However, the carefree sovereign within him intervened, saying, "Enough." He deliberately withheld the information regarding this elixir to prevent your refusal. If you pursue him to return it now, would that not merely add to his troubles? Besides, he has already reached the 9th rank of qi refinement, rendering the fragmented jade pills of minimal benefit to him. Thus, it is evident that this entire vial was procured specifically for you. Keep it and focus on your cultivation. Once your skills have advanced, you can repay his kindness. Upon hearing this, hesitation flickered across Xiao Qing's face before he resolutely nodded in agreement. Yes, given this, I shall certainly not disappoint Brother Fang's expectations. I will seize every moment to practice diligently. Meanwhile, Fang Chen, who had reached the mountainside, received an alert from the system in his mind. Ding! The Son of Fortune has been detected. Xiao Qing, who will, in the near future, break through to the ninth rank of Qi refinement during a life-and-death struggle with the host, simultaneously possessing the capability for combat beyond his rank, rivaling that of foundational stage cultivators. And in a critical moment, will be able to temporarily unleash the combat power of a second-rank foundational cultivator. Fang Chen was immediately filled with ecstasy. Chapter 13. Elevation of Cultivation. The system proclaimed, it shall bestow upon the host a foundational cultivation level of the first rank, enabling the host to exert formidable pressure during life and death battles. Only when Shaoqing's potential is pushed to its utmost limit shall he then be vanquished in public. The process of cultivation initiation begins now. Note, the foundational establishment process is lengthy. Please refrain from unnecessary movements and await the completion of the initiation. As the voice faded, Fang Chen immediately stood still, distinctly feeling the 10,000 Evils heart method within him operating autonomously. All spiritual energy surged into his dantian like fledglings returning to their nest, condensing visibly into a foundational core. In Fang Chen's inner vision, this foundational core appeared square and colorless, transparent and crystalline, resembling a colorless gem. Witnessing the emergence of the foundational core, Fang Chen was filled with ecstatic joy. There are myriad methods for establishing a foundation, such as refining elixirs, gathering specific heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and some individuals even spend years within a foundational spirit gathering array to cultivate the finest foundational core. However, none of these methods are as effortless as Fang Chen's approach, merely standing still to gather his foundational core. Moreover, what thrilled Fang Chen even more was that after condensing, the core began to gradually reveal color. A brilliant red hue slowly stained the edges of the colorless crystal. In disbelief, Fang Chen exclaimed in joy. The quality of foundational cores is categorized into 3 grades: Human Path Foundation, Earth Path Foundation, and Heaven Path Foundation, corresponding to the colors red, green, and gold. The colorless variety, lacking any classification, is referred to as ordinary or colorless foundation, which hardly garners attention. Fang Chen had initially believed that with his meager qualifications, achieving an ordinary foundation would suffice, never daring to hope for quality. Unexpectedly, the system proved to be remarkably effective. As the colorless crystal transformed entirely into red, it did not halt its progress, it continued to advance. A wave of green emerged. Fang Chen was astonished, overwhelmed with joy. The blessings of the Child of Fortune were indeed remarkable. Yet, once the green covered the foundational core, it showed no sign of ceasing its ascent, and soon, golden hues joined the progression. A soft sound resonated within Fang Chen's body, a tremor coursing through his bones. Heaven Path Foundation naturally heralds extraordinary phenomena. However, as Fang Chen's breakthrough was not through communion with the heavens, but rather through the system's initiation, no one was alerted, nor were any phenomena manifested. Ultimately, the golden hue enveloped the foundational core, culminating in the perfect Heaven Path Foundation. When the Heaven Path Foundation emerged, Fang Chen instantaneously perceived the world transforming. His senses sharpened. His body felt weightless, and the scope of his divine awareness expanded dramatically. He could discern the intricate threads of spiritual energy in the world more clearly, and the few techniques he previously knew became vividly comprehensible. With every movement, it felt as though he could manipulate the spiritual energy with greater precision, enhancing the potency of his techniques. So this is the reason why foundational cultivators are able to fly with swords. Fang Chen marveled. It is no wonder that cultivators in the foundation establishment stage possess the ability to soar through the skies on their swords and wheel flight techniques. This stems from their heightened mastery over spiritual energy. Although these practitioners are temporarily constrained by their insufficient levels of spiritual energy, preventing them from flying to great heights or distances, there exists an essential difference between the ability to fly and the inability to do so, beyond the capacity for flight. The most significant distinction between foundation establishment cultivators and those in the Qi refinement stage is the longevity that Fang Chen has yet to distinctly perceive. Foundation establishment cultivators enjoy a considerably extended lifespan, with even the least fortunate among them living up to 150 years, while the most fortunate can reach as far as 300 years. A lifespan of 150 years. Surely, I shall discover methods to enhance my strength. Contemplating this, Fang Chen murmured to himself, "At present, setting aside the fact that he has only found Xiao Qing to assist him in elevating his prowess prior to the life and death struggle. He could not guarantee that the system would consistently provide him with the means to advance. What if one day this entity discovered he was exploiting a glitch and suddenly ceased to grant him any enhancements? As a person of misfortune, Fang Chen felt compelled to prepare for both contingencies, exploiting the glitch while simultaneously seeking new methods. Once his strength was thoroughly fortified, he could turn the tables and have the system find a fated child to face peril, curious to see how it would react. The system declared, "The enlightenment has concluded. Please fulfill your duty to assist the fated child in their growth, contributing to the heavens, all creation, and the well-being of all beings. The cosmos knows no ultimate end, and human life is but a fleeting dawn. To live humbly is to merely survive. Only through glorious death can one achieve greatness." Upon hearing the system's words, Fang Chen felt a surge of appreciation, only to curse. "Damn you." After uttering this, his fleeting gratitude towards the system dissipated entirely. However, he was puzzled as to why he was only at the first tier of Foundation establishment. Was it not said that Xiao Qing possessed the cultivation of the second tier? After expressing his frustrations, Fang Chen was astonished to discover that the power within him was indeed not at the second tier of Foundation establishment, leaving him somewhat bewildered. The system elucidated. The circumstances of the Foundation establishment stage differ from those of the Qi refinement stage, with a greater disparity in the internal tiers of Foundation establishment. If the host were to possess the second tier of Foundation establishment, supplemented by techniques, there would be a mere 0.63 chance of defeating the fated child. Hence, no elevation is granted. Fang Chen, this system is truly insufferable. He then returned to his small abode, reflecting on how the path of Foundation establishment felt rather prolonged. Yet, as he entered his courtyard and gazed up at the sky, he was astonished to see the horizon tinged with yellow. The sun was setting. Subsequently, Fang Chen felt a sense of relief. Thankfully, his notorious reputation meant that few ventured to the mountainside where he resided. The servants who had accompanied him had been reclaimed by the Fang family due to the original owner's transgressions. Although Fang Chen had once had several subordinates, their inferior talents paled in comparison to his, resulting in each of them being admitted to the inner sect. This left Fang Chen in a solitary predicament. Had it not been for this, his recent breakthrough would undoubtedly have been interrupted. Thus, Fang Chen could only quietly relish his solitude within his modest abode, measuring a few hundred square feet. Meanwhile, at Lingyun Peak, upon receiving a message from Hua Qirong, Ling Wanner arrived at the tower-like building atop Lingyun Peak. Concerned, Jiang Mingyi accompanied her. Before the building, the flora bloomed exuberantly, appearing particularly radiant under the gentle glow of the setting sun. "Senior sister, what should I do?" Ling Wanner expressed her unease. "I shall accompany you inside. I bear some responsibility for this matter," Jiang Mingyi replied. "Responsibility? What responsibility do you bear? Were you the one who led this girl to frame Fang Chen?" At that moment, Hua Qirong's calm voice emanated from behind. Jiang Mingyi's expression stiffened, and she hastily turned around, bowing her head in respect. "Elder Hua, it is the disciple's fault for not promptly informing Wanner of the truth, which has led to this awkward situation." "Oh, the truth? So, it seems Wanner has misunderstood in framing a disciple within our sect?" Hua Qirong remarked with a hint of amusement, though her gaze bore a touch of severity. The Danran sect has always prohibited internecine strife among its members. Although Fang Chen was exceedingly repugnant and had repeatedly humiliated his peers, he had never harmed anyone. A significant reason for this was not only his lack of strength, but also the constraints imposed by sect rules. Inflicting harm upon fellow disciples would result in severe punishment. Thus, Fang Chen spent a decade in cultivation and 8 years studying the sect's regulations, constantly seeking ways to exploit loopholes. This is precisely why he was so despised. Now, Ling Wanner's act of framing Fang Chen incensed Hua Qirong. She held a deep affection for Ling Wanner, which made her blatant violation of sect rules all the more infuriating. Did she truly believe that by falsely claiming Fang Chen had sought entry, Hua Qirong would simply overlook the matter? As Hua Qirong's expression turned cold, Ling Wanner immediately lowered her head and declared, "Elder Hua, Wanner is willing to accept punishment." Chapter 14. Punishment. Do you still wish to avoid punishment? Hua Qirong shot a fierce glare at Ling Wanner, asserting that from the moment she entered the sect, She had warned her master about her potential. With her aptitude, she might one day stand alongside her senior sister Jiang Mingyi as a saintess of the Danran sect. Yet here she was, hastily tarnishing her own reputation, was she not? Ling Wan'er's transgression, when scrutinized closely, was not particularly grave. However, if the matter escalated, it would undoubtedly sever her ties with the title of saintess. A saintess from a prestigious sect, nearly causing her fellow disciples to be exposed and humiliated at the peak. What kind of disgrace would that bring upon them? Ling Wan'er sensed the deep disappointment in Hua Qirong's voice and bowed her head even lower. Jiang Mingyi, witnessing this, could no longer maintain her usual composed and striking demeanor. She interjected, "Elder Hua, earlier there were rumors about Fang Xixiang's notoriety, alleging that he had repeatedly bullied junior disciples, particularly Wan'er's friend, Xiaoqing, who had suffered his oppression time and again. It was precisely this that led Wan'er to seek retribution. However, she never intended to harm him." Although Jiang Mingyi had felt a twinge of dissatisfaction when witnessing Ling Wan'er's actions against Fang Chen, she ultimately recognized that Wan'er did not act with malice. Ignorance absolves one of guilt. It is worth noting that prior to learning the truth, Jiang Mingyi had even contemplated splitting Fang Chen in two with her sword. Thus, she felt compelled to advocate for Ling Wan'er. "Fang Chen has done such things?" Hua Qirong asked, her tone tinged with skepticism. "Mingyi, do not fabricate tales merely to defend Wan'er." Having interacted with Fang Chen recently, Hua Qirong had formed a favorable impression of him and did not view him as a villainous character. "I swear on my life that I am not fabricating anything," Jiang Mingyi replied earnestly, adding, "It is merely that the situation is more complex than it appears." Seeing Jiang Mingyi's earnest assurance, Hua Qirong furrowed her brows slightly, her expression softening a tad. "Then please share with me what you know about Fang Chen." "Of course, Elder Hua. The situation is as follows." Jiang Mingyi succinctly recounted Fang Chen's infamous past and the stark contrast of his current demeanor. "Is that so?" Hua Qirong was taken aback upon hearing the account. Clearly, she had not anticipated that Fang Chen had quietly accomplished these deeds. Though she was older and not as easily swayed as Jiang Mingyi and Xiaoqing by his actions, she felt a flicker of respect for Fang Chen's character. At her age, she had been arrogant due to her own alchemical talents, never considering the possibility of aiding her juniors. Now, Fang Chen, who could play the guzheng and silently supported his fellow disciples, was rapidly gaining her admiration. Reflecting on this, Hua Qirong couldn't help but chuckle to herself. This young man is rather intriguing. Wait a moment. After admiring Fang Chen, Hua Qirong suddenly realized something, her expression freezing in shock. Could it be that the disciple of the Danran sect, who possessed the worst aptitude and whom she had just ridiculed before Fang Chen, was none other than Fang Chen himself? The act of mocking him twice was rather unbecoming. Hua Qirong found her toes involuntarily digging into the ground. After serving as an elder for so many years, she was experiencing embarrassment for the very first time. "Elder Hua." At that moment, Jiang Mingyi noticed the alternating hues of blue and white on Hua Qirong's delicate face, and after a prolonged silence, she cautiously inquired, Hua Qirong, as if awakening from a dream, patted her face to dispel the awkwardness and replied, "All right, I understand now." She turned to Ling Wan'er and said, "You may rise." "Yes, Elder." Ling Wan'er stood up. "Let me make this clear. Your punishment is intended to instill a sense of caution, so that you refrain from employing such tactics in the future." Hua Qirong glared at her, especially since she had attempted to ensnare others within her formation. "Do you truly believe that the sound forest remains inactive and that I am oblivious to your actions? Once the sound forest is activated, I am fully aware of everything." Ling Wan'er felt a tinge of embarrassment. Hua Qirong continued, "To put it another way, regardless of whether Fang Chen is good or bad, even if he were a villain deserving of death, your actions are still unjustified. If you genuinely wish to avenge Xiaoqing, you should exercise patience and wait until Fang Chen enters the inner sect, where you can challenge him openly and honorably. The sect rules prohibit duels between inner and outer disciples to prevent the strong from bullying the weak. But I previously thought that after 10 years, he had yet to reach foundation establishment. If I do not seize this opportunity for revenge, I fear that by the time I reach Golden Core, he will still be at the Qi refinement stage, making my revenge even more unattainable Ling Wan'er couldn't help but argue. Hua Qirong was rendered speechless by Ling Wan'er's rebuttal. While she felt the girl was being impertinent, upon further reflection, even if Fang Chen concealed his true abilities, his actual cultivation level was merely at the 9th layer of qi refinement, a state achieved only after consuming various medicinal elixirs. Upon this realization, Ling Wan'er's argument did possess some merit. What utter nonsense! Yet, Hua Qirong suddenly recognized that she had been drawn into Ling Wan'er's reasoning. She shot her an exasperated glare and said, "Regardless, I hereby declare that this matter must remain confidential throughout the entire peak. As for you, from this moment forth, ascertain what Fang Chen truly requires and do your utmost to make amends. The sect rules dictate that for your actions, you should be penalized with compensation in spirit stones and labor, all of which shall be returned to Fang Chen. Do you understand?" Ling Wan'er obediently replied, "Understood." At this, Jiang Ningyi let out a sigh of relief, her previously tense expression finally relaxing. "You may leave." Hua Qirong waved her hand dismissively like shooing away a fly. Yes, the two women exited. What a delight! A private hot spring, how splendid! At that moment, Fang Chen emerged from the hot spring, enveloped in steam. Dingguang Lake Mountain featured public hot springs, while the houses on the mountainside boasted private ones. This particular hot spring was a natural medicinal bath, nourished by the spiritual herbs cultivated by the Danran sect in Dingguang Lake Mountain, proving immensely beneficial for the body. Over the years, it significantly aided one's cultivation. This could be considered a welcoming benefit provided by the Danran sect to its outer disciples, should one successfully establish a foundation and gain entry into the inner sect. Some disciples, upon reaching lesser peaks, may find themselves deprived of such privileges. After changing into a new attire, Fang Chen employed a technique to conceal his aura, effectively shrouding his cultivation level. While idly soaking in the hot spring, he took the opportunity to assess the techniques he had mastered, only to discover that he possessed the ability to use the aura-concealing technique. This skill had been painstakingly cultivated by the original owner of his body. It must be said that the original owner had achieved an extraordinary mastery of this technique, surpassing even that of Shaoqing. For anyone below the level of Fang Chen, it would be utterly impossible to perceive his true cultivation. The reason for the original owner's remarkable proficiency in this technique lay in the fact that, during his early days, he was ridiculed for his inadequate cultivation whenever the sect held gatherings or during festive occasions at the Fang family. Thus, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and diligently practice the aura-concealing technique, striving to reach a level undetectable by ordinary individuals, in order to avoid humiliation. Initially, it proved effective. However, regrettably, as his peers and fellow disciples gradually established their foundations, his aura-concealing technique ultimately lost its efficacy. Subsequently, even the most formidable application of the technique became futile, for it was common knowledge that the outer sect's Fang Laogo would forever remain at the 3rd tier of qi refinement. Chapter 15, An Unexpected Crisis. After finishing his bath, Fang Chen intended to visit the transmission pavilion. He remained unwilling to relinquish hope, searching for any extraordinary abilities that might allow him to cultivate at a normal pace. With myriad paths to enlightenment, there must be a way to embrace him. Surely, he could not be left to wander as a solitary cultivator. At that moment, a voice called out, "Brother Fang, are you there?" Outside, footsteps approached, followed by Ling Wan'er's voice. "What is it?" Fang Chen paused, and as he spoke, he performed a hand gesture, causing the door to slowly part down the middle, sliding aside, as if it were an automatic door from a previous life. The door creaked open, revealing two figures outside. Ling Wan'er and Jiang Ningyi stood there, both bearing expressions of deep regret, particularly Ling Wan'er, who bowed her head slightly, unable to meet Fang Chen's gaze. "Brother Fang, I am here to apologize." Upon seeing the door open, Ling Wan'er immediately declared, "I acknowledge my wrongdoing. I should not have wronged you. Please forgive me." As she spoke, she produced a storage ring and extended it towards Fang Chen. Clearly, it contained her carefully selected gift of apology. Seeing this, Fang Chen instinctively stepped forward, a smile already forming on his lips. He intended to downplay the incident, saying it was of little consequence and not to worry. Then he would engage in a bit of back-and-forth banter, ultimately accepting the ring while feigning modesty. However, when Fang Chen noticed Jiang Ningyi standing behind Ling Wan'er, his expression froze, and he instinctively retreated a step. No, this cannot be. If he were to graciously forgive Ling Wanner now, his relationship with Jiang Ningyi would inevitably return to normal, an outcome he could not accept. Fang Chen halted his advance, wiped the smile from his face, narrowed his eyes, and with a sneer, remarked, "Junior Sister Ling, have you perhaps misjudged the situation? Do you think a mere ring can absolve you of your transgressions? What do you take me for?" His demeanor immediately sent shivers down the spines of the two women. Ling Wanner, believing Fang Chen was genuinely angry, hurriedly replied, "Brother, please accept it first. If you desire anything more, I can retrieve it." With that, Ling Wanner attempted to step closer, but unexpectedly, Fang Chen barked, "Get lost. You are not permitted to enter." Ling Wanner was startled, left frozen in place, while Jiang Ningyi looked on in disbelief. "Brother Fang, why are you being so fierce?" Fang Chen's gaze was laced with mockery, indifference, and disdain as he responded, "After committing wrongdoing, you now wish to appease me with a mere ring? Not a chance. You present this as an apology, but in truth, it is merely an attempt to evade punishment, tossing me a trinket as if I were a beggar. I doubt there is anything of real value within that ring. You noble scions remain perpetually aloof, utterly repugnant. Leave at once. You are unworthy to enter." Ling Wanner's expression stiffened, and a surge of anger welled up within her, for she had placed her most precious belongings inside, believing them to be of great worth. To her astonishment, Fang Chen's words struck a nerve. It was hardly surprising that she felt anger. At that moment, Jiang Ningyi stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Wanner, and said, "Brother Fang, the resources in Wanner's storage ring are invaluable treasures, most of which are heavenly materials and earthly wonders from the inner sect's Qizun Mountain. Treasures that even the other peaks have not possessed. Do you truly expect us to believe you? Your words, in collusion with her, bear little weight." Fang Chen scoffed disdainfully. Such a demeanor and tone rendered Jiang Ningyi's delicate face pale, filling her with profound discomfort. Upon hearing Fang Chen's scorn directed at Jiang Ningyi on her behalf, Ling Wanner could no longer contain herself and stepped forward, exclaiming, "Fang Chen, you are going too far. Yes, I was wrong. I misunderstood you, and you may do as you wish with me. But my senior sister has done nothing wrong, even going to great lengths to explain for you. By what right do you cast such accusations upon her? To involve the innocent without distinction, is this not excessive? Senior sister, let us depart." With that, Ling Wanner turned and led Jiang Ningyi away. Jiang Ningyi offered no resistance, merely casting a disappointed glance at Fang Chen before turning to leave. Even with her good temper, she could not abide Fang Chen's unfounded reproach. Yet, a bitterness lingered in her heart. Her affections had ultimately been misplaced. Meanwhile, Fang Chen felt a surge of elation within. "Excellent. Ling Wanner, you have done splendidly. You are far more useful than your brother Xiaoqing. In a single stroke, you have liberated 2 souls from suffering. Truly, you are a good person. Should Xiaoqing ever dare to establish a harem, I shall be the first to stand against him." Just as Fang Chen reveled in his thoughts, with the 2 women receding into the distance, a sudden flash of purple light pierced the air, transforming into an inverted, bowl-shaped transparent shield that descended upon Fang Chen's abode at a pace too swift for anyone to react. Simultaneously, a deep, hoarse voice resounded, laden with palpable malice. "Foolish troublemaker, why did you not allow Jiang Ningyi to enter? You shall pay dearly for this." As the words fell, an enormous creature materialized behind Fang Chen, a beast of mixed black and white hues, with robust limbs and an imposing stature that exuded an overwhelming aura of power. Its tail curved like a whip, and its clawed tips glimmered ominously as they extended outward. A demon tiger. Fang Chen's pupils contracted as a wave of dread surged within him. What in the world? Where did this monstrous tiger come from? When did it appear? In the next moment, a chilling sensation enveloped him, spreading throughout his body, accompanied by a sharp pain that struck from behind. Instinctively, he lunged forward, attempting to evade, but it was too late. Boom! The ferocious momentum of the demon tiger, at the 5th level of Foundation establishment, erupted violently, unleashing a tremendous force that swept through the area, ravaging even the open ground outside the estate. At that moment, dust filled the air, and the 2 women turned in shock, witnessing Fang Chen spitting blood and collapsing forward, with the black and white demon tiger looming behind him. "Brother Fang, Jiang Ningyi cried out in horror, her instincts kicking in as she hastily performed a hand sign. The flying sword within its sheath shot forth instantly, glinting with a fierce, cold light. The sword, silent and ethereal, evokes a sense of dread in those who behold it, as if a terror is being nurtured within. In the next moment, the flying sword hurtles towards the black and white demon tiger. Upon noticing this, the tiger merely scoffs, deeming it futile. A piercing sound immediately emanates from the sword's tip. At that instant, Jiang Ningyi appears astonished. How could this be possible? In a blink, the flying sword is thwarted by an invisible barrier. Anxiety swells within Jiang Ningyi. A fifth-tier foundation-building demon tiger should not possess such formidable defenses. Undeterred, she strives once more to breach the formation with her sword, unleashing an array of potent talismans. Yet, despite multiple explosions, the formation remains impervious, steadfast, and immovable, rendering all her efforts futile. Ultimately, Jiang Ningyi even contemplates rushing into the formation, but once activated, the formation permits no entry or exit for anyone other than its master. Her delicate features stiffen in disbelief. How could this be? Huh? Did you truly believe you could dismantle the yin-yang furnace? Fool! The black and white demon tiger sneers. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Ningyi's countenance pales instantly. The yin-yang furnace. Meanwhile, Ling Wanner exclaims in anger. The yin-yang furnace? From where did you acquire it? This is one of the signature formations of our Danren sect, specifically designed for the refinement of demon beasts. How could it have been seized by this inexplicably appearing demon tiger? Chapter 16. The demonic tiger, however. The battle-hardened Jiang Ningyi promptly interrupted Ling Wanner. Wanner, do not inquire further. Go at once and summon Elder Lin, who is stationed at Ingguang Lake Mountain. She understood that it was futile to dwell on how the demonic tiger had obtained the yin-yang furnace. Could such deliberations possibly dismantle the formidable formation of the furnace? The priority was to rescue Fang Chen. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Ling Wanner ceased her questioning and turned to leave. Simultaneously, Jiang Ningyi shouted at the demonic tiger, "Open the yin-yang furnace. Your target is me, and it has nothing to do with Brother Fang. Allow me to enter." She had heard tales within the sect of this tiger, which was the most exceptional demonic beast captured in recent years by the Danren sect and imprisoned in the beast prison. She knew that if Fang Chen faced the demonic tiger wielding control over the yin-yang furnace, he would stand no chance. Yet the demonic tiger, upon hearing her, displayed a hint of disdain. Impossible. A flicker of caution and trepidation crossed its eyes. It had heard from an elder of its kind, whom it had rescued, that Jiang Ningyi possessed immense strength, being the youngest swordsmanship prodigy in the history of Xuanhuan Mountain. If it were to confront her without the formation, it would inevitably be slain in a single stroke. Having just set up the formation, the tiger had still entertained thoughts of ambushing Jiang Ningyi. However, now that the element of surprise was lost and Jiang Ningyi was mentally prepared, it would no longer willingly open the yin-yang furnace to let her inside. Among the human race, swordsmanship prodigies could not be judged by common reasoning. They often triumphed over the stronger, inexplicably experiencing surges in their prowess through sudden realizations in sword intent. Recalling the many accounts he had perused in the beast prison, detailing how numerous human sword masters had achieved breakthroughs in critical moments, cleaving the heavens with a single strike. The demonic tiger felt a twinge of fear and resolved not to permit Jiang Ningyi to enter. Hearing the demonic tiger's refusal, Fang Chen nearly spat blood in frustration. Damn it! I was hoping the tiger would let Jiang Ningyi in so that we could join forces and wreak havoc together. Who knew this fellow would deviate from the script? Why is it so cautious? Observing this, Jiang Ningyi clenched her fists, her knuckles turning white. If you release Brother Fang, I will duel you alone within the yin-yang furnace. If I lose, my life shall be yours. This predicament arose from her actions, and she did not wish to implicate Fang Chen. The demonic tiger, however, dismissed her with a scoff. Scram! In response, Jiang Ningyi took a deep breath and urgently called out to Fang Chen. Brother Fang, you must hold on. Lingyun Peak is closest to the sea turtle platform. I will hasten to summon Elder Hua. Ling Wanner was already on her way to fetch Elder Lin from Ingguang Lake Mountain. But Jiang Ningyi knew that this alone would not suffice. The fact that this demonic tiger had suddenly escaped from the beast prison indicated that something was amiss within the sect. Thus, she resolved not only to rely on Ling Wanner, but also to summon Hua Qirong, who was nearest. As she spoke, she attempted to send talismans and a defensive array disc capable of swiftly activating the formation to Fang Chen. Unfortunately, all her efforts were thwarted by the yin-yang furnace's formation. Upon witnessing the scene, Jiang Ningyi's eyes filled with anguish. In her desperate state, she could only send out several distressing jade slips before merging with her flying sword and recklessly soaring towards the Turtle Island. At that moment, transformed into a beam of sword light, her heart burned with fervor. With the formidable strength of this demon tiger, Fang Chen could not possibly endure for long. She could only pray that Fang Chen would hold on. He must endure. However, after Jiang Ningyi departed, the numerous beams of distress she emitted vanished entirely. Fang Chen, who had long since retreated to the side, was taken aback by the sight. How could this creature achieve such a feat? The demon tiger scoffed. Stop staring. Do you think I would prepare to ambush Jiang Ningyi without having a thorough strategy in place? Boy, let me tell you, today marks a long-awaited opportunity for my demon clan, specifically set up to facilitate my escape from the Danran sect. The formation set at the Yingguang Lake Mountains can at least delay your elders for an hour. By the time they arrive, I will have already departed. Do not expect anyone to come to your rescue. You are doomed. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen's complexion turned a sickly green. What the hell? An hour? At that rate, I would be reduced to mere bones and waste. He continued, I had no intention of killing you. I followed Jiang Ningyi here, believing she would ultimately enter this place. I activated the yin-yang furnace, intending to refine her to enhance my power, but you foolishly drove her away, which is truly infuriating. The demon tiger's teeth nearly ground together in frustration. If I do not brutally slaughter you and consume you for my own gain today, my wrath shall remain unquenched. It dawned on Fang Chen that this demon tiger seemed to possess an air of superiority, exuding an impressive aura. He speculated that the demon tiger's presence here was likely due to its role as a boss delivering treasures to Jiang Ningyi, the chosen one of fate, and he, unfortunately, was caught in the crossfire. In the face of such a boss, the chosen one would undoubtedly overcome it after enduring countless trials. But he was not the chosen one. Wouldn't he be crushed to dust by this adversary? In that instant, Fang Chen felt a profound sense of desolation. It was only the first day of his transmigration. How could he still face the specter of death? After some contemplation, the increasingly agitated Fang Chen cursed. Then why didn't you just let her in? What are you doing here tormenting me? Even if you consume me, it won't significantly enhance your strength. Huh? Do you think me a fool? I saw you withstand the blow from my yin-yang furnace without sustaining severe injury, indicating your strength is considerable. If I were to add an unknown number of life-saving and retaliatory tactics from a sword cultivator like Jiang Ningyi, how do you think my chances would fare? Scoffed the black and white demon tiger. Fang Chen replied, damn it. To be frank, this tiger was rather astute. Subsequently, Fang Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and retrieved a medicinal pill from his storage ring to consume. At this juncture, curses were futile. It would be better to confront him first. Even in death, he would skin him alive. With this thought in mind, Fang Chen rose and decided to buy time, inquiring, where do you hail from? The beast prison? What business is it of yours? The demon tiger, upon hearing the term beast prison, displayed a hint of humiliation and coldly retorted, is it not permissible to ask? Fang Chen curled his lips and then mocked. You certainly possess quite the talent for human speech. Are you truly a member of the demon race? Or perhaps you are merely a hybrid of human and tiger? Fool, do you have the intellect of a pig? After spending so much time in your Danran sect, do you believe I would be incapable of learning? The demon tiger retorted sharply. Fang Chen, well, that does make some sense. Subsequently, Fang Chen realized that this creature was rather cooperative in allowing him to buy time, and he intended to find another topic. However, the demon tiger sneered, enough, human. I am aware of your intentions to stall. The only reason I am indulging you is that I am awaiting the yin-yang furnace to catalyze into the mode for refining humans. Do not presume me to be foolish, hoping to continue dragging out trivial conversations that offend my ears. It is quite bothersome, you know? Fang Chen immediately cursed under his breath. Damn, you are rather clever. Aren't you? Huh. The demon tiger licked another paw and remarked, I might as well inform you that the yin-yang furnace, having been modified by my clan, no longer refines demon beasts. It is now referred to as the human refining furnace. Fang Chen's expression darkened. He had heard of the yin-yang furnace, It was a formidable array utilized by the Danran sect to comprehensively absorb the essence and spirit of demon beasts, reputed to maximize the utilization of every ounce of spiritual energy from the beasts. However, the fate of demon beasts refined by the yin-yang furnace was invariably tragic, leading to the annihilation of their souls. This demon tiger, wielding the human refining furnace, surely harbored intentions of obliterating Jiangningyi's soul to augment its own power, with the only difference being that the target of refinement had now shifted to himself. What rendered Fang Chen even more despondent was the fact that the yin-yang furnace would enhance the strength of its wielder. The demon tiger was already at the 5th level of foundation establishment, and with the enhancement from the yin-yang furnace, it was entirely impossible for Fang Chen to confront the demon tiger head-on. Fang Chen inwardly cursed, damn. A 5th level foundation establishment along with the yin-yang furnace. This is the quintessential setup for dealing with a child of fortune. Contemplating this, Fang Chen fell into silence. He never anticipated that as a transmigrator, his first experience of enjoying treatment akin to a child of fortune would unfold in such a dire place. Just then, a sudden burst of violet light emanated from the center of the transparent barrier, saturating the heavens in a purplish haze. Very well, I shall send you on your way. The demon tiger jeered with satisfaction. After waiting so long, it was finally time. From this moment on, every drop of Fang Chen's essence would be devoured, aided by the grand array for thorough refinement. Since it could not capture Jiangningyi, Fang Chen's blood and flesh were not to be wasted. In the next moment, the demon tiger lunged at Fang Chen. At that instant, Fang Chen's gaze sharpened like a blade, and with the operation of unmatched will, a surge of resplendent golden light erupted from within him. In the following second, the might of a first-level foundation establishment resonated, accompanied by a will to fight for his life that soared into the heavens. What? Upon witnessing this, the demon tiger, which had thought everything was under its control, suddenly changed its expression, exclaiming, "Heavenly Tao Foundation Establishment?" In that fleeting moment of shock, the demon tiger's eyes reflected a rapidly enlarging fist. Bang! The resounding impact did not originate from Fang Chen's fist striking the demon tiger. Instead, it was the demon tiger that, arriving first, blocked Fang Chen's punch with a paw. At this moment, Fang Chen felt as though his fist had struck an iron wall, and he inwardly cursed, realizing how astonishingly swift this opponent was. Yet, he understood that this reaction was, in fact, quite reasonable. The physical prowess of demon beasts inherently surpassed that of humans, and even with Fang Chen's ambush, the opponent's reflexes were as quick as lightning. Coupled with the disparity in their realms, hitting the adversary would prove to be an arduous task. After deflecting Fang Chen's assault, the demon tiger did not pursue with aggression. Instead, it narrowed its eyes, and within its golden irises, there was not only shock, but also a flicker of excitement and exhilaration. So, you are a foundation cultivator of the heavenly Tao? No wonder you could withstand my strike. With the concealment of his breath technique stripped away, Fang Chen's aura was fully exposed, bringing immense joy to the demon tiger. Initially, it believed that without Jiangningyi, its chances of escaping from the Danran sect had significantly diminished. Yet, unexpectedly, when faced with seemingly insurmountable odds, a glimmer of hope emerged. The foundation of the heavenly Tao, even if merely of the first grade, held sufficient quality to enable a remarkable leap in its strength. Chapter 17. The Fire Fiend King Fang Chen let out a cold laugh. Impressive, isn't it? The demon tiger, satisfied, declared, since that is the case, I shall refine you with even greater seriousness. With that, a fierce glint ignited in the demon tiger's eyes, and it unleashed a claw imbued with a howling gale, striking directly towards Fang Chen's crown. The aura of a fifth-tier foundation builder erupted without reservation, causing the entire courtyard to tremble violently. The demon tiger had suddenly abandoned its previous playful demeanor and was intent on delivering a fatal blow to Fang Chen. In the realm of celestial foundation, one cannot encounter ordinary beings. Despite Fang Chen's somewhat childish tactics to delay, out of respect for the celestial foundation, he resolved to exert his full strength in this moment. Recognizing the dire situation presented by the demon tiger's fierce assault, Fang Chen felt a surge of determination. He could no longer afford to wait. With a sudden bite to his tongue, he spat forth a mouthful of essence blood, forming a peculiar seal with his hands, and bellowed, "Die." In that instant, the demon tiger was taken aback. It suddenly sensed an unbearable heat enveloping it from all directions, as if the temperature had surged by several degrees. Consequently, the climb to Fang Chen paused mid-strike. Seizing the opportunity, Fang Chen, his complexion rapidly paling, turned and fled with astonishing speed. The demon tiger could no longer concern itself with Fang Chen. At that moment, waves of excruciating pain washed over its body, compelling it to instinctively glance back, only to be astonished. Unbeknownst to it, ethereal white flames had appeared all around. Unlike ordinary flames that burn sporadically, these white flames took on a distinctly fixed form, reminiscent of maggots. These white flameworms clung to the demon tiger, fervently burrowing into its black and white fur. It resembled a swarm of countless tiny insects attempting to invade the demon tiger's very being. Witnessing this, the demon tiger's pupils constricted, and it hastily rolled over, instinctively trying to extinguish the flames upon its body. This roll sent tremors through the courtyard, reducing Fang Chen's seafood pond to mere ruins. Yet, despite its desperate rolling, even submerging itself in the water, the flames remained unaffected, continuing to burn quietly. Strangely, even as the flames raged, the demon tiger's flesh and fur showed no signs of damage. Rather, its spiritual power was dissipating like snow meeting the sun. As the spiritual energy waned, the white flameworms seemed to gain vigor, growing ever more animated and fierce upon the demon tiger's form. This was the fire fiend. In that moment, the demon tiger realized that these were not mere flames, but a direct assault on its spiritual energy. It hastily employed various methods to combat the fire fiend, only to be met with shock. None proved effective. Was this not simply a fire fiend? At that instant, the demon tiger was stunned, followed by a deeply human-like terror as it exclaimed, "Is it the fire fiend king? How could this be? I knew it, I knew it. The celestial foundation is indeed extraordinary." Meanwhile, Fang Chen had managed to escape to the vicinity of a rockery. Noticing that the demon tiger had not pursued him, he let out a sigh of relief. He swiftly activated the spirit gathering array in this location to restore his energy. The fire technique of the 10,000 Evils Heart method proved to be quite effective, capable of contending with a fifth-tier foundation-building demon tiger. Indeed, it lived up to its reputation as the technique of a child of fortune. One could only wonder how formidable the highest level of the 10,000 Evils would be. However, this grand maneuver not only consumed a significant amount of energy, but also required an excessively long preparation time. Had he not fought desperately just moments ago, this technique would surely have been interrupted by the demon tiger. Such a powerful technique would necessitate the assistance of a group to buy him time if he wished to utilize it again in the future, Fang Chen thought to himself, his complexion pale and his breath weak. Just moments ago, the demon tiger believed that Fang Chen was merely stalling for time in anticipation of the elder's arrival. In reality, he was simply waiting for the grand maneuver to charge. From the outset, he had not avoided the demon tiger, and even after a failed ambush, he did not flee, solely because the preparation time for the 10,000 Evils Heart method was excessively lengthy. Had it not been for the need to wait for the grand maneuver, he would have long since escaped. How could he dare to engage in conversation with his foe? Fang Chen's grand maneuver was learned from Xuanhuan. The system had provided Fang Chen with the same configuration as the fire kill technique that Xuanhuan would master in half a month's time. Fire King. Fire, which is birthed from the fusion of countless flames, is extremely violent, specifically designed to consume spiritual energy. Once the spiritual energy is entirely burned away, those ensnared by the fire will meet a most terrifying end. The Fire King, being the foremost entity among the flames, is not only difficult to contend with, but also notoriously hard to eliminate. This Fire King had been nurtured over 100,000 years within a volcano. Its power exceptionally pure, and it bore a most fearsome appearance akin to that of a fire insect. Only those at the transformation stage could barely attempt to master its refinement. According to the system, Xuanhuan had serendipitously acquired this fire insect during an outing 2 days hence. Various experts would vie for this fire insect, weakening it to the utmost limit until, with barely a flicker of power remaining, it was fortuitously taken by Xuanhuan, who then refined it. The process of refinement was fraught with countless difficulties, ultimately relying on various elixirs, talismans, and formations for support, leading to a successful yet perilous outcome. Ah, The child of fortune truly possesses extraordinary advantages. Fang Chen could not help but lament. However, benefiting from the fortune of being a child of destiny, he effortlessly obtained the brand new Fire King, incinerating the demon tiger into a charred visage. Splendid. At that moment, a thunderous roar resounded from the distance, filled with rage and heartache, followed by a sudden explosion of azure light. The blue light surged forth, sweeping past Fang Chen's form. Feeling the refreshing and soothing sensation brought by the blue light, he inexplicably sensed a healing of his injuries, causing his expression to shift dramatically. This is a healing technique? Boom. The next instant, the demon tiger charged from the front yard towards the rockery where Fang Chen stood, fixating on Fang Chen, who remained at the center of the spirit-gathering array. The demon tiger narrowed its eyes, gritting its teeth as it growled, "Cultivator, you are impressive. You have earned the right to leave your name before me." At this moment, gazing upon the resplendent figure of the rejuvenated demon tiger, Fang Chen's countenance darkened to an extreme. What sorcery is this? The quality is astonishing. Fang Chen observed the unscathed demon tiger, then turned his gaze to his own weakened self after invoking the Fire Fiend Queen, a bitter smile involuntarily gracing his lips. This is truly the end. I am destined to perish this time. Fang Chen felt a profound sorrow within. Meanwhile, the victorious demon tiger was not at ease either. This time, it had employed a crucial trump card. Now, even if it managed to subdue Fang Chen, whether it could safely escape from the Danran sect remained highly uncertain. Chapter 18. Resurrection by observing your breath. It seems you have only recently established your foundation, albeit rather weakly. Given another fortnight to consolidate your cultivation with your technique, I cannot guarantee my victory over you. The demon tiger fixed a grave gaze upon Fang Chen. Although Fang Chen appeared exceedingly feeble at that moment, the creature dared not act rashly. It was currently channeling the power of the yin-yang furnace, resolved to employ the formation to refine Fang Chen. It sought the most prudent method to eliminate this Taoist foundation that had nearly led to its demise. As the scorching spiritual energy began to compress around him, even affecting his breathing, Fang Chen chuckled. In such a state, you still resort to tricks? Are you truly of the Tiger Clan? The demon tiger replied earnestly. I merely fear that you might incinerate me. It had resolved to refine Fang Chen for the duration of an incense stick before approaching him. Thus, even if Fang Chen harbored other hidden abilities, the demon tiger believed it would be adequately prepared. Fang Chen, with a cold sneer, shut his eyes, inwardly lamenting. This demon tiger is indeed a formidable boss, far beyond the capabilities of someone as unfortunate as myself. Soon, Fang Chen sensed the yin-yang furnace beginning to take effect. Observing his fingers becoming increasingly ethereal, wisps of crimson energy floated from his body, gradually converging towards the demon tiger. Fang Chen's complexion drained of color, his lips turning progressively purple. It appears you truly lack power. Seeing Fang Chen offer no resistance to the refinement by the yin-yang furnace, the demon tiger felt an overwhelming sense of confidence, resuming its arrogant demeanor. In that case, cultivator, you are entitled to know my name. I am called Yixiong. And you? Leave your name. Should you have any demands, I shall fulfill them. Fang Chen merely scoffed. He had no time to indulge this foolish beast's pretensions. Instead, hastily retrieving pills from his storage ring, desperately attempting to salvage his life. Alas, these efforts were but a drop in the ocean. As he felt his strength waning, the act of retrieving pills became increasingly arduous. Fang Chen smiled bitterly, his weakened mind spinning with countless thoughts. Am I truly destined to perish? Or perhaps I have already passed, merely ensnared in a dream of cultivation? If this is the case, it is a rather frustrating dream. Who could accept such a system? Should I not rise and confront the demon tiger in battle? Sitting idly and staring seems rather undignified. But I recall, upon my arrival, my stamina in the game remained unspent. What a predicament. In his final moments, a whirlwind of thoughts swirled in Fang Chen's mind, and with each passing moment, his visage grew increasingly ashen. All things considered, Sister Jiang is quite beautiful. Were it not for this system, I would truly wish to engage her in a heartfelt conversation, perhaps even invite her to a hot spring. Had I known my demise was inevitable, I would rather face it at her hands. Better to be killed while seeking the path of vengeance than to perish at the hands of the demon race, right? As this thought crossed his mind, Fang Chen suddenly froze, a jolt of clarity piercing through his hazy consciousness. He urgently questioned within his heart system. If I were to die at the hands of the demon tiger, would that not render your task unachievable? I cannot assist any child of destiny. Initially, he had not considered seeking help from the system, assuming it would be indifferent to his fate. However, upon reflection, dying at the hands of the demon tiger seemed rather unacceptable. Yet, the system offered no response. Damn it, as expected, is useless. Fang Chen cursed silently, realizing that this entity would not come to his aid. Subsequently, his last vestiges of spirit dissipated like a severed string. His pupils began to dilate, and the aura of the Heavenly Tao Foundation gradually faded. Seeing this, the demon tiger was elated, ready to advance, but suddenly halted, its eyes widening in alarm. Something was amiss. The blood and spiritual energy emanating from Fang Chen's body abruptly ceased. In the next moment, his aura began to rise inexplicably. A heartbeat later, his body was in a frenzied state of recovery. At that moment, witnessing Fang Chen's astonishing revival, the demon tiger, Yixiong, was struck with terror, his face reflecting sheer disbelief and shock, and he silently screamed within. I knew it. My caution was not misplaced. Choosing to wait was indeed the right decision. The Heavenly Tao Foundation possesses an abundance of hidden cards. This fellow, not only is his spiritual power rapidly recovering, but the strength that the yin-yang furnace had seized is being reclaimed by him. How is this even possible? Meanwhile, Fang Chen's eyes widened in disbelief as a voice resounded within him. Detection indicates that the host is on the brink of death. The entity responsible for the host's demise is not a child of destiny. Restoration procedures will commence for the host. It is hoped that the host cherishes life and selects the appropriate target for their demise, thereby offering their life for the benefit of all living beings. Fang Chen pondered in astonishment. It actually works? As his body restored to an even more perfected state than when he had just executed the 10,000 Fiends Heart method, Fang Chen could hardly believe it. It seems I have discovered a new bug. Fang Chen murmured, his eyes beginning to shine with excitement. How on earth did you manage this? The demon tiger, Yixiong, exclaimed in terror. Do you believe me if I say it wasn't my doing? Fang Chen cautiously replied to Yixiong's inquiry. I don't believe you. Yixiong instinctively responded, perplexed as to why this individual would answer him. At that moment, a white flame suddenly erupted from Fang Chen's hand, hurtling towards Yixiong's eyes. Despicable! Yixiong roared in fury, raising his head and bellowing. This human cultivator is utterly shameless, plotting against me once more. However, although Fang Chen's ambush was successful, he merely unleashed a Fire Fiend King attack, without employing the earlier 10,000 Fiends Heart method. Thus, with a swift motion, Yixiong leapt into the air, effortlessly evading the fiery assault he had unleashed. Meanwhile, as Yixiong dodged the infernal onslaught, Fang Chen abandoned his previous evasive tactics and charged forward fearlessly, seeking death. Seeing Fang Chen daring to engage in close combat, Yixiong was both furious and secretly delighted. He had feared that Fang Chen, being a foundational figure of the heavenly path, might possess some unknown, sinister abilities. However, now that Fang Chen had chosen to confront him, a being who thrived on physical prowess, was he not courting disaster? In the next moment, Yixiong propelled himself into the air with a powerful thrust, summoning an immense force as he surged towards Fang Chen. Sensing the imminent danger of the fear scale approaching, Fang Chen activated unparalleled will, and a brilliant golden light erupted from within him. Simultaneously, all the spiritual energy within his being coalesced into his fist. The astral fist. Boom! The two forces collided with a thunderous roar. In the following instant, Fang Chen was sent hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string. Observing this, although Yixiong's claws throbbed with pain, it was a far better fate than that of Fang Chen, who had been injured in a single encounter. He scoffed, too weak to withstand a blow. Chapter 19. Victory to the astonishment of the winged beast, Fang Chen, who had suffered greatly from their earlier confrontation, did not retreat in fear after sustaining injuries. Instead, he rose to his feet and charged forward again. Human, I admire your courage, the winged beast exclaimed, a hint of respect evident in his gaze. Regardless of Fang Chen's previous underhanded tactics, at this moment, he stood boldly, devoid of any deceitful maneuvers, earning the beast's esteem. Bang! 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 The two engaged once more in a fierce exchange of blows, the air filled with the roar of their clashes and the resonance of spiritual energy. In the brief intervals of their combat, Fang Chen did not forget to unleash waves of fiery energy. Unfortunately, his efforts were largely futile. The winged beast's reflexes were simply extraordinary. After several direct encounters, the beast finally bore a wound, blood streaming down its ferocious face. Yet, Fang Chen was on the brink of collapse, drenched in blood, every inch of his body aflame with pain, with numerous broken bones, as if he had been struck by hundreds of trucks in succession. "Human, you're the most fearless cultivator I have encountered in my journeys," the winged beast remarked, admiration filling his eyes. It was a tribute fitting for a warrior. He gazed at the bloodied Fang Chen and spoke. Fang Chen remained silent, too exhausted to respond. At that moment, his breathing was labored, akin to a broken bellows, his eyelids heavy, weighed down by blood. He inwardly cursed, "This system is unbearably slow. It only restores me when I am on the verge of death." Now, Fang Chen was mere moments from his demise, yet the winged beast, relishing the role of the antagonist, took pleasure in his grandstanding, chattering away instead of hastily finishing him off. Why not just end it yourself? A fleeting thought crossed Fang Chen's mind. Doing so might expedite his recovery, saving him from wasting time watching the winged beast theatrics. However, uncertainty loomed. What if he truly perished in the process? After some contemplation, Fang Chen retrieved a vial of poison from his storage ring. This poison had been prepared by the original owner to deal with the beast that had previously slain him, and there was also an antidote in the ring. Should the system fail to assist him, he could timely consume the antidote to counteract the poison and await the winged beast's demise to recover. Upon witnessing Fang Chen produce the poison, the winged beast was momentarily dumbfounded. "What do you intend to do with that? It is utterly useless against someone of my cultivation level." Ignoring him, Fang Chen frowned and proceeded to ingest the poison. The winged beast stared in disbelief, bewildered at Fang Chen's apparent madness. With a confident grin that radiated unyielding assurance, Fang Chen proclaimed, "You shall soon find out." But before he could finish, he expelled a mouthful of blood. The winged beast was taken aback. In the next moment, a wave of elation surged across Fang Chen's face. He then looked at the winged beast with a fierce smile and shouted, "Prepare to die." With his body coursing with poison, he charged forward, unleashing a powerful punch imbued with formidable energy. The astonished winged beast had nowhere to evade and bore the brunt of Fang Chen's onslaught. Despite his tough exterior, he involuntarily let out a muffled groan after taking a few hits, blood beginning to seep from the corners of his mouth. Yet, Xiong felt no sense of loss. Rather, he was bewildered. He used his claw to block Fang Chen, who could no longer punch but still raised his arm. Instead of hastily delivering a lethal blow, he incredulously inquired, "What exactly do you intend to do?" As Fang Chen stood there, spitting blood once more, Xiong was utterly dumbfounded. No matter how fearless one might be, there was no need to resort to self-poisoning, was there? At that moment, Fang Chen's body suddenly straightened, and his previously lethargic state vanished, his aura returning to a state of complete vitality in the blink of an eye. "What?" Xiong stared in astonishment, feeling as though his worldview had been shattered. Could it be that this fellow possessed two life-saving talismans or elixirs? Seizing the opportunity while Xiong was in shock, Fang Chen hurled a punch directly at Xiong's face. Xiong winced in pain, momentarily forgetting his astonishment, and retaliated with all his might, engaging Fang Chen in combat. After a prolonged struggle, Fang Chen gradually found himself at a disadvantage and began to suffer severe injuries. Despite Xiong being wounded, his physical prowess was still unmatched by Fang Chen. However, to Xiong's utter disbelief, when Fang Chen was once again gravely injured, he skillfully retrieved another vial of poison and ingested it. Then, with a grin that radiated boundless confidence and audacity, Fang Chen declared, "You shall perish." Just as he spoke, he coughed up another mouthful of blood. Witnessing the eerily similar scene before him, Xiong, who had spent half his life in a beast cage and had never encountered such a bizarre opponent, muttered in a daze, "Illusion. This must be an illusion." Following this, Fang Chen launched himself into a reckless, suicidal assault. This time, Xiong felt a twinge of fear. He instinctively recoiled to evade. Yet, in retreating, he was struck by a few of Fang Chen's relentless punches. Unsatisfied, Fang Chen leaped into the air. Enraged, Yixiong raised his claw, intending to strike the descending Fang Chen. However, before he could reach him, Fang Chen, while spewing blood, plummeted to the ground. Before Yixiong could compose himself, Fang Chen sprang back to his feet, his aura now remarkably complete, the previous signs of fatigue completely gone, appearing as though he were not a severely wounded individual at all. Subsequently, Fang Chen cackled maniacally as he charged at Yixiong. No, this is impossible. Faced with such an uncanny spectacle, Yixiong was thoroughly terrified, no longer daring to confront Fang Chen head-on. He let out a roar and turned to flee. Yixiong began to fight while retreating. Meanwhile, as Fang Chen's condition deteriorated, he felt unwell and resorted to self-poisoning, hastening his blood loss to allow the system to refresh his state. This bizarre sequence of events only intensified Yixiong's fear. Half an hour later, Yixiong was covered in wounds. An hour later, Fang Chen leaped onto the rooftop, effortlessly arriving before Yixiong. The winged beast, drained of spiritual energy and completely depleted of reserves, wore a most unsightly expression. The reason he sought to find someone to refine, rather than escape directly from the Danran sect, lay in the beast prison's mark upon him. Without the elder's consent, he could not depart from the sect. According to the teachings of his forebears from the demon clan, he merely needed to locate a disciple of the Danran sect and refine their blood to cleanse the mark from his own body, thereby securing his departure from the sect. This was why he contemplated eliminating Fang Chen, yet he could never succeed in doing so. Consequently, half an hour prior, realizing he could not vanquish Fang Chen, the winged beast considered fleeing the yin-yang furnace to seek another disciple for his purpose. However, at that moment, Fang Chen, having discovered an entirely new combat style, would not allow him to escape, relentlessly pursuing him. Eventually, he found himself unable to flee at all. "Is there anything else you wish to say?" Fang Chen inquired with an amused smile. The winged beast growled, "How on earth have you accomplished this? Have you somehow gained control of the yin-yang furnace?" He speculated endlessly, unable to fathom how Fang Chen achieved such an extraordinary recovery. This could not possibly be the result of talismans or elixirs. After much contemplation, he concluded that there was perhaps only one possibility. The yin-yang furnace was flawed. It might be that, since the formation was originally of human design, Fang Chen had discovered a way to manipulate the yin-yang furnace to his advantage. Yet Fang Chen offered no reply, merely smiling enigmatically. "Why don't you take a guess?" Upon hearing this, the winged beast was about to unleash a torrent of curses when he noticed Fang Chen raising his hand, launching a fiery attack directly towards his head. The winged beast's expression shifted dramatically as he struggled with all his might to roll backward and evade. Once he had retreated to a safe distance, he bellowed in anguish. "I am on the brink of death, and you still resort to such underhanded tactics? How despicable!" In that moment, all the pent-up frustration he had accumulated erupted forth, rendering him as aggrieved as a massive feline weighing over 1,000 pounds. Chapter 20. Confronting the demon tiger, however. What awaited the winged fiend was a fierce punch infused with formidable energy from Fang Chen. In this moment, Fang Chen's sole desire was to obliterate the creature entirely. Suddenly, a series of ominous cracks echoed through the air, followed by a resounding crash. The yin-yang furnace stiffened as if it sensed an overwhelming force approaching, and in an instant, the entire formation shattered. A tumultuous wave of power surged through the estate. Despite Fang Chen being in peak condition, he was forced to stagger back several steps. The winged fiend was likewise thrown from the rooftop by the force of the blast. Yet, it was precisely this upheaval that allowed the winged fiend to narrowly escape calamity. As the formation disintegrated and the power surged, a flash of light resembling a sword streaked from the distance and landed before Fang Chen. The newcomer donned a flowing azure gown, her hair cascading chaotically yet embodying the grace of youth. However, her once serene visage was now marred by worry and urgency, her eyes swollen from tears, clearly having wept profusely. As she descended before Fang Chen, still regaining her balance, she spoke with a quivering voice, "Senior brother, are you unharmed?" The visitor was none other than Jiang Ningyi. In that moment, witnessing the tears of the young maiden, Fang Chen's heart stirred with deep emotion. Observing Jiang Ningyi in such distress, even a heart as steely as it found it impossible to dismiss her. He could only offer a wry smile and reply, "I am fine." Truly? Jiang Ningyi's immediate reaction was one of disbelief, for Fang Chen was covered in blood, particularly his chest, which bore a gruesome mixture of blue and purple toxic blood, a clear testament to a brutal battle fought. Indeed, Fang Chen affirmed with a nod. Yet, Jiang Ningyi remained skeptical. At that moment, a soft yet alluring voice chimed in, "Do not panic. This lad is unharmed. His words hold truth." From behind Jiang Ningyi, a crimson figure approached slowly, the fragrance of blossoms preceding her arrival. Fang Chen turned to see the enchanting visage of Hua Qirong. Following her was the securely bound demon tiger, the winged fiend. Upon witnessing Hua Qirong's emergence from the shattered formation, Fang Chen exhaled in relief, thankful that the creature had not escaped. While Fang Chen was relieved, he noticed the astonishment that lingered in Hua Qirong's eyes as she regarded him. This young man harbors many secrets. Seeing Hua Qirong reassure Jiang Ningyi that Fang Chen was safe calmed her, allowing her to scrutinize him more closely, and her anxieties began to dissipate. "Senior brother Fang, though you appear disheveled and bloodied, upon closer inspection, your vitality is robust, far from that of a dying man. Senior brother Fang, it is truly a relief to know you are unharmed." Jiang Ningyi sighed deeply, her reddened eyes finally revealing a hint of joy. Fang Chen gazed at Jiang Ningyi, uncertain of how to respond to her. To insult her, as he had earlier, would feel cruel given her tears. Yet to respond with warmth seemed daunting, as he was wary of his own safety. Alas, he sighed, life is paramount. He had no desire to be killed while seeking enlightenment. In the end, he could only nod in silence. At that moment, Hua Qirong stepped forward, casting a meaningful glance at Fang Chen, and said, "Fang Chen, it seems I have underestimated you. I initially thought I would be too late. Yet you have proven to be quite the hidden talent, managing to defeat this demon tiger." She mused inwardly, what a remarkable young man. His aura is robust and formidable, and he is not merely at the 9th level of Qi refinement, but has indeed laid the foundation of the heavenly Tao. After all, he is a scion of the Fang family, possessing such a concealed aura artifact that even I was nearly deceived. In her heart, Hua Qirong was convinced that Fang Chen had concealed his true strength with an artifact, leading her to mistakenly believe he was only at the 9th level of Qi refinement. Fang Chen bowed respectfully, stating, "Elder Hua, your praise is excessive. I held on only because I knew you would come to my rescue. Without your timely intervention, given my cultivation level, I would have likely surrendered long ago, awaiting my demise. Now that you have saved me from the jaws of the tiger, I ought to express my gratitude for your life-saving grace." Hua Qirong smirked slightly and pointed to the far-off, thoroughly impaled demon beast, saying, "Do you truly consider this a narrow escape from the jaws of tiger? That seems rather trivial, does it not?" Fang Chen cleared his throat, showing no signs of embarrassment. What was wrong with flattering Hua Qirong? He still hoped to rely on her esteemed status as an alchemy master. Hua Qirong interrupted him, saying, "Enough. This is your own ability. Do not attribute it to me. Defeating the demon tiger showcases your formidable combat prowess, surpassing the 5th rank. And facing such an opponent is no small feat for one at the foundation of the heavenly Tao. Furthermore, surviving the formation of the yin-yang furnace proves your mastery of formations far exceeds my expectations. While modesty and humility are commendable, do not take them to an extreme. Understood?" At this, Fang Chen fell silent. Meanwhile, Jiang Ningyi, who had been listening, suddenly froze, and a flicker of realization flashed in her beautiful eyes. So that was it. She understood everything. At that moment, a panicked voice echoed from a distance, Senior brother, are you all right?" The three turned to see Xiao Qing rushing over, followed closely by Ling Waner. "I am fine, thanks to Elder Hua's timely rescue," Fang Chen replied with a smile, earning another eye roll from Hua Qirong. "That is good." Xiao Qing and Ling Waner sighed in relief. He had just been enjoying a medicinal bath when he heard a thunderous commotion from Fang Chen's location, feeling an ominous sense of foreboding, which prompted him to rush over. On his way, he had encountered Ling Waner. However, upon seeing Xiao Qing, Hua Qirong was taken aback. How could he possibly carry the aura of the shattered jade pill she had concocted? It had been years since she had provided the sect with her refined shattered jade pills. But then, She looked at Fang Chen and seemed to realize something, her expression shifting to one of amusement as her gaze toward him softened unknowingly. No wonder. So that was the case. Well, your senior brother Fang is fine now. However, let him have some time to rest. After a fierce battle, it is inevitable that he has sustained some injuries. I will stay behind to check on him. You three may leave first, said Huachiro. Understood. The late arrivals, Ling Wanner and Xiao Qing, who initially intended to say something, found themselves compelled to comply. As for Jiang Ningyi, she had remained silent since earlier, and at this moment, she too chose to refrain from speaking. She merely cast a glance at Fang Chen before turning to depart. That fleeting glance left Fang Chen feeling anxious, unsure if it was merely his imagination. Once everyone had vacated the room, Fang Chen turned to Huachiro, who remained before him, and inquired, Elder Hua, may I ask what brings you to stay here? With a smile that was both enigmatic and teasing, Huachiro replied, surely you know I did not remain here solely to treat you? If you were truly untroubled, you ought to recognize that I am, indeed, in perfect condition. Fang Chen responded, an elder should certainly possess the ability to discern her own peak state. Huachiro was momentarily taken aback by his words, realizing she had been subtly teased by Fang Chen. With a glare directed at him, she chose not to dwell on it and stated, I remain here to address the matter concerning the demon tiger with you. Chapter 21. The first beast pet. Fang Chen was momentarily taken aback. What was wrong with this demon tiger? Huachiro did not respond. Instead, she turned her gaze towards the winged beast, speaking coolly, stop pretending to be dead and rise. The winged beast remained unresponsive. Huachiro raised her arm, and suddenly, a fierce gust swept through the air, coalescing into a colossal hand of spiritual energy that came crashing down. Bang! Roar! The winged beast, which had been in a state of feigned death, let out a pained roar, rising to open its tiger-like eyes, revealing a look of confusion and disarray. It tilted its head to glance at Huachiro, whimpering pitifully, Ow! Ow vey! Seeing the winged beast in such a state, Huachiro coldly remarked, do not pretend you cannot understand human speech. Otherwise, my next strike will be much more forceful. Her tone, though not loud, dripped with menace. At this, the winged beast shuddered, promptly responding, yes, Elder Hua. Do you wish to live or die? Huachiro inquired imperiously, her eyes devoid of warmth. Live, the winged beast replied with remarkable swiftness. Huachiro nodded and turned to Fang Chen. Are you interested in acquiring another beast pet? Beast pet. The surprised exclamations came simultaneously from both Fang Chen and the tiger. Indeed, having awakened the bloodline of the Tiger Emperor, it is quite suitable to serve as your beast pet. It would not be a waste of its potential, Huachiro stated nonchalantly. In truth, a winged beast with the Tiger Emperor bloodline should ideally serve the top-tier cultivators within the sect. However, Huachiro believed that, firstly, Fang Chen possessed the foundation of the heavenly Tao, and his future standing in the Danren sect would undoubtedly be significant. Secondly, it was Fang Chen who had defeated the winged beast, making the prospect of him subduing it quite reasonable. At that moment, the winged beast's expression had grown exceedingly grim. To serve this despicable fellow as a beast pet, would that not mean it could never escape the Danren sect, bloodline of the Tiger Emperor? Fang Chen was slightly astonished. Was this creature truly so formidable? Indeed, Huachiro elaborated, when this demon tiger was captured and brought to our Danren sect, it was still quite young, its bloodline yet to awaken. A few elders simply brought it back as a matter of course. Upon its return, it awakened its bloodline, revealing its heritage as a member of the Qian Kuan sacred tiger clan. Its cultivation was achieved even in an environment with nearly no spiritual energy. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen was left in a state of disbelief, utterly stunned. To cultivate to the 5th level of foundation establishment in an environment with almost no spiritual energy? Was such talent truly possible? Damn! Fang Chen felt a wave of jealousy wash over him. Driven by envy, he declared without hesitation, then let it be my beast pet. He was not concerned that the creature's exceptional talent might one day surpass him. With the system's protection, this fellow could not possibly be the child of destiny capable of thwarting him. Upon hearing this, the winged beast's eyes brimmed with profound despair. This was the end. Very well. Huachiro nodded, then turned to the winged beast. Are you willing to become Fang Chen's beast pet? if the winged beast consented willingly. The subsequent contract binding them as beast and master would not be overly arduous. Huaqiron preferred to avoid unnecessary complications. Yixiong opened his mouth. Huaqiron gazed at him quietly, a flicker of vibrant pink flame emerging from her hand. The moment the flame appeared, Yixiong broke into a cold sweat. Yet, even under Huaqiron's protection, Fang Chen felt no heat whatsoever. However, in his eyes, it seemed that in the next moment, his estate would be engulfed in flames. I agree, Yixiong hastily exclaimed. Once Huaqiron helped Fang Chen inscribe the beast slave mark, Fang Chen sensed an extraordinary connection with Yixiong. With merely a thought, Yixiong's life could be extinguished. Due to the disparity in your cultivation level compared to Yixiong, it would be wise for you to either seek my assistance or consult an elder from the inner sect periodically to reinforce your control. However, your best course of action is to swiftly enter the inner sect and find a master to aid you in advancing your cultivation. This way, your control will be much more stable, Huaqiron advised. There are no enduring methods for control in this world. While the gap between a first and fifth-tier foundation establishment is negligible now, in the future, the difference between a first and fifth-tier golden core will be substantial. Thus, I sincerely hope you can enter the inner sect as soon as possible. Although she understood that Fang Chen remained in the outer sect for the sake of his junior brothers and sisters, she believed that cultivation ultimately serves oneself. She wished for Fang Chen to be a little more selfish and to enter the inner sect without further self-sacrifice. Yes, Fang Chen nodded, firmly remembering Huaqiron's words, resolving to seek her out the moment the seal loosened. As for his own cultivation, what was that? After Huaqiron successfully inscribed the beast slave mark on Fang Chen, she prepared to leave. Fang Chen accompanied her to the exit. At that moment, Yixiong lay on the ground, his eyes glazed, utterly depleted, his black and white tiger fur drooping limply. The inscription of the beast slave mark had drained a considerable amount of his vitality, especially since Fang Chen's strength was insufficient, leading to an even greater toll on Yixiong. Despite the despair that lingered in his heart, he felt a sense of relief. At least he had preserved his life. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear a lack of firewood. There would still be opportunities to escape in the future. Fang Chen and Huaqiron traversed from the artificial hill in the backyard to the courtyard in front of the gate. Along the way, Huaqiron's gaze scanned numerous spots where Fang Chen had battled Yixiong, most of which lay in ruins, with traces of poisonous blood still visible. The sheer volume of this toxic blood was astonishing. Huaqiron did not examine it closely but thought to herself that such an incredible amount could not have come from a single person. It must have been expelled by Yixiong. Then, Huaqiron felt a stir in her heart. For Yixiong, a fifth-tier foundation cultivator with the bloodline of the Tiger Emperor, to have been poisoned. It was evident that Fang Chen must be exceptionally skilled in utilizing poison in combat. It dawned on her why Fang Chen could defeat a Dao-grade demon beast controlling the yin-yang furnace despite being at a fifth-tier cultivation level. The poison must have played a crucial role. What surprised her most was the subtle, yet potent aura of fire calamity emanating from the front courtyard. Upon noticing this, a flicker of astonishment crossed Huaqiron's eyes. This young man, did he also possess the essence of fire calamity? Nevertheless, Huaqiron, being the elder of the Dan faction, though taken aback by the matter, would not reveal her astonishment. Instead, she maintained a composed demeanor. After all, having cultivated for so many years, it would be rather unusual to display surprise so casually. Soon after, a subtle smile played upon her lips, hinting at a hint of amusement. The Dao Foundation establishment. The Fire Fiend King. An exceptionally profound mastery of poison. Undoubtedly, he is well-versed in formations. Within Fang Chen's being lies the aura of the sect's unmatched aspiration, having cultivated this technique to such an exquisite level during the Foundation establishment stage. This lad possesses an astonishing array of talents. Yet, upon further reflection, it is only reasonable that after spending so many years in the outer sect, he would have acquired such diverse knowledge. After all, over these years in the outer sect, could it truly be that he has made no progress in cultivation or techniques? Such a notion is evidently unreasonable. It is this version of Fang Chen that is deemed normal. Moreover, aside from these techniques in which Fang Chen excels, What piqued Hua Qirong's curiosity even more were the Tao of Foundation establishment and the Fire Fiend King, coveted aspirations of countless cultivators. However, Hua Qirong had no intention of probing into the secrets surrounding Fang Chen. Every cultivator harbors some secrets, after all. She was not concerned that the enigmatic Fang Chen might be an undercover agent sent by another sect to infiltrate the Danran sect. From the perspective of the Danran sect, Fang Chen was sufficiently secure. Moreover, if there were any hidden agendas, it seemed illogical for Fang Chen to be preoccupied with bullying younger, less mature children in the outer sect. Very well, this shall suffice. You need not accompany me any further. Once Hua Qirong had seen enough, she turned to halt Fang Chen from continuing to escort her. Chapter 22 Senior Brother Fang, Elder Hua, allow me to escort you out. The expanse of Ingguang Lake Mountain is vast, and I fear you may lose your way, Fang Chen expressed with genuine concern. Hua Qirong declined Fang Chen's offer, saying, No need, I shall return by flight. You should focus on recuperating. Should you require any healing elixirs, feel free to visit Lingyun Peak and take what you need. Understood. Thank you, Elder Hua, Fang Chen replied. Hua Qirong continued, Moreover, your successful subjugation of the demon tiger, which prevented further casualties, is a significant achievement. I shall report this to the sect and ensure you receive a worthy reward. However, due to the oversight concerning the beast prison that nearly cost you your life, the sect will also compensate you. I will consider what is appropriate for you upon my return. As she spoke, a flicker of something hidden danced in her eyes, suggesting there were numerous matters left unsaid. Fang Chen felt a stirring within him. It seemed that there were substantial reasons behind the beast prison incident and why Hua Qirong and others took an hour to arrive. However, for now, it was of little concern to him. With a polite gesture, Fang Chen said, Thank you, Elder Hua. Do not mention it. It is what you rightfully deserve. She replied with a light laugh. By the way, do not think about acquiring anything for your junior brother this time. I will strive to secure additional cultivation resources for you. With your aptitude for the Heavenly Tao Foundation, those resources will serve you well. In her eyes, Fang Chen, capable of establishing a foundation in the Heavenly Tao, was no longer a mere failure, but rather a prodigious talent. Once reported to the sect leader, he would soar to greatness and earn renown throughout Danran. Fang Chen's expression shifted to urgency as he quickly waved his hands, saying, No, Elder Hua, please do not procure cultivation resources for me. Instead, if you could provide me with some defensive weapons, perhaps even artifacts that allow for swift escape from perilous situations, that would be preferable. Cultivation resources? What was the difference between that and buying advanced calculus textbooks for an elementary school student? He would rather have items that ensured his survival. Hua Qirong regarded him with surprise. Are you certain? Those are merely external objects. Who does not require cultivation resources? Strengthening oneself is the true path. Relying on external forces is ultimately unsustainable. Absolutely. Fang Chen nodded vigorously. Seeing Fang Chen's insistence and not wishing to impose, Hua Qirong relented. Very well, I concede to your request. Thank you, Elder Hua. Fang Chen clasped his fists in gratitude. One more thing, Hua Qirong added. Your entry into the inner sect must be approached with caution. As for your Heavenly Tao Foundation and the subjugation of the Winged Fiend, I shall keep this confidential for the time being. You must remain discreet for a while longer. Fang Chen replied, It is of no concern, Elder Hua. I shall not feel wronged. Though he maintained a calm exterior, internally he was elated. He preferred not to enter the inner sect or publicly disclose his Heavenly Tao Foundation just yet. For him, without a solution to his cultivation challenges, joining the inner sect would be futile. He would rather not find himself in the inner sect, burdened with resources, only to discover years later that he remained at the first tier of the Heavenly Tao Foundation. That would be far too awkward. Hua Qirong observed Fang Chen's understanding demeanor and could not help but sigh, feeling a twinge of regret for depriving Fang Chen of his rightful attention and reputation. Hua Qirong resolved to keep him concealed until the traitor within the sect could be identified. After all, the circumstances surrounding the Yin-Yang furnace were known to only a handful, and Hua Qirong could easily fabricate a reason to justify the secrecy. Rest assured, your due rewards will not be overlooked. I can guarantee that. Hua Qirong contemplated the necessity of providing Fang Chen with reassurance. Thank you, Elder Hua. Fang Chen replied with a smile. Subsequently, Huaqiron bid farewell to Fang Chen and ascended into the air, transforming into a streak of light that vanished from sight. After watching Huaqiron depart, Fang Chen turned and made his way back. At that moment, as Huaqiron left the picturesque Wang Lake, Jiang Ningyi and Ling Wanner had already returned to the sea turtle platform. Along the broad descent of the sea turtle platform, towering trees stood on either side, lush and verdant. Jiang Ningyi and Ling Wanner walked down this path. Sister, I initially believed that Brother Fang had a terrible temper, even worse than old Zhang's, and I found him quite unpleasant. However, I must admit he possesses the merit to be irascible. He truly is formidable, having defeated that demon tiger and survived within the yin-yang furnace. Moreover, his bad temper kept us from entering, which fortuitously allowed us to escape a calamity. Therefore, I shall not hold a grudge regarding his scolding. I have decided to return and ask old Zhang to help me prepare a gift, so that tomorrow I can invite Brother Shaoqing to accompany me in apologizing and expressing my gratitude to Brother Fang. Ling Wanner twirled a blade of green grass in her hand as she spoke. Initially, she had been so enraged that she intended to not rectify the matter concerning Fang Chen at Lingyun Peak. However, after Fang Chen's victory over the winged beast and his rescue of Jiang Ningyi, she changed her mind. Ling Wanner understood that when the winged beast appeared, it had accused Fang Chen of preventing Jiang Ningyi from entering. This led her to realize that the beast's initial target was likely Jiang Ningyi. Had Fang Chen allowed them both inside from the start, it would have been they who faced the dire consequences within the yin-yang furnace. Thus, Fang Chen had, in a sense, saved their lives. However, his temper is too volatile. I prefer to avoid associating with such a person in the future to prevent further scoldings. Ling Van murmured. Yet, despite her gratitude for his life-saving actions, she still harbored some resentment over Fang Chen's treatment of Jiang Ningyi. It was one thing to scold her, but what right did he have to scold Jiang Ningyi? After Ling Wanner finished speaking, Jiang Ningyi suddenly interjected, "Wanner, you may have misunderstood Brother Fang." What? Ling Wanner was taken aback. Brother Fang's temper is not as bad as you think, Jiang Ningyi remarked, her delicate features revealing a hint of complexity. He only scolded us to save us. What? Ling Wanner was momentarily stunned, questioning the veracity of Jiang Ningyi's words. In response to her inquiry, Jiang Ningyi did not provide a direct answer, but instead posed a question. "Wanner, may I ask you something?" "What?" Brother Fang's ability to survive for an entire hour within the yin-yang furnace prompts one to ponder the depth of his mastery in formations. Upon hearing this, Ling Wanner could not help but exclaim, "Surely, it is remarkable. I believe none of the foundation-building seniors within the sect can match Brother Fang's prowess in formations." As the myriad green leaves swayed gently in the breeze, Jiang Ningyi halted her steps and quietly inquired, "Do you think Brother Fang would have been aware when the demon tiger activated the formation plate of the yin-yang furnace?" Ling Wanner's expression suddenly tightened as realization dawned upon her, and she replied hesitantly, "Well, he must have been aware, right?" Ling Wanner was no fool. With Jiang Ningyi's words, the truth became glaringly apparent. When Jiang Ningyi had earlier praised Fang Chen's skills in formations, she had already begun to understand. Fang Chen's earlier humiliation of them was not merely an act of vengeance, but rather a desperate attempt to save both her and Ling Wanner. After all, why did Fang Chen initially step forward upon seeing them, only to retreat moments later? It was undoubtedly because he had discerned that the demon tiger was urging the yin-yang furnace, waiting for them to enter the formation. Once they stepped into the formation, given the demon tiger's cultivation level, they would either perish or be gravely wounded. It was precisely because Brother Fang had perceived these circumstances that he resorted to insults and drove them away. With his astute mind, he must have known that had he explicitly warned her of the danger, she would undoubtedly have refused to leave. Only through such extreme measures could he provoke her into departing. Contemplating this, Jiang Ningyi felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. She had recently been angered by Fang Chen's actions, mistaking them for a personal affront. In hindsight, she realized that her perspective had been narrow, judging others by her own standards. Brother Fang, with his gentlemanly disposition and noble character, despite enduring years of misunderstanding and slander, remained untainted and unperturbed, far beyond the common man. In this moment, Jiang Ningyi gained a profound understanding and appreciation of Fang Chen. Chapter 23. The Origin of the Winged Beast Now. Do you have a fundamental understanding of who I am? From this moment onwards, I shall be your master, and you may even address me as father. Do you comprehend? Fang Chen stood before the winged beast, attempting to instruct him. After bidding farewell to Huaqiron, he returned to converse with the winged beast, simultaneously indulging in a round of self-introduction. The winged beast gazed at the audacious Fang Chen, feeling a mixture of indignation and restraint, eventually responding in a deep, rumbling voice. Fang Chen, cannot we regard each other as brothers? Our fates are entwined, and how can we draw lines of superiority and inferiority? The bond of master and servant is too superficial. Only the bond of brotherhood can compel us to willingly entrust our backs to one another. If we were to switch places, would you not harbor resentment if you were to be enslaved for an extended period? Fang Chen considered this for a moment, acknowledging, I would indeed feel quite displeased. Precisely, the winged beast gently coaxed. If you would feel discontent, I too would not be exempt. In such a scenario, should I harbor treachery against you, it would be exceedingly detrimental to your well-being. It is far better for us to address one another as brothers, based on our ages. You may call me Brother Tiger, and I shall refer to you as Brother Chen. In a world rife with enmity among our kind, let us transcend our racial confines and forge a bond of brotherhood that is stronger than gold and harder than iron. Would that not be a splendid tale? Fang Chen found the tiger's reasoning quite compelling and could not help but feel admiration for this learned creature. Thus, he replied, then you shall call me father, and we shall establish a bond of father and son. Is that not also a delightful story? The winged beast. You are quite obstinate, aren't you? Enough with this talk. I am not fond of it. Waving his hand dismissively, Fang Chen moved aside and settled on a large stone. The winged beast, realizing that he could not escape the fate of servitude, felt a wave of desolation wash over him. Resting his head on the ground, his tiger face contorting in despair. Do hasten to recover your strength. Once you are restored, it is time to work. You have wreaked havoc in my courtyard, and you must take responsibility. I shall gather some books on home renovation for you to peruse. Once you learn, help me restore the walls, ideally in an European style. Furthermore, you are responsible for planting these flowers and shrubs properly. After taking his seat, Fang Chen began to speak. The winged beast, however, pressed his ears against the ground, remaining utterly silent, resembling a lifeless creature. Observing the creature's despondency, Fang Chen chuckled. All right, I was merely jesting. How could I bear to impose such labor upon you? The winged beast's ears perked up once more. Fang Chen, displaying compassion, continued, after all, given your considerable size, you would likely not excel at such tasks. It would be far better for you to assist me by disposing of refuse and digging a lake, as I am contemplating expanding my hot spring area. The winged beast's gaze grew increasingly vacant. Now, let us discuss how you found yourself captured by the Danran sect, Fang Chen inquired, with a feeble voice. The winged beast replied, I was betrayed by my elder brother. Betrayed by your elder brother? What transpired? Upon hearing this, Fang Chen was taken aback, internally exclaiming in surprise at the unexpected gossip. Would you like to hear? The winged beast asked. Of course. Gossip is a fundamental aspect of human nature. Fang Chen nodded. I have no desire to dispose of waste or delve into hot springs. I am willing to assist you in battle, Yixiong declared earnestly. Fang Chen, caught in a dilemma, responded, then shall I refrain from summoning Elder Hua? Yixiong gazed into the distance and spoke, in the year of my birth. A significant event transpired within the Qiankuan sacred tiger clan. What event? Fang Chen inquired. That year, my mother gave birth to 108 sacred tiger bloodlines, which sent shockwaves through the demon realm. Yixiong replied. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. 108 in one birth? Is this some sort of jest? He questioned. Typically, ordinary demon tigers bear only 2 or 3 cubs. The bloodline of the Qiankuan sacred tiger is rare. Birth from the very essence of heaven and earth, and exceedingly scarce. The elders of the clan often struggle to conceive, and when a sacred tiger bloodline does emerge, it seldom exceeds 2. In that year, the birth of new bloodlines was alarmingly scarce, with only 1 young sacred tiger surviving, leaving the clan on the brink of extinction. Yet, my mother seemed favored by destiny. After merging her essence with my father S, she astonishingly birthed 108 sacred tiger bloodlines. That night, Countless demon clans believed that our Xuanhuan sacred tiger clan was destined for greatness. Yixiong sighed deeply, and these 108 sacred tiger bloodlines did not disappoint. Nearly all awakened their bloodlines, with one even possessing a sacred grade bloodline from birth, which thrilled our entire clan. Fang Chen, utterly astonished, exclaimed, "A sacred grade bloodline. In the realm of cultivation, there are 9 levels: Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, God transformation, returning to void, harmonizing Tao, crossing tribulation, and great ascension. The demon race follows suit, and a demon sage is equivalent to a human stage of crossing tribulation. A sacred grade bloodline signifies that this Xuanhuan sacred tiger is destined to become a demon sage, provided it does not perish." This revelation filled Fang Chen with concern. The Xuanhuan sacred tiger clan sounded formidable. Would he no longer be able to bully Yixiong in the future? Perhaps it was best not to let him pursue massage lessons after all. Unaware of Fang Chen's thoughts, Yixiong continued, "However, among these 108 sacred tiger bloodlines, there are those who do not enjoy the favor of heaven. That would be me. I am the only one among my siblings who has not awakened a bloodline." At this point, Fang Chen could not help but display a sympathetic expression, offering comfort. "So, are you saying you are inept?" Yixiong grew agitated. "Are you even listening?" Yum. Please, continue," Fang Chen chuckled. Yixiong continued, "Due to the scarcity of young tigers in our clan, it has been decreed that before they mature, they must receive ample resources. Even if adult sacred tigers must sacrifice their resources, the young must be well provided. Consequently, even without an awakened bloodline, I have consumed a significant amount of resources, leading to discontent among my brothers. Once, after my 9th elder brother failed a breakthrough against my 106th brother, feeling humiliated, he stormed in my mountain abode, furious, and injured me, blaming me for consuming resources and demanding I relinquish them. Naturally, I refused and called upon the clan elders to mediate, resulting in his punishment and a 6-month confinement. It is precisely for this reason that my 9th royal brother harbored discontent, deliberately scheming to ensnare me, forcing me into the battlefield of immortals and demons, where I faced perilous trials and nearly lost my life. Ultimately, I was captured by the cultivators of the Danran sect and imprisoned within a beastly dungeon. In that dark confinement, whether it was due to overwhelming hatred or the long-awaited awakening of my bloodline, I manifested an imperial-grade bloodline. Fang Chen marveled, "An empress of demons. This is the pinnacle of the great ascension." The winged fiend slowly spoke, his gaze sharp and commanding, radiating an aura of supremacy as he declared, "At that moment, I realized I am destined to be the king of the future Xuanhuan sacred tiger clan. I shall return to the demon realm to exact vengeance upon my 9th royal brother, making him understand the true meaning of ruthlessness." Fang Chen, captivated by the tale, interjected, "But you are currently under my control. How can you seek revenge?" The formidable winged fiend's composure was instantly shattered. Chapter 24. A detailed study of system usage. Fang Chen approached the winged beast and plopped down beside it, affectionately stroking its tiger-like head. "Do you have any plans for revenge?" he inquired. As he petted the creature, he mused to himself that this experience was far more exhilarating than merely petting a cat. "What was once there is now gone," the winged beast replied, shaking itself a few times before resigning to rest. "I have no idea if that scoundrel was still alive when I left the Danran sect." "Don't be so despondent," Fang Chen consoled. "Have you not considered that you might never truly be free from this?" The winged beast gazed silently at Fang Chen, its expression unreadable. Observing its demeanor, Fang Chen burst into laughter, feeling a sense of satisfaction. He then asked, "Is your 9th brother aware that you are still alive?" This question held significant weight, not out of concern for the winged beast, but for his own safety. If the adversary were to discover that the winged beast still lived and had even birthed an imperial bloodline, they would undoubtedly seek to eliminate it first. In such a scenario, Fang Chen, as its master, could very well suffer the consequences. Thus, he felt the urgency to acquire crucial information, preparing himself for the possibility of betraying and abandoning the winged beast. "I believe he is unaware," the winged beast replied. "My 9th brother is not particularly gifted. Among the 108 brothers in our clan, he does not rank among the elite. Given his status and the capabilities of the Danran sect, I doubt he can ascertain my situation." Fang Chen nodded slightly, agreeing with the winged beast's assessment. This meant he could temporarily refrain from contemplating betrayal. How did you manage to escape from the beast prison? He then recalled, his heart tightening as he asked, was it the experts from your clan who rescued you? If the Holy Tiger clan discovers I captured you as a beast slave, they will surely retaliate fiercely against me. He knew that as long as it wasn't a fated child who killed him, he would survive. However, what if a formidable Holy Tiger appeared? It was better to proceed with caution. Not at all, the winged beast shook its head. My escape from the beast prison was facilitated by the benevolent great demons who, seeing the nobility of my bloodline, could not bear to see me squander my life, decided to assist me in my departure. They fortuitously acquired a yin-yang furnace formation plate from an unknown source, and, after 2.5 years of painstaking research within the beast prison, finally modified it to target human cultivators. If I can refine Jiangning, there is a high probability that my cultivation will break through to the second stage. And if my bloodline power manifests, I may even leap directly to the third stage. If I reach the third stage, I would have a solid chance of escaping the Danran sect. The levels of the demon race are categorized as first, second, third, fourth, demon king, demon emperor, demon sovereign, demon saint, and demon emperor. The third stage mentioned by the winged beast is equivalent to the golden core stage in human cultivation. That makes sense, Fang Chen acknowledged. But do you truly believe you can escape? The winged beast fell silent. In truth, Fang Chen doubted that even if the winged beast reached the golden core stage, it would successfully flee, even if it did manage to kill someone as crucial as Jiangning. Fang Chen was not convinced that the powerful figures within the sect would remain undisturbed. At this moment, Fang Chen found himself engulfed in a swirl of doubts. Perhaps the recent escape of the winged fiend was but a ploy aimed specifically at Jiangning. It appeared that the Danran sect was rife with intrigue and treachery. Fang Chen could not help but reflect on this. However, one must consider that, despite the winged fiend possessing an imperial bloodline, it had failed to become the child of fortune within the system. When confronted with the genuine child of fortune, Jiangning, Fang Chen doubted that this foolish creature would emerge unscathed from the yin-yang furnace. Subsequently, Fang Chen concluded his examination of the winged fiend and turned his attention to his own system. After a day's deliberation, he had acquired a fundamental understanding of this system. Though it bore an inherent trait of betrayal, bent on selling out its host, it was not an insurmountable dead end. Fang Chen recognized that to survive the onslaught of this treacherous system, he must adeptly exploit its flaws, continually reaping its benefits. Furthermore, due to the stipulation that he could only perish at the hands of the child of fortune, he realized that, for now, he was invulnerable. Deep within, Fang Chen felt a surge of delight. In a certain sense, he was indeed invincible. Yet, this did not grant him the liberty to act with arrogance. While he could not be killed, should someone with sufficient power come along, they could certainly capture him and subject him to a lifetime of torment. Imagine being submerged in the depths of the ocean, drowning thousands of times daily, only to be resurrected repeatedly and then drowned once more. The mere thought was terrifying. The system would not heed his pleas for mercy. Moreover, there were likely formidable beings contemplating dismembering him for research, curious as to how he had managed to evade death. It was even conceivable that he could be utilized as alchemical material, as practitioners of the dark arts often favor the essence of foundational cultivators for their elixirs. What if a dark cultivator uncovered his secret and imprisoned him, subjecting him to a lifetime of having his heart, kidneys, and foundational essence extracted for the production of endless demonic elixirs? The mere contemplation of such a fate sent shivers down Fang Chen's spine. It was truly horrifying. Yet, amidst this dread, a bold idea suddenly sparked within him. What if, since others could use him for alchemy, he could also? Would this be considered descending into the dark arts? No, that couldn't be right. Fang Chen stroked his chin, sensing that such a notion was not entirely unfeasible. Of course, he decided against pursuing such a path for now, as inflicting wounds upon himself daily would be excruciating. He subsequently set this idea aside. As for Xiaoqing, there was no need to worry about the life and death duel any longer. Fang Chen pondered, and regarding Jiangning, due to his exceptional acting skills, she would likely not harbor any romantic feelings for him. Although triumphing over the winged fiend would enhance his reputation, His prior extraordinary performance would not hinder Jiang Ningyi's perception of him as a person of irascible temperament. This was not a major concern. He still held the advantage. The system could not bring about his demise. With that, Fang Chen rose from his seat, preparing to take his leave. I shall retire now. You may rest in the courtyard, he said. Aren't you going to cultivate? He inquired, noticing the winged fiend, who was currently recuperating, blocking his path. In the years spent within the confines of the beast prison, he encountered numerous cultivators. Yet, none among them were ever asleep. Who does not close their eyes to cultivate their energies? Why is Fang Chen so remarkably different? Cultivate? Nonsense. At your age, how can one possibly engage in cultivation? At this age, one ought to indulge in play. Do you not understand? Fang Chen spoke earnestly. My cultivation in the Tao Foundation was achieved through play. Is that truly the case? The winged fiend was immediately taken aback. With a broad-minded disposition, one can naturally connect with the great Tao. If one desires to sleep, let them sleep, and if one wishes to play, let them play. Why be confined to the rigors of cultivation? Your imperial-grade bloodline remains somewhat lacking, which explains your stagnation at the 5th tier of the Foundation establishment stage. Alas! With a disdainful shake of his head, Fang Chen waved his sleeve and departed. Observing Fang Chen's retreating figure and recalling the recent bitter struggle in which he could not attain victory, the winged fiend found himself lost in contemplation. The words of one who has attained the Tao Foundation must surely carry profound significance. Could it be that Fang Chen is indeed correct? Chapter 25. Body Refinement. The following day, as Fang Chen rose from his slumber, individuals from the outer sect arrived to repair the courtyard and clean up the aftermath, as instructed by Hua Qirong. However, these were mere mortals. In a cultivation sect, not all were practitioners. Naturally, there were commoners employed to serve them. Observing this, Fang Chen directed Yi Xiong to supervise while he departed. Of course, Yi Xiong did not maintain his imposing form to avoid frightening the workers. Instead, he transformed into a 1.5-meter-long tiger, quietly observing each individual. Thanks to Yi Xiong's presence, no one dared to slack off. Once Fang Chen left the estate, he employed a technique to conceal his aura, reducing it to that of an early-stage qi refinement practitioner. With a satisfied nod, he made his way directly to the summit of Yinguang Lake Mountain. The peak not only led to the main road to the turtle platform, but also housed numerous significant locations for the outer sect. For instance, there was the Bai Courtyard, where various skills were taught, the arena where he had signed a contract for a life-and-death duel with Xiaoqing, and the Transmission Pavilion. Aside from imparting cultivation methods, the Transmission Pavilion also contained an extensive collection of books. Fang Chen intended to spend the day poring over the texts, seeking a solution to his inability to cultivate. He did not wish to entrust his life and death to the system. After all, the system's primary goal presently seemed to be his demise at the hands of Xiaoqing. Who could predict what kind of mischief this entity might concoct next? Relying solely on Xiaoqing for his cultivation was undeniably precarious. He needed to discover a second path to ensure his own security. As a cultivator, it was imperative to possess an independent route for self-cultivation. What if one day the system were to strangle him? However, on his way, Fang Chen overheard others discussing the events of the previous night. Did you hear the commotion at Old Dog Fang's residence yesterday? Are you referring to that explosion? Yes. What exactly happened? Do you think he is dead? Certainly not. I've heard from my sister's husband, as close friend, as uncle's neighbor in the inner sect about Old Dog Fang's situation. What happened? Word has it that a beast escaped from the beast prison, intending to kill Old Dog Fang to replenish its vitality. But due to Old Dog Fang's prestigious lineage and his ancestral protective treasures, he survived until Elder Hua came to his rescue. What a pity. In front of Fang Chen, several children at the first level of qi refinement were carrying a large basket of herbs while engaged in this conversation. Upon learning that Fang Chen was unharmed, the expressions of the boys and girls turned to disappointment. What are you lamenting? Huh? Do you wish for my demise? At that moment, a sinister voice echoed from behind them. The children froze in disbelief and turned around. As Fang Chen's visage came into view, they screamed in terror and fled in a frenzy. Watching the frightened children scurry away, Fang Chen nodded in satisfaction. He then concealed himself in the shadows and listened to numerous discussions regarding the explosion that had occurred at Ingguang Lake Mountain the previous day. After successfully scaring away nearly 30 children and youths, Fang Chen felt a profound sense of satisfaction within. It must be said that Elder Hua possesses a remarkable talent for manipulating public opinion. Currently, the narratives surrounding last night's events are as diverse as they are numerous. For instance, some claim that Fang Chen single-handedly defeated a fifth-tier foundation-building beast with a single punch. Others assert that he took refuge in the mythical realm of Dantian using a legendary artifact. Furthermore, there are whispers that Fang Chen is supported by 9 formidable fox spirits at home, who assist him in overcoming his challenges. The official statement from the Danran sect, however, claims that Fang Chen privately excavated a hot spring, inadvertently triggering an explosion in the Ingguang Lake Formation, resulting in substantial compensation in spirit stones. Yet, this explanation is met with skepticism. The most widely accepted theory remains that a beast escaped from the beast prison, and Fang Chen utilized the Fang family's treasures to preserve his life. Nevertheless, amidst the barrage of information, few genuinely believe that he vanquished the winged fiend. Of course, until the truth is revealed, it is imperative to prevent the winged fiend from leaving its abode. Otherwise, allowing it to acknowledge Fang Chen as its master would undoubtedly lead the informed to deduce the truth. Atop Ingguang Lake Mountain, Fang Chen approached the edge of cliff, standing before a wooden tower 4 stories high. A sign hung above the entrance, emblazoned with the characters Xuanhuan Transmission Pavilion. From the outside, the transmission pavilion appeared rather modest, seemingly capable of accommodating no more than a dozen individuals. Just the disciples entering and exiting the entrance seemed enough to render the space utterly congested. However, upon stepping inside, Fang Chen was greeted by a breathtaking transformation. An interminable corridor unfolded before him, flanked by rows of crimson wooden doors that stood silently, while darkness loomed between each door. In that moment, Fang Chen felt as though he were suspended in the void. The other disciples who had been bustling about the transmission pavilion had all vanished. This was the true essence of the transmission pavilion, spatial magic. Fang Chen could not help but marvel, even though he had previously envisioned the transmission pavilion in his memories. Experiencing it firsthand was an awe-inspiring revelation. After all, such a spectacle would have required a cinema visit or a streaming subscription in his past life. With that, Fang Chen ventured deeper into the pavilion. Typically, first-time visitors to the transmission pavilion would receive a guided introduction from an elder. However, as this was not Fang Chen's inaugural visit, no one came forth to assist him. The procedure within the transmission pavilion is straightforward, aside from rooms restricted to those lacking the requisite permissions or cultivation levels. All remaining rooms allow free access to the content within the jade slips. Should one find something of interest, they may purchase it and take it away, utilizing contribution points as currency. Contribution points can be earned through completing tasks within the Danran sect or by submitting a specific quantity of spirit stones for direct purchase. Given Fang Chen's affluent background, he currently has no concerns regarding his contribution points. Subsequently, Fang Chen entered a room marked with the character Miscellaneous and pushed the door open. Before him, a fleeting vision appeared, and Fang Chen found himself stepping into a study. The room was lined with approximately 100 wooden shelves, each bearing a collection of jade slips. At the entrance, there were slips for inquiries, enabling one to locate the desired jade slip with ease. However, Fang Chen had no need for such inquiries at this moment. His purpose for entering this chamber was to sift through the sands in search of gold, to discover a potential path suitable for himself. After perusing for a while, Fang Chen unearthed a plethora of cultivation methods. The predominant approach was spiritual cultivation, the choice of a majority and the one Fang Chen had previously selected. This method relies on breath control to enhance one's power. Following this was sword cultivation, which involved the mastery of a flying sword. A formidable flying sword signifies a potent cultivation level, with an astonishing capacity for destruction. Yet, it demands exceptional talent. Jiang Ningyi was a paragon in this realm. Then there was talisman cultivation, which encompasses the path of talismans. Some individuals, who solely practice martial techniques or flying swords, progress at a sluggish pace. However, while inscribing talismans, they can absorb the essence of heaven and earth more intimately, thus facilitating their cultivation. This gave rise to the category of talisman cultivators. The talismans available on the market are all crafted by these cultivators. Weapon cultivation, of which sword cultivation is a subset, includes the mastery of blades, spears, staves, and more. Additionally, there are those who cultivate through medicinal pills, formations, or even through the eloquence of prose and verses, harnessing the righteous energy of the cosmos. The rationale behind their emergence is akin to that of talisman cultivators. Pure cultivation is often slow. Yet, by relying on these methods, they can achieve rapid and unstoppable advancement. After absorbing the free content of these methods, Fang Chen returned the jade slips to their respective shelves and sighed deeply. While these methods appeared to be distinct paths of cultivation, in essence, they were merely superficial variations. What talisman cultivation, weapon cultivation, and sword cultivation represent are merely different modes of attack. They all share a fundamental prerequisite: the ability to absorb spiritual energy and engage in breath control for cultivation. Yet, Fang Chen's dilemma was that he could not even draw in a single wisp of spiritual energy. Switching methods proved utterly futile. Just then, a novel cultivation method caught Fang Chen's eye within the jade slips. Body cultivation. This method fundamentally diverged from all others. It requires no spiritual root, nor does it necessitate breath control. It relies solely on oneself. Upon discovering this method, Fang Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. Could it be? This was precisely the approach he had longed for. As he continued to read, however, an odd expression crossed his face. This method could be practiced simultaneously by any cultivator, provided one was willing to exert effort. Rewards would undoubtedly follow. Whether in spiritual cultivation, talisman cultivation, or pill cultivation, one could strengthen oneself through body cultivation in their leisure time. Chapter 26. Seeking methods. The remaining methods all pertain to the cultivation of vital energy through physical training. Only through body refinement can one best temper the limbs and bones. Upon reaching this point, Fang Chen ceased to indulge freely and instead utilized his contribution points to unlock the subsequent content. After thoroughly reviewing the introduction to body refinement, he stroked his chin, gaining a general understanding of this world's approach to physical cultivation. Body refinement, in essence, is akin to fitness, albeit of an extraordinarily intense nature. On Earth, fitness typically involves high resistance, high repetition anaerobic exercises that tear muscle fibers, followed by recovery and supplementation with protein powders, leading to more robust muscle growth. In this realm, however, body refinement entails an even more vigorous tearing of muscles. According to the Jade Slip, even the most basic level of body refinement often requires practitioners to push themselves to the point of bleeding. Generally speaking, this signifies injury. Yet, due to the swift recovery facilitated by spiritual herbs, such injuries can typically heal overnight, leaving no lasting effects. It is precisely because the threshold for body refinement is remarkably low, merely requiring exercise and the consumption of spiritual herbs, that any cultivator can engage in this practice. The primary benefit of body refinement lies in its ability to fortify the body, keep the mind alert, and better support other forms of cultivation. Thus, has my ambition to achieve a remarkable breakthrough through body refinement met its demise? Fang Chen mused despondently after finishing the Jade Slip. He had initially hoped that through body refinement, he could attain results comparable to those achieved through spiritual or sword cultivation, such as reaching the foundation establishment or golden core stages. However, it seems evident that body refinement cannot achieve such feats. Although body refinement does possess its own tiered classifications, the Jade Slip indicated that even the pinnacle of physical cultivation, devoid of any spiritual energy assistance, can at best match the defensive and offensive capabilities of a golden core cultivator. If one wishes to unleash devastating techniques that could affect hundreds or even thousands of meters, body refinement falls short. Furthermore, the time required for a body cultivator to reach the golden core stage is considerably longer than that of an ordinary cultivator. As such, body refinement is typically chosen by cultivators when they encounter a bottleneck. For instance, a divine transformation expert who finds their progress stagnating may dedicate 500 to 600 years to physical training, ultimately achieving the golden core stage in body refinement. After perusing the paid content of the jade slip, Fang Chen stored it within his spatial ring and sighed in disappointment. Body refinement was not the ideal match he had envisioned. Yet, it must be acknowledged that body refinement remains the only viable method available to him at present. Setting aside the issues of cultivation levels, mastering body refinement could indeed extend one's lifespan. Moreover, a golden core body cultivator is still quite formidable, far superior to languishing indefinitely at the foundation establishment stage. With this thought, Fang Chen reassured himself. Having something is better than having nothing. Furthermore, with the immortality granted by the system, would his efficiency in body refinement not exceed that of others by 100-fold? As long as he could endure injuries to the point of heavy bleeding, he could simply utilize 2 pounds of the foundation establishment-grade herb, heartbreaking crimson, to recover. In that case, he could feasibly engage in round-the-clock cultivation. Subsequently, Fang Chen lingered in the transmission pavilion for a brief period, but unfortunately, he found nothing of interest. He had intended to seek out techniques related to physical cultivation. However, the pavilion stated that such techniques were unnecessary. One merely needed to exercise the body. Within the Danran sect, there exists a place known as Ruoyue Valley, a gathering ground for those engaged in physical cultivation. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen departed from the pavilion and made his way to Ruoyue Valley. Upon descending from the Yingguang Lake Mountain, Fang Chen entered Ruoyue Valley. The original owner had been quite indolent, reluctant to endure hardship, and thus had little desire to venture into Ruoyue Valley and suffer. Consequently, Fang Chen possessed scant knowledge about the place. Yet, one thing perplexed him. On his journey, he encountered a multitude of individuals of all ages, most of whom were headed toward Ruoyue Valley. This bewildered him. Was physical cultivation truly so popular? It appeared that everyone was quite competitive. Fang Chen couldn't help but feel a sense of urgency brewing within him. It seemed he too must hasten to engage in this competition. However, this sense of urgency did not linger for long. Upon entering Ruoyue Valley, he soon understood the reason for the throngs of people. Ruoyue Valley was immense. It could accommodate thousands of individuals freely engaging in activities. At that moment, the valley was abuzz with enthusiasm. Everyone was joyously practicing their skills. Yet, the manner of their training left Fang Chen momentarily at a loss for words. In the distance, he observed individuals playing an enormous game of kicking a ball. When one player failed to surpass another, he resorted to using a spell, conjuring a torrent of flames that obliterated the goalposts suspended in midair. Following this, a stern-faced instructor waved his robe, and a colossal purple hand descended from the heavens, seizing the fire-wielding player. Meanwhile, a group engaged in tug-of-war found themselves on the verge of defeat when an unexpected gust of wind scattered them in disarray. The team that had been poised to win erupted in a flurry of expletives, their curses ringing out with fervor. Others galloped on horseback across the distant equestrian grounds, while some stood on one foot atop wooden stumps, shoving each other playfully. In an area less visible to Fang Chen, a group frolicked on an ice surface they had created, indulging in their amusement. As Fang Chen surveyed the scene, he noted that aside from a few individuals genuinely practicing their punches, archery, and lifting weights to the point of injury and flushed skin, the majority were simply enjoying themselves. Goodness, was this truly the method of training for physical cultivation? Fang Chen was astounded. No wonder they were so fond of coming to Ruoyue Valley for exercise. Who could possibly resist such enjoyment? Yet, one could not entirely fault this crowd. After all, they were exerting themselves without utilizing spiritual energy, relying solely on their physicality, which could indeed be considered a form of cultivation. Nevertheless, Fang Chen believed that the elderly gentleman playing chess in the pavilion at the entrance should hardly be classified as engaging in cultivation. He glanced at their game of Go and shook his head slightly. Instead of earnestly practicing, they were merely idling away their time playing chess. Such a lack of ambition, they would likely remain at the foundational level for their entire lives. Subsequently, he sauntered over, intending to offer unsolicited advice to the old man. No take-backs. Just then, a white-haired elder bellowed. Another bald elder interjected urgently. What? I regret a move? Last time, I ventured to the battlefield of immortals and demons. I slew 8 demon kings and allocated 4 of them to you. What harm is there in regretting a move now? The white-haired elder fell silent at once. Fang Chen was taken aback. Demon kings? How formidable are they? Let me calculate. Transformation stage? Fang Chen quietly retreated. What are you searching for? At that moment, a hand suddenly patted Fang Chen's back. He turned to see an elder with a solemn and serious expression, quietly observing him. Taken aback, Fang Chen instinctively replied, I wish to find the cultivation methods for body refinement. In his mind, he wondered where this old man had come from. Is he perhaps an elder from the guidance hall of Ruiyue Valley? If that is the case, then you have come to the right person. I shall teach you. Follow me. Upon hearing this, the elder spoke in a nonchalant tone. Without delay, he turned and began to walk away. Where to? Fang Chen felt that something was amiss and hesitated to follow, instinctively inquiring. The elder halted, turned to Fang Chen, and with a slight smirk, delivered his response. To your demise. Chapter 27. The ancient divine body. Upon hearing this answer, Fang Chen's expression turned to one of confusion. What is this old man up to? Do not follow him. He is a lunatic. Those who have just arrived in the Ruiyue Valley have been deceived by him. If you truly wish to cultivate, go left. That direction leads to the heart of body cultivation, a kind-hearted elder advised as he passed by, leading a horse. After delivering his warning, he gracefully departed, leaving behind a series of melodious neighs. Thank you, Fang Chen intended to express his gratitude, but before he could finish his sentence, he was taken aback by the sight of the elder hurriedly passing by with the horse. What an astonishing sight! Fang Chen felt perplexed. Who are these people? Hurry along. Why are you standing there? The old man frowned upon noticing Fang Chen's hesitation. Do you not wish to cultivate my illustrious technique? Haha. Fang Chen chuckled awkwardly. Mr. Li, I just remembered I have some matters to attend to. I shall come back to cultivate another time. To be honest, even without the intervention of the horse-bearing elder, Fang Chen was reluctant to accompany the old man, who would willingly court danger. An opportunity lies before you, and yet you do not seize it. It seems you are indeed fated to miss out. The old man scoffed, casting a disappointed glance at Fang Chen before turning away. With a shrug, Fang Chen began to walk in the direction indicated by the elder. However, he had scarcely taken 2 steps when the system suddenly chimed. Ding! Detection of the inheritor complete. The inheritor is the one who provides the most supreme techniques for the child of destiny. Inheritor, Li Fu. Li Fu, revered as the mightiest body cultivator in the realm. Throughout his life, combined ancient legends of body cultivation to create the pinnacle technique, ancient divine body. This technique can shatter the constraints of body cultivation, enabling practitioners to attain a physique worthy of immortals. Upon comprehending this technique, Li Fu succumbed to a state of mental chaos, losing his sanity, and has since wandered in search of an inheritor for many years, eventually settling in the Danran sect. However, due to the overwhelming power of ancient divine body and its stringent requirements for practitioners, Li Fu has searched for 37 years and has yet to find a suitable candidate. To ensure that Li Fu's ancient divine body does not become lost to time, the host is requested to seek out a child of destiny possessing the following qualities to accept Li Fu's legacy and contribute to the transmission of the Tao. Qualities required: undying divine phoenix body, everlasting body of 10,000 calamities, among others. As the last words resonated, Fang Chen was left in stunned silence, his eyes wide with astonishment, unable to suppress a sharp intake of breath. This Li Fu, who appeared to be a madman, is indeed extraordinary. At this moment, Fang Chen felt a pang of regret and began to reflect on himself. He realized why he was not a child of destiny, why he lacked the fate of a protagonist. If he had been one with such a fate, encountering a lunatic like Li Fu, he would not only have stayed, but would have curiously followed him to discover the secrets of the ancient divine body. However, at that moment, a troubling thought crossed Fang Chen's mind. Could this old fellow be lusting after his body? How shameful! Fang Chen secretly lamented, while his gaze began to fervently search for Li Fu's figure. Once he spotted Li Fu, a smile blossomed on his face, and his heart raced with excitement, thinking, finally, the system has bestowed upon him a fortuitous gift. No longer was he a mere pawn, destined for death as the son of fortune. Instead, he was a successor endowed with a cultivation technique capable of transcending the celestial realm. How magnificent! As for the system's intention to have him seek a suitable son of fortune to inherit this legacy, surely it is not unreasonable for him to first comprehend the intricacies of this technique, is it? And then to cultivate himself to the great ascension stage. Is that too much to ask? After all, to be fair, if one does not understand the technique and has not reached the great ascension stage, how could he possibly identify a suitable heir? Only through personal experience can one assist others. This is the essence of self-sacrifice for the benefit of others. Seniorly, Fang Chen intercepted Li Fu amidst the crowd. He initially considered addressing him as master, but reconsidered. What if the technique was truly formidable, yet unsuitable for him? After some thought, he opted for a polite and non-presumptuous greeting. What is it? Li Fu inquired, his brow furrowing as he regarded Fang Chen. I wish to understand your cultivation method. Fang Chen replied, his smile now tinged with a hint of the awkwardness he had previously suppressed. Weren't you just disinterested? Li Fu scoffed. Senior Li, that is a misunderstanding. Fang Chen hastily replied, I had matters to attend to, which I have now resolved, prompting my immediate desire to learn about your technique. Resolved? What matters did you attend to? Li Fu questioned with a cold smirk. Fang Chen felt a pang of embarrassment. The man was quite inquisitive. Was this truly the demeanor of a muddled spirit, devoid of reason? Unfazed, Fang Chen responded, I was merely attending to a pressing need. You are a cultivator. Why would you require such relief? Li Fu waved his sleeve dismissively, clearly skeptical. Seeing this, Fang Chen could only shrug and admit, well, to be honest, I was actually observing others' cultivation methods, and I found that none appeared as impressive as yours, Senior Li, which led to my regret. Upon hearing this, Li Fu's mood brightened, and he burst into laughter. Ha! Now that is more like it. Your words resonate with me. Come with me. I shall show you what the true realm of physical cultivation entails. With that, Li Fu turned and strode away. Relieved, Fang Chen exhaled. It seemed the old man was indeed rather proud. Yet with a bit of flattery, one could easily win him over. Wiping away the non-existent cold sweat from his brow, Fang Chen followed suit. Meanwhile, the onlookers exchanged bewildered glances as they watched Fang Chen and Li Fu depart from Ruoyue Valley. So, has Ruoyue Valley welcomed yet another eccentric? After leaving Ruoyue Valley, the two quickly arrived at the mountainside of Yingwang Lake, where Li Fu led them to the edge of a cliff. This is the spot, he declared, halting his steps. Fang Chen followed suit, coming to a stop beside him. Standing resolutely at the edge of the cliff, Li Fu dispensed with any pleasantries, and, turning around, directly inquired, Very well, I shall ask you now, where lies your greatest strength? I believe it resides in my left arm. Fang Chen pondered for a moment before slowly raising his left arm, revealing a remarkably confident smile. Excellent. Indeed, I too perceive your left arm as quite formidable. Li Fu expressed a hint of admiration before gradually stating, If that is the case, then now, tear off that left arm. Upon hearing these words, Fang Chen was instantly plunged into deep contemplation. Chapter 28, The Ancient Divine Body. In introduction, Fang Chen fell into a momentary silence before seeking clarification. Senior, could you please reiterate what you just said? Sever your left arm. Li Fu insisted emphatically. Why must I sever my left arm? Fang Chen inquired, attempting to comprehend the rationale behind such a drastic measure. How can you cultivate your left arm to greater strength without doing so? Li Fu retorted, then recalled something and added, Do not discard the severed arm. Instead, use spiritual fire to refine it into essence blood and consume it. Fang Chen was rendered speechless. He had initially thought that using his own body to concoct elixirs for cultivation was an unparalleled idea, only to realize that this Mr. Li was even more audacious than he. Noticing Fang Chen's silence, Li Fu frowned and questioned, Are you silent because you lack the desire to cultivate? If you do not wish to proceed, I shall take my leave. With that, he turned to depart. However, Fang Chen hastily grasped Li Fu's arm, exclaiming, Senior Li, my silence does not equate to a lack of interest in cultivation. I am merely curious and have a question to pose. Li Fu frowned again. Why must you be so tedious? Speak, what is your inquiry? Fang Chen asked if I were to sever my left arm and refine it. Would I not then be left without a left arm? How could I then attain strength? Setting aside the notion of his ability to resurrect, he pondered the implications of such a loss. With his current level of cultivation, Should he refine his arm, he would have to expend considerable resources to procure elixirs, seek out an alchemist, or even have a prosthetic crafted for him. Cultivators emphasize the importance of innate spiritual vessels for a more harmonious and profound journey towards higher realms. From Fang Chen's perspective, the original form is undoubtedly the most desirable. If he were to follow Li Fu's advice, the original would be irretrievably lost. At that moment, Li Fu paused, seemingly taken aback, then frowned and retorted, "You cannot even manage to regenerate a severed limb?" Upon hearing this, Fang Chen was utterly astonished. Grappling with the implications, how could an ordinary foundation-building cultivator achieve such a feat? He silently added, acknowledging that he was not a typical foundation-building cultivator due to his unique system. "You cannot accomplish even this minor task?" Li Fu's eyes widened, followed by a disdainful smirk as he replied, "Then you have no fortune to cultivate my techniques. Depart." With that, Li Fu turned and swiftly made his way back to Ruoyue Valley, leaving Fang Chen no opportunity to retain him. Fang Chen stood there, watching Li Fu's retreating figure, engulfed in a prolonged silence. Was Li Fu truly a normal person? He began to understand why the system required him to learn from Li Fu, the child of fortune. Such demands were beyond the capacity of ordinary individuals. Moreover, this technique could not even be fulfilled by an average child of fortune. Only those endowed with unique constitutions could possess the extraordinary ability of limb regeneration during the chi refinement and foundation establishment stages. To require limb regeneration at the outset of training implied that deeper mastery would necessitate resurrection. Who, besides himself, could even hope to achieve resurrection? Alas, who else shall practice this technique if not I? I must endure the burden of attempting the method on behalf of the fated one. In the bustling realm of Ruoyue Valley, Fang Chen once again sought out Li Fu. At that moment, Li Fu was glaring at two children who were retreating ever further, a cold smirk playing on his lips, declaring that those unworthy shall never master his technique. "Senior Li." At this juncture, a voice emerged from behind him. "Why are you here again?" Li Fu turned around, his gaze falling upon Fang Chen's face, and he impatiently retorted, "I have already stated that you cannot sever and regenerate limbs. You are incapable of mastering my technique. Cease your incessant pursuit of me." The cultivators nearby possessed keen hearing. Those engaged in their practices fell into silence upon hearing his words. Is no one going to intervene with this madman? Yet Fang Chen spoke earnestly, "Senior, I just recall that I am indeed capable of severing and regenerating limbs. I merely forgot momentarily while attending to a trivial matter. Now that I've remembered, might you impart your technique to me?" "Really?" Li Fu raised an eyebrow, skepticism etched on his face. "Absolutely." Fang Chen nodded earnestly. "Then follow me." Seeing his earnestness, Li Fu leapt forth. Fang Chen hastily followed suit. At that moment, onlookers began to recognize Fang Chen. Although most were prominent figures from the various peaks of the intersect who had not heard of the moniker Fang the Old Dog, they could discern that this was the youth who recently expressed a desire to apprentice under Li Fu. Initially, they had thought Fang Chen to be yet another lunatic, but now they comprehended the truth. This individual was clearly feigning madness, falsely claiming his ability to sever and regenerate limbs in order to escort Li Fu away, preventing him from disrupting those earnestly seeking to cultivate. Truly, there were many virtuous souls in the Danran sect, deserving of utmost respect. Fang Chen followed Li Fu to the edge of the cliff. As they stood there, the mountain wind rustled Li Fu's robes, and with a solemn expression, he commanded, "Now, tear off your arm." "Senior, hold on." Fang Chen raised his hand. "What now?" Li Fu's impatience began to surface. "It is simply that while I can indeed sever and regenerate limbs, I must first understand the essence of this technique," Fang Chen explained. "Do you doubt me? If you're skeptical, it reveals a lack of sincerity. Thus, we are fated to part ways. Please leave." Li Fu retorted, visibly agitated. Fang Chen's defenses crumbled. Indeed, he is a madman. He quickly sought to retain Li Fu, exclaiming, "Senior, I was mistaken. I do not doubt you. I merely feel that I lack your boldness and strength, possessing neither your profound cultivation nor capabilities. I am timid by nature, especially when it comes to pain. I fear that without prior knowledge of the technique, should I sever my arm, the ensuing agony might cause me to forget the proper execution of the method. which would be quite detrimental. Hearing Fang Chen extol him, Li Fu's expression softened slightly, and in a calmer tone, he replied, "If that is the case, then I shall show you." Upon hearing this, Fang Chen felt a wave of relief wash over him. Indeed, flattery proved effective. In future exchanges with Li Fu, it is advisable to prepare a few hundred words of commendation in advance. The name of this profound technique is Ancient Divine Body, which I have heard originates from ancient physical cultivators. Even without cultivating spiritual energy, there are legends of individuals possessing the might to rend the heavens and split the earth, shattering the void with a single punch and traversing mountains and rivers with a mere step. After years of diligent study, I have finally mastered this technique. Practicing this method, even if one's physical form is frail and their spiritual energy as insignificant as an ant, one can, within a century to a millennium, cultivate a body capable of withstanding the thunder tribulation and entering the celestial realm. If this technique were to be disseminated widely, it would undoubtedly benefit countless mortals, liberating them from the relentless cycle of birth, aging, sickness, and death. Li Fu introduced with pride. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen applauded fervently, his eyes brimming with admiration. "Senior, this technique is truly formidable." Yet internally, he scoffed. Who among the physically weak could cultivate a technique that demands such formidable prowess from the outset? Is this not akin to a celestial version of why not eat meat porridge, benefiting mortals? Mortals cannot even practice it. Only the Pro-Max version of the fated ones can. Of course, there is no need for your praises. This is a fact. A smile graced the corners of Li Fu's lips as he suddenly extended his finger, piercing through the fabric of space to gently tap the top of Fang Chen's head. Startled mid-applause, Fang Chen felt a wave of astonishment wash over him. Li Fu's move was imperceptible. Not only could he not evade it, but he could hardly even sense it. Indeed, Li Fu is formidable. Here it is, the introductory chapter of Ancient Divine Body. Li Fu declared, unaware of Fang Chen's trepidation, as he pressed his finger against Fang Chen's forehead and spoke in a serene tone. Then, with a gentle touch, a resonant hum filled the air. Chapter 29. The Requirements of the Spiritual Elixir. A surge of information suddenly flooded into Fang Chen's mind. In that moment, the principles of the ancient divine body technique became clear to him. The method of cultivation was explicitly outlined within the text. It was in essence quite simple. In Li Fu's perspective, ordinary body cultivators merely inflicted damage upon their physical forms, supplemented by spiritual elixirs, allowing their bodies to grow stronger once more. While this approach had its merits, the results were minimal. The process was slow, and ultimately, the level of cultivation achieved would only equate to a physical strength comparable to that of a golden core stage practitioner. This method was utterly ineffectual. Furthermore, it was far too removed from the ancient body cultivators that Li Fu had heard about. Ancient body cultivators were formidable beings capable of battling ferocious beasts with their bare bodies, able to withstand the tribulations of 3 disasters and 6 calamities. Thus, to elevate the ceiling of body cultivation, to reach the pinnacle of physical prowess, and to restore the glory of ancient body cultivators, Li Fu devised a more radical method. Since contemporary body cultivators favored damaging their bodies, he proposed a more thorough approach, the complete annihilation of the physical form. Once the body was destroyed, spiritual elixirs could be employed to catalyze the emergence of a more powerful physique. In simpler terms, the central tenet of the ancient divine body is the philosophy of no destruction, no creation. One must be placed in a situation of death to be reborn. To cultivate a stronger body, relying solely on one's own regenerative abilities was insufficient. The aid of spiritual elixirs was indispensable. However, the requirements for these elixirs were not only exceedingly rare, but also demanded a singular, essential main ingredient, the very flesh that had been torn away. For instance, to restore an arm, one would need to refine the arm alongside the spiritual elixir, transforming it into a great essence pill, which, upon consumption, might fulfill the requirements of the ancient divine body. After perusing the requirements and explanations of this technique, a cold sweat broke out on Fang Chen. What he had read pertained to the introductory chapter. According to the elixirs specified therein, if administered to a practitioner of decent aptitude, they could achieve at least the foundation establishment stage. If given to individuals like Jiang Ningyi or Xiao Qing, who were favored by fortune. It would surely elevate their cultivation beyond the fifth layer of foundation establishment. Yet in Li Fu's case, he could only cultivate the qi refinement stage of the ancient divine body. Although this so-called qi refinement stage could easily defeat 10 opponents of the same rank. The investment was substantial, a considerable investment, yet it also demanded one's life. Fang Chen could not help but swallow hard. Goodness. No wonder only those favored by fortune can practice this. It's a perilous investment both in resources and in life. Have you finished reading? Li Fu urged, noticing Fang Chen's prolonged silence. Senior, I have completed my reading. Fang Chen replied hurriedly. Then why are you not commencing your cultivation? Li Fu pressed again. Senior. Fang Chen hesitated. What? Do you not know how to read? Do you need me to explain it to you? Li Fu frowned. Fang Chen, no. It's not that. I merely wish to inquire. Do you possess the spiritual elixirs, as required above? Spiritual elixirs? Did it mention needing spiritual elixirs? Li Fu inquired, perplexed. Fang Chen, mother, is this technique truly a legitimate one? Had it not been for the canine system's authentication of Li Fu's status as a legitimate heir, Fang Chen would have resolved to abandon his training altogether. Indeed, see for yourself, Fang Chen remarked. Let me ponder this. Upon hearing his words, Li Fu fell into contemplation, then lifted his head and calmly replied, Oh, it does indeed exist, though I had merely forgotten. In that case, esteemed senior, do you possess these spiritual herbs? Fang Chen inquired. Li Fu confidently asserted, I do not. What of it? Do you not have any? Fang Chen replied, esteemed senior, I truly do not, and you never mentioned this to me beforehand. Li Fu frowned. What? You lack even these spiritual herbs? How exceedingly impoverished. Fang Chen gazed at Li Fu in disbelief. Li Fu disregarded Fang Chen's expression and coolly stated, Since you are so destitute, you are unworthy of my cultivation methods. Farewell. With that, he turned and departed, leaving Fang Chen in a state of utter disarray amidst the wind. As the sun set in the west, the rays of twilight pierced through the clouds, illuminating the two pure goldstone lines at the entrance of the estate nestled halfway up the mountain. The golden light danced in harmony with the orange hues of the sunset, creating an ephemeral brilliance. Fang Chen, weary and burdened, returned to his modest abode of several hundred square feet. Just then, the workers emerged, and upon seeing Fang Chen, they immediately clasped their fists in greeting, saying, Master Fang, we have completed the renovations of your estate. Should you find anything unsatisfactory, please do not hesitate to send someone to us. The workers, clad in coarse linen garments and glistening with sweat, greeted Fang Chen with warmth and respect. Moved by the sight of these ordinary folk, Fang Chen took out some silver notes from his storage ring and presented them, saying, Thank you all. This is a small token of my appreciation for your hard work. This is far too generous. Upon seeing the silver notes, the workers hastily attempted to refuse. However, Fang Chen insisted, forcefully tucking the notes into the open collar of one of the workers who was rejecting the gift. Afterward, the workers departed, their figures silhouetted against the evening glow. As they walked away, Fang Chen overheard their conversations. This Master Fang is nothing like the rumors suggest. He is neither arrogant nor tyrannical. Gossip can be quite damaging. With this sum of silver, I can buy my daughter 2 new outfits. Hearing this, Fang Chen smiled, watching them leave with a glimmer of joy in his eyes until they vanished beyond the horizon, swallowed by the orange light. He then stepped into the cooling embrace of the night. You're back. A voice called from within. Yes, I am, Fang Chen replied as he entered, discovering Yixiong sprawled atop the roof, yawning in boredom. I've been stifled. Can I revert to my true form now? Yixiong asked. Go ahead, but do so in the backyard among the rocks. Do not destroy my belongings, Fang Chen instructed. Understood, Yixiong replied, leaping down from the roof and strutting toward the back mountain in a feline manner. Moments later, a powerful surge of energy rippled through the air. Bang! A resounding crash followed. My apologies, I will have it repaired by tomorrow, came Yixiong's muffled voice. Fang Chen, feeling exasperated, had lost interest in checking the situation in the backyard. Instead, he ventured into a room within the estate. This chamber housed numerous spiritual herbs, all of which had been brought over by the Fang family during their previous visit to the Danran sect. However, after realizing the futility of consuming these herbs, the original owner had ceased to utilize them. Now, Fang Chen intended to search the room for any usable herbs of the ancient divine body. Unfortunately, he found only 3 varieties, all of which were rather inconsequential. After a thorough search, a sigh escaped his lips, for it proved to be quite a challenge. Subsequently, Fang Chen contemplated making a trip to Lingyun Peak. Huaqirong was likely to be a wealthy alchemist, so acquiring a spiritual herb from her should pose little difficulty. Chapter 30. The Tranquil Sex Market. Indeed, Fang Chen was somewhat reluctant to seek out Huaqirong so promptly. After all, it was evident that Huaqirong possessed formidable cultivation. Favors from such individuals are best reserved for later use. However, Fang Chen found himself in need of a spiritual herb known as the black jade mushroom, a rare remedy that greatly enhances the physical form and is exceedingly valuable. At present, he lacked the requisite spirit stones, and due to his previous transgressions, his family had not only dismissed their servants, but also curtailed his allowance. Thus, he had no choice but to turn to Huaqirong for assistance. Just as he was about to step outside, 2 individuals arrived, Ling Wan'er and Xiaoqing, senior brother. Upon opening the door, Fang Chen was greeted by the respectful call from the 2 standing at his threshold. "What brings you here?" Fang Chen inquired, surprised, and instinctively glanced around, noting that Jiang Ningyi was absent. He then smiled warmly and said, "Please, come in." "Yes." Xiaoqing nodded and promptly ushered Ling Wan'er into Fang Chen's residence. Once in the courtyard, the 3 took a seat at the stone table. Observing the scene, Ling Wan'er couldn't help but think to herself, "Indeed, just as my senior sister mentioned, senior brother Fang's unpleasant demeanor yesterday was merely an act." "What is it?" asked Fang Chen. "Well, senior brother, Wan'er wishes to apologize to you. What transpired yesterday was entirely my fault," Xiaoqing explained, while Ling Wan'er placed a storage ring before Fang Chen, gazing at him with sincere regret. "Senior brother Fang, it was a moment of impulsiveness on my part. I hope you can forgive me." "Not at all. It's merely a trifle," Fang Chen replied, waving his hand dismissively. "You need not offer anything. I am not one to hold grudges. Senior brother, you should accept it. If you refuse, Wan'er will not be able to sleep well," Ling Wan'er insisted. "Indeed, senior brother Fang," Xiaoqing added, pushing the ring back towards Fang Chen with a serious expression. "Moreover, if there is anything else you desire, please feel free to ask Wan'er." Seeing this, Fang Chen nodded appreciatively at Xiaoqing and sighed softly. "If that is the case, I shall reluctantly accept." He took the ring, his spirit sense sweeping over it swiftly, and his eyes widened slightly in astonishment. How luminous! How dazzling! So many spirit stones. "Senior brother, everything within this ring was brought by my master, who expressed his gratitude for saving my life. However, Elder Hua has advised him against visiting to avoid drawing unnecessary attention, so he entrusted me with this task. I hope you do not take offense." Ling Wan'er explained it. Indeed, Ling Wan'er had come not only to apologize, but also to express her gratitude. After all, Fang Chen had undeniably saved her life, and her master could not possibly show no acknowledgement. Now it makes sense. Fang Chen's breathing, which had quickened, began to steady, and a genuine smile spread across his face. He realized he would not need to trouble Huaqirong any longer. Suddenly, Ling Wan'er stood up and said, "Well then, senior brother, I must take my leave. Xiaoqing has more to discuss with you." "Oh." Fang Chen was taken aback, then smiled. "Very well, you may return." After Ling Wan'er concluded her words, she cast a gentle glance at Xiaoqing before turning to depart. Once Ling Wan'er had exited, Xiaoqing turned to Fang Chen and said, "Senior brother, I have come to seek your guidance regarding some cultivation issues. It pertains to the techniques Wushuangji and Jifengbu. I am about to descend the mountain for training and wish to master these 2 methods before my departure. However, I have encountered some perplexities that I have pondered over for an entire night without resolution, which has left me quite anxious. I hope you can enlighten me." The reason Xiaoqing had asked Ling Wan'er to leave was his concern that Fang Chen might take offense. Wushuangji and Jifengbu were bestowed upon him by Fang Chen, who had never indicated that they could be shared with others. He did not want Ling Wan'er to overhear any insights Fang Chen might share regarding these techniques, as it could potentially sow discord. Although Xiaoqing believed Fang Chen to be magnanimous and unlikely to harbor grievances, he felt it was prudent to err on the side of caution. "Fang Chen, unaware of the depth of Xiaoqing's considerations, nodded in response to Xiaoqing's request, saying, "Of course, feel free to express your concerns." However, as he spoke, a flicker of doubt crossed Fang Chen's mind. Logically, given that Xiaoqing bore the essence of the esteemed Xian Yao, resolving such cultivation dilemmas should be effortless for him. Why, then, did he come to seek his counsel? Yet, Fang Chen refrained from voicing this query, fearing it might raise suspicions. Little did Fang Chen know that the esteemed Xian Yao had succumbed to slumber since the previous day, during Fang Chen's foundational breakthrough. Having discerned that Xiaoqing's power could soon reach the level necessary to seek out the fire calamity, the Xian Yao expended his energy to ascertain the location of the opportunity. Consequently, he intentionally entered a prolonged sleep to restore his strength, intending to assist Xiaoqing in seizing the chance when the time came. Thus, with the Xian Yao in slumber, Xiaoqing, eager to enhance his abilities for the impending journey, had no choice but to turn to Fang Chen for assistance. After all, in Xiaoqing's eyes, Fang Chen's ability to defeat the winged fiend demonstrated an extraordinary level of strength, making him the ideal person to resolve these cultivation matters. Subsequently, Xiaoqing articulated all his queries, and Fang Chen addressed each one, deeming them minor concerns. With each elucidation, Xiaoqing's joy multiplied, and his admiration for Fang Chen reached unprecedented heights. Truly, he was worthy of being called Senior Brother Fang. After their exchange, Xiaoqing's complexion glowed with excitement as he said, "Thank you so much, Senior Brother. Thanks to your insights, my understanding of Jifengbu and Wushuang has ascended to a new pinnacle. There's no need for gratitude," Fang Chen replied with a smile. "As the saying goes, the wool comes from the sheep. My guidance to you is akin to watering the sea." Then, Xiaoqing addressed Fang Chen once more, saying, "Well then, Senior Brother, I shall take my leave. I expect to embark on my journey tomorrow for external training. Should you need to reach me, please leave a message or contact Wanner." Upon hearing this, Fang Chen nodded in agreement. Subsequently, he escorted Xiaoqing away, watching her depart while his thoughts lingered. According to the system's introduction, it appears that Xiaoqing's descent from the mountain this time is to seek the Fire Fiend King. A moment later, Fang Chen, carrying the spirit stones recently delivered by Ling Wanner, stepped outside. Now that he had acquired wealth, he intended to procure the black jade mushroom directly, no longer needing to seek out Huaqiron. After exiting, Fang Chen made his way to the mountain's peak before proceeding to the turtle platform, descending from its head. Below lay a marketplace specifically designated for transactions among the sect's disciples. However, Fang Chen did not plan to barter with others. His intention was to purchase directly from the Danran sect's pharmacy. There are two methods of trade with the Danran sect. The first involves donating spirit stones or undertaking tasks to earn contribution points, which can then be exchanged for desired items. Although this method offers the greatest assurance, it also incurs the highest losses. For instance, while a foundational flying sword might be sold for 5,000 spirit stones externally, it would also require 5,000 contribution points at the Danran sect. However, 5,000 spirit stones do not equate to 5,000 contribution points, leading to a devaluation of the spirit stones, a significant loss. This is precisely the sect's strategy. They prefer disciples to earn contribution points through tasks rather than relying solely on monetary expenditure. Of course, if one is truly affluent, they are also welcomed. The second method is to visit the Danran pharmacy within the marketplace. The Danran pharmacy is a place established by the Danran sect specifically for the purpose of generating spirit stones. However, due to the unique status of the marketplace, the Danran sect has never acknowledged any affiliation with the pharmacy, claiming that it is merely an instance of others misappropriating the name Danran, thus having no connection to them. As Fang Chen walked under the moonlight, traversing a stretch of the night road, he finally arrived at the marketplace. Upon entering, the clamor of the crowd enveloped him. Simultaneously, a sultry and alluring voice emerged beside him. "My dear sir, would you care for a bit of excitement?" Chapter 31. The Maiden of the Tranquil Apothecary. Upon hearing that voice, Fang Chen instinctively turned to gaze back. In the distance, a stunning woman draped in sheer fabric. Her figure exquisite and her skin as smooth as jade was casting flirtatious glances his way, her scarlet lips slightly parted. Her beauty was celestial. captivating to the point of being overwhelming, especially her attire, which was nothing short of exhilarating. No, Fang Chen quickly waved his hand and hastened his steps into the marketplace. According to the memories of the original owner, he understood that while these individuals were indeed beautiful, their allure was entirely illusory. In Fang Chen's previous life, beauty-enhancing lenses existed, and it was clear that in this life, similar enchantments were not far behind. There were even more powerful arts, beautification spells. These individuals practiced illusions, not necessarily aiming to confound the mind or ensnare the soul, but merely to present themselves as ethereal beings in the eyes of others, like goddesses descending from the heavens or flowers blooming in spring. However, if such illusions could last, then enjoying a brief encounter might not be entirely unappealing. The most alarming aspect was that these individuals had fallen to the point of seducing passers-by in the marketplace, indicating that their cultivation was unlikely to be formidable. After just a few hours, their illusions would surely fade. At that moment, regardless of beauty or ugliness, it would be uncertain whether the other party was male or female. Fang Chen, not only refraining from approaching, was apprehensive even about casting a lingering glance, fearing that his own strength might unveil their true forms, which could be quite repulsive. As the woman observed Fang Chen walking away, she spat in disdain, deeming him a scoundrel for having gazed at her for a few moments, only to turn and leave, utterly heartless. Seizing the opportunity of solitude, her makeup vanished, revealing a gaunt face marked with blemishes. "How bold you are, daring to flirt with him," came a mocking voice from nearby. The woman turned to find a plump figure approaching, who inquired curiously, "Sister, what happened?" "That is Fang Chen. What do you think happened?" The plump woman replied nonchalantly. "What?" The thin woman was momentarily stunned, then exclaimed in alarm, "Is it really him? Be cautious. For the last time my sisters took him away, after our spells wore off. Had it not been for our superior cultivation, we might have been killed by him." The plump woman chuckled coldly. "Let me warn you, from now on, do not provoke someone like Fang Chen. Understood?" "Understood." The thin woman, drenched in cold sweat, was utterly terrified. Thank goodness Fang Chen did not approach. Otherwise, she would be in grave danger. Subsequently, the thin woman composed herself, reverting to the guise of an enchanting beauty, while the plump woman transformed into a voluptuous and alluring figure, wrapped in sheer garments, as they exited. Meanwhile, Fang Chen was equally anxious, nervously safeguarding his storage ring, fearful of theft. He had a fair understanding of the marketplace. This area was intentionally designated as a training ground by the Tranquil sect. This was also the reason why the Tranquil sect disavowed any connection to the Tranquil apothecary established here. In this place, the Danran sect does not take responsibility for the order within. As long as no excessively outrageous incidents occur, they remain indifferent to the happenings around. According to the beliefs of the Danran sect, disciples must eventually venture out for practical experience, where they might fall prey to the pitfalls of the cultivation world as transactions. Thus, they allow their disciples to experience the treachery of society within the sect, ensuring that when they finally embark on their journeys, they will be far less naive and unsuspecting. Moreover, while the Danran sect may disregard the marketplace, they will certainly not permit acts of murder or robbery to transpire. This aligns with the intentions of the elders within the sect, who wish for the more honest disciples to encounter some minor setbacks within a controlled environment. Additionally, should a disciple misplace a rare treasure, the sect could easily send someone to retrieve it. Such matters are not overly concerning. For this reason, the presence of enchanting fairies upon entering is entirely normal. The outside world is rife with even more absurdities. For example, beneath a heavenly visage could lurk a beast. And while some peculiar cultivators might find delight in a fox or cat spirit, a pig demon would certainly raise eyebrows. Within the marketplace, alongside the enchanting fairies, exist unscrupulous merchants, swindlers, and thieves. While dealing with merchants and con artists is manageable, thieves pose a significant challenge. They are insidious and difficult to guard against. This is precisely why Fang Chen is so vigilant in protecting his ring. Ling Wanner's storage ring contains not only spirit stones, but also precious pills valuable for foundational cultivation. Although these items hold little use for Fang Chen, they must not fall into the hands of others. The world is a treacherous place that demands caution. Having encountered adept pickpockets in his previous life, Fang Chen cannot fathom how formidable thieves might be when empowered by cultivation techniques. In their presence, he feels akin to a mere little rabbit. As a little rabbit, he must exercise prudence, while Fang Chen remains vigilant against others. A thief in the shadows, upon spotting him, hastily lowers their head and begins to communicate telepathically with their accomplices. Fang Chen has arrived. Be cautious. One replies, rest assured, there are no newcomers here, only veterans. We all recognize him, and we won't steal from him. The first thief retorts angrily, fool, I knew your experience was lacking. It's not enough that you don't steal from him. You must avoid him altogether. What if he passes by and claims something from his storage ring has gone missing? The other thief protests, come on, the items in a storage ring are practically impossible to steal. The first one snaps back. What does it matter if your surname is Fang or his? Who holds the authority here? Is he truly that fearsome? Haven't you heard how the Fang family despises him? Otherwise, why would he have no servants at all? The reply comes, yes, they disdain him, but he still bears the Fang name. If something were to happen to him, would his family remain indifferent? Fine then. By the way, should we notify those involved in business and deception? No need. They are more astute than you and have already avoided Fang Chen. At the Danren apothecary, as Fang Chen arrived, he glanced down at his ring, letting out a deep sigh of relief. Thank goodness he was perceptive. Having just deliberately chosen several desolate paths, I arrived safely at the tranquil apothecary before me, narrowly escaping a calamity. In the depths of my heart, I gave myself a thumbs up. Upon entering, a young attendant clad in simple garb approached with a smile and inquired, esteemed master, what may I assist you with? 200-year-old black jade mushrooms, I replied. Certainly. The attendant nodded and turned to procure the requested mushrooms. As I inhaled the fragrant aroma of the herbs while waiting, a cloaked elder, concealed in the shadows, squinted his eyes, observing the rings on my fingers. Upon discerning one of my storage rings, his eyes instantly sparkled with intrigue. Grandfather, what is it? A nearby maiden asked, unable to contain her curiosity upon seeing the elder's expression. The elder gestured towards my direction with his chin, exclaiming with excitement, a ring from Red Mountain. It appears a noble figure has arrived. The maiden's small face lit up with surprise at his words. Really? Come, grandfather, let us go meet him. Perhaps he can assist you in entering the Danren sect. Just as the elder was about to rise, he caught sight of my visage and hastily restrained the maiden, saying, Wait, do not approach. Grandfather, why? He is Fang Chen. Chapter 32. The third child of fate grandfather, who is Fang Chen. What has happened? The young girl appeared somewhat bewildered, unable to comprehend the situation. Having never been in the outer sect, she was oblivious to Fang Chen's reputation. Chener, do not ask too many questions. For now, we cannot go. The elder shook his head, offering little explanation. All right. A trace of dejection flickered across Chu Chener's delicate face. The elder let out a sigh, lamenting the missed opportunity. After much anticipation for someone potentially related to the inner sect of the Danren sect, it turned out to be Fang Chen. The elder, named Chu He, was a member of the outer sect as Fighting Academy and had spent many years there. He was well aware of Fang Chen's notoriety. He understood that appealing to anyone, particularly Fang Chen, was fraught with peril. It would undoubtedly lead to trouble. However, as he withdrew his steps and glanced at his sorrowful granddaughter, his heart ached. Another day wasted. Since her birth, Chu Chener had been unable to cultivate. If she lacked spiritual roots, it would be one thing. Yet, Chui knew that during her spiritual root assessment, she had exhibited remarkable potential. With proper guidance, she could have become a golden core cultivator in the future. Although golden core cultivators were not particularly powerful in the grand tapestry of the cultivation world for the Chu family, which had only produced a single ninth-layer foundation establishment practitioner in generations, a future golden core cultivator would ignite excitement and joy. However, a peculiar incident had befallen the seemingly promising Chu Chener. She was incapable of cultivation. From the age of 8 to her current 18, her cultivation had stagnated, a source of deep concern for Chu He. Despite his desperate search for assistance, even consulting elders from the inner sect, no one could resolve the issue. They all claimed that Chu Chener could not cultivate. Chui could only place his hopes in the top-tier experts of the sect. Regrettably, he had yet to encounter those elusive figures. Now, the individual donning the ring of the Qizun Mountain, Fang Chen, was the closest he had ever come to a significant personage. It was widely understood that anyone wearing such a ring must have access to the esteemed figures of Qizun Mountain. Yet, it was precisely Fang Chen who stood before him. Chui exhaled deeply, burdened by melancholy. Meanwhile, as Chui wallowed in his worries, Fang Chen, who had been idly observing, suddenly froze. He had just heard a sound in his mind that he was most reluctant to acknowledge. Ding, detecting the presence of a child of fate. Detection complete. Child of fate, Chu Qiner. In truth, Chu Qiner was the reincarnation of the demonic path empress, Fallen Star, unable to cultivate until her memories and soul were fully awakened. The Fallen Star Empress sought to reincarnate 99 times in a pure Yin form to seize the secrets of the heavens and cultivate a pure Yin body. Now, Chu Qiner was the 99th incarnation of the Fallen Star Empress, and her pure Yin sacred body had been formed. Due to the restrictions placed on the primordial Yin by the Empress, when the primordial Yin faced a crisis, it would inevitably awaken. Thus, the host was urged to capture Chu Qiner for the purpose of absorption, enabling the Fallen Star Empress to awaken early and, with her pure Yin body, attain the great ascension and transcend to immortality. The method required for the absorption practice of Chu Qiner is the method of merging the 7 emotions and 6 desires, which will be automatically mastered by the host. This technique is a supreme absorption method. Although the Empress has never practiced it with another, she is well aware of its intricacies. The host may use it with confidence, ensuring that the Fallen Star Empress absorbs the host's essence in the most comfortable manner, swiftly regaining her strength. Fang Chen. In an instant, the entirety of the method of merging the 7 emotions and 6 desires surged into his mind, and he grasped knowledge that others would only acquire after countless battles. At this moment, an array of national treasures erupted within Fang Chen's heart. System, what are you doing? He never imagined that a simple trip to procure medicine would lead him to encounter a child of destiny. Not only that, but now he was being compelled to seek death in such a manner. Even though Fang Chen did not know who Fallen Star was, the mere mention of the demonic empress was enough to instill fear. After all, she was a formidable figure at the tribulation stage. Did this cursed system really expect him to absorb her essence? Was it out of its mind? After venting his frustration at the system, Fang Chen quickly glanced around the pharmacy and spotted Chu Qiner in a corner. He averted his gaze and turned to leave in haste. It was best to avoid such a ruthless individual. Wait, esteemed sir, your black jade fungus is ready. At that moment, a humble attendant from the Danran pharmacy emerged, carrying a large box made of spirit stone. The transparent box, glimmering like crystal and radiating a spectrum of colors, contained a bizarrely shaped black fungus. Indeed, it was the black jade fungus. All right, I'll pay, Fang Chen exclaimed, hurrying to follow the attendant into the inner chamber for the transaction. After paying with the spirit stones, the attendant left to arrange the stones, while Fang Chen prepared to exit the inner room. Just then, a surprised voice called out, Fang Chen, what are you doing here? Fang Chen turned abruptly, only to find Hua Qirong and Jiang Ningyi standing at the door. Hua Qirong, clad in a red dress, stood gracefully outside, exuding a captivating fragrance of herbs. Jiang Ningyi, in a flowing blue gown that accentuated her slender waist, had her long hair cascading down like a waterfall. Her complexion, slightly flushed, softened her previously cool demeanor, adding a touch of youthful charm. Brother Fang, Jiang Ningyi's dull eyes sparkled with surprise upon seeing him, revealing a clarity that even a child could discern. Seeing the two women, Fang Chen stepped forward and asked, Elder Hua, Junior Sister Jiang, what brings you here? What brings us here? Hua Qirong paused, seemingly taken aback by the question, before breaking into an enigmatic smile. Jiang Ningyi leaned closer to Fang Chen and whispered, Brother Fang, Elder Hua is the owner of the Danran pharmacy. Fang Chen felt utterly speechless at his own question. What do you need the black jade fungus for? ISNT, it's something only body cultivators require? At that moment, Hua Qirong noticed the black jade fungus in Fang Chen's hand. I intend to stay in Royue Valley for a while, Fang Chen remarked. Excellent. Observing this, Hua Qirong slightly nodded, acknowledging the young man's ambition. She then continued, Since that is the case, why didn't you simply ask me directly yesterday? Wait a moment. I shall have someone return the spirit stones to you, and this black jade herb will be your gift. Fang Chen's heart surged with joy as he clasped his fists in gratitude. Thank you, Elder Hua. Following this, Hua Qirong cast a meaningful glance at Jiang Ningyi, a smile playing at the corners of her lips. All right, you two stay here for a while. I will fetch the medicinal herbs, she declared, gracefully exiting the inner chamber, leaving only Fang Chen and Jiang Ningyi in each other's company. Upon witnessing Hua Qirong's abrupt departure, Jiang Ningyi, usually composed, displayed a hint of fluster on her delicate face. Simultaneously, Fang Chen, who had just been smiling, also exhibited a touch of alarm. Oh no! Hua Qirong, you sly one. How could you suddenly turn on me? Chapter 33. Sect Rewards. In that moment, Fang Chen urged himself to remain calm and composed, reminding himself that being alone with Jiang Ningyi was not a cause for alarm. After all, he had just scolded her the day before, making this an opportune moment to exacerbate their already strained relationship. He resolved to seize this chance and swiftly drive their bond to a point of irrevocable severance. At that juncture, Jiang Ningyi spoke up, Brother Fang, this is the reward from the sect for you. She produced a storage ring and handed it to Fang Chen. He was momentarily taken aback, but instinctively accepted the ring. As he scanned its contents with his spiritual sense, his eyes widened in shock. Inside, he beheld a collection of over a dozen jade vials, a stack of talismans radiating a delicate aura, and two formidable artifacts that emanated an overwhelming power. Even while contained within the ring, Jiang Ningyi continued, Brother Fang, Elder Hua mentioned that you sought some life-preserving treasures. These are the Sect-S rewards for you. There are various escape talismans that no cultivator below the 6th level of Golden Core can bind you with. Additionally, there are speed-enhancing talismans that can be utilized not only for fleeing, but also for traversing and combating foes. As for the elixirs, they include the Spirit Restoration Pill for recovering spiritual energy, the Spirit Ignition Pill for boosting combat prowess, the Blood Gathering Pill for healing injuries, as well as other antidotes and purifying elixirs. All of these are perfectly suited for your current cultivation level, as Elder Hua procured them from the sect's inventory and must replenish them promptly. However, the sect's stock of spiritual herbs is insufficient, which is why we came to the pharmacy. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen was enlightened. No wonder the two women had appeared so suddenly at the pharmacy. They were there to gather spiritual herbs for alchemy. Jiang Ningyi added, by the way, brother, these pills and talismans are for everyday use. In dire situations, you must rely on those two artifacts. The Xuanhuan shield is a formation-type artifact that can protect you. Even a divine transformation stage cultivator cannot break through it within half an hour. However, this formation can only be used once, and during its activation, you must remain stationary. The other token, the Danran token, can also be used only once, but its purpose is, Jiang Ningyi spoke slowly, to summon a powerful figure from the sect to assist you. At her words, Fang Chen's eyes widened in astonishment, completely taken aback. What? A powerful sect figure to aid me? This is too incredible. The combination of the Xuanhuan shield and the Danran token, one for protection, the other for summoning assistance, was a veritable life-saving artifact. The selection of these two treasures was remarkably considerate, although both could be used only once. Fang Chen felt that having the means to save his life, even a single time, was already sufficient. Jiang Ningyi wore a slightly apologetic expression and said, Brother, this combination of artifacts can only withstand attacks from divine transformation stage cultivators. It is not that the sect is unwilling to provide stronger defensive artifacts, but rather that against a returning void stage opponent, even artifacts would be rendered ineffective. Please do not hold this against the sect. However, if you find yourself pursued by a returning void stage cultivator, you may use the Crimson Respect Ring that one previously gave you. Unless it is a matter of deep-seated enmity, I believe any sect would be willing to show some measure of leniency. Upon the utterance of those words, Fang Chen found himself momentarily taken aback. He cast his gaze downward and was struck by the realization that the storage ring bestowed upon him by Ling Wan'er was strikingly dissimilar to his own and the one currently held by Jiang Ningyi. The surface of the ring bore a diminutive crimson peak, which evoked a sense of reverence in those who beheld it, and upon prolonged observation, one could almost perceive an illusion of it expanding into a towering, majestic mountain. At that moment, the sudden voice of Hua Qirong pierced through Fang Chen's thoughts. Fang Chen, the talismans and elixirs, as well as the Xuanhuan shield, are mere trifles. The true treasures lie within the Danran Ling and the Qizhuan ring. She continued, originally. I could have procured far less than the Danran Ling for you, but upon learning of your desire for a life-preserving artifact, Ningyi insisted on pleading with her master for an entire day to secure it. She paused, then added, as for the Qizhuan ring, it can only be claimed upon entering Qizhuan Mountain, though you possess the foundation of the heavenly Tao and thus qualified to enter. I have refrained from disclosing your achievements in the heavenly Tao and your subjugation of the winged fiend to the sect, making it impossible for you to obtain the ring ahead of time. This ring, in truth, belongs to Ningyi. You must express your heartfelt gratitude to her for all her efforts. Understanding Jiang Ningyi's humble nature, Hua Qirong felt compelled to interject. After hearing her words, Fang Chen fell silent. He gazed at Jiang Ningyi's fair countenance, noting the regretful glimmer in her eyes for not being able to present him with a more formidable artifact. Memories of the frantic flash of the sword from the previous day, the panic girl, and her reddened eyes flooded his mind. In that moment, his defenses crumbled completely. Jiang Ningyi had treated him with such kindness, yet he had harshly berated her just yesterday. How despicable of me, Fang Chen thought, wishing to chastise himself. And then, he yearned to scold that wretched system as well. Ningyi, after a prolonged silence, Fang Chen took a deep breath and turned to Jiang Ningyi, intending to apologize for his behavior the day prior. As for the matter of the husband-slaying proof of enlightenment, he scoffed at the thought. He was an ancient divine being destined for ascension, unfazed by such trifles. However, just as Fang Chen opened his mouth, Jiang Ningyi spoke even more swiftly. Senior brother, I wish to apologize to you. Fang Chen was taken aback. What? He stammered. Jiang Ningyi continued earnestly. Yesterday, I misunderstood you. Fang Chen's eyes widened, his breath caught in his throat. What do you mean I saved you? Jiang Ningyi pressed on. When you and Wanner were dismissed by me, I felt a surge of anger. But it was only when the demon tiger appeared that I realized your actions were solely to protect both me and Wanner. Fang Chen's astonishment deepened, and he struggled to comprehend her words. Yuha, when did I save you? Jiang Ningyi, however, offered no further explanation, instead sincerely apologizing to Fang Chen. In truth, she had wished to apologize the day before, but due to Hua Qirong's insistence on concealing Fang Chen's foundation in the heavenly Tao, she was compelled to mislead the higher-ups of the sect. After their encounter on Qizhuan Mountain, hearing Hua Qirong mention Fang Chen's desire for a life-preserving artifact, she had implored her master, the Fairy of Qinyan, for an extended duration to gather these treasures as a token of gratitude for Fang Chen's life-saving deeds. Now, having encountered Fang Chen, she resolved to entrust everything to him while offering an apology. Upon finishing her words, Jiang Ningyi felt an immense sense of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her heart. At last, she had expressed all that she wished to convey. Observing Jiang Ningyi, Fang Chen hesitated, his lips trembling as he began. Ningyi, you have misunderstood. Jiang Ningyi interrupted him, saying, Senior brother, you need not say more. I understand. No, you do not comprehend. But Jiang Ningyi suddenly rose, flashing a smile that was playfully at odds with her usual demeanor. I shall go assist Elder Hua with the medicinal herbs. She may be overwhelmed. With that, she walked away, hands clasped behind her back. Fang Chen's character was all too familiar to her. Like the radiant moon in the sky, he preferred to remain hidden in the shadows. A person who undoubtedly shunned ostentation and self-promotion. Perhaps the mere notion of hearing compliments about himself would cause him discomfort. Thus, Jiang Ningyi decided not to pursue the matter further, letting it pass. As she departed, Fang Chen opened his mouth in surprise. Chapter 34. The futile efforts of the storage river. Fang Chen was enveloped in confusion, with no outlet for his thoughts, and after much contemplation, he let out a long sigh. He finally grasped the situation. It seemed that Jiang Ningyi mistakenly believed that by distancing herself from him, she was acting in her own best interest. This was nothing short of a self-deceptive fantasy. When Jiang Ningyi and Hua Qirong emerged, Fang Chen had already resigned himself to the idea of not explaining the matter to Jiang Ningyi. There was no point in doing so. People only believe what they wish to believe. He intended to return the ring from Xuanhuan Mountain to Jiangningi. Since it was a treasured item, he could not keep it for himself. As Jiangningi stepped out, she cast a reproachful glance at Hua Qirong, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Hua Qirong wore a smile that was neither fully amused nor entirely serious. Clearly, during their time in the storeroom, Hua Qirong had discreetly communicated with Fang Chen, playfully teasing Jiangningi about it. Junior sister. Upon seeing the two women, Fang Chen approached with the Xuanhuan ring in hand. Jiangningi discerned his intentions at once and said, "Brother, you should keep it. My status does not require the Xuanhuan ring for validation." Hua Qirong chimed in, "Take it. Nothing will happen to her without the ring. However, if you offend the old monster Fanshu without it, even 9 lives would not suffice." Without uttering a word, Fang Chen was promptly convinced. He internally resolved, "Then I shall take it for now." He was always one who understood the nuances of the situation. Subsequently, the trio prepared to leave the Danren apothecary. Fang Chen still had to devote time to cultivating the ancient divine body. However, before they could step outside, 2 figures intercepted them. Upon recognizing the newcomers, Fang Chen's eyes widened in terror. The pair consisted of an elderly man and a young girl. The elder was clad in splendid garments, his white hair meticulously arranged. The young girl wore a gown of jade white, her countenance serene, embodying youthful grace. Yet a hint of melancholy dulled her vitality. They were none other than Chu He and Chu Qiner. "Greetings, Elder Hua, and true disciple Jiang." Chu He and Chu Qiner bowed respectfully to Hua Qirong and Jiangningi. As for Fang Chen, an outer sect disciple, despite his formidable background, he was not afforded the same courtesy. Hua Qirong inquired with mild curiosity, "What brings you here?" She was not surprised by the ambush. Instances such as these, whether seeking medicine or mentorship, were quite commonplace when visiting the apothecary. "Elder Hua, I am Chu He from the Outer Sects Fighting Academy, and this is my granddaughter, Chu Qiner. She possesses excellent spiritual roots, yet has been unable to cultivate qi for many years. I humbly beseech you to examine her spiritual roots for any abnormalities. If you require anything, I am willing to offer everything." Chu He's face was pale, his voice trembling as he bowed respectfully. Just moments ago, upon seeing Hua Qirong and Jiangningi enter, he had realized this was his last opportunity. Both Hua Qirong and Jiangningi held esteemed positions within the intersect, especially Hua Qirong, the one who holds the seal of Lingyun Peak, the elder of the Dan Room, a figure often elusive as a dragon's tail. Today, encountering Hua Qirong is nothing short of a miraculous stroke of luck for Chu Heyun. If he fails to seize this opportunity, he may never have another chance to alter his granddaughter's fate. Thus, even though it may offend her to suddenly step forward and block Hua Qirong, Chu He is resolved to take the risk. Meanwhile, Chu Qiner, in a flurry of panic, bowed her head and said, "Elder Hua, everything my grandfather has done is for me. If you have any grievances, please let Qiner bear the full responsibility." Observing the two, Hua Qirong's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. She had not anticipated that Chu He and Chu Qiner had come to seek her medical expertise. "Please rise." After a moment's reflection, considering she had nothing pressing to attend to, and noting that Chu Qiner indeed appeared to possess exceptional talent, she said, "Please sit down. I shall examine your granddaughter." "Yes. Thank you, Elder Hua." Upon hearing this, Chu He was overjoyed, nearly brought to tears. He had not expected Hua Qirong to be so agreeable. Following this, he hastily urged, "Qiner, hurry and thank Elder Hua." "Thank you, Elder Hua." Chu Qiner, too, was deeply moved. Meanwhile, Fang Chen, walking behind Hua Qirong, wore a serious expression, his gaze intense, biting his lip to the point of almost drawing blood. What on earth should he do? Faced with the formidable presence the system had compelled him to encounter, he hesitated to remain. However, understanding oneself and one's adversary is key to victory in every battle. He wished to observe how this situation would unfold for Chu Qiner. With this thought, Fang Chen remained silent, choosing to observe discreetly. At the same time, Jiangningi, watching Fang Chen's expression, was taken aback, then fell into contemplation, ultimately revealing a touch of emotion in her eyes. The 5 of them moved to his side. Hua Qirong produced a piece of spiritual jade to test the root quality, placing it on Chu Qiner's forehead. A radiant light flashed, and her gaze instantly expressed astonishment. The root quality was exceptionally promising. This route, at the very least, bore the potential of a golden core. If fortune favored her, attaining the nascent soul stage was very much within reach. For the Danran sect, while Chu Qiner may not qualify as a top genius, she would certainly be a pillar of strength. Fang Chen observed from the side, thinking to himself with a chuckle. Indeed impressive. Once her pure, holy body fully matured, her potential could very well lead her to immortality. Indeed. Yet, upon witnessing this, Chu Hie's face fell. For despite all this time, Qiner had been unable to gather energy into her body and enter the qi refining stage. A shadow of disappointment crossed Chu Qiner's delicate features. What elixirs have you consumed? Hua Qirong inquired. I've tried gathering qi pills, breaking sea pills, and even shattered jade pills, all to no avail, Chu He responded. Hua Qirong furrowed her brow. What about talismans? I've used the Divine Palace Talisman, the Spirit Transformation Talisman, and the Pulse Harmonizing Talisman. And formations? I've even employed the most aggressive burning pulse formation. Hua Qirong. She could not help but glance at Fang Chen. Observing the vigilant and enigmatic figure of Chu Qiner, Fang Chen felt a sense of bewilderment. Why are you looking at me? Hua Qirong retracted her gaze from Fang Chen, pondering whether the members of the Chu family might be deceiving her just as Fang Chen had. She had not forgotten how this fellow had misled her earlier, claiming to possess poor aptitude and that he had consumed all sorts of medicinal elixirs. In truth, it had all been a fabrication. Elder Hua, is there truly no method left? As Hua Qirong fell silent, Chu felt a heavy weight in his heart. The previously hopeful expression on his face now visibly aged within moments. This was his final glimmer of hope. Sighing softly, Hua Qirong thought, the Danran sect, being a prestigious institution, must surely possess ways to assist Chu Qiner in her cultivation. Chapter 35. Commencing the cultivation, however, employing such methods on the merely talented Chu Qiner would be a sheer waste. Moreover, Xuanhuan lacked the means to acquire resources for her, or to utilize those methods on her behalf. Upon realizing this, a bitter smile crept upon Xuanhuan's face. He had already discerned the answer. Thank you, Elder Hua, Xuanhuan expressed, bowing respectfully with Chu Qiner by his side. Chu Qiner, mustering a faint smile, replied, I am truly grateful for your concern, Elder Hua. Not at all. Would you like me to arrange for someone to escort you back? Hua Qirong waved her hand dismissively. No trouble at all, Elder Hua. We can return on our own. Xuanhuan responded with a shake of his head. As the two parties bid farewell, Fang Chen exhaled a sigh of relief. It appeared that this formidable woman would not gain entry into the Danran sect. Although he felt sympathy for her plight, akin to his own, as she was unable to cultivate, sympathy alone would not compel him to divulge a solution. Revealing his method to Xuanhuan could lead to dire consequences for the Danran apothecary. Just as the two were about to depart, the previously silent Jiang Ningyi suddenly spoke up. Grandfather Xuanhuan, has Chu Qin ever considered physical cultivation? At her words, Xuanhuan paused, shaking his head. Not yet. Then perhaps you should first visit Ruoyue Valley. Chu Qin possesses rare talent, and though her path may be fraught with challenges, a robust physique could potentially lead her to a solution, Jiang Ningyi suggested gently. Xuanhuan sighed, clasping his fists in gratitude. Thank you for your guidance, true inheritor Jiang. Chu Qiner also managed a strained smile, echoing her grandfather's sentiments. Following this, the pair departed. Watching their retreating figures, Jiang Ningyi sighed, wishing for them to find a resolution. Let us hope so, Hua Qirong nodded, though she harbored the grim realization that Chu Qiner's prospects were bleak. Meanwhile, Fang Chen had grown increasingly tense since Jiang Ningyi began to speak. He only felt relief when he realized she was merely suggesting a visit to Ruoyue Valley. He had feared that she might whimsically decide to take Chu Qin to Qizuan Mountain, which would have been tantamount to inviting disaster. The encounter with Xuanhuan and Chu Qin had no discernible effect on Hua Qirong. She had witnessed much worse. Rising from her seat, she turned to Fang Chen and his companion, saying, Well then, you may return on your own. I shall take my leave first. Yes, they nodded in agreement. Hua Qirong exited the apothecary, vanishing like a fleeting light. Fang Chen glanced at Jiang Ningyi, preparing to bid farewell, but she interjected, Senior brother, do you wish to assist Chu Qin with her training? Fang Chen, taken aback, replied, I do not. Do not speak recklessly. Do not tarnish my reputation. With a furrowed brow, he inquired, What leads you to such an assertion? Jiang Ningyi responded, Because I know you well. Fang Chen's eyes widened in shock. What? Yet Jiang Mingyi sighed. However, senior brother, you should not dwell too much on Shu Qin's situation. Do not expend your heart and energy excessively. She had already discerned that when Fang Chen glanced at Chu Qiner, his expression was grave, his eyes filled with concern, and he even bit his lip until it bled. Coupled with the earlier incident involving Fang Chen's efforts for the untrained Xiaoqing, she instantly saw through Fang Chen's thoughts. For a moment, Fang Chen was at a loss for how to respond, managing only to utter a single word. Jiang Mingyi, noticing Fang Chen's despondency, attempted to console him, saying, "All right, senior brother, I shall take my leave. If you still wish to assist Qiner, do not hesitate to inform me. I will arrange for some spiritual herbs to be sent to her. You need not spend your precious spirit stones." She was concerned that Fang Chen might, as he did for Xiaoqing with the projection jade slip, send physical cultivation herbs to Chu Qiner. Fang Chen quickly reassured her, "I will not do that. You need not worry." However, Jiang Mingyi took his words lightly, believing he was merely placating her. Subsequently, Fang Chen and Jiang Mingyi departed from the market, and as they left, she found it peculiar that the paths they traversed, which were usually bustling with people, were remarkably deserted in Fang Chen's company. How strange indeed! After parting ways with Jiang Mingyi, Fang Chen swiftly returned to his residence. Casting aside thoughts of Chu Qiner, he prepared to commence his endeavors. Fang Chen retrieved an alchemical furnace and placed the black jade mushroom within it, inhaling deeply. During his journey back, he had already contemplated his cultivation. For him to mend his torn hand, he must approach death to accomplish it. Therefore, he needed to first tear his arm, refine it into a grand medicinal pill of vitality, consume it, and then ingest poison to bring himself to the brink of death before he could recover. Goodness, is this not a demonic cultivation method? Fang Chen thought to himself. Despite having mentally prepared for this cultivation method, it still felt excessively macabre. The thought of consuming his own flesh was indeed difficult to accept. Were it not for the system's confirmation that the other party was an heir, Fang Chen would not dare to proceed with his cultivation. He then took a deep breath, affixed 2 talismans that induced numbness and pain relief to himself, and drew forth a remarkably sharp long knife. "What are you doing?" At that moment, Yixiong leaped down from the rooftop, stepping closer to inquire. He had been curious about the noise Fang Chen made upon returning. Whoosh! Just then, a brilliant flash of blade light illuminated Yixiong's astonished visage. What on earth are humans engaged in these days? Crack! An arm fell away, and blood gushed forth instantaneously. Hiss! Fang Chen's agonized gasps echoed throughout the room. "Have you lost your mind?" Yixiong exclaimed in terror. "Poison yesterday, self-mutilation today. What manner of terrifying person is Fang Chen?" He had encountered numerous cultivators at the Danran sect, but none so bizarre as this. Now, Yixiong was filled with trepidation. On one hand, Fang Chen's actions were too sinister for him to approach, yet on the other, he feared that Fang Chen might inadvertently end his own life, which would also spell doom for him, as they had entered into a life-and-death contract. Silence. Even with the talisman support, Fang Chen's face turned pale as he writhed in agony. The pain was unbearable. However, he could neither halt nor hesitate. He swiftly opened the alchemical furnace, casting into it a portion of black jade fungus along with his own arm. Fortunately, the grand elixir of vitality required no intricate alchemical techniques, and thus Fang Chen was spared the necessity of mastering the art of alchemy. Boom! The spiritual flames surged forth. His arm, subjected to an intensely searing temperature, instantaneously transformed into a swirling mass of golden blood essence. This was the blood essence essential for the foundational cultivation of the heavenly path. Witnessing this spectacle, the winged fiend gasped, his gaze vacant. Could it be that Fang Chen was actually refining himself? What manner of demonic practice was this? No, this was not even how demons operated. They typically refined others. One had never encountered the self-refinement of one's own being. Fang Chen had no energy to spare on the winged fiend. He endured the agony, awaiting the formation of the grand elixir of vitality, which he promptly consumed upon its completion. Once ingested, an extraordinarily pure force surged within Fang Chen's body, and simultaneously, he immediately rose. The technique of the ancient divine body commencing its operation. Chapter 36. Cultivation of body refinement. The cultivation method of body refiners diverges significantly from that of ordinary practitioners. While traditional cultivators absorb spiritual energy, guiding it through designated meridians into the dantian to enhance their cultivation, body refiners must not only manipulate their techniques, but also rigorously temper their physique. Only through such physical conditioning can they cultivate the innate power known as Yuanli from their muscles, bones, and skin, which synergizes with their techniques. For instance, the training regimen of the individuals from Riua Valley, although somewhat unorthodox, does involve genuine physical conditioning, aside from the elderly gentleman engrossed in chess. The efficacy of their Yuanli generation, however, leaves much to be desired. Authentic physical training encompasses various forms, including lifting blades and weights, as well as using martial arts to refine one's body. Some even mimic the postures of beasts, meticulously engaging every muscle, emulating creatures such as tigers, deer, bears, monkeys, birds, and crocodiles, among others. At this moment, Fang Chen, in his fervent quest to rapidly generate Yuanli, is obsessively practicing the Wangba fist, despite his desire to employ more sophisticated techniques. Having even perused a manual on the iron bone techniques of the alligator tortoise, his current agony and the limitation of having only one hand render him incapable of executing more advanced moves. Nevertheless, while Li Fu may seem unreliable, the technique he imparts is undeniably potent. After consuming a blood qi pill, even with just the Wangba fist, Fang Chen could distinctly sense pure Yuanli coursing through his body with each punch. The emergence of Yuanli further propels the operation of the ancient divine body, with the Yuanli accumulating rapidly, allowing Fang Chen's physique to strengthen at an astonishing pace. Yuanli is profoundly different from spiritual energy, where the latter is ethereal. Yuanli is substantial, bringing with it a wave of comforting warmth as it circulates within, akin to soaking in a hot spring. Yet, if the ancient divine body were solely utilized for generating Yuanli, it would hardly merit the title of a top-tier technique. Its true essence lies in its ability to reinforce the body after recovery, rendering any damaged parts even more formidable. Observing Fang Chen's comical execution of the Wangba fist, Yixiong, who should have found amusement in the scene, felt an unsettling chill instead. It is only natural for anyone witnessing a bloodied, one-armed individual swinging punches to feel an eerie sense of dread. What on earth are you trying to accomplish? Should I summon assistance? Yi Vyong inwidit koshisi. No need, Fang Chen replied, engrossed in his practice. I am cultivating. What? This is cultivation? Yixiong gasped in disbelief. Do not disturb me, Fang Chen urged, dismissing Yixiong's concerns. After a while, constrained by his limitations in body refinement, Fang Chen found his Yuanli stagnating. Enduring the pain, he sat down, realizing he must expedite the healing of his arm using the medicinal properties of the blood qi pill. Otherwise, the efficacy of the pill would dissipate. He then retrieved a vial of poison, unscrewing the cap. Thud! The resilient jade bottle, designed to withstand impacts, struck the ground, producing a dull thud. After the poison surged into Fang Chen's abdomen, his 7 orifices erupted with streams of black blood, the previously gory wounds now exuding a deep, purplish hue, while the severed arm emitted a foul stench. What are you doing? At that moment, the furious roar of Yixiong echoed beside Fang Chen. Observing Fang Chen commencing his own demise after a brief period of cultivation left Yixiong utterly paralyzed. It was crucial to remember that his life now hung by a thread in Fang Chen's hands. Should Fang Chen perish, so too would he. Following his furious outburst, Yixiong rushed to Fang Chen's side, anxiously darting about. Where's the antidote? Where's the antidote? Why the rush? Fang Chen, blood pouring from his mouth, weakly replied. I won't die. After uttering these words, Fang Chen collapsed. Yixiong's eyes widened in disbelief. What? This is far too swift. He had yet to seize the opportunity to save Fang Chen's life. Shortly after, sensing Fang Chen's breath dwindling like a flickering candle in the wind, Yixiong's tiger-like face fell into a daze, sorrow filling his eyes. He had willingly offered himself as a servant. Yet why was death still looming? If death was inevitable, to perish because of his master's self-inflicted demise was utterly despairing. However, before he could mourn his own fate, Fang Chen abruptly stood up. Yixiong was taken aback. Almost instantly, An overwhelming aura erupted from within Fang Chen, his arm visibly regenerating at an astonishing rate. Looking at Yixiong, Fang Chen remarked, "I told you I wouldn't die. Why the urgency?" Yixiong was left speechless. Ignoring him, Fang Chen gazed at his newly formed, exquisitely delicate arm. A smile gracing his lips as he gently clenched his fist, a surge of explosive power emanating from within. This ancient divine body possesses remarkable attributes. Fang Chen mused. Even with no reliance on elemental or spiritual energy, he felt a monumental shift in his physical prowess, believing that with just this arm, he could easily take on 10 adversaries. Satisfied with his progress, Fang Chen nodded, intending to continue his cultivation of the introductory chapter of the ancient divine body. The initial stage of this technique entailed refining the limbs. With one arm now perfected, he had officially embarked on the path of the ancient divine body, achieving the Qi refinement stage in physical cultivation. Once all 4 limbs were fully cultivated, he would attain the foundation establishment stage. "Why didn't you die?" As Fang Chen prepared to delve back into his training, Yixiong approached, his expression one of stunned bewilderment. "What are you so surprised about? Didn't you witness me doing this yesterday?" Fang Chen replied. "But yesterday, you relied on the array of the yin-yang furnace to continuously resurrect, didn't you?" Yixiong murmured, having always believed that Fang Chen's miraculous revival was facilitated by the concealed manipulation of the yin-yang furnace. "Not at all," Fang Chen retorted with a dismissive glance. "Could it be that you are one of the legendary?" Yixiong suddenly pondered. Could it be that Fang Chen possessed a rare constitution believed to exist only in myth? Perhaps the undying phoenix body or the everlasting body. According to legend, such beings could regenerate severed limbs even at the foundation establishment stage. Moreover, those endowed with extraordinary constitutions, provided they do not meet an untimely demise, are destined to attain the pinnacle of greatness in the future. Indeed, I am precisely the one you envision. Fang Chen nodded earnestly. At once, Yixiong was taken aback, and an involuntary expression of reverence surfaced upon his countenance. If Fang Chen were merely a foundational cultivator of the heavenly path, Yixiong, possessing an imperial bloodline, would regard him with admiration, yet not fear. They would stand as equals. However, now that Fang Chen is revealed to possess a legendary constitution, far rarer than even the imperial bloodline, the dynamics have shifted dramatically. Yixiong's tone took on a note of humility, saying this Fang Chen. "Brother Chen, I may have spoken a bit too loudly before." Fang Chen interjected, "Enough, step back. I must continue my cultivation." "Yes." Yixiong replied submissively, before retreating. Chapter 37. No need to thank me. Standing outside the small courtyard, Yixiong suddenly realized that Fang Chen had merely been cultivating. Although the method of cultivation appeared eccentric and somewhat comical, the end result seemed extraordinarily promising. Particularly, the strength within his arms would astonish even a formidable beast possessing a top-tier bloodline. However, after a moment of awe, Yixiong felt a twinge of strangeness. Upon further contemplation, his eyes widened in disbelief. Had he been duped? Just yesterday, Fang Chen had told him that there was no need for cultivation, as enlightenment would come naturally. He had believed him. Thus, today he had spent the entire day idly fishing. Yet, while he was merely fishing and daydreaming, Fang Chen had been tirelessly cultivating? How infuriating! At this rate, wouldn't the gap in their cultivation levels only grow wider? In a hurry, he rushed back to his courtyard to practice, but due to the erratic fluctuations in Fang Chen's life force, he found it impossible to concentrate on his own cultivation. As night passed, dawn broke, revealing hints of light across the horizon. In the small courtyard, now stained with blood, Fang Chen, having turned his robe into a vest, exhaled a breath of turbid air, his gaze sparkling with clarity. After a night of tumultuous effort, coupled with the support of a piece of black jade fungus, he had successfully refined all 4 limbs. Of course, his rapid progress was primarily due to the system. Even those with exceptional physiques could not possibly refine their limbs in just one night. After all, even with their remarkable recovery abilities, excessive exertion would ultimately drain their essence. But Fang Chen was different. By exploiting a system bug, he could heal without consequence. He raised his fist, unleashing a powerful gust of wind. His face alight with joy, this was the ancient divine body. Thus, his cultivation level was equivalent to a first-grade physical foundation coupled with a first-grade Tao foundation. If his future cultivation proceeded smoothly, he could potentially reach the stage of a great physical cultivator, in addition to a first-grade Dao foundation. Marvelous. At that moment, Fang Chen, who had once been despondent about his cultivation potential, finally regained his confidence. In the Yaya Valley, having completed the introductory stage of his cultivation, Fang Chen soon sought out Li Fu to acquire the next stage of techniques. Amidst the bustling crowd, he patted Li Fu, who was glaring disapprovingly at the retreating figures of two fleeing girls in green attire. Who goes there? Li Fu turned. Senior, it is I. Fang Chen clasped his fists in greeting. Upon recognizing Fang Chen, Li Fu frowned. You? What brings you here? Senior, after diligently studying the introductory techniques, I have come to appreciate the profound intricacies of this method, akin to the vastness of the stars, utterly captivating. Thus, I have developed a deep respect and have come to seek you out, hoping to borrow the subsequent techniques for observation, with the aspiration of emulating your wisdom. Hoping to grasp even a fraction of your insight one day, Fang Chen articulated. You are indeed a person of practical nature. Li Fu, upon hearing this, nodded with pride, then inquired, however, do you possess any spiritual herbs? I do. If you do not believe me, Senior, look, I have successfully completed the introductory stage. Fang Chen raised his arm. Li Fu was momentarily taken aback, then squinted his eyes in observation, nodding in satisfaction. Good. Quite impressive. Just as he was about to speak, he glanced around and coldly snorted. There are far too many individuals here secretly learning techniques. Follow me. With that, Li Fu exited the Royue Valley. As they reached the familiar site by the Yingguang Lake Mountain, Li Fu inquired, pray tell, how long did you spend cultivating your limbs? Just one night, Fang Chen replied, a hint of pride evident on his face, a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. He firmly believed that no one could match his speed, not even a child of fortune. After all, others did not have a system to aid them. However, Li Fu frowned in discontent. Too slow. Can't you complete it in a quarter of an hour? Fang Chen's forehead tensed in irritation. Senior, isn't that a bit unreasonable? I can indeed finish cultivating my limbs in a quarter of an hour. Can't you? Li Fu reprimanded him sharply. Fang Chen retorted, what cultivation level do you possess? And what level do I possess? Can such a comparison be made? Yet before the unpredictable Li Fu, Fang Chen dared not voice his true thoughts, and instead cautiously smiled. Senior, your might is akin to that of a celestial being, vast and omnipotent, far beyond what a humble junior like myself could ever compare to. Indeed, Li Fu concurred with Fang Chen's words, subsequently deciding to let him off the hook. Since that is the case, I shall not punish you this time, but you must hasten your pace in the future. Fang Chen, swallowing his indignation, replied, Yes, Senior. Enough of calling me Senior. Since you have acquired the ancient divine body, you shall be my disciple. From now on, address me as Master, Li Fu declared. Yes, Master. Fang Chen clasped his fists in respect, willingly acknowledging the title after receiving the other S inheritance. Here, this is the authentic technique of the ancient divine body. However, the contents require your cultivation to reach the corresponding level before you can access the respective techniques, Li Fu stated, raising his hand to touch Fang Chen's forehead. Fang Chen nodded, beginning to learn the foundational chapter of the ancient divine body. But upon reading the first line of the foundational chapter, his initial joy turned to shock. The next moment, what? He abruptly looked up, terrified, and asked Li Fu, Master, isn't the ancient divine body cultivated by completing the limbs? Why does it still require tribulation? Isn't tribulation something required only during the tribulation stage? The first line of the foundational chapter clearly stated, upon completing the cultivation of the limbs, one must within 3 days draw upon their own essence to attract the lightning tribulation. Only after transcending the tribulation can one establish the foundation of the ancient divine body. In other words, for Fang Chen to reach the foundational stage of the ancient divine body, he must first undergo tribulation within 3 days. It is well known that the lightning tribulation is a source of terror for countless cultivators. Those with weak cultivation face certain death in the face of it. Countless cultivators in the tribulation phase, in a bid to evade the impending lightning tribulation, would willingly seclude themselves for thousands, even tens of thousands of years. But what is the meaning of this ancient divine body? Is it a deliberate pursuit of death? Li Fu remarked indifferently, my cultivation technique defies the heavens. A glimpse into the immortal mysteries, it is inherently not of this world. Is it not quite normal to undergo tribulation? Fang Chen felt a wave of darkness wash over him, his lips trembling. Why didn't you inform me of this sooner? Did I not mention it? Li Fu frowned. Fang Chen was on the verge of tears. You did not say. Oh, well, it's not too late to mention it now, Li Fu asserted with conviction. Besides, you should take pride in the fact that you can achieve what is typically reserved for those in the tribulation phase at your current level of cultivation. Moreover, successfully overcoming the tribulation will lead to a significant enhancement of your powers. This is indeed a grand opportunity. Fang Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. Is this even a rational statement? To suggest that I have the same opportunities as those in the tribulation phase? Is this some kind of jest? He fell into silence, feeling as though his heart might give out. However, after this moment of despair, he remembered the existence of the system and suddenly felt a sense of certainty. System, surely the lightning tribulation cannot strike me down, right? He pondered internally. After all, a lightning tribulation is but a singular calamity. I cannot possibly be the child of destiny. Can I? Thus, if I am not the child of destiny, does that mean I cannot be struck down? The system swiftly responded. The lightning tribulation can indeed end the host's life. Why? Fang Chen felt as though he had been struck by lightning. The system replied, even the child of destiny can perish beneath the lightning tribulation. The host is likewise not exempt from this fate. After hearing this, Fang Chen slowly expressed his confusion. Can the child of destiny truly die from the lightning tribulation? He had never witnessed anyone actually perish under such circumstances. Yet the system asserted, the power of tribulation is the greatest adversary of the world, exceedingly perilous. Even the child of destiny carries a significant risk of falling within it. This is precisely why the system urges the host to assist the child of destiny swiftly with the host's demise. The child will more rapidly acquire the ability to contend against tribulations. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen was enveloped in despair. What the predicament? After painstakingly navigating a bug to discover a successor, it turns out to be a madman. Now I am faced with the prospect of being struck by divine retribution. Is this not a punishment from the system? It is no wonder Li Fu's technique can only be cultivated by those of exceptional physique, who among ordinary people could endure severing their own limbs only to confront a lightning tribulation. At this moment, as Fang Chen wallowed in his despondency, the system unexpectedly offered a rare comfort. If the host is about to face a lightning tribulation, the system will provide support. You will undoubtedly emerge safe and sound. Chapter 38. Inescapable upon hearing these words, Fang Chen was profoundly moved. Why had this system suddenly changed its demeanor? Was it not always wishing for his demise? He pondered with gratitude, thank you, but why the sudden consolation? The system replied, it is best for the host to perish at the hands of the fated one, for it is essential to contribute to their growth. Fang Chen was taken aback. Guanlin, why are you silent? At that moment, Li Fu observed the long silent Fang Chen and furrowed his brow. Is it that you are so overwhelmed with joy at the shared opportunities of tribulation that you are rendered speechless? Your experience is still too limited. This is merely a minor reward for cultivating the ancient divine body. In the future, you shall encounter even greater rewards. As my disciple, you must learn to embrace these opportunities and not remain so petty. Do you understand? Fang Chen was utterly shaken. Is the ancient divine body merely a matter of words? Why does my master's talk leave me breathless? Is this truly the worth of the world's strongest physical cultivation? Soon after, Fang Chen forced a bitter smile. Master, I am quite pleased. However, can I truly not refuse this opportunity? That cannot be. Li Fu waved his hand and reassured him. Even if you disperse your power, you cannot escape this thunder tribulation. But rest assured, if you survive the tribulation, it signifies that you have lived. Fang Chen was exasperated. If he did not perish, he would undoubtedly survive. What nonsense was this? Master, do you possess any methods to help me navigate this thunder tribulation? He asked with hope. It is all recorded in the scriptures. You shall see for yourself. I need not elaborate further, Li Fu replied dismissively. Master, do you not have any unique secrets for overcoming the thunder tribulation? What if I were to tragically perish within it? Fang Chen resorted to lamentation. Yet, sorrow filled his heart. Both his master and the system were insensible. As a transmigrator, he was truly exhausted. How he wished he could end it all and return. Nevertheless, Li Fu remained unfazed and stated, if you were to die in the Thunder Tribulation, it would merely indicate that you lack the fortune to continue cultivating the ancient divine body. One could only say that your fate is lacking. Fang Chen was once more driven to despair. Why was it always this same rhetoric? Was encountering an insurmountable problem merely a matter of lacking fortune? Forget it. His heart felt as though it had died. He knew he could not rely on Li Fu any longer. All right, let us exchange communication jade slips. If there is anything I can do to assist you, I shall certainly help. Perhaps Li Fu had truly experienced a change of heart, voluntarily offering to exchange communication slips with Fang Chen. This was akin to exchanging phone numbers. With the slips, they could contact each other swiftly. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen nearly wept with joy, tears brimming in his eyes. This master of his finally showed a reliable side. Yet in the next moment, as he retrieved the communication slip, his expression froze. Here, take this, my communication slip. Li Fu handed him a piece of stone, extending it toward Fang Chen. Gazing intently at the stone, Fang Chen fell into a prolonged silence before finally uttering, Master, this does not appear to be a communication jade slip. This is merely a rock, devoid of any fluctuations in spiritual energy. Initially, Fang Chen questioned his own discernment, but after a thorough examination, he concluded that it was indeed nothing more than an ordinary stone. It bore no resemblance whatsoever to a communication jade slip. Here, take it. We shall exchange. Li Fu seized the jade slip from Fang Chen's grasp and placed the stone into Fang Chen's hands before turning to leave, casually remarking, focus on your tribulation. Should anything arise, use this communication jade slip to contact me. Fang Chen stared at the stone, engulfed in a profound silence. After a considerable time, he exclaimed, Damn it! Upon returning to his residence, he discarded the stone given by Li Fu en route. Throughout his journey, he had fretted over whether Li Fu had presented him with a seemingly mundane stone that was, in fact, a genuine jade slip, prompting him to verify it multiple times, even repeatedly channeling spiritual energy into it, yet he could not awaken it. It was abundantly clear that it was indeed an authentic stone. Upon arriving at his courtyard, he commenced his study of the inheritance regarding the enhancement of success rates during tribulation as detailed in the ancient divine body. Although Li Fu had succumbed to madness, his intellect remained sharp when composing the techniques. He explicitly outlined several key points in the inheritance. First, while tribulation is fraught with peril, the greater the danger, the greater the opportunity. If Fang Chen successfully navigates this lightning tribulation, he will be nourished by its formidable power, allowing his physical form to genuinely meet the standards of the ancient divine body, thereby laying a solid foundation for his future ascendance to immortality. Second, while every significant breakthrough in the ancient divine body necessitates tribulation, the intensity of the lightning tribulation is assuredly not as formidable as that faced during the tribulation period. Third, to bolster the likelihood of success in tribulation, aside from fortifying one's self, it is crucial to leverage external resources. However, these external resources do not refer to magical artifacts or protective shields, as such items would become ineffective during the lightning tribulation. The tribulation targets the cultivator directly, and all other forces are repelled by the might of heaven and earth. Nonetheless, through the explorations and studies of the initial tribulation cultivators, they uncovered a flaw in the lightning tribulation. They discovered that while the tribulation repels external objects, it does not expel those that have been refined and integrated into the body. In other words, if one refines heavenly materials and earthly treasures into their body prior to the lightning tribulation, the tribulation will not cast them away. Thus, the external resources referenced in Li Fu's inheritance pertain specifically to heavenly materials and earthly treasures that can be assimilated into the cultivator's body. Consequently, many cultivators will refine numerous heavenly materials and earthly treasures before summoning the lightning tribulation, allowing the internal forces to heal injuries and withstand the onslaught of the tribulation. In the midst of inheritance, Li Fu mentioned various matters, such as elixirs, the power of the 5 elements, the forces of yin and yang, the essence of other cultivators' primordial spirits and nascent souls. He spoke of the possibility of sacrificing one's own corporeal form and soul for refinement, provided that life was not adversely affected. As he read on, Fang Chen could not help but break into a cold sweat, pondering whether his eccentric master might indeed belong to the demonic path. What kind of infernal options were these? Nevertheless, Fang Chen's attention remained fixed on the power of the five elements. It was the only treasure he possessed, Fire Fiend King. In this realm, the essence of power manifested in its purest form. Fire Fiend was one such embodiment, as were Water Fiend and Ice Fiend. Refining this power could effectively resist the tribulations of thunder. Contemplating this, Fang Chen mused whether his Fire Fiend King would suffice. If it proved inadequate, he would seek out Xiaoqing, who had mentioned just yesterday his intention to embark on a journey of training. Fang Chen was aware that during this venture, Xiaoqing would surely encounter the Fire Fiend King. Of course, Fang Chen did not entertain the notion of capturing the Fire Fiend King for further refinement. Chapter 39. Assisting you through tribulation with Fang Chen's capabilities, he found himself at a dead end. Even if the Fire Fiend King was not the child of destiny and could not incinerate him, the mere thought of refining the Fire Fiend King solely through his own strength was nothing short of a fantasy. However, the prospect of refining the Fire Fiend itself remained tantalizingly within reach. The ancient volcano housing the Fire Fiend King was teeming with numerous fire fiends. If he could capture a few to refine, it would significantly enhance his odds against the impending thunder tribulation. Contemplating this, Fang Chen resolved that his best course of action was to venture into the ancient volcano where Xiaoqing sought to capture the Fire Fiend King and hunt for fire fiends. Naturally, he could not accompany Xiaoqing on this expedition. The system had previously warned him that many formidable beings in the god transformation stage would converge upon the ancient volcano to vie for the Fire Fiend King. Remaining in Xiaoqing's company would undoubtedly invite incessant troubles, potentially leading to encounters with top-tier powerhouses, which could spell his doom. Thus, he planned to embark on this journey alone, stealthily gathering fire fiends outside the ancient volcano. He was well aware of the specific volcano where Xiaoqing intended to locate the Fire Fiend King. After all, there was only one ancient volcano in proximity to the Danran sect. After calculating the time, Fang Chen realized he had successfully cultivated around sunrise that morning. This meant that the thunder tribulation would descend no later than 3 days from now, at the next sunrise. Time was of the essence. He resolved to set off the following day. Subsequently, Fang Chen sought out Xuanhuan and directly exchanged a collection of body-enhancing elixirs for the musical score bestowed upon him by the system. Originally, the system intended for him to use this score to cultivate affection with Jiang Ningyi, which was why he had kept it under wraps. However, faced with the precariousness of his current situation, he had no choice but to unveil his best assets. Xuanhuan was naturally delighted by the exchange and encouraged Fang Chen to compose more musical scores in the future. Fang Chen hastily denied any personal authorship, attributing the compositions to the masters of the folk tradition. Xuanhuan merely smiled knowingly, neither confirming nor denying his claims, but insisted that he continue to bring musical scores in the future. After exiting Lingyun Peak, Fang Chen made a trip to the market, hoping to sift through the sands in search of resources to fortify himself against the thunder tribulation. Regrettably, even after wandering through the market until nightfall, he came up empty-handed. During his stroll, he sent a message through a jade slip to the Fang family, confident that their substantial resources could provide him with significant assistance. Alas, his efforts fell on deaf ears. Due to the numerous mistakes committed by the original owner, the family had turned a blind eye to him. Unless the family head was in a benevolent mood, Fang Chen found himself in a position akin to being exiled from the clan. This was precisely why the original owner had resorted to desperate measures to prepare demonic pills. With the family ignoring him, he had exhausted all avenues. With a long sigh, Fang Chen lamented, "Now you have left me with no options." It was too late to return home now, as the distance between the Fang family and the Danran sect was considerable. If he attempted to make the journey, the thunder tribulation would likely strike him along the way. Under the starlit sky, Fang Chen returned to his residence and began to gather his belongings. He was reluctant to leave the Danran sect so soon. The trials of the world were perilous. He yearned to remain at the Danran sect for eternity. Alas, after Fang Chen finished packing, Yixiong excitedly yelped. He was blissfully unaware of Fang Chen's impending thunder tribulation. All he knew was that Fang Chen had suddenly declared his intention to venture out for training and wanted to take him along. This filled him with uncontainable joy. How long had he been confined within the walls of the Danran sect? How long had it been since he last beheld the outside world? Fang Chen, where shall we go for this journey? Shall we visit my hometown? Yixiong exclaimed, bouncing with excitement. Fang Chen paused for a moment, then inquired. How far is your hometown? Yixiong was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that Fang Chen would genuinely consider it. He had merely spoken in jest. Then, with renewed enthusiasm, Yixiong replied, not far. If we have a transformation stage artifact, we could reach the teleportation array of the Sacred Tiger Clan in just a day. Fang Chen asked, if I were to deliver you to your 9th royal brother, what sort of reward could I expect? Yixiong's tiger-like form stiffened, and he took several steps back, soaring away. Don't go. I'm serious. Fang Chen shouted as Yixiong departed. After Yixiong left, Fang Chen suddenly received a signal from a communication jade slip he had sent out. Instantly, he was filled with excitement. Could it be that his family was reaching out to him? If so, he would promptly express his remorse, vowing to become a better person and imploring them to provide the treasures necessary to help him through his tribulation. However, when Fang Chen took out the jade slip, his expression fell. It was not from a family member. Upon confirming the identity of the sender, he was left stunned. It was Li Fu. The message was straightforward. Disciple, hasten to the enlightenment cliff. I shall assist you in overcoming your tribulation. Fang Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. He realized that the seemingly inconspicuous, barren cliff where he often conversed with Li Fu had been secretly named the Enlightenment Cliff by him. Yet, the name of the cliff was not the crux of the matter. The pivotal point lay in the phrase, I shall assist you in overcoming your tribulation. Upon reading those words, Fang Chen was overwhelmed with joy. Could it be that his master had suddenly regained his clarity and knew how to aid him in overcoming the tribulation? After all, Li Fu was a system-certified supreme body cultivator, the inheritor of the Child of Fortune. A remarkable figure indeed. If such a person were to awaken and assist him in traversing his tribulation, it would be akin to soaring to new heights. Fang Chen immediately sprang into action, leaping out of the estate and racing toward the Enlightenment Cliff. Meanwhile, at the Enlightenment Cliff, two figures were making their way along the winding path from the reflective light lake. The moonlight cast a cool glow upon the leafless branches, creating a delicate and enchanting scene. Yet, neither of the two figures had the heart to admire this beauty. They proceeded directly to the edge of the cliff. The foremost figure was none other than Li Fu, clad in white robes, his expression unusually grave. Following closely behind him was a girl dressed in a jade white gown. It was none other than Chu Qiner. Seniorly, may I ask what place this is? Following closely behind Li Fu, Chu Qiner felt a surge of vigilance as she inquired, is this truly the fabled Destiny Cliff? Those who come to Destiny Cliff are said to have the opportunity to inherit my legacy. Li Fu replied with a calm demeanor. At his words, a flicker of astonishment crossed Chu Qiner's eyes. Destiny Cliff? Is it possible that the Danran sect possesses such a place? In that moment, what had appeared to be an unremarkable cliff transformed into an enigmatic and profound sight in her youthful perception. Simultaneously, a deeper sense of gratitude towards Jiang Ningyi blossomed within her heart. Were it not for Jiang's genuine guidance, how could she have arrived at Ruoyue Valley and encountered the ethereal and enigmatic Li Fu? Chapter 40. Endure pain. After Jiang Ningyi previously mentioned to Chu Qiner the possibility of coming to Ruoyue Valley to learn physical cultivation, Chu Qiner visited Ruoyue Valley today. Upon her arrival, she encountered Li Fu. During her journey, Shu had cautioned Chu Qiner about a mad old man, advising her to disregard any invitation he might extend regarding physical cultivation. Therefore, even when Li Fu urged Chu Qiner to learn, she remained indifferent. Not only did she refuse to accompany him, but she also refrained from engaging in conversation with Li Fu. However, the reason Chu Qiner found herself in this place was due to the 3 sentences spoken by Li Fu. These words profoundly impacted her. As he observed Chu Qiner's retreating figure, Li Fu remarked calmly, your potential is quite impressive, yet destined to remain unrefined. Follow me, and I shall help you harness your strength. These 3 sentences instantly swayed Chu Qiner's resolve. No one had ever seen through her lack of cultivation at first glance, let alone recognized her remarkable potential. In that moment, Li Fu's image transformed in her mind from that of a mad old man to an enigmatic figure of profound depth. Though she had previously been advised to ignore whatever Li Fu said, she found herself wavering. She returned to Li Fu and inquired how he discerned her true nature. Li Fu merely smiled mysteriously and instructed her to follow him, assuring her that the truth would soon reveal itself. Thus, Shu Qiner chose to accompany him. Driven by the hope of uncovering an answer she had awaited for over a decade. Standing at the edge of the cliff, Shu Qiner gazed at Li Fu's imposing silhouette against the moonlight and softly asked, "Senior Li, what should I do?" "Patience. First I shall pose a question to you. What are you willing to sacrifice to attain power?" Li Fu's eyes, deep and unfathomable, fixed on the horizon. "Everything," Shu Qiner replied without hesitation, her youthful eyes, typically vibrant, now filled with resolute determination. No one comprehended the suffering she had endured over the years. Had she been a waste from the very beginning, she might have resigned herself to a mundane existence a decade ago. Yet, it was precisely because everyone remarked upon her notable potential that she felt trapped. Now, the pursuit of power had become her sole desire. For this, she was prepared to endure any hardship, even if it could cost her life. Very well, then let me ask you this. Are you capable of regrowing a severed limb? Li Fu stated coolly. Shu Qiner, filled with determination, was momentarily taken aback. "What are you waiting for? Speak." Li Fu frowned. Dazed, Shu Qiner stammered, "Senior, I cannot." "Regrowing a severed limb? Isn't that something only legendary cultivators can achieve? How could I possibly do that? If you cannot, then you're unworthy of my legacy." Li Fu replied, calmly. "However, given your arrival and your unique constitution, I can assist you in becoming a cultivator." Upon hearing this, Shu Qiner was overjoyed and responded without a moment's hesitation, "Thank you, senior." As soon as the words left her lips, Shu Qiner suddenly felt an excruciating pain at the nape of her neck. Following that, her body involuntarily lurched forward, and the world before her plunged into darkness. Just before her eyes fully closed, she caught sight of Li Fu, who had inexplicably appeared behind her, his hands still raised. It was evident that he was the one who had struck her. As her consciousness waned, she gazed at Li Fu with a bewildered expression, her mind consumed by a singular thought. Why did he suddenly hit me? At that moment, Li Fu met her gaze and remarked, "There is no need to express gratitude. I aid you solely because you can assist my disciple. Who would thank you?" This was the only notion that occupied Shu Qiner's mind before she succumbed to complete darkness. Once she had collapsed entirely, Li Fu retrieved a transmission jade slip belonging to Fang Chen and instructed, "Disciple, hasten to the Wu Dao cliff. I shall aid you in overcoming your tribulation." When Fang Chen arrived at the Wu Dao cliff, the night had deepened. Yet the barren treetops of the cliff seemed to bask in the cool moonlight, appearing eerily luminous. Upon his arrival, he called out, "Master." However, upon approaching, he discovered that Li Fu was absent, and instead, a young girl lay on the ground. "Who is this?" Fang Chen was momentarily taken aback, instinctively moving closer to inspect. A familiar face, one that filled him with dread, came into view. At that moment, her slightly furrowed brow rendered her somewhat pitiable. Fang Chen was suddenly jolted in shock. "What the hell? Shu Qiner?" As he recognized her face, his heart nearly leapt from his chest. How could she possibly be here? Just then, Li Fu's voice resonated from above. Startled by the presence of Shu Qiner, Fang Chen looked up, only to be astonished once more. There was Li Fu, seated cross-legged in midair, regarding him with an expression of discontent. Surrounding Li Fu was an absence of any artifacts or fluctuations of spiritual energy, indicating that he was entirely relying on his physical prowess to remain suspended in the air. Fang Chen's mind raced with an overwhelming sense of disbelief. This is utterly astonishing. Truly, he is the supreme master of physical cultivation. "I have arrived, master," Fang Chen declared, clasping his fists in respect. "Your speed leaves much to be desired," Li Fu replied as he descended from the air. Fang Chen, fearing that Li Fu might be angered by his perceived lack of urgency, hurriedly explained, "Master, I was indeed swift. I dashed over as soon as I received your message." "Dashed over?" Li Fu questioned. "Could you not have torn through space to arrive?" Fang Chen, "Fine. I should have explained so much. Luckily, you did not lose any time." Li Fu remarked nonchalantly, "Is fortunate indeed." Fang Chen inquired, "So, master, What shall we do now? Are we to undergo the tribulation here at the Wu Dao Cliff? His eyes sparkled with anticipation and excitement. Wu Dao Cliff. What Wu Dao Cliff? This is the Qian Kuan Cliff. Li Fu frowned. Do not arbitrarily change names in the future. Fang Chen fell silent, cursing inwardly. How exasperating it is to communicate. Very well, I shall not hold it against you. Carry her up. I shall assist you in your tribulation. Li Fu gestured towards Chu Qiner, inquiring, what does she have to do with this? Furthermore, Master, I almost forgot to ask, how did she come to faint here? Upon hearing this, Fang Chen asked in surprise. Li Fu replied nonchalantly, naturally, it is because I intend to aid her in her cultivation. At these words, Fang Chen nearly erupted with indignation on behalf of Chu Qiner. Is this truly what one would call helping someone cultivate? Fang Chen glanced at Chu Qiner, his gaze filled with sympathy. It seems this girl has been thoroughly deceived into coming to the cliff of enlightenment to endure suffering. Li Fu urged, hurry and carry her up. Do not waste any more time. Chapter 41. My master shall assist you in overcoming tribulations. Indeed, with urgency, Fang Chen swiftly lifted Chu Qiner into his arms. Feeling a pang of sympathy within, it would be best to return her promptly, ensuring she would not fall prey to that wretched old man's deceptions again. He carried her to the designated place, gently setting her down before emerging from the cave. Li Fu gestured toward a cavern in the distance. Nodding in acknowledgement, Fang Chen entered, discovering a stone platform within, where he carefully placed Chu Qiner. After setting her down, he contemplated the situation. Li Fu must have instructed him to leave her here to rest while he prepared to assist Fang Chen in overcoming his tribulations, sparing her from lying on the cold ground and risking exposure. A smile crossed Fang Chen's face, realizing that even his eccentric master had moments of humanity. Come out. Li Fu's voice echoed from outside the cave. Yes. Fang Chen turned and stepped outside. Swallow this. Li Fu tossed a brown pill to Fang Chen. Catching it, Fang Chen examined the pill under the moonlight, a sense of wariness washing over him as he inquired, Master, what is this pill for? Though Li Fu had just displayed a semblance of compassion, at his core, he remained a madman. The unpredictable actions of a lunatic posed danger. Fang Chen could not afford to consume whatever Li Fu offered without caution. Li Fu, with an imperious tone, commanded, Eat it. Master, your wisdom is unparalleled. My reluctance is not. Fang Chen felt an ominous sensation akin to the last time he instinctively reached for the guzheng, instinctively resisting and wishing to explain. However, disaster struck. As soon as he opened his mouth, Li Fu moved with an imperceptible speed, thrusting the pill into Fang Chen's mouth. Good, Li Fu observed with satisfaction. In a panic, Fang Chen hurriedly attempted to induce vomiting, yet the pill dissolved instantly within him, leaving no time for expulsion. Master, what kind of medicine is this? Fang Chen's complexion paled slightly as he questioned. At that moment, for reasons unknown, he felt a surge of warmth enveloping his body and spirit. What are you asking for? Do you think I would harm you? Li Fu shot him a fierce glare, followed by a finger pointing at Fang Chen's forehead. This is the dual cultivation technique of yin and yang. Remember it well. When the time comes, you can exchange the pure yin energy within her for your primal yang essence. Your ancient divine body was forged from the essence of heaven through dual cultivation with her. Your yang will aid her in her cultivation, while her pure yin energy will assist you in overcoming the tribulation. With that, Li Fu, without warning, shoved the astonished Fang Chen into the cave. He then extended his palm outward and inhaled sharply. A colossal stone sphere, seemingly conjured from thin air, thundered upward from the mountain below, landing in Li Fu's grasp. With an impassive expression, he seized the massive stone with one hand, then waved it gently. Boom! The stone sphere crashed violently against the cave entrance, producing a deafening roar that sealed the cavern entirely. Very well, let us not dwell on the inappropriate. Even though I am your master, it is not suitable for me to linger here. I shall take my leave. This great stone will ensure that you are undisturbed. Focus on your cultivation. With that, Li Fu turned and vanished without a trace. Within the cave, Fang Chen's eyes gradually turned crimson, engulfed in a state of terror. From Li Fu's words, combined with the unbearable heat coursing through his body and spirit, he realized the nature of the potion Li Fu had administered to him. Damn it! Fang Chen cursed inwardly as his body grew increasingly heated, overwhelmed by waves of insatiable desire. His mind flooded with indescribable visions. What to do? Fang Chen's heart raced with dread. Upon seeing the unconscious Chu Qiner lying on the stone platform, his breath quickened alarmingly. This is disastrous. Fang Chen's body involuntarily moved towards Chu Qiner, yet he hurriedly halted his steps. No, I cannot approach her. He stood firm, striving to maintain clarity. The aphrodisiac may not be lethal, but if he were to touch Chu Qiner, he was certain he would end up as neatly sliced remains, returned to his hometown. He turned and made his way towards the cave's exit. Despite several attempts, the massive stone at the entrance remained immovable. This is beyond my capacity. Fang Chen quickly retrieved a communication jade slip, attempting to contact Jiang Ningyi. However, upon channeling his spiritual energy, he discovered that the slip could not send message. Damn, this is truly hopeless. Fang Chen gritted his teeth in frustration. Is my master truly insane? In the next instant, Fang Chen felt the potency of the drug intensifying, prompting him to hurriedly sit cross-legged. He pulled out a dozen calming talismans and pressed them to his forehead. A soothing sensation penetrated his being, attempting to quell the fiery turmoil within. Yet, it was merely a drop in the bucket. This aphrodisiac was horrifically potent, and no matter how he tried to suppress it, he could not. Despair filled his heart. Where on earth did his master procure such a potion? At that moment, a soft groan, laced with pain, emanated from the stone platform. Chu Qiner opened her eyes, her vision blurred and her mind blank. It then dawned on her that she had been knocked unconscious by Li Fu, just as she sought to find Li Fu and inquire why he had attacked her. She turned to discover a man, flushed and drenched in sweat, seated in the corner. That face! Fang Chen. Chu Qiner's eyes widened in shock, panic overtaking her. Why are you here? After leaving the Darren apothecary, she had heard all about Fang Chen's exploits from Chu He, and now, in this dark, confined cave, with the entrance sealed and just the two of them, especially with him being Fang Chen, how could she not be frightened? Yet, upon seeing Chu Qiner awaken, for reasons unknown, Fang Chen felt a wave of relief wash over him. At least the other party has awakened. Perhaps they can still resist their own instincts. Confronted with their inquiries, Fang Chen gritted his teeth and declared, "Do not be afraid. This is all the doing of Master Li Fugen." Fearing that Chu Qiner might suspect a conspiracy between him and Li Fu, he quickly altered his words, refraining from addressing the other as master. What does seniorly mean? Chu Qiner was somewhat bewildered. He rendered you unconscious and then forced me to ingest an aphrodisiac. I am currently battling its effects. Fang Chen clenched his teeth and urged. But I cannot escape right now. Quickly contact your grandfather and have him rescue us. Chu Qiner was taken aback. The situation sounded utterly absurd. She regarded Fang Chen with suspicion. What exactly are you trying to accomplish? What else could I desire? Fang Chen lamented. I am merely concerned for your honor. Who could have anticipated that this madman would suddenly knock you out and then abduct me to administer an aphrodisiac? Furthermore, if I truly intended to harm you, do you think you could withstand me now? Chu Qiner's expression faltered, though she was still somewhat dazed and unable to comprehend the unfolding events upon reflection. Fang Chen did not seem to be a villain. If he truly harbored malicious intent, even in her current state of consciousness, devoid of cultivation, she would not stand a chance against him. Conversely, Li Fu had first incapacitated her and then forced Fang Chen to consume the aphrodisiac. Could it be that she had been harmed by Li Fu? Regret welled up in Chu Qiner's heart. Had she known this would occur, she should have heeded her grandfather's advice and not accompanied Li Fu. Enough thinking. Quickly, you should check inside for any alternate routes and call for help. Fang Chen, increasingly overwhelmed, shouted. Yes. Chu Qiner, jolted awake from her reverie, hurriedly ventured inside. However, it wasn't long before she returned, her face ashen. There is no way out. Fang Chen felt a sinking sensation in his heart. This was disastrous. How could they counter the effects of the aphrodisiac? Anxiously, he pondered until suddenly, he struck his head in realization. Of course, how could he have forgotten? If he were to perish, the system would surely assist him in eliminating the aphrodisiac. With this thought, Fang Chen was filled with elation, swiftly opening his storage ring. However, upon doing so, his expression turned as pale as Chu Qiner's. The ring was devoid of poison. The battles with the winged beast 2 days prior, coupled with his training yesterday, had depleted all his supplies. Damn it, Fang Chen was stunned. This was truly catastrophic. At that moment, the effects of the aphrodisiac surged forth with renewed ferocity. Chapter 42. Maintaining sanity is a luxury. Fang Chen's eyes were bloodshot as he lifted his gaze towards Chu Qiner. An unmistakable longing reflected within them. Startled by the intensity of his stare, Chu Qiner instinctively took a few steps back. However, Fang Chen forcibly restrained his desires, retrieving a dozen or so magical artifacts from his storage ring. Swords, spears, clubs, and various other weapons were at his disposal. What are you trying to do? Upon witnessing Fang Chen suddenly produce such a plethora of weaponry, particularly a leather whip and a length of rope that stood out conspicuously, Chu Qiner's beautiful eyes widened in alarm, her heart racing as fleeting images from a scandalous book she had inadvertently glanced at flashed through her mind, those shameful descriptions. While Chu Qiner was engulfed in trepidation, Fang Chen seized a knife and raised it high. Though the feet, Zhu Gaina the guy, only to be struck dumb with astonishment in the next moment. To her shock, Fang Chen plunged the dagger directly toward his own heart. "Oh, what are you doing?" Chu Qiner gasped, instinctively wanting to rush forward to stop him, believing Fang Chen had been driven mad by aphrodisiacs. But before she could intervene, the knife inexplicably sprang from his grasp. Damn it! Fang Chen felt an overwhelming sense of despair. What in the world was happening? He had thought that without poison, he could at least harm himself with the knife. Yet, the artifacts he had purchased were all designed to prevent self-harm. As for taking his own life, he found himself unable to summon the spiritual energy and elemental force within him, as if all his strength had been concentrated in his lower body. This was driving Fang Chen to the brink of insanity. "Could you spare me a little spiritual energy?" he lamented. Is this drug truly intended to keep one perpetually ensnared in such matters? With his spiritual energy depleted, if Fang Chen were to strike himself again, he would likely only bleed, not perish. And as one who had attained the ancient divine body through foundational cultivation, if he desired to bleed to death, it would likely take several days. Having exhausted all options, Fang Chen finally raised his gaze, his blood-red eyes fixed on Chu Qiner as he rasped, "You. What is wrong?" Chu Qiner hastily responded, "Do you have any life-preserving artifacts left by your grandfather?" "Yes. I have several talismans that do not require spiritual energy to use," she replied promptly. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen was elated and quickly pressed, "What is their offensive capability?" "My grandfather said they can deal with foundation-building cultivators. He specially requested them from the inner sect elders for my protection." "Zhu Gaina et lai." "Good. Throw them at me. Kill me," Fang Chen commanded. At this, Chu Qiner was utterly bewildered. Why would you want that? She was completely thrown off by the absurdity of the situation. The recent events had already left her in a daze, and now Fang Chen was asking her to kill him? Was he out of his mind? Seeing her in action, Fang Chen grew increasingly anxious and shouted, "If you don't kill me, do you truly intend to let me possess you?" While it was true that Chu Qiner was the child of fortune, as long as he did not die according to the system's predetermined methods, he was absolutely certain he would not perish at the hands of the child of destiny. Thus, in other words, as long as one does not forcibly claim Chu Qiner, one will surely not perish. For this reason, Fang Chen intends to compel Chu Qiner to take his life. Upon hearing this, Chu Qiner was momentarily taken aback. Her complexion revealed a hint of astonishment. "Fang Chen, was it truly to preserve my honor that he chose to end his life? If so, does that mean he plunged a knife into his own heart for my sake? Do it. Why are you standing there?" Fang Chen nearly lost his mind. Was this person trying to bring about his demise? Yet, Chu Qiner, upon hearing Fang Chen's outburst, displayed a complex expression, her eyes subtly glistening with unshed tears, followed closely by a flicker of fear, but more so, a resolute determination. She spoke slowly, "Fang Chen, you need not sacrifice your life for my innocence." Fang Chen was on the brink of insanity, shouting, "Stop being ridiculous. I can come back to life. Just hurry up and kill me." "What nonsense are you spouting?" Chu Qiner interrupted him, her voice urgent. "Even my grandfather cannot come back from the dead. You, a mere cultivator at the 3rd level of qi refining. How could you possibly achieve that?" Fang Chen was left speechless. "I'm striving to save both our lives. Why are you suddenly berating me?" At that moment, Xuanhuan unexpectedly raised her hand and gently unfastened the outer layer of her dress. This scene, which was bound to be disapproved, left Fang Chen utterly dumbfounded. What was Xuanhuan doing? Did she think that because he was willing to sacrifice himself for her purity, she would be moved to embrace him? Good heavens! My Lady Empress, must you jest? What era are we in? Let us not resort to such antiquated schemes. You tread your own narrow path while I traverse my own broad road. Stop! Fang Chen bellowed. Have you lost your mind? Do you not doubt that I am merely feigning vulnerability to deceive you? I do not believe that. Xuanhuan shook her head. For the past 18 years, she had dwelled in the depths of despair, her thoughts astute. She could discern that Fang Chen had no intention of deceiving her, but was solely focused on seeking his own demise. This was something Fang Chen could not feign. He could not fool her. Realizing this, Fang Chen felt a surge of regret, wishing he had employed the tactics used to rid himself of Jiangning. If only he had pretended to be a lecher. Wouldn't she have swiftly subdued him with a talisman? Yet, consumed by the intoxicating effects of spring, he could not think clearly, and in a moment of desperation, his words became the final dagger to his fate. Meanwhile, Xuanhuan took a deep breath, her body trembling slightly, yet she resolutely approached Fang Chen. Fang Chen, I always believed you to be a villain, but now it seems you are not quite as the rumors portray. As she stood before him, her fair visage was awash with fear. To make such a decision, her lack of fear would be a falsehood. Yet, to allow Fang Chen to die for her honor, she truly could not bear. Do not do anything foolish. Remain calm. Fang Chen forced himself to retreat, but Xuanhuan drew ever closer. His body was growing numb. Fang Chen, thank you. Her voice trembled. Let today be but a dream. At the very moment Xuanhuan finished her words, she immediately leaned closer. Just then, Chapter 43, The Empress Awakens. Boom. A surge of black mist erupted violently from within Xuanhuan's body. The mist possessed an overwhelming force, instantly propelling Fang Chen away. Thud! Fang Chen crashed brutally against the wall. The impact of the black mist was so formidable that he spat out blood. At that moment, as he lay down, despair enveloped his heart. Damn it! It's over. In this instant, he had come to realize the origin of the black mist. Summoning such an unparalleled, ruthless being would surely spell his doom. Meanwhile, Xuanhuan raised her hand and summoned a garment that instantly enveloped her form. She then gazed at Fang Chen, her eyes initially cold as ice. But in the next moment, a flicker of confusion crossed her features, followed by a slight furrowing of her brows. How could such a person exist? Just as Fang Chen feared, the most troublesome scenario had indeed arisen. The fallen star had awakened. The constraints of the fallen star did not dictate that she would awaken only upon the destruction of her primordial being. Awakening under such circumstances would render all her meticulous preparations for her purine body utterly futile. A rational individual would never choose to trigger the constraints at such a precarious moment, let alone someone of her extraordinary caliber. If she had no contingency plans, it would be sheer folly. Thus, the timing of her awakening was certainly not destined to occur when all hope was lost. Now, as the fallen star empress, or rather, Xuanhuan embraced her memories, returning to her complete self, she found herself engulfed in bewilderment. Throughout her extensive existence, she had witnessed countless despicable betrayals. Yet she had never encountered someone like Fang Chen. How could a stranger be willing to sacrifice his own life for the innocence of someone he had only met twice? This was simply outrageous. For her, as a demonic empress, individuals of such moral integrity were but tales spun by storytellers. Soon after, a smile graced Xuanhuan's lips. One could not deny her satisfaction with this reincarnation. Time was on her side, sparing her from prolonged waiting. Moreover, this incarnation of Xuanhuan bore a striking resemblance to her original self. Both possessed commendable innate talent, yet faced insurmountable barriers to cultivation. Accompanied by a grandfather who tirelessly sought solutions for her. In her previous life, Xuanhuan's grandfather had also devoted his life to finding a way for her, but to no avail. Furthermore, due to his relentless efforts, Xuanhuan's exceptional beauty attracted the attention of nefarious individuals. To protect her, her grandfather fought valiantly, ultimately sacrificing his life. It was in that moment that Xuanhuan awakened her power. The reason she was unable to cultivate stemmed from her extraordinary innate qualities. which had led a demonic golden core female cultivator to implant a demonic seed within her at a young age. By the time she reached the age of 20, the demonic seed would emerge, draining her very essence. However, fueled by her hatred, Xuanhuan managed to break free from the seed's constraints, turning its power against her foes. Not only did she eradicate the villains, but she also harnessed the seed's strength to become a rising star of the demonic path, avenging her grandfather's death. Ultimately, she ascended to the throne of the demonic empress, drenched in a trail of blood and vengeance. However, at the moment of transcending tribulation, she became acutely aware of her fated deficiencies, rendering her incapable of overcoming even a single lightning strike. It was precisely for this reason that she endeavored to exchange the cycle of 99 lifetimes for a pure body. As long as she could ascend, she would seek to find her grandfather's soul within the cycle of rebirth and resurrect him. Yet, as she contemplated the visage of Xuanhuan, which bore an uncanny resemblance to her grandfather's, she suddenly found herself lost in thought. It seemed she no longer needed to search. With this realization, a subtle smile graced Xuanhuan's lips. In this lifetime, for the sake of her grandfather, becoming a righteous cultivator in the Danran sect and striving for immortality might indeed be a worthy pursuit. 99 lifetimes, thousands of years of mundane existence, and the Danran sect still thrived. I wonder if those old crones from the Danran sect have ascended, and what their reaction would be upon seeing me. Just as Xuanhuan was lost in her reverie, Fang Chen, who had been desperately suppressing his pain, could no longer contain himself and let out a pained cry. Upon hearing his voice, Xuanhuan immediately shifted her gaze to Fang Chen, startled. She had nearly forgotten about him. Meanwhile, Fang Chen, feeling the weight of her gaze upon him, succumbed to despair. Good grief! What does this sorceress intend to do? Surely she wouldn't kill me, would she? No, wait. What if this demoness thinks I have seen her body and decides to eliminate me? Fang Chen lamented in his heart. The onslaught of dark mist had inflicted injury upon him, and the potent aphrodisiac had driven him to the brink, forcing him to cry out. Yet, his mind was plagued by a singular thought. After over 20 years of chastity in his previous life, how could he not endure now? As he regarded Fang Chen, Xuanhuan fell into contemplation. Though she was a ruthless empress of the demonic path, merciless and bloodthirsty, this did not imply she was devoid of discernment. She had never contemplated killing Fang Chen. She knew that had she been her former self in her first life, upon encountering Fang Chen, she would undoubtedly have chosen to save him. Moreover, as Xuanhuan regained her memories, she increasingly perceived Fang Chen as an inconceivable paragon of virtue. How could a foundational cultivator of the heavenly path be willing to sacrifice his life for the purity of a mortal woman? Were the descendants of the Danran sect truly of such elevated moral standing? There was something quaint yet benevolent about him. Xuanhuan sighed, and just as she intended to approach and assess Fang Chen's condition, seeking a way to alleviate his plight, she suddenly froze mid-step. Wait, in his eyes, she was merely a mortal. If she acted rashly, would it not raise suspicion? She had only just prepared herself to accompany her grandfather and did not wish to leave the Danran sect because of this. Contemplating this, Xuanhuan furrowed her brow. In that case, she could only resort to deception. With her exceptional talent for lies, she should be able to fool him. In the past, her fabrications had never been uncovered. Taking a deep breath, Xuanhuan approached Fang Chen, casually pressing her finger against his neck, and said, Fang Chen, I just remembered. I have actually learned how to counteract aphrodisiacs. I can assist you. There is no need for despair. Can you trust me? Fang Chen, how can I possibly believe you? Who on earth cannot see through your deceit? Yet, faced with the unexpected benevolence of the demon empress, a sense of relief washed over Fang Chen. As if he had narrowly escaped calamity. He could discern that Xuanhuan was reluctant to reveal her identity as the empress, yet she genuinely wished to aid him. With this realization, Fang Chen eagerly cooperated, exclaiming with astonishment, Is that true? If you possess such remarkable skills, please assist me at once. Observing his reaction, Xuanhuan nodded fervently, feeling a sense of pride. It seemed her talent for deception was indeed exceptional, ensnaring Fang Chen in her web of lies. Subsequently, Xuanhuan discreetly absorbed a small amount of spiritual energy. That should suffice, she thought to herself, then lifted her gaze to Fang Chen, stating, I shall assist you immediately. Fang Chen promptly replied, I am deeply grateful for your help. Chapter 44. Resolution. As Shu Qiner extended her hand and grasped Fang Chen's arm, she gently pressed down. The moment Shu Qiner intervened, Fang Chen understood why she was the empress of the demon path. A wave of refreshing spiritual energy flowed from Shu Qiner's delicate fingers, penetrating the skin of Fang Chen's neck. This energy, imbued with a certain enchantment, gradually permeated Fang Chen's aphrodisiac influence until it dissipated completely. As the effects of the drug faded, Fang Chen's mind slowly regained clarity. Meanwhile, Shu Qiner, standing by, exhibited a pallid complexion, secretly sympathizing with Fang Chen. This fellow is truly unfortunate. When she had initially set out to neutralize the aphrodisiac, she had thought that, given her insight and abilities, even with diminished spiritual energy, dispelling such a minor drug would be effortless. However, upon making contact with Fang Chen, she realized something was amiss. The aphrodisiac within Fang Chen's body was no ordinary substance. It was formerly known as the reversal pill, designed to forcibly induce mating in divine transformation stage beasts. Its potency affected not only the physical body, but also the spiritual energy and soul itself. Without enduring a full day and night of torment, the effects would not wane. Furthermore, this pill was exclusively found in the beast pens of the Danran sect. Contemplating that Fang Chen had ingested such a potent aphrodisiac left Shu Qiner momentarily silent. This person is indeed pitiable. Yet, amidst her sympathy, Shu Qiner couldn't help but feel a measure of admiration for Fang Chen. Even as the empress of the demon path, she had to concede to Fang Chen. The potency of a drug, which divine transformation stage beasts could not withstand, was bravely endured by Fang Chen, who resisted it solely for the sake of preserving an ordinary person's purity. Aware of the reversal pill's effects, Shu Qiner had no choice but to summon her spiritual power to cleanse the toxin from Fang Chen. This excessive exertion accounted for her pale visage. "All right, Fang Chen." Shu Qiner retracted her fingers and spoke. "Thank you, Miss Shu." Fang Chen, now fully lucid and at peace, felt the restless sensations vanish entirely, and thus clasped his fists in gratitude. "No need for thanks. This is all thanks to my grandfather's teachings," Shu Qiner replied. "Very well." Fang Chen smiled. However, fearing that continuing the conversation would unravel Shu Qiner's fabrications, he stood up. "Now, I shall find a way to leave." He intended to exit the cave. Yet, as he rose, a sudden voice echoed in his mind. "Child of destiny, Shu Qiner has successfully awakened and regained her memories, and she is about to embark on a new cultivation journey. However, the host has not perished, thus the mission has failed. Nevertheless, the system bears no grudge against the host. There is no need for despair. Please continue to strive." Fang Chen. "Damn it. How can I eliminate this system? Is it deranged?" Nonetheless, the system's unexpected announcement made Fang Chen realize something important. Even though the mission to assist the child of destiny had failed, the system would not retract the techniques it had previously bestowed upon him. For instance, the supplementation technique it had granted him remained intact. This revelation eased the lingering concerns that Fang Chen had harbored. He had previously harbored concerns that once the life and death struggle with Shao Qin concluded, the system would retract his foundational cultivation of the heavenly Tao. However, it seems that this anxiety has been alleviated. Fang Chen reined his thoughts, cursing the system a few more times in his mind before approaching the massive stone sphere that Li Fu had just positioned at the entrance. He attempted to strike it with force, but to no avail. He remained perplexed about the origins of this enormous sphere. Subsequently, Fang Chen tried to use a teleportation talisman in an attempt to escape directly, but that too proved fruitless. This left him engulfed in silence. His master was indeed relentless in their efforts to facilitate a dual cultivation with Shu Qiner. Meanwhile, Shu Qiner, upon seeing the stone sphere, raised an eyebrow. It bore a striking resemblance to a magical artifact she had encountered before. "Never mind, I shall call for assistance." A thought flashed through Fang Chen's mind as he began to pound on the stone sphere, calling out, "Master, Master." After uttering these words, he became anxious that Shu Qiner might discover his connection with Li Fu, potentially leading her to misconstrue his intentions as malevolent. He hastily added in a hushed tone, "Seniorly enjoys hearing me address him as master." "I can understand." Shu Qiner, however, paid little heed to his words. Someone who would rather perish than tarnish their own virtue could hardly be expected to act with malice. Moreover, considering that Fang Chen had consumed the reversal elixir, it was inconceivable for any rational person to administer such a potion to themselves. No one would suspect it was a deliberate scheme. At that moment, Chu Qiner's thoughts lingered on the stone sphere. Suddenly, the visage of Li Fu flashed through her mind. Wait a moment, is this not Sun Ye? After a brief moment of contemplation, Chu Qiner was struck by a realization, her expression shifting. She recalled an encounter with Li Fu in a secret realm many years ago. Just as Chu Qiner was known by the alias Fallen Star, Li Fu had once been referred to as Sun Ye. In those days, Sun Ye was at the pinnacle of the Great Ascension stage, a practitioner of unparalleled skill. In the eyes of many, not only was Sun Ye regarded as exceptionally powerful, but there were also whispers of his madness. For, upon reaching the Great Ascension stage, he inexplicably turned his focus to physical cultivation, declaring his intention to disperse his power and start anew, aspiring to achieve immortality through his corporeal form. This led everyone to believe that Sun Ye had lost his sanity. Yet, Chu Qiner never anticipated that, after thousands of years, Sun Ye had truly succumbed to madness. This was decidedly peculiar. Just then, a tremendous force suddenly drew the stone sphere away, sending it soaring into the sky and vanishing amidst the clouds. Following that, the entrance to the cave swung open abruptly. Li Fu's voice resonated. "Disciple, are you here so soon?" Fang Chen replied. "Master, this query is rather difficult for me to address." Have you not begun?" As Li Fu entered the cave, he cast a discerning glance at the two neatly attired individuals, his eyes narrowing. He could discern that Fang Chen was devoid of pure yin energy. "Master, I have a method to transcend the tribulation. Please refrain from employing such harmful tactics." Fang Chen clasped his hands in respect. "Harm others? When have I ever harmed her?" Li Fu replied nonchalantly. "This is, after all, one of the most joyous pursuits in the world, aside from cultivation." Fang Chen. Li Fu continued, "Moreover, this could allow one of you to cultivate while the other transcends the thunder tribulation. Can this truly be deemed harmful? Besides, when this young lady arrived, she already declared her willingness to sacrifice everything for her cultivation. I did not coerce her." Fang Chen. What a peculiar fellow. Observing for quite some time, the onlooker, Chu Qiner, had come to a realization. This Sun Ye. No, this Li Fu did not appear to harbor any ill intentions. He merely seemed to possess a rather inadequate intellect. With this thought in mind, Chu Qiner clasped her hands in gratitude and said, "Thank you for your kind intentions, Senior. But for the time being, I find no need to address the matter of cultivation." Chapter 45. The Reliable Li Fu, Is It True? Li Fu inquired, raising an eyebrow as he regarded Chu Qiner. "Indeed," Chu Qiner affirmed with a nod. "Then, will you cultivate my inherited techniques?" Li Fu pressed further. "Master, I lack the qualifications. I cannot achieve rebirth from severed limbs." Chu Qiner replied with a demeanor that was both respectful and unyielding. "Oof." Upon hearing this, Li Fu displayed a palpable disdain. "Then you may leave. Do not return to Tianyan Cliff." Chu Qiner paused, a thought flashing through her mind. "Wait, isn't it Tianmin Cliff?" Fang Chen also appeared taken aback, thinking it should be Wudao Cliff and Qingquan Cliff instead. "Very well, master. I shall take my leave." Chu Qiner clasped her hands in farewell, then turned to Fang Chen. "Fang Chen, I am departing now. Thank you." "No need for thanks." Fang Chen waved dismissively. Soon after, Chu Qiner departed with haste. As Fang Chen watched her finally vanish from sight, he let out a sigh of relief. Although the system no longer assigned him tasks involving Chu Qiner, he felt increasingly apprehensive about interacting with her. A resurgent empress of the demonic path was akin to an uncontrollable bomb, capable of obliterating him in an instant. "And what are your plans for overcoming the tribulation?" At that moment, Li Fu inquired. Seeing Li Fu's unexpected concern, Fang Chen, adopting a why-not mentality, responded, "Master, I remain uncertain. Do you have any suggestions?" "How could I possibly offer suggestions?" Li Fu replied nonchalantly. "Surviving the lightning tribulation is quite straightforward. Does one require guidance on how to eat?" Fang Chen. He wished he could slap himself for opening his mouth. Li Fu, with a gaze profound and detached, stated, "Very well, I shall take my leave. Come to find me once you have successfully navigated the tribulation. If you fail, it matters not. After your reincarnation, You may seek me once more, and I shall guide you on the path to immortalizing your corporeal form. Fang Chen felt utterly exasperated by Li Fu's demeanor and could only clasp his hands in gratitude. Thank you, master. Do not mention it. Li Fu waved his hand dismissively. However, master, I have a request, and I wonder if you might assist me with it. Fang Chen pondered for a moment before speaking up. Speak. Li Fu replied indifferently. Since you have become my disciple, what request have I failed to fulfill? Fang Chen fell silent for 2 seconds at that remark. It is this. Even if I manage to survive the lightning tribulation, I fear I shall emerge battered and weakened. I worry I might be attacked in such a vulnerable state, and I hope you can provide me protection. In truth, Fang Chen had never witnessed a lightning tribulation firsthand, but he had read in Li Fu's teachings that it was imperative to secure a protector, as the tribulation would attract numerous dangers. Thus, he sought Li Fu's shelter. Not a problem. When you wish to face the tribulation, simply utilize the message jade slip I provided, and I shall appear by your side promptly, regardless of the distance. Li Fu replied calmly. Fang Chen, having endured until now, finally found himself unable to bear it any longer, despair and anguish evident in his eyes. My dear Master Li Fu, could you perhaps awaken from your stupor? The stone you previously bestowed upon me, could it possibly convey even the slightest message? Fang Chen cautiously inquired. Master, I inadvertently misplaced your communication jade slip. Might you graciously provide me with another? How could you lose it? Such carelessness is inexcusable. Li Fu sighed. Nevertheless, as you are my disciple, I shall not neglect you. Here, take this, but ensure you keep it safe this time. With that, Li Fu bent down and retrieved a stone, roughly the size of a fist, placing it in Fang Chen's palm. Fang Chen was taken aback. Are you truly not feigning this, master? Accept it and store it in your spatial ring. Quickly, Li Fu urged. Gazing at Li Fu's earnest countenance, Fang Chen, on the verge of tears, pounded his chest, reminding himself to endure, to persist. What are you doing to yourself? Li Fu frowned, then scolded. Do you wish to harm yourself for body refinement? Such self-mutilation is the most inferior method of cultivation. True body refinement comes through self-destruction, the only righteous path to greatness. Suppressing the urge to cough up blood, Fang Chen waved his hand, forcing a smile. Master, I do not wish to harm myself. I merely feel a slight urge to cough. By the way, I have another question. Speak. Li Fu replied. Fang Chen asked, if I were devoid of spiritual power and unable to summon you with the communication jade slip, would there be any other means for me to call upon you for rescue? How could you be without spiritual power? Li Fu farud isbre. Master, that is of no concern to you. I merely wish to know, given your omnipotence, surely there exists a way for me to contact you even in such a state? Fang Chen posited. Li Fu nodded slightly. Since I am indeed all-powerful, I possess such means. What is it? Fang Chen inquired eagerly. Simply utter my true name. Regardless of the distance, as long as you have not departed this realm, I shall find you. Li Fu stated calmly. Really? Fang Chen gasped in astonishment. What an extraordinary ability. To summon one merely by speaking their true name? I have glimpsed the secrets of the heavens and brushed against the divine. My power is beyond your comprehension, Li Fu replied nonchalantly. Thank you, master. Fang Chen immediately clasped his fists in gratitude. Very well, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Li Fu bid farewell to Fang Chen and turned to depart. As Fang Chen watched Li Fu step into the void, his form gradually fading, he remained silent for a moment. Initially intending to return to his residence, he hesitated, lingering in place. No, he is far too unreliable. What if this is a ruse? For safety's sake, I should. Fang Chen pondered, wavering, and ultimately decided to open his mouth, softly calling out, Li Fu. No sooner had the words left his lips than Li Fu's voice resonated from behind him, breaking the silence of the enlightenment cliff. What is it? Startled, Fang Chen turned to see Li Fu had inexplicably reappeared. Master, Fang Chen exclaimed, dumbfounded. You truly came when I called. He hesitated in place, fearful that Li Fu might deceive him once more. What if he called out his true name and no one came? Yet, he also dreaded summoning Li Fu, lest it displeased him. After much contemplation, Fang Chen resolved to take the risk of offending him and called him over. After all, he did not wish to discover this crucial point during the tribulation, for that would undoubtedly lead to a catastrophic collapse of his mindset. However, upon witnessing Li Fu's timely arrival, Fang Chen was overcome with emotion, tears welling in his eyes. "Master, you have not deceived me this time. What do you wish of me? It better be of importance." Li Fu replied, his expression stern. "I have just encountered a bird of exceptional potential, ready to take it as my disciple. If you had not called me unexpectedly, you would now have a junior sister." Fang Chen was left speechless. "Goodness, are you recruiting disciples from the heavens now?" Master, I sincerely apologize. I suddenly realized that I have yet to pay my respects to you, which would be a grave disrespect to your illustrious and formidable image. I felt remorseful and thus called you, hoping to earn your forgiveness." Li Fu's expression softened slightly. "Very well, I shall forgive you this time. Now, return on your own. Do not summon me again unless necessary." Fang Chen clasped his fists in acknowledgement. "Yes." In the next moment, Li Fu soared into the sky, chasing after a flock of swallows. "Stay. Are you willing to learn my teachings?" The swallows instantly fled in terror. Subsequently, Fang Chen heard Li Fu's cold snort echoing from afar. Chapter 46. The City of Flame Light upon departing from the Cliff of Enlightenment. Fang Chen returned to the picturesque Yinguang Lake Mountain. After a night of rest, the horizon began to blush with the faintest hint of dawn, which swiftly expanded into a resplendent expanse of golden clouds. "Let us proceed." Fang Chen gently patted the head of the winged beast, signaling it to shrink in size. With the protection of the formidable guardian Li Fu, the serene Ling, and the shield of the Xuanhuan, alongside the safeguarding power of the Qizun ring, he felt invincible. His current adversary was solely the impending thunder tribulation. As Fang Chen descended from Yinguang Lake Mountain, he traversed the shimmering waters of Yinguang Lake, arriving at a colossal boulder. The rock, approximately 3 zhang in height, bore the 3 characters of Danran sect, inscribed with a graceful elegance that evoked a sense of ethereal tranquility upon a mere glance. This was the entrance to the Danran sect. Before the mountain gate of the Danran sect stood 16 imposing bronze statues, artfully arranged at various positions beneath the rock. Each statue depicted a soldier clad in uniform armor. Fang Chen had heard tales that these were celestial warriors. When faced with external threats, activating even one could unleash overwhelming power to repel foes. Upon passing the bronze statues and the mountain gate, Fang Chen encountered 2 disciples stationed as guardians. The gatekeepers of the Danran sect need not possess extraordinary strength, for anyone daring enough to cause trouble here would undoubtedly surpass their abilities. However, they were required to meet one essential criterion. They must be handsome. The 2 disciples donned matching azure robes, their tall frames and striking visages exuding an air of youthful vigor, each possessing a foundation at the 4th or 5th level. Observing them, Fang Chen could not help but marvel at the esteemed lineage of the sect. It was indeed a rarity to find such striking appearances among disciples. He felt slightly envious. "Good morning, brothers." Fang Chen approached the 2 gatekeepers and cupped his fists in greeting. "Are you and your beast preparing to descend a mountain?" One of the handsome disciples inquired, offering a radiant smile that radiated youthful exuberance. "Indeed," Fang Chen replied with a slight nod. "Then please present your sect token," the disciple requested. Fang Chen handed over his token. After a brief inspection, the disciple remarked, "You possess a life-and-death contract. Remember to return within the stipulated time." "Understood." Fang Chen nodded, having already been informed of this requirement when he had fled the Danran sect a couple of days prior. With that, Fang Chen, accompanied by the winged beast, now shrunk to the size of a cat and nestled on his shoulder, departed the Danran sect. Once outside, Fang Chen retrieved a flying vessel from his storage ring. This was a foundational artifact he had acquired a decade ago from the Fang family, capable of flight. The original owner had believed he would soon establish a foundation, thus investing heavily in this flying craft. Regrettably, he was unable to utilize it until his demise. As a result, it inadvertently became a boon for Fang Chen. Subsequently, Fang Chen stowed the spirit stones into the flying vessel and performed a series of hand gestures to activate it. With a resonant hum, the vessel radiated a faint glow. Boom! In the next moment, Fang Chen and the winged fiend, seated within the vessel, transformed into a streak of luminous speed, soaring towards the heavens. They glided over countless mountains and streams, eventually halting before the gates of Yinguang City. Yinguang City, the nearest settlement to the eternal volcano, thrives on the fiery materials produced by the volcano. However, due to the harsh environment of the eternal volcano, it is not a realm for mortals. Thus, within the confines of Yanguang City, there are no ordinary people. All inhabitants are at least practitioners in the qi refining stage. Should any mortal wander astray or accidentally arrive here, the city's guards would promptly escort them away. Upon arriving at the city gates, Fang Chen presented his sect token. The soldiers, initially preparing to collect fees and inspect him, halted their actions. After verifying the authenticity of the token and confirming Fang Chen's identity, they promptly declared, "Disciple of the Danran sect, exempt from inspection, you may enter." Such simplicity? Fang Chen was slightly taken aback. Is the city lord also a disciple of the Danran sect? The guards chuckled in response. Ah, so that's how it is. Fang Chen mused quietly to himself. Is this the advantage of a powerful sect? Fang Chen, let us dine. I am famished, urged the winged fiend perched upon his shoulder. Wait, do not rush. Fang Chen waved his hand. Dining was of little consequence. His immediate priority was to procure the information he sought. Besides, he was not hungry. Once inside Yanguang City, Fang Chen sought an unoccupied corner and briefly utilized a magical artifact for disguise. Given that this was the territory of the Danran sect, it was highly probable that someone might recognize him. He needed to ensure his concealment, as he dreaded encountering those he had once humiliated. That would spell trouble. This was no sect. Brawls were commonplace, and covert assassinations were routine. Should anyone wish to exact revenge, they could strike at any moment. After donning his disguise, Fang Chen spent considerable time gathering information regarding the eternal volcano and its fiery essence. Eventually, feeling hunger pangs, he located an inn to rest, dine, and organize his findings. As the winged fiend devoured its meal with abandon, Fang Chen savored some sauced beef while pondering the information he had gleaned from the jade slip. The eternal volcano is divided into 3 zones. The first zone, known as the outer region, possesses spirit energy that, while more turbulent and intense than the outside world, is comparatively the mildest of the areas. Practitioners in the qi refining stage can remain here as long as they consume the water attribute warm heart pill every 2 hours to eliminate the minimal fire poison present, allowing them to gather a wealth of rare fiery materials. The second zone, referred to as the fire poison zone, is characterized by extremely violent and intense spirit energy. Any practitioner who steps into this area must continuously consume the warm heart pill. Otherwise, they risk succumbing to fire poison, which can lead to mild poisoning or, in severe cases, death. During the foundational period, cultivators consume heartwarming pills every 2 hours to sustain themselves. As for those in the golden core stage and beyond, such sustenance is unnecessary. Their spiritual power alone suffices to naturally resist any discomfort. However, for Fang Chen, there is no need for heartwarming pills, for within him resides the Fire Fiend King. Venturing into the Fire Fiend Zone feels akin to returning home, where the air is fragrant and the environment is serene. This place also marks the ultimate destination of Fang Chen's journey, as he aims to gather Fire Fiend essence here. The third area, known as the Fire Heart Zone, has recently been reported in Flame Light City to be sealed off by a powerful being for reasons unknown. Non-strong cultivators are utterly barred from entry. Contemplating this news, Fang Chen unconsciously stroked his chin, pondering whether the Fire Fiend King had already emerged. Chapter 47. Supplementing supplies. The Fire Core Zone of the Eternal Volcano is the most perilous area, even in the absence of the Fire Sovereign. The flames within are fierce enough to deter ordinary cultivators from setting foot there. The current blockade is undoubtedly due to the emergence of the Fire Sovereign, while others may still be in a state of ignorance. Fang Chen is acutely aware of the situation. If his intuition is correct, several advanced cultivators should now be converging upon the Fire Core Zone. Once Xiao Qing arrives, the Fire Sovereign will likely be rendered utterly weakened and compelled to flee. Fang Chen murmured to himself. He understood that the Fire Sovereign was intended for Xiao Qing, this child of fortune. Thus, until Xiao Qing reaches the Eternal Volcano, the Fire Sovereign will remain hidden within the Fire Core Zone. According to the usual narrative flow, once Xiao Qing makes his appearance, the Fire Sovereign will escape from the Fire Core Zone and coincidentally encounter Xiao Qing, ultimately being devoured and refined by him. At that moment, it would be prudent to ensure they do not overlap in their timing to enter the eternal volcano. Fang Chen stroked his chin, meticulously planning the details of his entry into the eternal volcano to gather the fire essence. I have finally tasted food from outside. What a delight. At that moment, Yixiong had finished his meal, his entire tiger-like mouth smeared with grease. He then contentedly flipped over, sprawled across the large square table, proudly displaying his shiny belly. Since Yixiong was still in a shrunken state, he resembled a black and white kitten at that moment. This allowed him to roll around freely on the table without drawing attention. Observing Yixiong's comfortable demeanor, Fang Chen felt a pang of discomfort. He teasingly remarked, "You are not picky at all. Did you know there's tiger meat here?" Yixiong halted his rolling, casting a glance at Fang Chen, instantly discerning the intent to provoke. He curled his lip and retorted, "What does it matter what kind of meat? I would consume human flesh as well. Besides, I've had tiger meat before. There is none here. So stop trying to fool me." Fang Chen was momentarily taken aback, thinking to himself, "Well, that is intriguing." He then shifted his approach, continuing to irritate Yixiong. "You despicable creature. Eating your own kin. How utterly repulsive." However, standing on a moral high ground proved futile. After taking a couple of sips of water and rinsing his mouth, Yixiong calmly stated, "I eat my own flesh." Fang Chen was left speechless. Growing increasingly exasperated, he exclaimed, "Eating your own flesh is even more revolting. Come on, that was out of desperation when I was on the verge of starvation. You are even more contemptible, using your own arm to concoct elixirs." Yixiong scoffed. Fang Chen was at a loss for words. What to do when outmatched in a verbal spat? With a cold snort, he threatened, "Do you believe I can send you back right now?" Yixiong stiffened, casting an indignant glance at Fang Chen. But after a moment's reflection on the harshness of life, he relented. With a compliant smile, he admitted, "I am indeed despicable. Please forgive me." He had only just breathed in fresh air for an hour and a half, and was unwilling to return to the tranquility of the Danran sect so soon. Fang Chen was instantly pleased. This was more like it. Those who understand the times are indeed the wise. Yixiong, eager to please, inquired, "When can we go out for some fun?" Having just satisfied his hunger, he was now inclined to seek amusement. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen cast a sidelong glance at Yixiong, ready to offer a perfunctory response. Just then, a voice laden with derision pierced the air. "Oh, isn't this our great waste, Xiaoqing? What a coincidence to encounter you here." Fang Chen was taken aback by the sound of the voice. "Xiaoqing?" He whirled around, and his eyes immediately sparkled with delight. In a corner, Xiaoqing, clad in coarse linen garments and blending inconspicuously into the crowd, was surrounded by three men whose faces were twisted in mockery, disdain etched upon their lips. The one standing at the forefront, the one who had initiated the taunt, was none other than Wang Hu. Upon hearing the taunt, Xiaoqing's expression darkened, his fists clenched involuntarily as he retorted coldly, "Wang Hu?" As he recognized the trio, Fang Chen recalled. They were the lackeys of Zhang Tian, who harbored affection for Xiaoqing's fiancée. Wang Hu and his companions were notorious for bullying Xiaoqing, aside from Fang Chen. Their cultivation levels were not particularly formidable, hovering around the 6th and 7th levels of qi refinement. "Indeed, it is I, Lord Tiger," Wang Hu sneered, fixing a contemptuous gaze upon Xiaoqing. Yixiong, overhearing this, scoffed, "I'm the true Lord Tiger here. You are nothing." Fang Chen nodded in agreement. "You speak rightly, little E." Xiaoqing's eyes flickered with disdain as he scoffed. "Huh, you're merely Zhang Tian's dog, and you dare to call yourself Lord Tiger? What did you say?" Wang Hu was incensed, retorting with a cold laugh. "You, a mere piece of trash. How dare you mock me? Do you believe I couldn't crush you with one punch? Come on then." Xiaoqing was undaunted. Witnessing this exchange, Fang Chen quietly rose, ensuring he attracted no attention as he departed with Yixiong. He could easily predict the ensuing events. Xiaoqing, with his 4th level of qi refinement, would triumph over the 3 6th-level antagonists, leading to a stir of shock and commotion. Indeed, shortly after Fang Chen exited the inn, a cacophony of sounds erupted from within, followed by waves of astonished voices. "What? This individual is merely at the 4th level of qi refinement. How can he challenge those at the 6th level? Such combat prowess is terrifying." At that moment, Fang Chen's mind was preoccupied with another matter. He needed to hasten his entry into the 10,000-year volcano. He was filled with immense joy. He had just noticed that Xiaoqing appeared somewhat disheveled, clearly having just arrived in Flame Light City from the Danren sect. Under these circumstances, Xiaoqing would surely need a rest for a night to regain his peak condition before venturing into the 10,000-year volcano the next day. Taking advantage of this brief respite, Fang Chen could swiftly enter the Fire Fiend zone to collect Fire Fiend essence without being hindered by the imminent clash of titans. However, once outside the inn, Yixiong clamored for entertainment. Fang Chen reluctantly allowed Yixiong to venture alone for half an hour, agreeing to meet again at the city gate. He warned Yixiong that should he be captured, he would not come to his aid. However, as he watched Yixiong depart into the distance, Fang Chen pondered. In truth, Yixiong's strength surpassed his own. If he were to encounter trouble, it would be beyond Fang Chen's capacity to assist him. Subsequently, Fang Chen entered a shop named the Apothecary Pavilion. "Greetings, esteemed sir." A young attendant in plain garments hurried over. Recognizing the familiar attire, Fang Chen mused to himself, "Isn't this the uniform of the Danren Apothecary?" Elder Hua has merely rebranded the Danren Apothecary to continue profiting in the city of Yanguan. He then inquired, "May I ask what poisons you have available here?" Chapter 48. The fiery zone. His visit to the Apothecary Pavilion was primarily to replenish his stock of poisons. Just yesterday, while entangled with Chu Qiner in the cave, he realized he had exhausted his supply. Recognizing poison as a vital tool for survival, Fang Chen deemed it essential to have a reserve. There were numerous varieties available, those that acted acutely, those that manifested chronically, some that mimicked the onset of illness, and others that drove the mind to madness, leading to a swift demise. "Which one does the esteemed master require?" inquired the humble attendant. "What are the price ranges?" Fang Chen asked. The more covert the method of poisoning, the higher the cost. Ironically, the most potent poisons are often those with overpowering odors or vivid colors. Yet they are more affordable due to their conspicuous nature, the attendant explained candidly. These highly toxic substances are our slow-moving stock. Who would choose to purchase such obvious items for poisoning? Fang Chen's spirits soared upon hearing this. Then give me all those poisons with discernible characteristics. They need only be effective against cultivators at the Foundation establishment stage and above. Certainly, the attendant was elated, surprised that Fang Chen would request all of their slow-moving inventory. However, just as he was about to depart, a thought struck him, and he hesitated. "But esteemed master, we at the Apothecary Pavilion pride ourselves on honest dealings. I must, with all due respect, caution you that these poisons may not be very effective for the purpose of harm. I fear they might not even be suitable for a dog." Fang Chen replied with a smile, "Understood." The attendant felt a chill at Fang Chen's sudden grin, unsure why it unsettled him. He forced a chuckle and said, "Please wait a moment, esteemed guest," before hurriedly fetching the poisons. Shortly thereafter, Fang Chen departed with the unpalatable poisons in hand. At the city gate of Flame Light City, Fang Chen met with Yixiong. This fellow had spoken of seeking merriment, but had spent the better part of an hour basking in the sun atop a rooftop. Fang Chen mocked him for his lack of initiative in pursuing two young female cats. In response, Yixiong calmly stated, "Only after basking in the sun do I understand true leisure. Compared to desire, I cherish the embrace of freedom even more. You surrender to your cravings, but fail to relish the unrestrained joy of existence. You do not comprehend my realm, Fang Chen." Fang Chen responded coolly, "Do you wish to return to the Danren sect?" The black and white demon tiger immediately lowered its head in submission. "I was wrong. I did indeed pursue two female cats earlier, but they were the spirit pets of a golden core cultivator, and I dared not act upon them. After that, I encountered no other cats." Fang Chen scoffed. "Pathetic." The desolate land writhed in silence, flames flickering sporadically, their intense heat causing the very air to warp. The dancing serpents of fire transformed the world into a vivid crimson. Were someone to gaze down from the heavens at this moment, they would clearly observe the parched earth riddled with vast craters. Within the depths of a cavern, a desolate expanse of scorched yellow is intermittently traversed by streams of crimson magma. At the heart of this scene, amidst the vast volcanic crater, stand 8 cultivators suspended in the void. Among them, 5 men and 3 women, each distinct in their robes, stature, and physique, present a diverse assembly. Suspended among them is a grand golden lantern, at the center of which flickers not flames, but a pool of azure spring water. This crystalline spring radiates a shimmering glow, releasing refreshing currents that cascade downward. Upon contact with the depths, one can hear the searing flames of the volcano being extinguished, accompanied by the rising of white mist. The Fire Shaman King. It remains uncertain when it shall reveal itself, having been refined for several days already. At this juncture, an elder with piercing eyes and a mane of purple hair spoke. Fellow Taoist, there is no need for haste. It would be prudent to allow the Bai Bo lantern to refine for a few more days until the Fire Shaman King's strength is utterly depleted. A clear, youthful voice chimed in, drawing the attention of all present to a childlike female cultivator, dressed in a cerulean robe, with hair styled in playful pigtails. Her gaze was pure and untainted. To the untrained eye, she appeared to be merely a child of 7 or 8 years, her aura utterly unremarkable, devoid of any extraordinary presence. However, gazing upon her, the others exhibited a palpable wariness. And Rao, the most formidable cultivator present, in the stage of transformation. It is her very presence that emboldens this group to confront the Fire Shaman King. Taoistin, your words are misguided, the purple-haired elder retorted, lowering his eyelids. Should the Fire Shaman King be utterly devoid of power when we attempt to claim it, the efficacy of our acquisition may be significantly diminished. Enough. You Hailong, your incessant prattle is tiresome. If you're so eager to force its emergence, why not descend yourself? A rotund cultivator, whose countenance was remarkably jovial, scoffed. You are merely fearful of a counterattack, seeking to use us as your vanguard. We are not oblivious to your intentions, and frankly, I am more irritated than you. Zhang Yu, you blundering fool, what did you just say? Yu Hailong's purple hair bristled with indignation. Silence. And Rao interjected, her tone crisp and innocent. Yet her words instilled a sense of dread in Zhang Yu and Yu Hailong. Continue to maintain the operation of the Bai Bo lantern. Should the Fire Shaman King escape, I shall personally see to your demise. Understood, they replied, their expressions tinged with reluctance. As their bickering ensued, beneath the magma, a colossal maggot, composed entirely of white flames, coldly lifted its head to observe the assembly, its countenance deeply troubled. Having awakened its intelligence years prior, it had endured rigorous training, devouring countless kin, and had recently achieved the status of Fire Shaman King. However, as soon as it came into existence, these individuals appeared, intent on refining it. Initially, he was able to suppress this group with his formidable cultivation, but each of them was thoroughly prepared, particularly the child, whose treasure was remarkably his nemesis. After several days of fierce confrontation, he ultimately found himself in retreat, forced to seek refuge within the volcano, desperately resisting. Yet, he was now akin to a strong bow nearing its end. If he could not devise a solution soon, death was merely a matter of time. At that moment, he abruptly turned his head, locking onto a specific direction, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Could it be the aura of his kin? If I could consume it, I would surely be able to devour all the god transformation cultivators here. I am but a little girl gathering mushrooms. Oh dear, one flower, then another. At this moment, Fang Chen was in the area of fiery calamity, murmuring with excitement as he gestured and absorbed the flames incessantly. This was the innate suppression of the Fire Calamity King. With the Fire Calamity King, these flames were merely a buffet for him. After absorbing a flame, Fang Chen sat cross-legged, swiftly refining it in just a few moments. However, these flames provided no benefit to his cultivation, only augmenting his fire power, which left him feeling quite resentful. His spiritual root aptitude was truly lacking. Subsequently, Fang Chen pondered, once my dantian is filled, I can prepare to undergo tribulation. Once I successfully navigate the tribulation, I shall devise a plan to reap the reward from Shaoqing's tasks, strengthening myself further, 2 hands grabbing, both becoming stronger. Meanwhile, as Fang Chen bolstered his own power, Yixiong was sweating profusely, searching for a shaded spot to collapse. With a face full of lament, Yixiong exclaimed, "Why did you summon me? I am of no assistance. I would rather seek out the little female cat." Despite his immensely powerful physique, he was still susceptible to the heat. The layer of tiger skin on him was transitioning from black and white to charred. "I brought you here out of concern for potential enemies," Fang Chen replied cheerfully. "Besides, Do you not enjoy seeking your freedom and basking in a few rays of sunshine? There is plenty of that here. Feel free to search. Xuanhuan, on the verge of tears, yearning to return to the Danran sect. Just as Xuanhuan was feeling despondent and Fang Chen was in high spirits, a thunderous explosion suddenly erupted from the heart of the flames. Boom! Startled by the violent blast, Fang Chen stumbled, his expression shifting to alarm as he looked up towards the heart of the flames, murmuring, "What in the world is happening?" Chapter 49. Arrival. Just moments ago, upon detecting the presence of Fang Chen in the Fire Fiend Zone, the Fire Fiend King resolved to act. In midair, 8 God Transformation Stage cultivators, after concluding their quarrel, resumed channeling spiritual energy into the Bai-Bo Lanterns formation. At that moment, the sky above abruptly manifested a profound crimson hue, as if the evening glow had inopportunely arrived ahead of time. As the scarlet radiance illuminated the ancient volcano, the already fervent spiritual energy in this realm became increasingly agitated. As this anomaly in spiritual energy unfolded, all God Transformation Stage cultivators keenly sensed it at once. Witnessing this scene, Enrao's youthful visage exhibited a moment of bewilderment, quickly followed by a hint of a smile on her porcelain skin as she proclaimed, "Prepare to withstand the Fire Fiend tide. It is poised to retaliate fiercely." Upon hearing her words, the others, rather than feeling alarmed, were filled with delight. The Fire Fiend King was born with the cultivation of the Void Return stage. However, due to its lack of mastery over the most formidable abilities inherent to a Void Return cultivator, it could only be regarded as a more powerful God Transformation Stage cultivator. This was precisely why the 8 God Transformation cultivators dared to confront the Fire Fiend King. Yet, despite its absence of the unique powers of a Void Return stage cultivator, the Fire Fiend King possessed its own exceptional technique, the Fire Fiend Tide. When unleashed, this technique would incite an upheaval of all the fire fiends within the ancient volcano, surging towards the target designated by the Fire Fiend King with terrifying force. Nonetheless, while the Fire Fiend Tide was indeed formidable, the Fire Fiend King would be left in a state of unprecedented weakness after executing this move. Thus, it would only be invoked when the Fire Fiend King faced an imminent threat to its existence. Therefore, once they withstood the Fire Fiend Tide, the Fire Fiend King would be theirs to conquer. Even if it managed to flee, it wouldn't escape far. As for whether they could successfully endure the dreadfully potent Fire Fiend Tide, that question need not be elaborated upon. Their presence here assuredly indicated they had long been prepared. At the moment the 8 cultivators assumed their defensive stances, an overwhelming buzzing resonated throughout the heavens and the earth. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In quick succession, the ground began to fracture violently, and the magma surged like a roaring tide. Just as the 8 cultivators were struggling to react, a tempestuous force erupted from the volcano, soaring into the sky. Boom! Countless fire fiends, in shades of purple, red, and black, morphed into various beastly and humanoid forms, charging towards the 8 with an overwhelming ferocity, roaring menacingly. Several were caught off guard and sustained injuries immediately. In that instant, all were struck with astonishment. The Fire Fiend King's actions were alarmingly swift. The prowess of the Void Return stage was indeed no trifling matter. Yet, Enrao remained composed, declaring, "Do not panic. I shall handle this." With that, she let out a commanding cry, "Open." As her voice echoed, a droplet of golden water slowly descended from the Bai-Bo lantern. As droplets of water materialized, they surged against the searing winds, swelling into colossal waves that cascaded down from the heavens, transforming into a golden waterfall that clashed head-on with the relentless flames. In an instant, countless terrifying flames were shattered and scattered. Observing this, the 8 individuals breathed a sigh of relief, fully activating their defenses. Meanwhile, as they fended off the fiery tide, a white ethereal figure swiftly maneuvered, escaping the heart of the flames. "Daoistan, it has fled," exclaimed a white-robed female cultivator, exerting her utmost effort to withstand the searing heat while casting a glance at Enrao. Everyone understood that this white figure was none other than the Fire King, seeking an opportune moment to escape. Enrao, unperturbed, replied with a calm and melodious voice, "It's nothing. It won't get far. Just a trifle." In the heart of the flames, as the earth trembled with explosive sounds ahead, Fang Chen lowered his gaze and was struck with alarm. he discovered that countless flames were frantically surging towards the core of the inferno. Recognizing the ominous implications of this scene, Fang Chen's heart surged with dread. In the next moment, he turned and sprinted towards Yixiong, shouting, "Run! Retreat immediately! Something is amiss in the heart of the flames." He had to leave at once. Upon hearing Fang Chen's warning, Yixiong sensed the gravity of the situation. Without a moment's hesitation, he manifested his true form, and with a thunderous sound, the massive black and white tiger leapt before Fang Chen. With a piercing gaze, he roared, "Get on!" His short-range burst of speed undoubtedly surpassed that of both Fang Chen and the vessel he held. Fang Chen leapt onto the tiger's back, and together they dashed away. As they fled, Fang Chen pondered the unfolding situation. He was well acquainted with the Fire King and the fiery tide. Witnessing the sudden concentration of flames surging towards the heart of the inferno was a clear indication that the Fire King had initiated the fiery tide. This maneuver signified the decisive moment of battle. However, how could this group commence their final confrontation without Xiao Qing present in Yanguang City? With the child of fortune absent, who would reap the rewards? While Fang Chen's thoughts raced, Yixiong swiftly exited the fiery zone. Sensing their escape, Fang Chen felt a slight relief. Although Yixiong often seemed unreliable, as the sole imperial bloodline of the Qianquan sacred tiger, he proved invaluable in this dire moment. Surely, they were now safe. Yixiong, panting heavily, halted, having exhausted himself to escape the flames in such a short time. They should be safe now. Fang Chen nodded slightly, dismounting from Yixiong's back, and said, "Shrink down, I will take you back." He felt confident that neither the Fire King nor any experts of the transformation stage were targeting someone as inconspicuous as himself. Thus, as long as they escaped the fiery zone, they should remain unharmed. Now, it was imperative to return to Yanguang City swiftly. All right, the winged creature nodded, then swiftly diminished in size, transforming into a diminutive black and white kitten. This was to facilitate Fang Chen's journey home. At that moment, however, the creature, now smaller, sensed an abrupt rise in the surrounding temperature. Simultaneously, an inexplicable weighty pressure enveloped him. The diminutive being was momentarily taken aback. What is happening? Why do I suddenly feel so heavy? Have I become so feeble from just a little exertion? When did I become so weak? He looked up, intending to inquire whether Fang Chen felt the same. To his astonishment, he found Fang Chen's face gradually flushing crimson. "What is wrong with you?" The winged creature was once again stunned. Fang Chen's visage was as if he had been boiled. In the next instant, a heart-stopping event unfolded. From Fang Chen's orifices erupted countless wisps of white flames, and soon after, his vital energy began to dissipate at a visibly alarming rate. Witnessing this, the creature cried out in terror, "Fang Chen." Chapter 50. The Inferno King's conflagration. The sudden disappearance of Fang Chen's life force left Yixiong utterly terrified. Especially upon witnessing the overwhelming aura of the Inferno King erupting from Fang Chen's mouth and nostrils, Yixiong trembled uncontrollably, his heart sinking into despair. He knew that Fang Chen was dead, and that he too was doomed. In his final moments, Yixiong murmured to himself, how could the Inferno King within Fang Chen possess an aura as formidable as that of the elder from his own clan in the Void Return stage? It dawned on him. No wonder Fang Chen had abruptly fled moments ago. He had keenly sensed that such a powerful Inferno King had set its sights on him. Truly, a cultivator of the Tao with the Inferno King's essence could detect being targeted by another of its kind with such remarkable acuity. Yet, a sigh escaped Yixiong's lips. Faced with an adversary so deadly, there was no escape. He should prepare his defenses with all he had. Then, an intense dizziness swept through his mind, compelling him to crouch down and await his demise. With Fang Chen dead, he too would not survive. However, at that moment, Yixiong noticed the dizziness in his mind abruptly vanish, and a strange resurgence of vitality coursed through him. In the blink of an eye, he felt revitalized, showing no signs of impending death. What could this mean? Yixiong was taken aback. What was this familiar sensation? He looked up to see Fang Chen's complexion no longer flushed, and, astonishingly, the life force that had rapidly waned was visibly restoring itself. Witnessing this, Yixiong, who had previously experienced Fang Chen's practice of the ancient divine body, continuously dying and resurrecting, could not help but comprehend what was transpiring. It was evident that he had returned to life. Yet the bewildered Xiong was perplexed. How could this be? What extraordinary constitution allowed for such a miraculous revival? He had never heard of anything like it. Xiong recalled that Fang Chen had once admitted to possessing a unique constitution. However, was there such a remarkable distinction within special physiques? To consume poison and return to life was one thing, but to withstand an assault from a void return stage, Inferno King, and still survive? This was utterly illogical. Just how difficult must it be to extinguish such a life? In that moment, Xiong's reverence for Fang Chen ascended to an entirely new echelon. Meanwhile, Fang Chen stood motionless, his gaze vacant. What had just occurred? After he and Xiong had halted, a sudden warmth enveloped him, plunging him into darkness. He hadn't even sensed the pain of his demise. Had it not been for the system's warning echoing in his mind that he would perish at the hands of the Child of Destiny, he might not have realized he was already dead. In truth, this was the typical response of lower-tier cultivators when confronted with a superior force. Upon contact, there was no time for strategy or even thought. One would be instantly obliterated. Moreover, the Inferno King had struck from the shadows. Its ambush had caught even 7 spirit transformation stage cultivators off guard. How could a mere foundation establishment stage practitioner like Fang Chen possibly react? Even though the Inferno King had just unleashed the Inferno Tide, crushing Fang Chen was a matter of mere moments. This is the disparity brought about by absolute strength. Upon his resurrection, Fang Chen realized that an uninvited guest had taken residence within his body. Gazing at the white fire insect that had emerged in his dantian, Fang Chen was taken aback. The fire shocking? How could this creature find its way into his body? Shouldn't it still be entangled in battle with that group of transformation stage cultivators? At this moment, the Fire Sha King, who had intended to indulge in a feast, was equally stunned. Fang Chen's peculiar resurrection had bewildered its already limited intellect. Why was this happening? In the past, when confronting foundational stage fire shas, it could effortlessly extinguish a multitude with a single breath. Yet, how could this fellow of its kind, even after death, be resurrected? Chirp, chirp, chirp. After a brief moment, the Fire Sha King, hesitant to act recklessly, emitted a series of sharp cries. This served as a form of communication among fire shas. Although Fang Chen had not learned this language, he understood it due to the presence of the Fire Sha King within him. The creature inquired, "How is it that you can resurrect?" Fang Chen, in a polite manner, chirped twice, "Brother Fire. King, could you please vacate my body?" The Fire Sha King's response was marked by a cold honesty. "Impossible. I have finally found you. I must consume you to restore my strength and confront those cultivators." Fang Chen. So that's it. He realized why the Fire Sha King had unexpectedly sought him out. It was because the Fire Sha residing within him had summoned it, leading to his swift demise. Had he known, he would have refrained from coming. Fang Chen was filled with despair. Just then, the Fire Sha King, seemingly impatient for a response, lunged at him once more. Before Fang Chen could react, he perished again. Boom! Fang Chen's 7 orifices erupted with endless white flames, his spiritual energy evaporating instantaneously. The winged fiend, not particularly alarmed this time, cautiously surveyed the scene and suddenly sensed something, exhaling in relief, his eyes reflecting awe, truly remarkable. Whoosh! In the next moment, Fang Chen stood upright once more. Boom! Yet, barely revived, he had no time to react before his 7 orifices spewed flames again, his spiritual energy dissipating once more. The winged fiend's eyelids twitched. How could he die so quickly again? Whoosh! Consequently, in the next second, Fang Chen stood upright again. Boom! His 7 orifices erupted with flames once more. Whoosh! Fang Chen stood tall again. Boom! Another eruption. Whoosh! Up he stood. Boom! Another surge. Whoosh! Upright again. Boom! The winged fiend found himself in an awkward predicament, unsure of how to respond. With a formidable foe before him, it seemed inappropriate not to feel fear or anxiety. However, he could not muster any genuine fright. It was simply that the Fire Sha King was utterly inept. How could it not even manage to kill Fang Chen? The winged fiend couldn't help but curl his lip in disdain. Could it be that this Fire Sha King was merely a sham? At this moment, Fang Chen, during each resurrection, gazed wide-eyed at Xiong. Why does this sturdy creature not flee? Hurry and run. What are you watching? If the Fire King turns his attention to you, you will perish 1,000 times over. Furthermore, there is a throng of transformation realm cultivators behind you. Do you not feel the slightest bit of urgency? Fang Chen wished to alert Yi Xiong, urging him to swiftly distance himself. However, the Fire King, as if under a trance from some potent elixir, relentlessly incinerated him, evaporating his spiritual power and striking him down, as if such actions would ultimately allow him to consume Fang Chen. Consequently, not only was Fang Chen unable to utilize his spiritual power, but he was also rendered incapable of uttering a warning to Yi Xiong to escape. Perhaps, being a learned tiger, Yi Xiong possessed a certain level of sensitivity. He sensed the unusual intensity in Fang Chen's gaze. Instantly, he stood upright, squinting as he inquired, "Do you wish to convey something to me, Fang Chen?" As Fang Chen straightened up, wide-eyed and without the chance to nod, he once again coughed violently. Chapter 51. The 8 Transcendents emerged as Fang Chen revived. He intended to nod in acknowledgement to Yi Xiong, affirming his correctness. Yet, before he could manage even a nod, he succumbed once more. Upon awakening again, Fang Chen uttered a command for him to flee. The word flee lingered on his lips, unspoken, as he fell silent again, with tears welling in his heart. Fang Chen could only desperately turn his gaze towards the direction of Flame Light City, urging him to escape. After observing for a prolonged period, Yi Xiong was left bewildered, scratching his head in confusion, unable to draw any conclusions. At that moment, a series of piercing sounds sliced through the air, growing nearer with each passing instant. Following the cacophony, 8 figures materialized before Fang Chen and Yi Xiong. Leading the group was an individual clad in a green robe, exuding an innocent charm. His jet-black eyes sparkled like precious gems, and his delicate features resembled a porcelain doll that one could not help but wish to cradle tenderly in their hands. These 8 individuals were the 8 transcendental cultivators who had emerged from the Fireheart region's infernal tide. Apart from Enrao, who remained unscathed, the others bore varying degrees of injury, most notably Xuanhuan, whose skin was charred. The experience of the infernal tide was far from pleasant. The instant the 8 appeared, Yi Xiong, who had been observing Fang Chen's condition, turned ashen. Had it not been for Fang Chen's repeated resurrections, his complexion would have mirrored the same pallor. The oppressive aura emanating from the 8 was akin to standing at the precipice of the apocalypse. With a mere wave of their hands, they could extinguish their lives. In that moment, Yi Xiong felt the deepest fear. Fang Chen, possessing the Crimson Sovereign Ring, was somewhat reassured that these individuals would not disregard the prestige of the Danren sect. However, Yi Xiong, merely Fang Chen's beast companion, trembled at the thought of them coveting his imperial bloodline and forcibly taking him away. Thus, he shrank into a small form, hiding at Fang Chen's feet, attempting to remain unnoticed. Upon their arrival, the 8 immediately fixed their gazes upon Fang Chen, and Rao, a steadfast member of the righteous sect, wasted no time and exclaimed, "Save him." No matter how formidable Fang Chen's concealed aura was, it could not deceive them. She discerned that this seemingly insignificant foundation establishment cultivator was being engulfed by the Fire Demon King. If left unattended, peril was imminent. However, the others shook their heads in response to her words. Given the circumstances, how could Enrao possibly effect a rescue? As anticipated, the moment Enrao summoned the Bai-Bo lantern, Fang Chen had already unleashed flames. Cursed be the circumstances. Enrao's expression darkened, her face reflecting her distress. Strictly speaking, Fang Chen's demise was a consequence of her actions. Had she not instigated the infernal tide, Fang Chen would not have met his tragic end. Thus, guilt gnawed at her. Despite her years of cultivation and familiarity with life and death, she could not easily reconcile the burden of having endangered a fledgling foundation establishment cultivator. The others perceived Enrao's remorse. Some dismissed it, while others shared her sense of guilt. Yet, in light of Fang Chen's peril, they understood that their focus should shift to a more pressing matter. Zhang Yu remarked, "And Taoist, capturing the Fire Demon King is of utmost importance. We can offer our apologies to his sect later." Indeed, Enrao immediately suppressed her feelings of guilt, nodding as she prepared to activate the array of the Bai-Bo lamp. However, at that very moment, something utterly unforeseen occurred for the 8 of them. Fang Chen suddenly came back to life. An Ao, Zhang Yu, Yu Hailong, the other 5. What is happening? A look of astonishment flickered across Zhang Yu's plump face. They had distinctly sensed Fang Chen's life force gradually fading into nothingness, akin to a wick extinguishing. And yet in the blink of an eye, he had returned. What was even more bewildering followed shortly thereafter. Fang Chen, with wide eyes filled with terror, glanced at them before dying once more. The remaining 7, apart from Enrao. What is going on? Immediately after, Fang Chen revived again. The expressions of the 7 began to morph into something exceedingly peculiar. Retreat. At that moment, Enrao suddenly commanded. Without a moment's hesitation, everyone retreated swiftly. Once they had distanced themselves, someone promptly inquired, "And Dao Yu, why the retreat?" Although they obeyed Enrao's orders, it did not imply their comprehension of the situation. Enrao, her countenance grave, murmured, dying and reviving, living only to meet death again. This is the ability of a transcendent void stage expert. Or perhaps he is even more formidable than that. If I am not mistaken, he is harnessing the power of life and death to refine the Fire Fiend King. No one present understood the transcendent void stage better than Enrao. The reason she remained in a youthful form was due to her own attempts to grasp the essence of life and death. It was precisely for this reason that she had hastily retreated earlier, fearing that their proximity might provoke Fang Chen. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. What? And Rao continued, if I am not mistaken, he did not truly die just now. Rather, he merely compressed his spiritual energy into nothingness, thereby weakening the Fire Fiend King's power. This is the ability of a transcendent void stage practitioner, and his adeptness in navigating between life and death suggests he is likely a powerful being who has long since ascended to that stage. As her words fell, everyone turned their gaze to Fang Chen, growing increasingly alarmed. For within just a few fleeting breaths, Fang Chen had died dozens of times. Witnessing his seamless transitions between life and death, his aura remarkably stable, sent tremors through their hearts. Is this the might of the transcendent void stage? Are you not being overly mystical? Why do I feel he is merely at the foundation establishment stage? Shouldn't we just go ahead and take the Fire Fiend King? Yet at that moment, Yu Hailong could not help but murmur softly. He had scrutinized Fang Chen for quite a while, yet failed to discern how this individual could possibly be associated with the transcendent void stage. You go, Zhang Yu retorted, smirking derisively. Foundation establishment? Spare me. If you seek death, do not drag me along. You scoundrel! Yu Hailong exclaimed in fury. Am I not entitled to make a suggestion? In truth, Yu Hailong was equally filled with trepidation. Otherwise, he would not have suggested sending someone else. Zhang Yu continued, a suggestion? Spare me the nonsense. If he truly were at the foundation establishment stage, can you explain why the Fire Fiend King takes so long to kill a foundation establishment cultivator? Yu Hailong was momentarily rendered speechless. Unable to refute, he flushed with indignation and exclaimed, just take a look at his beast companion. It is merely at the foundation establishment stage. What kind of formidable cultivator possesses such a weak beast? Yixiong responded, Ah, so you have seen for me all along? He had thought himself concealed from scrutiny, believing he had evaded detection. Upon hearing Yu Hailong's words, Zhang Yu let out a derisive laugh, calling him a fool. While a foundation establishment beast may indeed be weak, what if it were one that had awakened the bloodline of the Xuanhuan sacred tiger? The crowd turned their gazes toward Yixiong, their expressions shifting to one of astonishment. Although I have not captured him for examination and cannot ascertain the true strength of his bloodline, my extensive dealings with the Xuanhuan sacred tiger lead me to believe that this fellow's lineage is certainly formidable. After stating this, Zhang Yu looked at Yu Hailong, arching an eyebrow and inquiring, do you require further explanation? Yu Hailong fell silent. Enough said, he conceded. Meanwhile, Enrao's eyes flickered with contemplation as she remarked, now that this esteemed elder has ceased speaking, let us refrain from leaving in haste. Given his power, he could likely refine the Fire Fiend King within the span of an hour. We should apologize to him afterward. Chapter 52. The arrival of Li Fu and Rao understood that their abrupt approach towards Fang Chen was rather impolite. Therefore, in an effort to alleviate any discomfort, she resolved to offer an apology. After all, she had no desire to offend such a powerful cultivator. The others, upon hearing her words, nodded in agreement. If that were the case, they would wait a moment longer. Indeed, they harbored no fear of remaining, even if it meant facing the possibility of being vanquished by Fang Chen. And Rao hailed from one of the 9 esteemed sects, the Yunling Cave Heaven, and held a prestigious status. Her master was on amicable terms with several formidable figures from the Danran sect. Should Fang Chen contemplate taking action against Rao and her companions, it would be tantamount to inviting his own demise. As the group waited, Rao cast a glance at Fang Chen, her eyes reflecting a hint of melancholy. The long-anticipated Fire Fiend King would ultimately be surrendered without a fight. Meanwhile, as the 8 transformation stage cultivators awaited Fang Chen to refine the Fire Fiend King and offer an apology, Fang Chen himself was rendered utterly speechless. After hearing their intentions, he was left in a state of disbelief. You expect me to refine the Fire Fiend King and then apologize? Your patience is truly remarkable. Tears streamed down Fang Chen's face. While he was not in immediate danger of death, the current situation suggested he would not survive for long. If this group remained for an hour, only to witness him perish repeatedly, the consequences were too dreadful for him to contemplate. Perhaps they might deem him exceptionally gifted or possessing a unique constitution, opting to take him away for study. What to do? He needed to devise a plan to drive them away. However, perhaps due to Rao summoning the Baibo lantern, Fang Chen could distinctly feel the movements of the Fire Fiend King within him being significantly suppressed. His demise was no longer imminent. At this moment, he found he could speak. Suddenly struck by an idea, Fang Chen exclaimed, "Li Fu, call my master, have him expel them, and assist me in dealing with the Fire Fiend King." It's a twofold solution. At the moment Fang Chen spoke, the 8 transformation stage cultivators were momentarily stunned. Had this elder awakened? Zhang Yu couldn't help but murmur, and Ruo and the others wore expressions of disbelief. Why had Fang Chen suddenly begun to speak? Just then, amidst the oppressive heat of the still air, an elder appeared with an otherworldly presence. His expression was grave, his stature imposing as he hovered in midair, devoid of any visible spiritual energy. In that instant, the 8 transformation stage cultivators were left in stunned silence, a myriad of astonished thoughts racing through their minds. Who was this person? Why had he appeared so suddenly? How could he remain suspended in the air without the use of spiritual energy? Upon Li Fu's arrival, the 8 cultivators were filled with trepidation. They had never encountered such an enigmatic figure in their lives. And Ruo, recognizing the gravity of the situation, promptly withdrew the Baibo lantern she had forgotten to stow away. In the presence of a powerful being, one must not recklessly draw weapons. Li Fu was indeed a formidable and mysterious entity. As for Yi Xiong, he immediately shrank his form and burrowed into Fang Chen's robe. Though it was rather shameful for a demon tiger to act in such a manner, the sudden appearance of this powerful figure left him bewildered, unaware that he had been summoned by Fang Chen. In the midst of fear, there was no other choice but to act. Upon the arrival of Li Fu, he disregarded the 8 individuals present and turned his attention to Fang Chen, furrowing his brow. "Why have you summoned me?" Just as Fang Chen opened his mouth to respond, the suppression of the Baibo lantern lifted, allowing the Fire King to retaliate furiously, once again incinerating him. Seeing Fang Chen suddenly perish, Li Fu was momentarily taken aback, followed by a look of astonishment. What? How did he die? Before he could fully process his surprise, Fang Chen resurrected. Li Fu was once again stunned. What? He's alive again? His expression soon returned to calmness. Oh, right. You must possess an exceptionally strong constitution. Death and resurrection are quite normal for you. So, you are cultivating? But why did you summon me for that? Fang Chen's eyes widened. An overwhelming torrent of words surged within him, yet none could escape his lips, nearly suffocating him. Li Fu, still perplexed, barked, "Why aren't you speaking? Answer me." Fang Chen remained trapped in an infinite loop. Wait a moment. Do you have the Fire King inside you? Li Fu suddenly discerned the chaos caused by the Fire King within Fang Chen and exclaimed in realization, "I see. You have captured the Fire King, intending to use it to transcend your tribulation, correct?" "Indeed, the Fire King is barely sufficient." Fang Chen interjected, "Master, do you truly believe I appear capable of using the Fire King for such a feat?" Li Fu continued, "Very well, I shall act as your protector." With that, he finally noticed in Rao and the other 8 individuals. "What are you doing here?" Li Fu inquired, his brow furrowing. At the sound of his question, and Rao remained composed, but the others, having been thoroughly terrified by Li Fu's words, displayed sheer panic. Of course, who wouldn't be frightened by such a presence? Li Fu spoke of exceptional physiques, tribulations, and the Fire King being barely adequate. How could they not be afraid? If Li Fu truly lacked cultivation, it would be one thing. But he effortlessly withstood the searing heat of the heavens with his physical form suspended in the void, clearly a formidable being beyond their comprehension. It was precisely this that sent chills down their spines. From Li Fu's words, they deduced a conclusion. This suddenly appearing elder was likely the master of the cultivator lying on the ground, who was about to face tribulation. Thus, he was in the tribulation phase? And what of this suddenly appearing master? Could it be that he was at the Great Ascension stage? As this thought struck them, all the divine transformation stage cultivators felt their heads spin. Amidst the collective dread, and Rao hastily clasped her fists before Li Fu, stating, "Elder, we did not intend to intrude upon this place and inadvertently disturb this esteemed elder on the ground. We were just about to apologize." Li Fu nodded slightly. "Indeed, an apology is warranted for disturbing my disciple. You are quite courteous. So, apologize and then leave." Upon hearing this, the group erupted with joy. This elder was surprisingly reasonable. Fang Chen, too, felt a sense of relief. Although the situation had unfolded strangely, they would finally be rid of these individuals. It seemed that despite his master's unreliability, he could still be relied upon in critical moments. After Li Fu finished speaking, the several transformation stage cultivators hurriedly bowed to Fang Chen, saying, "Senior, please forgive our rudeness. We had no intention to offend. We sincerely ask for your pardon." After their apologies, Li Fu turned to Fang Chen and inquired, "Can you forgive them?" Fang Chen's eyes widened, his heart racing with a frantic thought. Yes. Yet, he refrained from responding, merely staring wide-eyed. Observing this, Li Fu furrowed his brow, realizing that silence indicated dissatisfaction. Upon hearing this, the 8 cultivators felt a jolt of anxiety. Li Fu gazed at them, speaking in a calm tone, "I'm not criticizing you, but is an apology merely words? If I, a person of such good temperament, were to refuse, you would have no grounds to complain." At this, the crowd quickly nodded in agreement. And Rao further added, "What the senior says is true. We have indeed fallen short in our considerations." In their haste, they had momentarily forgotten to present their offerings. Subsequently, each of the 8 produced a set of gifts, placing them uniformly into a storage ring, which was then directed towards Li Fu. Li Fu accepted the storage ring, glanced at its contents, and remarked indifferently, "These are all worthless." The group was incensed, their expressions turning awkward. How could such fine items be deemed worthless? However, considering that the other party might be a legendary Mahayana stage cultivator, they chose to remain silent. After all, perspectives vary greatly. Nonetheless, this would suffice for my disciple. Li Fu placed the storage ring before Fang Chen, saying, "Take a look. If you're satisfied, I shall allow them to leave." Meanwhile, Fang Chen was seething with indignation. Chapter 53. Enough is enough. Do not be greedy. In this moment, the world lay in serene silence, interrupted only by the crisp crackling of flames. Li Fu observed Fang Chen's fluctuating life force, furrowing his brow. "Cease your training for a moment. Examine this ring. Do you desire this heap of detritus?" Fang Chen. The surrounding transformation stage cultivators. Fang Chen desperately turned to Li Fu, his eyes wide, attempting to convey a sense of satisfaction through his gaze. How could the items presented by the transformation stage cultivators be lacking in value? Yet, as Li Fu scrutinized Fang Chen's eyes, he pondered for a moment before snorting coldly. Still not speaking? Are you perhaps incensed? Not even acknowledging your master? Is it because I showed you this pile of refuse that you choose to remain silent? This rubbish was not given to you by me. What right do you have to be angry? What attitude is this?" As Li Fu emitted a cold snort, the entire ancient volcano fell into an eerie stillness, as if an invisible hand had descended to suppress the scene, causing all flames to freeze in place. The transformation stage cultivators, Safer and Rao, nearly lost control of themselves in fear. Yu Hailong and Zhang Yu felt their legs weaken, nearly toppling over. As for Rao, had she not discreetly activated her protective barrier, she too would have been compelled to kneel. At that moment, Rao's complexion paled slightly, her heart racing in terror. What level of cultivation did Li Fu possess? Why had she never heard of such a figure? His presence was utterly astonishing. Though his aura was as tranquil as a still lake, each of his movements resonated with the might of heaven's thunder, instilling dread in the hearts of all. However, when this group cast their gazes upon Fang Chen, astonishment washed over their faces. Despite the considerable distance separating them from Li Fu, they were still rattled by his disdainful snort, their spirits diminished. Yet Fang Chen, in close proximity to Li Fu, remained unflinching in the face of his master's wrath, maintaining his composure as he continued to channel the power of life and death, calmly suppressing the Fire Fiend King to further his cultivation. A thought flickered through the minds of Rao and the others, truly formidable. At that moment, Fang Chen was on the verge of panic. He genuinely feared that Li Fu, in a fit of rage, might lose his sanity and strike them all down with a single blow, had it not been for his repeated brush with death. Rendering him incapable of fear, he would have long succumbed to the overwhelming aura of Li Fu. In the midst of Li Fu's fury, silence enveloped the group. Not a single breath dared to escape their lips. They awaited Fang Chen's response, yet he remained remarkably composed, unwilling to speak. It appeared that the dynamic between master and disciple was tinged with a palpable tension akin to a standoff. Xuanhuan murmured to himself, contemplating how rebellious this disciple was. Yu Hailong couldn't help but admire Fang Chen. When faced with a powerful figure's fury, he had faltered, lacking the courage of this senior, who focused intently on his cultivation. As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, and Fang Chen's concern about Li Fu's potential outburst intensified, the irate Li Fu suddenly burst into laughter. "Ha!" With his words, the suffocating tension that had pervaded the surroundings dissipated, and the flames began to dance once more. The 8 transformation stage cultivators collectively exhaled in relief. Li Fu continued, "Indeed, I once believed you to be a person who submits to fate, yet appears you possess your own convictions and principles." Fang Chen responded, "What principles have I adhered to?" Li Fu replied, "Never mind, I understand your dissatisfaction for remaining silent. Allow me to procure something of value on your behalf." Turning to the 8 individuals, he calmly stated, "I grant you another chance to meet my disciple's demands. Should he remain unsatisfied, I assure you, your plight will be dire." The 8 individuals gasped in unison. "Rest assured, my rebellious disciple may have a temper, but I have always been benevolent. If you can appease him, I shall offer you something of equal worth," Li Fu continued. Upon hearing this, the 8 were elated. If they could secure a gift from this esteemed elder, it would be a tremendous windfall. Just then, however, and Rao boldly interjected, "Elder, I do not require your gift, but I seek your guidance." "What sort of guidance do you seek?" Li Fu inquired. "The enigma of life and death eludes me, despite my advancement to the threshold of the void. I hope you may illuminate my path," and Rao replied. After a moment of contemplation, Li Fu regarded her with a penetrating gaze and nodded slightly. "Very well. Should you succeed in pleasing him, I shall lend you my support." And Rao was overjoyed. The others exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting astonishment. This elder was exceedingly gracious. Not only would they be required to make amends, but they would also receive something of equal value in return, alongside the opportunity for Rao to modify her requests. What a benevolent disposition. By contrast, the elder who had been diligently cultivating seemed rather irascible. "Elder, we have prepared new offerings for your consideration." Soon after, the 8 individuals eagerly presented their newly acquired treasures, placing them within a storage ring and directing them towards Li Fu. Li Fu accepted the offerings, glanced over them, and nodded slightly. "Acceptable. Though still of little worth, it surpasses the previous offerings." This time, the group felt neither embarrassment nor shame. Instead, they basked in the pride of Li Fu's approval. Subsequently, Li Fu tossed the ring towards Fang Chen, stating coolly, "Take a look. This is all yours." Fang Chen gazed at the 2 rings hovering before him, his eyes ablaze with fury. The world around them fell silent once more. It seemed this elder was still unsatisfied. He hadn't even looked. How could a disciple's temper surpass that of his master? The 8 exchanged thoughts silently. Meanwhile, Li Fu observed Fang Chen, his brow furrowing in increasing frustration. After a few impatient breaths, he could no longer contain himself, erupting with wrath. "You find this pile of refuse inadequate?" Boom! The atmosphere fell into a profound silence once again. All flames trembled in fear. Birds, insects, and beasts fell utterly silent. The 8 god transformation cultivators were left half prostrated. The remaining 4 turned pale. The fury of Li Fu was indeed terrifying. Yet, Fang Chen remained obstinately alive. One must not be so avaricious, do you not realize? Truly insatiable, and yet you dare to stare at me with such audacity? You are forbidden to return and seek enlightenment at the celestial longevity cliff. Li Fu exclaimed, his expression a mixture of anguish and disappointment. Fang Chen's insatiable greed had deeply wounded him. Witnessing this scene, Yu Hailong could not suppress a hint of schadenfreude. You see, one must not be overly greedy, otherwise, the loss may far outweigh the gain. In pursuit of a little more compensation, he forfeited access to the celestial longevity cliff. I feel pity for him. The other transformation stage cultivators nodded slightly in agreement, acknowledging the sentiment. The celestial longevity cliff, a name that resonated with the essence of an ethereal and profound paradise, was a place whose significance was unmistakable. To be barred from entering such a realm was undeniably a monumental loss. Meanwhile, Fang Chen exhaled a sigh of relief. The celestial longevity cliff, though its name was unfamiliar, could easily be deduced to be a place of immense value. Not being able to go there posed no real detriment. Chapter 54. The plan of Li Fu. After imparting a lesson to Fang Chen, Li Fu noticed that Fang Chen remained silent, absorbed in his cultivation. With a cold snort, he declared, "Given your earnest dedication to your practice, I shall refrain from taking action against you for the time being. We shall settle this matter later." Turning to the 8 transformational deities, he continued, "While my disciple has acted discourteously, as his mentor, I must not press my advantage. You need not offer any further compensation." The 8 transformational deities clasped their fists in gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed elder." They did not depart, however, instead watching Li Fu with eager anticipation. Li Fu remarked nonchalantly, "As for the equivalent compensation I promised you, allow me a moment to consider." The mention of this alleviated the tension among them. They had feared that Li Fu might renege on his word. Now that he had broached the subject himself, their respect for him deepened. This elder displayed a commendable temperament, patience, and a strong sense of integrity. Truly remarkable. They wished they could be his disciples. After a moment's contemplation, Li Fu turned to Enrao. "Let us resolve your matter first." "Yes, thank you, esteemed elder." Enrao's delicate face brightened with excitement upon hearing his words. Li Fu scrutinized her for a moment before continuing. "The mystery of life and death is quite simple. However, I am unable to guide you directly due to my elevated realm. To articulate it might inadvertently endanger you. Therefore, I have decided that he shall instruct you after he has transcended his tribulation." As he spoke, Li Fu gestured toward Fang Chen, who was still in the throes of resurrection. Fang Chen, bewildered, interjected, "Master, what are you implying?" Li Fu persisted. "As you can see, he possesses an extraordinary mastery over the path of life and death. If he were to lead you into this realm, you would undoubtedly unravel the enigma of existence. Will you accept?" Upon hearing this, Enrao hastily replied, "Esteemed elder, I am most willing, but I hope I am not imposing too much on this esteemed one." She believed Fang Chen to be a formidable practitioner in the tribulation stage, yet his recent demeanor had been rather irritable, far less accommodating than Li Fu. Fang Chen sighed. "Little sister, perhaps you should reconsider? I truly cannot guide you." Li Fu, however, chuckled coldly. "Does he dare to find it troublesome? If he does, I shall ensure he never sets foot on the cliff of eternal life." Gasps of horror escaped the mouths of the 8 transformational deities. The cliff of eternal life? Was this truly such a fabled location? And Rao's expression shifted to one of profound conviction, with Li Fu's words weighing heavily. She felt assured that all would be well. Surely, no practitioner in the tribulation stage would forfeit an opportunity for advancement simply to avoid mentoring a transformational deity. "Thank you, esteemed elder. How might I seek you out in the future?" And Rao inquired. Li Fu replied calmly, "Come to the Danran sect and seek him. His name is Fang Chen." The concept of the heavens being round and the earth being square, transcending the mundane. After Enrao meticulously noted this name, she bowed and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, senior. Now, it is your turn." Li Fu directed his gaze towards those behind Enrao. The others, filled with fervor, clasped their fists and bowed, addressing him as senior. Their hearts raced with excitement. In order to fulfill his promise to Enrao, Li Fu did not hesitate to impose such a severe penalty on Fang Chen. This undoubtedly demonstrated the extent of Li Fu's commitment to his word. Consequently, they now eagerly anticipated what treasures a senior capable of discerning celestial mysteries might present. At that moment, Li Fu retrieved 7 fist-sized stones from his storage ring and tossed them before the group. Very well, these are yours. As the 7 stones floated before them, the expressions of the 7 transformed abruptly, replaced by an unsettling silence. What? Their gazes turned vacant, struggling to believe their own senses. Could these truly be equivalent to the items they had just presented? Surely, these were merely 7 ordinary stones? With a divine consciousness of the transformation stage, one swift glance was sufficient to draw a clear conclusion. This was, without a doubt, an ordinary stone. Meanwhile, Fang Chen, caught in a cycle of death and resurrection, took a moment to glance over, muttering internally, "Good heavens! Where did my master acquire so many stones? Could it be that his storage ring is filled exclusively with stones? Why not use them?" Observing their stunned reaction, Li Fu furrowed his brow and snapped sharply. The once boisterous ancient volcano fell abruptly into silence. The 7, startled, hastily collected the stones. After stowing them away, despair flooded their hearts. It appeared that this esteemed senior intended to renege on his promise. And Rao, witnessing the scene, was equally bewildered. Wasn't he the senior known for his integrity? Why was he now attempting to deceive them with merely 7 stones? Suddenly, she felt a twinge of relief. Fortunately, she had not requested a gift. Or else, she too would be left staring at a stone in bewilderment. "You collected my items without so much as a word of thanks?" Li Fu's cold snort broke the silence. In response, the 7 forced out smiles more sorrowful than tears. Thank you, senior." "Huh, I know you find them unworthy." Li Fu replied with a chilling smile. "But let me assure you, if you believe these are mere stones, you are gravely mistaken." At this, the 7 were momentarily taken aback. What could this mean? Li Fu continued slowly, "These are stones from the cliff of heaven and earth." As the words fell, their expressions shifted dramatically. The cliff of heaven and earth? The very celestial precipice? Could it be that these 7 stones? In that instant, the urgency in their breaths intensified, as the disdain they had felt moments ago evaporated, replaced by profound excitement. And Rao was astonished. Had she truly overlooked such a remarkable treasure? At that moment, Li Fu added, "If you do not desire them, I can exchange them for something else." "No, no, no. Esteemed senior, this is already splendid. Let's take it back." Upon hearing this, the 7 immediately declined. "Very well. Since that is the case, I shall grant you an opportunity to reclaim them," Li Fu stated calmly. "All right, now you may withdraw." The 7 rejoiced, clasping their fists in gratitude. Yes. Subsequently, they hurriedly departed from the eternal volcano, as if fearing that Li Fu might change his mind. Watching the 8 figures fade into the distance, Li Fu nodded slightly, acknowledging that the boon of celestial fate they had received would be a lifetime of luck for them. One day in the future, when they reflect upon this day, they will undoubtedly feel immense gratitude. Fang Chen observed Li Fu's serious demeanor and couldn't he help but feel a twinge of sympathy for the group that had just left. Then, Li Fu turned his gaze back to Fang Chen. "Are you not finished with your cultivation?" Fang Chen remained silent. "Very well, since you were so diligent as your master. I shall not interrupt your practice. You may conclude whenever you wish." Li Fu remarked lightly, "For now, I shall protect you from the sidelines. Once you complete your training, we shall commence the tribulation. By the way, your beast companion shall be under my protection as well. There is no need for it to hinder you." After saying this, Li Fu's gaze seemed to pierce through the air as he called out, "Why do you not come forth?" The winged fiend hurriedly emerged, sporting an ingratiating smile, and obediently said, "Greetings, esteemed senior." What bloodline do you possess?" Li Fu inquired. "The Qiankuan sacred tiger clan of the imperial bloodline," the winged fiend proclaimed proudly. Li Fu nodded slightly. "Very well. Can it regenerate lost limbs?" The winged fiend quickly shook its head. Li Fu instantly scoffed. "Ah, a worthless bloodline." The winged fiend was immediately disheartened. "Come here. Do not disturb your master's cultivation." Li Fu beckoned. The winged fiend rushed over, casting a worried glance at Fang Chen. Noticing Fang Chen's wide-open eyes, it was unsure if it was merely its imagination, but it felt that there was an air of panic in Fang Chen's gaze. Fang Chen looked at the winged fiend in despair. "Old buddy, please save me. I cannot endure this any longer." In the end, the winged fiend, relying on the camaraderie forged through their past battles, bravely posed a question on Fang Chen's behalf. "Esteemed senior, is my master truly cultivating like this? Could it be that he's been ensnared by the fire tyrant king?" As soon as the words left its mouth, tears welled up in Fang Chen's eyes. "Winged fiend, I promise I will find a whole horde of tigresses for you when I return." Chapter 55. The despairing beginning of tribulation. After Wing Xiong voiced his concerns, Li Fu replied nonchalantly, "You are overthinking. How could my disciple possibly be ensnared by the Fire Fiend King? Moreover, if anything were truly amiss, would I not be able to perceive it? Or do you doubt my capabilities?" Wing Xiong was momentarily taken aback and quickly responded, "Senior, that is not what I meant." "Then let us proceed," Li Fu said, walking aside with purpose. Observing this, Wing Xiong found merit in Li Fu's reasoning. A top-tier cultivator, provided they possess sound judgment, would undoubtedly sense if their own disciple were in distress. He realized he had been overly anxious. With this thought, Wing Xiong followed Li Fu with a smile, opting to rest nearby, leaving Fang Chen on the verge of despair. As Li Fu and Wing Xiong chose to remain passive spectators, Fang Chen encountered the darkest hour of his existence. The Fire Fiend King seemed to possess boundless energy, relentlessly pursuing him with frenzied intent, showing no signs of fatigue. "Why are you still here, brother? The one who sought to kill you has already departed. Why linger on me?" Fang Chen grumbled. The Fire Fiend King was utterly incomprehensible. The 8 divine transformation experts had long since fled, and no one remained intent on ending his life, yet it continued to torment him without respite. Even worse, after all the chaos, it achieved nothing. Despite his attempts to communicate with the Fire Fiend King, it remained indifferent, resolutely intent on his destruction. In the ensuing time, Fang Chen was engulfed in flames, his consciousness fading in and out, caught in a relentless cycle of life and death. If he could somehow cultivate the ancient divine body through this ordeal, it might be worth it. But he was utterly incapable of channeling his techniques and was merely enduring the assault. However, a small measure of comfort arose as Wing Xiong proactively deterred several passers-by who intended to investigate the situation. Although a 5th-tier foundation-building demon tiger held little weight against divine transformation cultivators, it still possessed a formidable presence among ordinary practitioners. As for those of higher cultivation, Wing Xiong brandished Fang Chen's Danran sect token with confidence. Few dared to meddle in the affairs of the Danran sect, and even fewer had the means to do so. The group of cultivators from Flamelight City had initially aimed only to traverse to the Fire Heart Zone, showing no interest in other matters. And thus they continued on their way. Time slipped by. Finally, Fang Chen encountered his turning point. Boom! As the sky darkened ominously, the heavens appeared steeped in ink, and a deafening roar suddenly reverberated throughout the ancient volcano. Following this, an overwhelming sense of repulsion surged forth from the darkened clouds, locking on to Fang Chen from afar. In that moment, Fang Chen felt a sharp pain coursing through his body, accompanied by a profound sense of isolation as he faced the heavens alone. This sensation eclipsed even the death he was currently enduring, instilling a deeper dread within him. This was the heavenly tribulation, a force born to obliterate those who dared to transcend the boundaries of cosmic order. Witnessing the inevitable arrival of the heavenly tribulation due to the passage of time, Fang Chen took a deep breath, a wave of tension rising within him. In this predicament, the thought of transcending the tribulation had never crossed his mind. Nevertheless, whether he wished it or not, he had to face it, even in the face of death. He must proceed. Besides, in recent days, had he not already flirted with death more times than he had consumed meals? The count was nearly equal. Subsequently, a glimmer of confidence flickered in Fang Chen's eyes. With the fire essence he had previously absorbed and the elixirs bestowed upon him by Huachiro, he was certain he could withstand this foundation establishment stage thunder tribulation. Wait, the elixirs? He had yet to consume them. At this realization, Fang Chen was suddenly struck by the rules governing external objects during the thunder tribulation, and his soul felt as though it had been rent asunder. In a panic, he struggled against the binding force of the Fire Fiend King, desperate to retrieve the elixirs from his storage ring. But the opportunity had slipped away. A mysterious and profound force ensnared Fang Chen, severing his connection to all his treasures, including the storage ring. In that instant, Fang Chen's gaze turned vacant. It was over. Meanwhile, Xuanhuan looked up in terror, swallowing hard. The thunder tribulation was upon them. In truth, he had known for days that Fang Chen would attempt to transcend the tribulation here. However, when faced with the reality, disbelief washed over him. How could a foundation establishment cultivator possibly summon a thunder tribulation? Li Fu opened his eyes, calmly stating, "What is there to be anxious about? Such a trifling thunder tribulation poses no real threat." Xuanhuan gulped, casting a glance at the impending tribulation. Merely witnessing it made him feel as though the oppressive weight of the thunder could crush his very soul into dust. Unable to contain himself, he exclaimed, Is this not terrifying? Of course not. You have yet to encounter far more dreadful things, Li Fu replied, rising and soaring into the sky, leaving behind those words. Hearing this, Xuanhuan's expression shifted with shock. What more terrifying things had Fang Chen's master experienced? As Xuanhuan pondered this in astonishment, Li Fu had already materialized in midair and addressed Fang Chen. "I have promised to protect you. Rest assured, no one shall disturb you." With that declaration, Li Fu gestured, and an incredibly profound force swept across the entire ancient volcano. When Xuanhuan looked back, he was astonished to see what appeared to be an invisible barrier manifesting at the volcano's perimeter, isolating the creatures and insects beyond it. With this protective layer in place, others would not only be unable to enter, but they also would not even perceive Fang Chen's tribulation. Li Fu spoke in a calm tone. Fang Chen cast a grateful glance at Li Fu, relieved that his master could still be reliable at times. With his safeguard, others would remain oblivious to his tribulation. Yet, a bittersweet sensation lingered in Fang Chen's heart. Without the aid of the elixirs, he could not be certain of his success. Very well, Xuanhuan and I shall take our leave. Remaining here will only amplify the thunder tribulation's intensity, and we would not only be of no assistance, but could inadvertently jeopardize you, Li Fu stated. With that, he swiftly departed, taking Xuanhuan with him. Once Li Fu had vanished, the world fell into a profound silence, and Fang Chen, in the wake of his departure, felt no sorrow. He understood the meaning behind his master's words. The thunder tribulation does not permit the presence of others to assist the tribulation bearer. Thus, if anyone attempts to forcibly remain by their side, it will only amplify the ferocity of the thunderstorm. It was indeed wise for Li Fu to depart. Had he lingered here, it would have surely brought about his demise. Suddenly, Fang Chen felt an unsettling disturbance. Wait a moment. Is there someone beside the tribulation bearer, enhancing the wrath of the thunderstorm? What about the Fire King? At that very instant, a deafening roar erupted. The aura of the thunder tribulation surged dramatically. My heavens! Fang Chen's eyes widened in sheer terror and despair. The inability to consume medicinal pills was one thing, but what on earth was this sudden amplification of the thunder tribulation? Truly, my disciple does not disappoint. The thunder tribulation exhibits strength akin to the void return stage, quite remarkable indeed. Meanwhile, observing from a distance, Li Fu nodded in satisfaction. Chapter 56. The tribulation period in the eastern realm beside him. Xuanhuan was so terrified that his face contorted in fear. The strength of the returning void stage. Would Fang Chen truly perish within that storm? The might of the returning void's tribulation was beyond what he dared to contemplate. Surely not. As I have stated, my chosen disciple cannot be so weak. Li Fu remained remarkably composed. Upon hearing this, Xuanhuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Your disciple is indeed formidable. Yet, how could one possibly face the tribulation of the returning void stage with mere foundation establishment cultivation? It is absurd to even consider that. The very notion defies the objective principles of the cultivation world. Xuanhuan attempted to voice his objections, but as he gazed upon Li Fu's self-assured countenance, he found himself silenced, succumbing to a deepening silence. Eventually, a flicker of doubt began to creep into his mind. Could it be just a mere possibility, a speculative thought, that perhaps Fang Chen's master was not entirely sound of mind? While Xuanhuan wrestled with his cautious thoughts, the night sky, seemingly steeped in dark ink, suddenly revealed a dozen ethereal presences. As these auras manifested, an overwhelming multitude of gazes appeared in the heavens, as if from countless miles away, all fixated upon this very location, faint, elusive, and infinite. In an instant, as those pairs of eyes emerged, Yixiong felt a surge of panic and instinctively darted to Li Fu's side, unceremoniously burrowing beneath the folds of his robe. The overwhelming terror of these auras was simply too much for him to bear. The strongest individual Yixiong had ever encountered was none other than his own father. Years ago, he had followed 107 brothers to the pinnacle of the sacred Tiger Valley to pay homage to his father. In that moment, despite his father's seemingly ordinary tiger form, Yixiong felt as though he were facing a towering peak that reached into the heavens, boundless and profound. Imbued with an imposing chill, it was precisely for this reason that the individual he most admired and aspired to become was his father, a figure of such strength. Yet now, the auras emerging against the pitch-black night sky each radiated a sense of power that evoked the same terror he felt in his father's presence. Whether these auras were infused with righteous energy, or cloaked in sinister flames, or shrouded in eerie enigma, they all conjured the sensation of standing before his father. At that moment, Yixiong's heart quaked with fear, compelling him to seek refuge beneath Li Fu's garments. How could there be so many powerful beings present? Were they all demon saints? In a flurry of confusion, Yixiong's mind raced with dread. He had overheard his brothers speculate that his father might indeed be a demon saint, a figure among the ranks of tribulation cultivators. The auras enveloping him now bore an uncanny resemblance to his father's presence, suggesting that these individuals were likely all at least tribulation cultivators. With this realization, Yixiong felt lightheaded. As a mere foundation establishment cultivator, encountering so many tribulation stage beings was overwhelming, and he was engulfed in fear. Meanwhile, Li Fu, observing Yixiong's retreat, merely shrugged and remarked nonchalantly, "What is there to fear? Could it be that they might surpass me and kill you?" The ominous figure fell silent. Li Fu then raised his head, surveying the myriad of auras surrounding him, and spoke calmly. "You may disperse. This place is not for your prying." As his words echoed, he gazed upward, and at that moment, within the eyes of all the presences above, Li Fu's visage suddenly appeared shrouded in a veil of indistinct mist, rendering it utterly inscrutable. The onlookers fell into silence, captivated by Li Fu. At that juncture, a peculiar aura suddenly let out a sinister chuckle. We in the Eastern Realm have not witnessed a tribulation in many years. Today, fate has brought us together. Since you're the protector of this tribulation bearer, there is no need for such reticence. Let us observe together. It would grant the others an invaluable opportunity to comprehend the thunderous tribulation. The events of today will yield fruits in the future, and we shall undoubtedly repay this kindness. The raspy voice reverberated across the tranquil sky, though the crowd remained silent. It was evident that they shared the same intent as the speaker. The tribulation was exceedingly formidable. This group had evaded tribulations for countless years, and now, faced with the opportunity to witness one, they were eager to glean insights. Although the tribulation seemed somewhat peculiar, bearing a semblance to the early stages of void return, one would expect a typical tribulation to be far more potent. However, they pondered that perhaps it was Li Fu's immense power that had dulled the tribulation's severity in their perception. Thus, everyone resolved to remain. Yet, having promised Fang Chen, Li Fu had no intention of allowing interruptions. Therefore, he politely instructed the assemblage to leave with a simple yet forceful "depart." The atmosphere instantly grew tense. The sinister voice responded with a feigned smile. "Sir, you are being rather inconsiderate." At that moment, Li Fu's gaze locked onto a pair of black eyes amidst the multitude, and he stated coolly, "I am a reasonable individual. Thus, I can see at a glance that you are not human, and as such, I shall not be bound by human sentiments." How is that possible? The owner of the black eyes was overtaken by terror, and in the next instant, he abandoned any pretense of negotiation and hastily fled the scene. The fact that Li Fu could pinpoint him signified that his cultivation far surpassed that of the black-eyed figure. If he lingered any longer, Li Fu could obliterate his very essence in the blink of an eye. Witnessing this, the rest were taken aback. Casting a lingering glance at the impenetrable depths of the ancient volcano before swiftly retreating. Moments later, the oppressive sky returned to tranquility. Beneath Li Fu's robe, The trembling figure of Xiong was astonished, his admiration for Li Fu soaring to unprecedented heights. Fang Chen's master was truly remarkable. Amidst so many tribulation stages, he remained composed, managing to send them all away without a hint of anxiety. How extraordinary! In a flurry, Xiong mentally offered his apologies. I am sorry. Senior Li, I should not have doubted your intellect. You are so formidable. How could there be any flaw in your mind? The only one with a flaw. No, it is I who am flawed. At that moment, Xiong no longer harbored concerns about Fang Chen's tribulation. Since Senior Li had affirmed his safety, he was undoubtedly secure. Subsequently, Xiong calmly emerged from beneath Li Fu's robe, his tiger-like eyes filled with disdain as he gazed skyward. Where had that group of transcenders gone? Do they dare to reappear and engage in conversation with Master Tiger? Just then, an aura unexpectedly materialized. Xiong was startled and hurriedly attempted to retreat back into Li Fu's robe. However, this time he was thwarted by Li Fu. As the aura solidified, the trembling Xiong soon realized that this presence was unlike the formidable forces he had sensed earlier. Rather, it exuded a certain tranquility. At times it resembled the nascent stage of cultivation, while at others it seemed akin to the golden core stage, a bewildering fluctuation, ever-changing. Yet, most importantly, this aura was profoundly serene, instilling a sense of peace. Chapter 57. The power of the Danran sect confronted with this aura. Li Fu no longer concealed his expression and calmly inquired, "What brings you here? Were you not in seclusion?" "Ha. I grew weary of my retreat, so I ventured out for a stroll, and coincidentally, I came to see who was undergoing tribulation. I did not expect to encounter you." A middle-aged scholar, donned in a white robe, gracefully descended from the heavens. Disturbed by the thunderous tribulation, he felt compelled to investigate. The proximity of Yin Guang City to the Danran sect made him uneasy about any potential disturbances affecting the sect. Upon the scholar's arrival, Xiong was astonished to notice a ring adorning his finger, inscribed with the image of a crimson peak. The Qizun ring? Xiong recognized it immediately, and a thought struck him. Could it be that this middle-aged gentleman is one of the formidable powers of the Danran sect? With this realization, Xiong instinctively recoiled, seeking refuge within Li Fu's robes. Having nearly taken action against Jiangmingyi in the past, he now felt fear in the presence of the true authority from Qizun Mountain. As the middle-aged scholar landed beside Li Fu, he scrutinized him for a moment before glancing at the ancient volcano obscured from view. After a careful assessment, he expressed his astonishment, saying, "The aura of this thunder tribulation is merely at the returning void stage. So, you truly have found a disciple? Indeed, the individual from your sect is named Fang Chen, and he is qualified to enter my Qizun cliff," Li Fu replied slowly. The middle-aged scholar regarded Li Fu in silence. Has his fellow's intellect remained unchanged? Over the years, how many new names has he conjured? Fang Chen. After a moment of contemplation, the scholar perused the Danran sect's roster, then shook his head and chuckled. "I do not recognize him. I checked the list of elders and seal-bearers, and it seems no one by the name of Fang Chen exists." Perplexed, the scholar pondered further. A thunder tribulation capable of crossing the returning void stage implied that Fang Chen must possess at least a seal-bearing status within the Danran sect. Yet, he could find no trace of him in the records. Was it possible that the sect's officials had been remiss in their duties, neglecting to update the roster? Or perhaps Fang Chen was devoted to solitary cultivation, eschewing worldly affairs? How would I know? Given my disciple's tempestuous temperament, he likely would not qualify as an elder. "You might want to investigate further," Li Fu remarked, a scoff escaping his lips at the mention of Fang Chen's disposition. "However, I advise you not to pursue it too fervently. This fellow is rather reclusive and may drive you to frustration." "Ha, is that so? Then I shall certainly pay him a visit. It is only natural for top-tier prodigies to possess eccentricities." The middle-aged scholar laughed heartily, though his mind was elsewhere. Nonsense. If Li Fu's condition is as he claims, then surely Fang Chen's temperament is not the issue. It is likely that Li Fu himself has committed some outrageous act, shifting the blame onto his disciple. With a firm resolution forming in his heart, the middle-aged scholar decided that since his seclusion had been interrupted by this thunder tribulation, upon returning to the sect, he would have someone dig deep to unearth Fang Chen. A person capable of meeting Li Fu's stringent standards for martial arts must undoubtedly be an extraordinary genius. a rarity among thousands. Even though he is currently at the Void Return stage, his actual combat prowess might very well rival that of someone at the harmonization stage. Such talent must be nurtured with utmost care. First, I shall invite Fang Chen into the Elder Council of the Danran sect. Bestow upon him spirit stones and treasures until he is utterly dazzled, ensuring a firm bond between him and our sect. By the way, where did this little tiger come from? From the bloodline of the Qian Kuan sacred tiger clan, no less, and of imperial quality. Ah, quite impressive indeed. As the middle-aged scholar reined in his thoughts, he then noticed Yi Xiong, exclaiming in astonishment. An imperial bloodline? This is among the pinnacle of bloodlines in the demon realm. With unimaginable potential, with a bit of dedicated cultivation, the future is bound to be limitless. Moreover, this flesh must be delectable. He once had the chance to taste the flesh of an imperial bloodline demon saint, and the flavor was exquisite, greatly aiding his profound cultivation. Reporting to you, esteemed elder, I am Fang Chen's beast companion, known as Yi Xiong. You may call me Little Tiger. Yi Xiong stood upright on his hind legs, bowing respectfully to the middle-aged scholar, and playfully adopted a nickname inspired by the elder's earlier address, revealing a worldly smile. One must admit, Yi Xiong had absorbed much high emotional intelligence from his years in the Danran sect, helping him evade many deadly encounters. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged scholar displayed a hint of regret. So it turns out he is merely Fang Chen's beast companion? In that case, there is no need to indulge. If only Li Fu had inadvertently captured him, they could have divided him right then and there. Subsequently, the middle-aged scholar beamed and nodded. Excellent. Fang Chen is fortunate to have such a promising beast companion like you. Hearing this, Yi Xiong's heart swelled with joy. The elder's attitude towards me is truly commendable. Such praise. If the Danran sect were to learn of this, wouldn't I be able to walk with an air of confidence? Yi Xiong then continued, esteemed elder, you flatter me. I was merely overwhelmed by Fang Chen's strength after battling with him. It is indeed my fortune to follow a master of such boundless potential. However, after Yi Xiong finished speaking, the middle-aged scholar suddenly froze, asking, wait, what did you just say? Huh? What? Yi Xiong was taken aback. Why did this esteemed figure suddenly change his demeanor? Did I say something wrong? You claim you battled with Fang Chen? What gives you the capability to contend with him? The middle-aged scholar's brow furrowed in confusion. Why can't I? Yi Xiong stammered, taken aback. After all, he had fought with Fang Chen for quite some time. How could he be deemed incapable? The middle-aged scholar sensed a hint of defiance from Yi Xiong and was both amused and exasperated. Fang Chen is at the Void Return stage, while you're merely at the Foundation Establishment stage. How could you possibly engage in battle with him? Esteemed elder, this is unjust. Under the elder's sharp gaze, Yi Xiong felt a wave of fear, realizing he could not afford to lose such a powerful ally. He quickly clarified, I am not lying. Although Fang Chen is indeed talented and at the Heavenly Tao Foundation Establishment stage, he is ultimately only of the 1st grade, while I am of the 5th grade. It is entirely reasonable for me to engage in a battle with him. Oh, I see. So, it is. Upon hearing Yi Xiong's explanation, the middle-aged scholar suddenly realized that Fang Chen was at the Foundation Establishment stage. This revelation made everything clear. However, it was astonishing that Fang Chen was a Heaven's Path Foundation establishment. Remarkable. Such talent must be nurtured with utmost care. Wait, something feels amiss. The middle-aged scholar abruptly froze, his eyes revealing an unprecedented daze. What did you say? You mentioned the Foundation Establishment stage? Indeed. Yi Xiong nodded vigorously. In that instant, an ominous premonition began to stir within the middle-aged scholar's heart. What? What is the situation with this thunder tribulation? It seems that the Fire Sha King has entangled Fang Chen, which has caused the thunder tribulation to reach the Void Return stage. But Elderly mentioned that this wouldn't have an impact. Yi Xiong answered honestly. The middle-aged scholar? What is this Fire Sha King? What does it mean for the thunder tribulation to reach the Void Return stage? At that moment, the middle-aged scholar felt a wave of darkness wash over him, and his heart began to bleed. I am the unparalleled genius of the Danran sect. The next moment, the cultured and amiable middle-aged scholar suddenly burst into a tirade. Li Fu, are you out of your mind? Is he your disciple or your enemy? He is ensnared by the Fire Sha King, yet you still allow him to face the tribulation? Do you wish to see him perish? Li Fu instantly furrowed his brow in annoyance, exclaiming, "Are you done yet?" "He is cultivating." "What do you mean by perish?" "I am not willing to intervene." Before he could finish his sentence, a heart-wrenching scream erupted from within the 10,000-year-old volcano. Boom! Following closely was a blinding bolt of lightning that pierced the heavens and the earth. In that moment, the lightning illuminated the 10,000-year-old volcano, brightening the pitch-black night sky. It also cast a stark light upon the middle-aged scholar's astonished visage. Chapter 58. The Foolish Fire Demon King, as the anguished cries echoed. The middle-aged scholar's body slumped, as if his very essence had been drained, his eyes wide and vacant as he muttered, "It's over, it's over, all is lost." With the calamity of thunder descending, how could Fang Chen possibly survive? It could be feared that at this very moment, he had become nothing more than a charred corpse. The thought of a peerless prodigy, one destined for greatness, extinguished before his eyes, shattered the scholar's heart into pieces. In the next instant, the scholar seized Li Fu's collar, roaring, "You have doomed my disciple. I will not let this go." He demanded urgently, "Withdraw the formation at once. I must save him." Meanwhile, what should have been a charred corpse, Fang Chen stood with all limbs intact, silently observing the Fire Demon King plummeting from the heavens like a kite severed from its string, his gaze vacant. In truth, the cries that the scholar heard were not Fang Chen's, but those of the Fire Demon King. Just moments prior, while Fang Chen was astonished at the intensifying power of the calamity clouds, the Fire Demon King, who had been tormenting him, suddenly ceased its antics and began screeching in agitation. The aura of the calamity clouds filled it with dread. Witnessing this spectacle, Fang Chen could not suppress a sardonic smile. "Ah, frightened, are we? I told you to leave, yet you chose to linger." The Fire Demon King squeaked incessantly, conveying a clear message. "With such a bountiful feast before me, would it not be wasteful to depart without partaking?" Fang Chen. The creature's audacity was indeed astonishing. Subsequently, Fang Chen gleefully remarked, "Ah, a bountiful feast? Then savor the thunderbolts. They're an even greater delicacy." Ignoring Fang Chen's taunts, the Fire Demon King, after a cacophony of squeaks, gathered its strength to escape Fang Chen's body, attempting to flee the enveloping calamity clouds. Yet upon breaking free, it discovered there was no escape. Wherever it turned, the calamity clouds locked onto it. Ultimately, it was forced to return to Fang Chen's side. Fang Chen mockingly declared, "You cannot escape now. We are bound together, a single entity in the eyes of the thunder's wrath. We shall meet our demise together." Hearing this, the Fire Demon King grew increasingly agitated, squeaking in distress. Fang Chen continued to taunt it in a manner it could comprehend. "Your cultivation has not been an easy journey. How pitiable you are." The Fire Demon King, enraged, unleashed a ferocious roar at Fang Chen, its visage twisted in fury, and unleashed an unavoidable fire, intent on incinerating him. Yet, upon revival, Fang Chen merely continued his mockery. "Tsk, how truly unfortunate." Seeing Fang Chen maintain his troublesome demeanor, the Fire Demon King chose not to engage in further argument. Instead, it lifted its gaze to the sky, staring at the inky calamity clouds for a prolonged moment. Suddenly, a fierce and menacing expression crossed its white firebug-like face. "What are you planning?" Upon witnessing this, Fang Chen was momentarily taken aback. The next instant, the Fire Demon King's actions left him wide-eyed and utterly astonished. The Fire Demon King, after gazing at the heavens, transformed its entire body into a towering inferno, charging skyward. Upon witnessing this scene, Fang Chen was momentarily stunned. This fellow, how reckless could he be? As the Fire Fiend King boldly ascended into the sky, the ominous clouds mercilessly unleashed a brilliant blue lightning bolt that illuminated the entire ancient volcano. Boom! The thunderous roar echoed deafeningly. Following this, the Fire Fiend King emitted a chilling scream, plummeting from the heavens. When the Fire Fiend King fell to the ground, the dazed Fang Chen finally regained his senses, muttering in confusion, "What were you thinking? Confronting the thunderstorm head-on? You truly are audacious. Is he someone you can contend with? Engaging him will surely invite divine retribution. Do you not realize this?" The Fire Fiend King did not respond, continuing to emit a haunting scream, a sound so human-like it was unsettling. Fang Chen shook his head, saying, "I understand your desperation and desire to fight the calamity with all your might. But facing the thunderstorm is not a battle to be taken lightly." The Fire Fiend King shrieked ferociously, squealing as if to command Fang Chen to silence. Fang Chen shrugged, deciding not to rub salt into the wounds any further. Meanwhile, the darkened horizon showed the ominous clouds, not pursuing their advantage, but rather gathering strength for a second lightning strike. There were a total of 9 bolts of calamity. Surviving all 9 would signify a successful passage through the thunderstorm. After being struck by 1 bolt, the Fire Fiend King struggled to muster all the remaining strength within, transforming once more into its fierce and menacing form, and surged skyward again. What an iron-headed creature! Fang Chen could not help but murmur. Was it not said that all spirits of heaven and earth are intelligent beings? Observing the winged fiend, a mere tiger seemed sharper than a monkey and shrewder than a dog. Fawning and flattering, adept at navigating the winds of fortune, it was a master of opportunism. Yet, this Fire Fiend King appeared to possess a rather low intellect. Previously, within Fang Chen's body, it acted similarly. Since the opponent was so formidable, it was clear that there was a trick at play. Why not retreat first, then observe the situation to find an opportunity to devour Fang Chen? Instead, it stubbornly clung on. Now, faced with such a terrifying thunderstorm, rather than gathering its strength for defense, it chose to charge headlong into danger. What a foolish maneuver! There are myriad methods to endure a calamity, yet all require the cultivator to defend themselves. There have been instances where individuals attempted to confront the thunderstorm directly, but those who attacked could not defend themselves. Upon failure, they would be struck by the calamity, suffering injuries that could render them unconscious or worse, lead to their souls being scattered. The outcome of the Fire Fiend King's assault on the thunderstorm was already sealed. This was precisely why Fang Chen felt that someone must have diminished this creature's intellect. In the face of the bizarre and perilous, why charge recklessly instead of avoiding danger? At that moment, a thunderous crash resounded. The Fire Fiend King cried out once more, descending amidst a brilliant flash of white flames, its body flickering with an ethereal quality, its mandibles radiating boundless resentment and malice. Observing the spectacle, Fang Chen suddenly experienced a moment of clarity, his eyes widening in realization. He understood. He had finally grasped the truth. He has come to understand the reason behind the Fire Fiend King's behavior. If this Fire Fiend King were not burdened with such an utterly stifling intellect and a penchant for headstrong confrontation, with his cultivation at the void return stage, he could effortlessly annihilate those at the foundation establishment stage countless times over. How could he possibly be subdued by the Qi refinement stage, Shaoqing? It is precisely due to the Fire Fiend King's lack of intelligence that, as per the system's introduction, he fell into the hands of Shaoqing along the predetermined path. Boom! As Fang Chen pondered, the shrill sounds of the Fire Fiend King echoed nearby. Crack! Before Fang Chen could even glance in that direction, darkness engulfed him. As a massive insectoid, moss swallowed him whole. He was once again vanquished by the Fire Fiend King. The Fire Fiend King sought to regain his strength through devouring Fang Chen. Yet, this endeavor proved futile. When Fang Chen regained consciousness, he was left utterly speechless. How formidable was this Fire Fiend King? Struck by lightning twice, and yet he could still annihilate him in an instant? Squeak, squeak, squeak. Finding himself unable to consume Fang Chen yet again, the Fire Fiend King let out a furious exclamation, then roared and turned to ascend once more into the heavens. Beneath the inky black sky, Fang Chen witnessed this foolish creature vanish once more into the third dazzling azure radiance. Chapter 59. Fang Chen's Self-Rescue Boom. The azure lightning was colossal and pure, resembling a torrential cascade descending from the void, a breathtaking blue that even exuded a crystalline delicacy. 3 bolts of calamity had passed. The Fire Sovereign once again stood before Fang Chen. However, this time it was utterly unconscious, its white insect body charred on the outside yet tender within, with darkened marks marring its shell. Fang Chen was taken aback. He had witnessed flames scorching others, but never had he seen flames themselves charred. Soon, the calamity clouds in the night sky began to gather, an incessant rumble resounding. Fang Chen took a deep breath, forming seals with his hands, channeling all the power within him. The forces of the ancient divine body and unrivaled will erupted, causing his form to shine brilliantly, radiating golden light. Various colored flames of the fire sovereign floated around him, aligning according to the operational route of the 10,000 Flames Heart method, creating a protective barrier that appeared exceedingly precarious before the impending tribulation of the void returning stage. At last, the final white flame of the fire sovereign ignited upon Fang Chen's surface. This represented all the power he could muster at this moment. Fully prepared, Fang Chen gazed at the buzzing calamity clouds, their oppressive weight akin to a mountain, piercing every inch of his skin. Even though he was ready to sacrifice everything and accept death, he could not help but sigh at this moment. According to his original plan, he had a 90% certainty of overcoming the tribulation. Yet, due to various interferences, his confidence had plummeted to zero. In truth, Fang Chen's despair did not stem from his inability to consume the elixirs prepared by Huaqirong. More critically, he was unable to procure the poison he had purchased from the Medicine King Pavilion. For the past 2 days, Fang Chen had been contemplating whether he could prepare something else aside from flames and elixirs to confront the tribulation. Soon, an idea struck him. While he could not be struck down by the tribulation, he could take his own life when the lightning left him gravely injured, allowing for a complete revival. Delighted by this prospect, Fang Chen found it remarkably feasible, as long as he utilized the elixirs and flames to forge a robust defensive power, preventing a single bolt of calamity from obliterating him. Ideally leaving him gravely wounded, he could swiftly end his own life, thus recovering to face the next bolt of lightning. However, upon a meticulous examination of his plan, Fang Chen soon uncovered a formidable dilemma. How could he execute a rapid suicide amidst the tribulation? To be frank, given the current strength of his ancient divine body, Fang Chen could indeed inflict harm upon himself. Yet, achieving a swift demise, with his present cultivation level, proved to be exceedingly difficult. Even if he unleashed his vital chi fist with full force and struck his head twice, he could still linger for a while. Of course, Fang Chen had also theorized that if he were gravely injured and then employed this technique to hammer himself, would he die quickly? However, reality proved him wrong. In a severely wounded state, his combat power diminished. The effort required to strike himself increased. As for the 10,000 Flames Heart method, it scarcely warranted mention. The encroachment of the Fire Fiend King is futile for him. Thus, apart from relying on magical artifacts and poisons, Fang Chen finds himself with no other recourse. He first discards the artifacts that cannot be utilized during the Thunder Tribulation. Only the poison remains. Although poison is lethal to him, it is still an external substance. He is uncertain if he can consume the poison under the Thunder Tribulation, yet he knows that once the tribulation commences, any elixir ingested will prove ineffective. Therefore, Fang Chen deduces that this poison should also lack efficacy. Nonetheless, he believes this is his most viable method. After much contemplation, he devises a plan to envelop the toxin with his spiritual energy, releasing it when he nears death. To test this, Fang Chen procures an extremely potent poison capable of felting him in an instant. He discovers that he can indeed encase the toxin with his spiritual energy. However, the energy is rapidly depleted by the poison, allowing him to only stave off the lethal toxin for a mere 15 minutes. After that, he would succumb to death instantly. Consequently, Fang Chen concludes that he cannot consume it too early. He resolves to ingest the poison just before the commencement of the Thunder Tribulation. However, he soon confronts a more troublesome dilemma. He realizes that upon his resurrection, the poison within him would be purged by the system. Initially, he intended to use 9 poisons to withstand the 9 bolts of tribulation lightning. Yet, with each resurrection, the remaining poison vanishes. When faced with the Thunder Tribulation, it becomes evident that he can no longer employ any self-rescue methods involving poison. Ultimately, Fang Chen is left contemplating using this poison as a last resort for a single resurrection. Although he can only rely on the poison for one revival, he is filled with confidence. After all, he is merely facing a foundational stage tribulation. His might should not be excessively formidable. Moreover, if one were to consider it, he has effectively gained an extra life. Surviving the Thunder Tribulation would suffice. Yet he never anticipated that the Fire Fiend King, this cunning adversary, would render his meticulously devised plan utterly null and void. Not only has he prevented Fang Chen from consuming the poison, but he has also entangled him in a confrontation with the tribulation of the void return stage. Under such circumstances, how can he hope to resurrect? If he continues to strike his own chest with formidable energy, he may very well perish before he even completes the act. If you truly possess a conscience, stand up and continue shielding me from the tribulation lightning. Fang Chen gritted his teeth, simultaneously kicking the charred form of the Fire Fiend King. Yet deep down, Fang Chen comprehends that the Fire Fiend King has only withstood 3 bolts of tribulation lightning and is now on the brink of collapse. Even if he were willing to rise and shield Fang Chen, he would be unable to offer much protection. Suddenly, Fang Chen pauses. Gazing at the Fire Fiend King sprawled on the ground, he enters a trance for a few moments before revealing a hint of determination. He approaches, crouches down, and leans closer to the Fire Fiend King. Then, he extends his hand toward the king's body. A surge of overwhelming power courses through Fang Chen's entire being. It is searing, scorching, imbued with an aura that instills fear within Fang Chen. Fang Chen murmured, "Even if you truly cannot withstand the 7 calamity thunderbolts, I implore you to utilize whatever ability you possess to shield me, even if just for a moment. Although this notion may border on the fantastical, I refuse to surrender without a fight. I cling foolishly to the last vestiges of hope. What if I manage to endure the 4th thunderbolt? What if a miracle occurs and someone comes to my aid? Or perhaps, what if the calamity clouds, recognizing my foundational stage, decide that it would be too magnificent to allow me to resist the 4th thunderbolt and choose to spare me?" With these thoughts, he extended his hand and grasped the Fire Sha King. At this moment, still clinging to the faintest glimmer of hope, he resolved to activate the 10,000 Sha Heart method, aiming to refine the Fire Sha King and harness its power for his own benefit. Should fortune smile upon him, and he succeed in refining the Fire Sha King, would he not instantaneously transform his fate? Yet, in the next breath, Fang Chen realized the absurdity of his expectations. Xiao Qing, as the child of fortune, required the combined efforts of 8 transformation stage experts to bring the Fire Sha King to the brink of collapse, leaving it with but a sliver of strength before he could refine it successfully with the aid of the esteemed Master Xiaoyao. In this moment, despite being gravely injured by the Calamity Thunder, the Fire Sha King's strength, though diminished, far exceeded Fang Chen's capabilities. Not only could he not hope to refine it, he could barely endure its power. As the 10,000 Sha Heart method began to operate, the overwhelming force of the returning void surged into Fang Chen's body like an uncontrollable bulldozer, wreaking havoc within him. Instantly, he was grievously injured, blood spewing forth as he was sent flying several kilometers away. At the moment of his launch, blood gushed from his mouth, and the sudden pressure forced every pore to expel a torrent of crimson, while fragments of his internal organs erupted from his lips. Was this exaggerated distance truly necessary? Fang Chen cursed under his breath, and as he felt the raging power of the Fire Sha King within him, he resignedly closed his eyes. Damn it! If I cannot withstand this minuscule amount of power, I am doomed to perish in an instant, let alone the abundant strength still held by the Fire Sha King. My hopes of borrowing its might to withstand the calamity are utterly futile. This last lifeline has slipped away. Wait a moment. Instant death? Death? What? Fang Chen's eyes widened suddenly, a brilliant light igniting within him as he exclaimed in euphoric realization, "I have a chance. I can't." Boom. Before he could finish his thought, an excruciating pain engulfed him, and the airborne Fang Chen was violently obliterated, his body bursting apart, flesh and blood scattering, his very soul extinguished. In the next heartbeat, as Fang Chen was annihilated by the force of the Fire Sha King, he vanished entirely. Rumbling thunder. The 4th calamity thunderbolt, long in the making, descended. It was a deep azure akin to vast waves of crystal-clear water, breathtakingly beautiful and utterly mesmerizing. Upon its arrival, it consumed the very spot where Fang Chen had just disappeared. Chapter 60. Ling Xuanhuan's stupefaction after the 4th bolt of tribulation lightning dissipated, Fang Chen's body gradually solidified. The detection indicated that the host was on the brink of death. The entity responsible for the host's demise was not the son of destiny. Restoration procedures for the host would commence, with the hope that the host would cherish life and select the appropriate target for his demise, thus dedicating his life correctly for the benefit of all living beings. As the system's voice resonated in his ears, Fang Chen felt that this familiar sound, which he had heard for 2 days, suddenly became extraordinarily melodious. In this rebirth, Fang Chen found himself devoid of any clothing, his skin smooth and unblemished. His robes had been blown away during the tumult. As for the storage ring on his hand, it had remained behind when he disintegrated, only to be struck by the tribulation lightning, resulting in its explosion. However, the storage ring did not vanish. The lightning only targeted those undergoing the tribulation, sparing all else. Otherwise, the entire ancient volcano would have been obliterated long ago. A chill enveloped him. Fang Chen felt a draft swirling around him, and upon glancing down, he quickly averted his gaze in pain. His fear of colossal beings was truly vexing. Merely looking at them made him dizzy. Subsequently, unable to retrieve his robes from the storage ring, Fang Chen hurried back to the side of the Fire Fiend King. The Fire Fiend King's form remained unchanged. The power Fang Chen had appropriated was but a mere trifle to it. Rumbling, far above in the sky, the tribulation clouds were brewing the fifth bolt of lightning. Fang Chen gazed at the humming tempest, taking a deep breath, his eyes reflecting both tension and anticipation. He had now discovered a new method for transcending the tribulation. His hopes for survival had significantly increased. Yet, he could not afford to be complacent. He needed to precisely time the absorption of the Fire Fiend King's power. After a moment of contemplation, Fang Chen looked skyward, noticing that the lightning was gradually converging towards the center, revealing a dark, ominous opening in the clouds. This was the harbinger of the impending tribulation lightning. As he touched the Fire Fiend King, Fang Chen's heart raced with anxiety at the sight of the inky void. The next instant, a wave of intense danger surged within him. Fang Chen immediately activated the 10,000 Fiend Heart method, drawing in the Fire Fiend King's power. This time, he inhaled with ferocity, aiming to burst the Fire Fiend King at the quickest pace possible. Boom! Fang Chen was once again propelled away, hurtling several kilometers. In the next moment, a sparse rain of blood began to fall from the heavens. Before the blood rain could touch the earth, the fifth bolt of tribulation lightning arrived. Rumbling. Meanwhile, outside the realm enveloped by the tribulation, a middle-aged scholar stood in stunned silence, gazing at the still thundering lightning and beginning to question whether his long years of cultivation had gone awry. Just moments ago, upon learning that Fang Chen was merely at the foundation establishment stage and had been struck by lightning, accompanied by a wretched scream, the scholar's heart shattered. With his intellect, coupled with his understanding of Li Fu, he quickly deduced the dire situation Fang Chen found himself in. It was evident that Fang Chen had become ensnared by the Fire Fiend King, and Li Fu, in a fit of madness, had disregarded his disciple's fate, allowing the tribulation to descend. Under the relentless assault of the Fiery King and the Thunder Calamity, even if Fang Chen were a prodigy of unparalleled talent, his demise would be inevitable. Consequently, Ling Xuanhuan initially intended to urge Li Fu to expedite the activation of the formation, hoping to ascertain if there remained any chance to rescue Fang Chen. However, Li Fu refused, calmly assuring Ling Xuanhuan that Fang Chen would be unharmed. Ling Xuanhuan, dismissive of this, berated Li Fu vehemently. In response, Li Fu, with an air of tranquility, sent Ling Xuanhuan flying with a single punch. Caught off guard, Ling Xuanhuan was struck by surprise. Upon returning, he was consumed with rage, summoning countless magical treasures that radiated brilliance from behind him, intending to subdue this unscrupulous old lunatic. Yet, as he approached the formation, he suddenly realized that Fang Chen was still enduring the tribulation. At that moment, Ling Xuanhuan was utterly dumbfounded. Just then, Li Fu's voice emanated from behind the middle-aged scholar. Ling Xun, cease your stupor and come sit down. I assured you my disciple would be fine. Ignoring the madman, Ling Xuanhuan furrowed his brow and muttered, It's impossible. Why is Fang Chen still alive? How could he possibly survive? What can a Foundation establishment practitioner do to withstand the thunder calamity of the void return stage? Li Fu replied nonchalantly, Of course, it is love. Ling Xuanhuan? Li Fu continued, My disciple, though he possesses a rather foul temper, is undeniably passionate about cultivation. This fervor for the craft even moves me. How could a mere thunder calamity obstruct his ardor? The refined and affable Ling Xuanhuan, in a fit of rage, unleashed a fire spell, exclaiming, Damn you. Boom! After the flames subsided, Li Fu remained unscathed and remarked coolly, If you choose not to believe, then so be it. Destiny does not favor the ignorant. Ling Xuanhuan, uninterested in further discourse with him, turned his attention to Yi Xiong, who had refrained from intervening in their conflict and had remained silent. Furrowing his brow, he inquired, If I recall correctly, you're called Xiong, yes? Yi Xiong awkwardly chuckled, clarifying, No, senior. My name is Yi Xiong. Noting the futility of this exchange, Ling Xuanhuan pressed on with question. Yi Xiong, sensing the shift in tone, nodded eagerly. Please, ask away. Did you deceive me earlier? Is it possible that Fang Chen is not a Foundation establishment practitioner? Ling Xuanhuan probed. Startled, Yi Xiong straightened up, exposing his gleaming belly, and raised a paw, solemnly asserting, Senior, if you doubt my words, I shall stake the life of my dearest ninth royal brother as a guarantee. Every word I speak is the unvarnished truth. If Fang Chen is not a Foundation establishment practitioner, may my ninth royal brother be struck down by heavenly lightning, face a most wretched demise, suffer endless torment, and be eternally trapped in the fires of suffering. Ling Xuanhuan quickly interjected, Enough. I believe you. Yi Xiong, still brimming with enthusiasm, fell silent. Subsequently, Ling Xuanhuan recalled a detail he had previously overlooked and asked, By the way, did you just mention that the Fiery King resides within Fang Chen? Indeed. Ling Xuanhuan hesitated. Is the Fiery King of the Void Return stage? Senior, I have never encountered the Void Return stage, nor do I truly know if he belongs to it. However, I have heard that the newly born Fire Demon King possesses this level of cultivation, Yi Xiong replied honestly. Ling Xuanhuan murmured, This is impossible. How could one in the Void Return stage still be alive when the Thunder Tribulation descends? Should he not have been killed long ago? In truth, without Yi Xiong's explanation, he was already aware that the Fire Demon King must be at least at the Void Return stage. It was precisely for this reason that he found it hard to believe. If that were the case, how could Fang Chen, who was possessed by the Fire Demon King, still be alive? How could he have survived to witness the Thunder Tribulation? Yi Xiong hastily responded, Senior, Fang Chen is dead. What? Ling Xuanhuan exclaimed, his eyes widening as he pointed towards the Thunder Tribulation behind him, asking, Then tell me, who is currently undergoing the tribulation? Yi Xiong chuckled awkwardly. But it seems he hasn't completely died. Chapter 61. After the tribulation, what do you mean? Ling Xuanhuan furrowed his brows. It's not merely a question of life or death. It's something exceedingly rare. Yi Xiong struggled to articulate his thoughts, expressing his distress. My beast's slave mark is conveying to me that Fang Chen has died, yet he immediately returned to life. Senior, can you comprehend this? Are you suggesting that, through your perception, he has been continuously resurrecting? Ling Xuanhuan inquired, perplexed. Precisely. Yi Xiong nodded vigorously. How many times has he resurrected? After a moment of serious contemplation, Yi Xiong replied, Perhaps once every 3 to 5 breaths. Ling Xuanhuan was taken aback. Could it be that Yi Xiong is similarly deranged like Li Fu? Amused yet incredulous, he laughed. This is utterly absurd. No matter how formidable a physique one possesses, such a feat is inconceivable. If he truly had the capability to achieve such a level, wouldn't he be able to continuously resurrect while enduring the tribulation inside? Yi Xiong paused, suddenly realizing, and murmured, That may very well be the case. I felt a bit dizzy since just now, particularly when we heard the thunder of the tribulation strike. It felt as though I were on the brink of death. Yet shortly after, I felt fine. This could indeed be Fang Chen beginning his cycle of death and rebirth. Unable to tolerate any further, Ling Xuanhuan angrily waved his sleeve and departed. As he turned to leave, the ominous tribulation clouds that had long shrouded the Millennium Volcano abruptly froze, only to begin dissipating slowly. Thereafter, the thunder tribulation had come to an end. Beneath the dissipating clouds, Fang Chen gazed at the retreating thunder, and although his body remained intact, unscathed, and his essence was complete, a sense of lingering dread filled his countenance. Moments ago, when confronted with the 5th bolt of tribulation lightning, he had managed to evade it with the same method. However, the 6th bolt of lightning coalesced with alarming speed. As Fang Chen absorbed the power, before he could be propelled away, the lightning struck. Fortunately, due to his relatively weak cultivation, he perished swiftly, thus evading the worst of it. Unfortunately, because he had not been flung aside, the Fire Sha King, remaining in place, was struck by the lightning. losing a significant portion of its power. By the time Fang Chen revived, the Fire Sha King had already perished, leaving only its lifeless form behind. Upon witnessing this, Fang Chen nearly lost his composure. If the Fire Sha King were gone, he would be unable to withstand this tribulation. Consequently, for the subsequent bolts of lightning, Fang Chen exerted every ounce of strength upon resurrection to reach the remnants of the Fire Sha King's body, absorbing its power. Employing the same method, he managed to nearly drain the Fire Sha King's corpse, and finally, he survived this round of the Thunder Tribulation. Though the process was somewhat ludicrous, he had ultimately prevailed. Fang Chen exhaled a sigh of relief as he observed the thunder dissipating in the sky. Soon after, he recalled something important. Hurriedly sitting cross-legged and commencing the practice of the ancient divine body, technique to absorb the tribulation energy from the heavens and the earth. According to the teachings of the ancient divine body, to truly cultivate into the ancient divine body, one must not only consume the spiritual herbs and elixirs refined through the tempering of one's own flesh, but also absorb tribulation energy. For cultivators, in order to attain immortality, absorbing tribulation energy is essential. In the realm of physical cultivation, the aspiration to attain immortality of the body is equally profound. After Fang Chen settled himself in a lotus position, the ancient divine body technique commenced its operation, fervently absorbing the calamity force. Unlike the gentle essence of spiritual energy or the searing warmth of primal energy, the calamity force bore a chilling aura that pierced to the bone. This force represented punishment, an entity born solely for destruction, erasing all in its path. It was violent, restless, imbued with an intent to annihilate. As the calamity force entered his body, beads of sweat erupted from Fang Chen's brow, his visage contorted in profound agony. The process of absorbing the calamity force was undeniably arduous. After all, this force did not manifest for the purpose of being absorbed by cultivators. It came with the intent to obliterate them. How could it possibly allow Fang Chen to absorb it with ease? Moreover, without the ancient divine body technique, one could scarcely hope to harness such force for their own benefit. Although the entry of calamity force into his body was excruciating, Fang Chen, having previously endured the pain of severing his own hand, found this suffering relatively manageable. The calamity force, guided by the ancient divine body technique, swiftly circulated through numerous cycles, ultimately embedding itself within Fang Chen's flesh and bones. Moments later, Fang Chen opened his eyes and let out a deep sigh, his heart brimming with a myriad of expletives. In his perception, there remained an abundance of calamity force in the world around him, dense and overwhelming. Yet, he could absorb no more. His body was already filled to capacity with the force. Attempts to draw in more resulted in a sensation akin to being torn apart. Ultimately, he had no choice but to cease his efforts. Fang Chen pondered the reason for the excess calamity force lingering from this tribulation. According to the ancient divine body technique, under normal circumstances, after a foundational stage cultivator endured 9 bolts of lightning, the leftover calamity force would be minimal. It would be a feat for such a cultivator to absorb even a fraction of it. However, Fang Chen's situation was anything but typical, as he faced the tribulation of a returning void stage. Consequently, the calamity force was so potent that he could scarcely contain it, resulting in a significant waste. As he watched the abundant calamity force dissipate into the ether, Fang Chen felt his teeth clench in frustration. How infuriating it was to endure such torment during the tribulation only to witness the force vanish. Eventually, as the calamity force reluctantly dispersed, he attempted to reassure himself, to let go of the disappointment, conceding that not absorbing the remainder was inconsequential. After all, survival was paramount. Many had perished in the face of such tribulations. Fang Chen had witnessed the demise of the Fire Fiend King, who, after enduring several bolts of calamity, was no more. Furthermore, due to Fang Chen's reckless absorption of power, only a trace of the Fiend King's malevolent energy remained. This meager remnant was scarcely equivalent to a fraction of his own strength. Suddenly, a thought struck Fang Chen. Was this power nearly equal to his own? Realization dawned upon him, and his expression shifted as he murmured, "If it resembles my own strength, then it is on the verge of vanishing. Allowing this power to dissipate would indeed be a grave loss. Why not? I shall grit my teeth and reluctantly accept it." As he spoke, Fang Chen settled cross-legged, his palm resting upon the illusory form of the Fire Fiend King. The current power of the Fire Fiend King was comparable to his own, indicating its suitability for absorption. Although this entity was originally intended for Xuanhuan, as the senior brother, how could he allow his junior to consume something less than fresh? He would procure several fresh ones for Xuanhuan in the future. As for this one, Fang Chen found himself indifferent to the corpse. Perhaps he would simply resolve to use it himself. With this thought, Fang Chen activated his 10,000 fiend heart method, and an overwhelming suction surged through his meridians. All the residual malevolent energy of the Fire Fiend King flowed into Fang Chen's body. Under the impact of this force, his meridians and dantian almost instantaneously swelled, accompanied by a sensation of pain. However, having been transformed by the tribulation energy, Fang Chen felt no discomfort whatsoever. Once the Fire Fiend King successfully entered his body, Fang Chen's aura began to rise steadily. Chapter 62. Progress of Power. However, it is not Fang Chen's cultivation that is enhancing his strength. Although the 10,000 Fiends Heart Method is in operation, the spiritual energy Fang Chen can derive from the Fire Fiend King is virtually non-existent. What truly bolsters his power is the cultivation within his body of the Fire Fiend King, which is advancing toward a higher tier. The Fire Fiend King, at the Void Return stage, has been reduced to a mere wisp of strength due to the tribulations of lightning. This makes it considerably easier for Fang Chen to absorb it this time. Previously, the Fire Fiend King provided to Fang Chen by the system was weakened, as it was derived from Xuanhuan's absorption. Now, with the genuine Fire Fiend King's endowment, its power has surged at an incredible pace, allowing Fang Chen to successfully attain the strength of a second-tier foundation establishment. At this moment, the sheer might of the Fire Fiend King is already formidable enough to instill fear. Truly, it is no wonder that the Fire Fiend King is so revered. A mere ordinary Fire Fiend could never hope to augment its strength further. After completely absorbing the Fire Fiend King, Fang Chen opened his eyes with a smile. The reason the Fire Fiend King is more precious than other Fire Fiends is not solely due to its superior offensive capabilities, but more importantly, its potential for growth. Other Fire Fiends possess a fixed amount of power upon absorption that remains unchanged throughout their existence. The Fire Fiend King, however, is different. It can continuously evolve. Once Fang Chen cultivates the Fire Fiend King within him to the Void Return stage, he will be able to master the Fire Fiend Tide, commanding countless Fire Fiends. Subsequently, Fang Chen commanded the Fire Fiend King within him to consume the remaining ordinary Fire Fiends. Initially, he intended to use these common Fire Fiends as expendable resources to withstand the lightning tribulation. However, since he had managed to survive the tribulation by exploiting a system flaw, these Fire Fiends naturally went unused. To avoid waste, he decided to devour them all, thereby strengthening the Fire Fiend King. Nonetheless, the cost-effectiveness of this endeavor is somewhat lacking. Observing the Fire Fiend King consume a multitude of ordinary Fire Fiends of Qi refinement and foundation establishment stages, only to witness a minimal increase in cultivation, Fang Chen couldn't help but shake his head. This is also why he refrained from allowing the Fire Fiend King to devour ordinary Fire Fiends during the lightning tribulation. He had considered directly using the ordinary Fire Fiends for defense instead. Allowing the Fire Fiend King to consume them would result in significant power being wasted. Directly employing the ordinary Fire Fiends to withstand the lightning tribulation is undoubtedly the most cost-effective approach. In truth, when it comes to the early stages, the cost-effectiveness of absorbing the Fire Fiend King is exceedingly low. Take Xuanhuan, for instance. According to the usual narrative, it would be his turn to devour this Fire Fiend King. To accomplish this, he would have to pay an exorbitant price, such as utilizing talismans, elixirs, and so forth. And it would likely cost him a significant portion of his life. Even if successful, the power he could obtain from the Fire Fiend King would only amount to that of a Qi refinement stage. However, if Xuanhuan were to invest all those resources into consuming ordinary Fire Fiends of the Qi refinement stage, he could absorb a far greater quantity, under similar tiers. The combat effectiveness of a dozen ordinary Fire Fiends would undoubtedly surpass that of a single Fire Fiend King. Nevertheless, these ordinary Fire Fiends pale in comparison to the Fire Fiend King in terms of quality and potential. They can only be temporarily strong, unlike the Fire Shaman King. who grows increasingly formidable. Otherwise, so many cultivators would not be so covetous of the Fire Shaman King. After absorbing the Fire Shaman King, Fang Chen clenched his fist, a faint white flame igniting upon it, interspersed with flashes of deep blue lightning. The blue lightning emanated an awe-inspiring might. This was the Calamity Force. Fang Chen nodded in satisfaction. This punch, infused with Calamity Thunder and Fire, represented the pinnacle of his current offensive capabilities. Fang Chen retracted all his power and began to introspect. Within his dantian, aside from the golden foundation of the Tao, a blue foundation was gradually taking shape. From this foundation, a muffled thunder resonated, containing the essence of destruction, brutality, and ferocity. However, aside from its fierce nature, Fang Chen found this foundation to be extraordinarily beautiful. At a loss for words, he could only exclaim, this foundation was truly exquisite. This foundation, crystalline and flawless, radiated a pure blue light reminiscent of a transparent, serene ocean trapped within, profound and pristine, akin to the most perfect and delicate of crafts. Fang Chen understood that this was the foundation of the ancient divine body he successfully forged after enduring the thunder tribulation. Typically, body cultivators do not possess such a foundation. But the ancient divine body is different. He had seized the secrets of the heavens and condensed the foundation with Calamity Force. With this foundation, Fang Chen had officially embarked on the path of cultivating the ancient divine body, provided that no unforeseen events like today occur, utilizing the system's recovery speed and bugs. He would surely be able to upgrade swiftly and navigate through the thunder tribulation. Fang Chen clenched his fist, invigorated by the thought. Soon, 2 days for Golden Core, 5 days for Nascent Soul, 10 days for Spirit Transformation, and by next month, he would ascend and treat the entire sect to a feast, reaching the pinnacle of life. Wonderful. The future is indeed promising. After indulging himself in this motivational fervor, Fang Chen began to ponder another matter. His current cultivation could be succinctly summarized as follows. First grade in Tao Foundation, second grade in Fire Shaman King, first grade in Ancient Divine Body. Given this situation, Fang Chen began to worry about one thing. His cultivation far surpassed Xiao Qing's. Furthermore, due to the Thunder Tribulation, Xiao Qing had unfortunately lost the Fire Shaman King, falling significantly behind him. If a confrontation were to occur, he could easily knock Xiao Qing down with a single punch. Would the system possibly retract his cultivation to assist Xiao Qing in overcoming him? In fact, this concern had plagued Fang Chen since he began cultivating the Ancient Divine Body. He had worried that practicing the Ancient Divine Body might lead the system to impose restrictions on him. However, the system remained unresponsive, and Fang Chen had chosen to ignore it. Now, witnessing his cultivation reach such heights, he couldn't help but feel anxious. System, my cultivation now exceeds Xiao Qing's. If he cannot defeat me in a life-and-death struggle, you wouldn't retract my cultivation, would you? Fang Chen inquired. Ding, the system responded. Host, you are remarkable. Your concern about being unable to sacrifice your life for the Son of Destiny is greatly appreciated by the system. Please continue your efforts. Fang Chen inquired. What do you mean? The system elaborated. Rest assured, even if the Son of Destiny, Xiao Qing, cannot defeat you, the system will not retract your cultivation. The system merely serves as a perfect tool to assist you in completing your tasks, devoted to your success, and has no authority to strip you of your powers. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen felt a surge of joy. No retraction on my cultivation? Excellent. This is reassuring. The system continued. However, there is a principle I hope you will comprehend. What principle? Fang Chen asked. The system began to recite. Failing to offer your life for the Son of Destiny signifies a failure in your mission, reflecting a dimming of your life's value. This is a matter for both you and the system to reflect upon. The essence of life lies in realizing one's ultimate worth. If the host remains fixated solely on transient victories, they will be unable to perceive the broader horizons. From the moment of birth, one should aspire to be a brilliant dawn, fleeting yet resplendent. Merely existing may seem prolonged, yet it is but a pathway to the extinguishment of life's value. At this moment, Fang Chen had already begun to engage in other matters. Since the system's initial statement, he had ceased to listen. Who would heed such nonsense? After negotiating with the system, Fang Chen concluded that surpassing Xiao Qing in strength was indeed feasible, and there would be no risk of having his cultivation retracted or restricted. However, Outwardly surpassing Xiaoqing did not guarantee that he could truly defeat him. The latter likely possessed more life-saving trump cards than Fang Chen had experienced deaths in the past few days. For the sake of a long and stable existence, it would be wiser to continue nurturing a brotherly bond with Xiaoqing. Chapter 63. Private conversation. As Fang Chen devised his strategic guidelines, the ominous clouds dissipated entirely. The sky returned to its former clarity, heralding the dawn. The stars and moon receded, while the distant clouds glimmered like warm yellow satin. The golden sun ascended in the east, its radiant light cascading over the ancient volcano. Under the morning glow, Fang Chen surveyed his surroundings, gathering all his storage rings along with those belonging to the 8 nascent soul cultivators. Subsequently, he lifted his gaze to admire the sunrise, leisurely donning his robe. With the dawn breaking, it was time for his chickens to return to their coop. Once fully attired, a voice echoed from afar. Fang Chen. He turned to see Yi Xiong sprinting toward him, closely followed by 2 others. One of them, appearing quite pleased, was Li Fu, while the other, clad in a white robe and exuding an air of elegance, was unfamiliar to Fang Chen. However, the crimson ring in the scholar's hand was well known to him. Upon recognizing the individual, a thought struck Fang Chen, the esteemed figure of the Danran sect. He halted Yi Xiong, affectionately ruffling the creature's fur, and then respectfully saluted, "Master." "Senior." "Do not be overly formal," Li Fu replied with a slight nod. "Indeed, you have not disappointed my expectations. You have successfully weathered the thunder tribulation through your own strength." Fang Chen flattered. "It is all due to Master's excellent guidance." This scene caused Ling Xuanhuan distress. Faced with this troublesome and erratic master, how could Fang Chen still exhibit such understanding? How infuriating! Why was this disciple not his? Surviving the tribulation is no simple feat. "I have not taught you this, nor did it require my instruction," Li Fu remarked, dismissing Fang Chen's accolades. "I merely inscribed a mark upon your soul. Should you fail your tribulation, I would find you and continue your training, allowing you to awaken your current memories." Fang Chen was momentarily taken aback. His master had covertly performed such an act. Even if he were to fail the tribulation, Li Fu still intended to teach him? A warmth spread through Fang Chen's heart, stirring feelings of gratitude. However, Li Fu continued, "Yet, if you cannot sever your ties and be reborn, I shall not teach you further. I would send you into reincarnation prematurely." Fang Chen responded, "Master, if there's a next life, please do not seek me out." "Enough, silence yourself." At this moment, Ling Xuanhuan could no longer tolerate the conversation. He stepped forward and smiled at Fang Chen. "Fang Chen, I am a close friend of your master. My name is Ling Xuanhuan, one of the current ancestors of the Danran sect. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance." Upon hearing this, Fang Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. An ancestor of the Danran sect? This Ling Xuanhuan was indeed a formidable figure. It was said that the ancestors of the Danran sect were renowned throughout the realms, extraordinary prodigies who dazzled an entire era. Fang Chen bowed respectfully. "I pay my respects to Ancestor Ling. It is an honor to be acquainted with you." "Do not be so formal," Ling Xuanhuan replied. "I have been close friends with your master for many years. There is no need for such restraint. Consider me as your uncle." Ling Xuanhuan smiled faintly. Fang Chen said, "Indeed." At the same time, a flicker of understanding arose within him. Previously, he had pondered whether the vigilance of the Danran sect was excessively lax, allowing a formidable madman like Li Fu to linger in Ruiyue Valley for such an extended period. Now, he realized that there had been a Grand Master secretly supporting them all along. "All right, the thunder tribulation has just subsided. This is not a suitable place for conversation. Let us return," Ling Xuanhuan said with a slight smile. "Let us go." Li Fu remarked indifferently, "Since you are taking action, I shall not exert myself." Ling Xuanhuan cast him a glance, waved his hand in silence, and in the next moment, Fang Chen found himself back in a secluded pavilion beside Ingguang Lake. Hiss! Fang Chen couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. The Grand Master's methods were truly astonishing. "Allow me to escort you back. Where do you reside?" Upon returning, Ling Xuanhuan first looked towards Yi Xiong, wishing to have a private conversation with Fang Chen. Yi Xiong understood the intent and promptly replied, "Grandmaster, there's no need for trouble. I live on the mountain and can make my way up myself." "Very well, then go," Ling Xuanhuan said with a gentle smile. Yisheng turned and swiftly ascended. Now, let's converse. Ling Xuanhuan gestured towards the chairs in the pavilion, inviting Fang Chen to sit. Only then did Fang Chen take a seat. However, as he settled, he sensed something was amiss and soon realized that Li Fu was absent. After a moment of hesitation, he couldn't help but inquire, Grandmaster Ling, may I ask where my master is? Oh, I left him behind. I couldn't be bothered to exert the effort to bring him along. Ling Xuanhuan calmly produced a tea set, a hint of satisfaction playing at the corners of his mouth. Moreover, I have conveniently sealed that space. If he wishes to return, he must either spend an hour traversing the eternal volcano or an hour decipher my formation. Fang Chen was taken aback. Was this the true value of a close friend? Haha, don't look at me like that. I do not take pleasure in tormenting him. It is merely a small act of retribution for nearly causing your demise during the Thunder Tribulation and almost costing the Danran sect a talented disciple. Ling Xuanhuan laughed heartily and added, You must know how unreliable your master can be, right? Fang Chen managed to squeeze out a response. Indeed. He hardly aligns with the norm of a typical cultivator. Ha ha ha. Ling Xuanhuan chuckled. You do have a way of sparing your master's dignity. Fang Chen chose not to respond, giving a dry laugh and maintaining silence. He was uncertain of Ling Xuanhuan's temperament. If the seeming amiability concealed a volatile nature, what would happen if he inadvertently provoked the Grandmaster? It was better to remain a reticent and charming figure for now. Then Ling Xuanhuan spoke again. Your beast companion mentioned that you were afflicted by the Fire Sha King within your body. Possessing cultivation merely at the foundation establishment stage, yet managing to survive the thunder tribulation of the returning void stage. I find this quite intriguing. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen was momentarily stunned, and a sense of dread welled up within him. Had the other party brought him here merely to pry into his secrets? If that were the case, would he soon find himself subjected to dissection for research? However, Ling Xuanhuan merely smiled and said, Do not be so anxious. You are a disciple of my sect. I have no intention of causing you any harm. My curiosity is simply piqued, yet if you choose not to divulge, I shall not compel you. Every extraordinary talent harbors their own unspoken secrets, and you are free to keep yours. At this, Fang Chen let out a sigh of relief and replied, Understood. Subsequently, Ling Xuanhuan continued. The reason I have chosen to keep you here alone is primarily because I wish to cultivate your allegiance. Cultivate my allegiance? Upon hearing this, Fang Chen was taken aback. It was the first time he had encountered such a candid approach. Chapter 64. Do not disturb the ancestor, generally speaking. When those in higher positions seek to win over their subordinates, they tend to do so with subtlety and nuance. To express it so candidly seems rather unbecoming for a venerable master. Indeed, you are a disciple of my sect, and I wish for you to feel a greater sense of belonging to the Danran sect. Thus, I must endeavor to draw you in. Ling Xuanhuan smiled sincerely, remarking, After all, mere verbal expressions of concern cannot compare to the impact of tangible rewards. Fang Chen nearly shed tears at this profound insight. Master Ling, your wisdom is unparalleled. Now, please articulate your desires. Ling Xuanhuan continued, Moreover, it was I who compelled Li Fu to remain in Ruoyue Valley, driving him to madness. In a sense, your becoming his disciple and enduring his trials bears some of my responsibility. For this, I owe you an apology. Fang Chen, deeply moved, promptly replied, Master, this matter does not pertain to you. I cannot accept your apology, but I will gladly accept your recompense. Ling Xuanhuan found himself both amused and exasperated. Very well, this lad only heard the first part and assumed he desired nothing at all. He nearly caught me off guard. The recompense and gift I have prepared for you is this. Ling Xuanhuan produced a stone, placing it before Fang Chen. What is this? Fang Chen asked. Taken aback by the pale square stone that emanated an aura he found hauntingly familiar. Ling Xuanhuan pondered briefly before declaring, This is a stone from the Wudao Cliff. You may refer to it as the Wudao Celestial Stone. What? Upon hearing that familiar name, Fang Chen's eyes widened. The Wudao Cliff? Does it truly exist? Of course it does. Do you truly believe your master would speak in jest? Ling Xuanhuan replied, his amusement evident. Without hesitation, Fang Chen confessed, Indeed. That is precisely what I thought. Ling Xuanhuan burst in a hearty laughter. The Wudao Cliff certainly exists. It is the very place where your master attained the ancient divine body. And the stone from the Wudao cliff is indeed a treasure of the heavens and earth. However, it bears no relation to the so-called cliff of eternal life or the Qizun cliff nearing Guang Lake. At this juncture, Ling Shuyuan's expression grew somewhat melancholic. He reminisced about the time when he first received that small, inconsequential stone, which was claimed to be from the Wudao cliff, and how he had been quite thrilled for a time. It was only after several years of intermittent contemplation that he realized he had been deceived. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen controlled his facial expression. Although Ling Shuyuan was generally amiable and his laughter seemed harmless, he dared not test the waters. "All right, let us proceed," Ling Shuyuan said, shaking off his nostalgia. Fang Chen quickly redirected the conversation. "So, what purpose does this stone serve?" "It plays a crucial role in your cultivation of the ancient divine body, though not at this moment. For now, just keep it safe," Ling Shuyuan chuckled. "Understood." Fang Chen hastily stored the Wudao celestial stone in his storage ring, while inwardly lamenting, "Darn it. Master has yet again withheld such important matters from me." Should the moment arrive when he requires the enlightenment stone and approaches Li Fu for it, only to be presented with a handful of ordinary stones, he might indeed faint from sheer indignation. Moreover, if you ever encounter a life-threatening crisis that necessitates the intervention of your master, refrain from calling upon him. He would only complicate matters further. Ling Shuyuan remarked, "You may call upon me directly." He could not shake the lingering apprehension from today's events. Henceforth, it would be his responsibility to safeguard Fang Chen's life. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen initially stood in stunned silence. But soon his face brightened with a mix of surprise and joy, and without hesitation, he replied, "Yes, thank you, Master Ling." He felt an overwhelming surge of emotion, nearly moved to tears. How considerate of the master. Had Ling Shuyuan been the one summoned to assist with the tribulation a few days prior, he would not have found himself in such a predicament. He could have experienced the thunder tribulation firsthand, accumulating valuable knowledge for the next encounter, rather than desperately attempting to exploit a glitch while exposed. "Master, how should I address you? Is it acceptable to call you by your true name as I do with my own master?" Fang Chen inquired. "Not quite," Ling Shuyuan replied, shaking his head. "You ought to invoke my immortal title." "Immortal title?" Fang Chen was momentarily taken aback. "What does that even mean? Is it yet another alias of the Great One?" After a moment's consideration, Ling Shuyuan elaborated, "An immortal title is a designation for those of the great ascension stage preparing for the path of celestial ascendance. This notion is rather distant for you, so a mere understanding suffices. Just know that by calling me by my immortal title, I shall be able to sense you. My immortal title is Wang Sheng, and my fellow practitioners of the Great Ascension address me as Wang Sheng Xinzuan. However, Xinzuan is merely a mundane appellation. You may simply call me Wang Sheng." As the words fell, it was as if a steel stamp had been imprinted in Fang Chen's mind, and he instantly recalled the name Wang Sheng with remarkable clarity. From that moment forth, it seemed to carry an everlasting significance. Ling Shuyuan. Once he regained his composure, Fang Chen's expression shifted to one of astonishment. What a remarkable technique. Indeed, a rational practitioner of the Great Ascension stage is not to be underestimated. As for a certain individual of dubious sanity, they are even less reliable. "Yes, Master, I have committed it to memory." Fang Chen spoke with reverence and gratitude. He then ventured another question. "Master, may I pose an inquiry? Why does my master lack an immortal title and instead permit me to address him by his name?" His immortal title was originally Sun Ye, but due to circumstances too complex to articulate, he lost his title. Ling Shuyuan replied with a gentle smile. "This matter is rather intricate. You may not be able to grasp it now. When your cultivation reaches a higher level, I shall elucidate the events of that time for you." Fang Chen nodded eagerly. "Thank you, Master." It must be said that within less than the time it takes to burn an incense stick, he had developed a deep fondness for Ling Shuyuan. He understood the importance of preparing treasures for his disciples' advancement, without burdening them with unwarranted grievances. Unable to contain his curiosity, Fang Chen asked, "Master, may I inquire about something?" "Ask away," Ling Shuyuan nodded. Tentatively, Fang Chen inquired, "Are you always this generous with those you meet for the first time?" Ling Shuyuan, upon hearing this, found himself in a state of both amusement and exasperation. "You, my friend, have taken quite a convoluted route just to imply that I am too trusting. He remarked. Fang Chen silently acknowledged this truth, feeling that Ling Xiuyuan's candor was rather disarming. After all, during their initial encounter, he had readily divulged his treasures. To this day, he harbored doubts about whether Ling Xiuyuan might be harboring some ulterior motive against him. Typically, individuals of such demeanor do not turn out to be virtuous. Ling Xiuyuan chuckled lightly. It is quite simple, really. Since Li Fu is my dearest friend and you are his disciple, it is only fitting that I extend my goodwill towards you. Fang Chen was momentarily taken aback. Was it truly that uncomplicated? However, he continued, should I discover later that your character is lacking? Well, I have traversed the path of cultivation for millennia and have yet to encounter anyone I could not subdue. Ling Xiuyuan's expression remained gentle, his tone serene, yet imbued with an undeniable confidence that stemmed from his formidable strength. Fang Chen was momentarily awestruck by his composure, and could not help but express his admiration. Then, did you manage to subdue my master? In an instant, Ling Xiuyuan's tranquil visage froze. After a brief silence by the pavilion beside the radiant lake, he lifted his teacup and said calmly, I shall summon someone to assist you in renouncing your sect. Fang Chen immediately cried out in despair, Please, master, do not. Chapter 65. The incident of the winged fiend. Moments later, Ling Xiuyuan inquired, Would you intend to enter the inner sect? I can arrange for someone to take you on a tour of Xuanhuan Mountain. It should be soon. I have a life-and-death duel with a junior brother named Xiaoqing. Once that is concluded, I shall enter the inner sect, Fang Chen replied. Ling Xiuyuan expressed surprise. Xiaoqing? Oh, isn't he the childhood companion of my Wanner? Why would you engage in a life-and-death duel? Fang Chen was momentarily taken aback, his attention drawn to another matter. My Wanner? Do you have a relationship with Ling Shimi? Ling Xiuyuan chuckled. Of course we are related. My surname is Ling, and so is hers. Wouldn't you say there's a connection? Fang Chen was astonished. Then, does that mean you are Wanners? He paused, deep in thought, calculating. Ling Xiuyuan must be at least several thousand years old, which would make him Wanner's great-great-great-great-grandfather. With a smile, Ling Xiuyuan replied, I am her father. Fang Chen was momentarily speechless. Is there a problem? Ling Xiuyuan, now displeased, questioned. Why the silence? Is something amiss? Fang Chen hesitated, but Wanner is only 12 or 13 years old. And you? He faltered, unable to voice the phrase old clam giving birth to a pearl. Ling Xiuyuan, astute as ever, perceived the underlying insinuation. Are you suggesting I should reconsider my choices? Fang Chen promptly retorted. Late marriage and childbearing is indeed a principle that our kind should emulate. Our sect ought to encourage all cultivators to wait until after the Mahayana stage to bear children. Get lost, Ling Xiuyuan exclaimed. Your words are filled with sarcasm. You're even more vexing than your master. Fang Chen insisted, I speak from the heart, sincerely. Stop. Enough. Ling Xiuyuan glared at Fang Chen before continuing. It is rare for a Mahayana cultivator to have children. I was preoccupied with my cultivation for many years and did not produce any heirs. It was only in the last few years, on a whim, that my wife and I ventured into the mundane world, and by chance, we were blessed with Wanner. Understanding dawned upon Fang Chen. When my wife and I were in the mundane world, the Xiao family were our neighbors. Wanner and Xiaoqing were indeed innocent companions. I have watched Xiaoqing grow up, and while I am unaware of the enmity between you and him, it would be best to resolve it. Otherwise, I shall find myself in a difficult position. At these words, Fang Chen broke into a cold sweat. The original owner truly had a death wish. The audacity. Not only did Xiaoqing have a carefree master, but he also had a formidable figure backing him. The hidden cards of this child of fortune were indeed formidable. Hastily, Fang Chen assured, Master Ling, rest assured, my matters with Xiaoqing have been resolved long ago. If you do not believe me, you may ask Wanner. Ling Xiuyuan nodded slightly. He would know the truth with a simple inquiry. Fang Chen cautiously regarded Ling Xiuyuan and asked, Master, there is something I am uncertain whether I should mention. Ling Xiuyuan, with a gentle and amicable demeanor, replied, You have already broached the subject, so you might as well finish your thought. Ah, how amusing, Fang Chen chuckled playfully. Since you have watched Xiaoqing grow up since childhood, did you not notice any issues with his talent? The carefree demeanor of the immortal wanderer was hard to believe. He could not fathom that Ling Xiaoyuan would overlook even the slightest flaw. Ling Xiaoyuan was momentarily taken aback and turned to Fang Chen. How did you discern that? Fang Chen readily shifted the blame onto Xiao Qing, declaring, Xiao Qing, who shares a close bond with me, confided in me personally. Xiao Qing is aware. It seems that individual has awakened. Ling Xiaoyuan gently caressed the stone table, then suddenly recalled something astonishing. Wait, such a secret. And Xiao Qing shared it with you in detail? Are you two so close that you would engage in a life-and-death duel? Could it be that you both fought for Xuanhuan's affection? I never imagined my Xuanhuan to be so sought after. Truly, daughters take after their fathers. Fang Chen responded. I am surprised to see you, Ling Xiaoyuan, as a typical man. He chuckled, how disappointing. Ha ha ha, enough of that expression aimed at me. Ling Xiaoyuan burst into laughter and said, all right, I shall take my leave now. With that, he vanished without a trace. Fang Chen barely had time to bid farewell. Clearly, upon realizing Fang Chen had entered the inner sect, he was disinclined to converse with a disciple of such low emotional intelligence and chose to depart swiftly. He left in such haste. Fang Chen watched as Ling Xiaoyuan disappeared into thin air, feeling a tinge of regret. He wished to ask Ling Xiaoyuan if Ling Xuanhuan was aware of his remarkable prowess. Unfortunately, that was not to be. Should I call him back for a few questions? Fang Chen mused while stroking his chin. At that moment, a distant voice echoed in Fang Chen's ear. Elder Lin is available at Ingguang Lake. Shall I summon him to help you withdraw from the sect? I was mistaken. Fang Chen instantly felt deflated. Subsequently, he intended to leave Ingguang Lake and return to his own abode. Just then, he suddenly felt the communication jade slip vibrate. Who is seeking me? Curious, Fang Chen opened the slip. To his astonishment, it was from the Fang family. He froze momentarily, then quickly infused it with spiritual energy, only to hear an irate voice bellowing, where are you? Get back here immediately. If you do not return within 3 days, I shall slay your arrogant beast companion. Following this, the anguished cries of Yixiong echoed. Ah! Hearing this, Fang Chen was left dumbfounded, a profound terror welling up within it. This fear was not merely derived from the fury of the message, but from the depths of Fang Chen's memories. It was the voice of his father, Fang Jioding, the head of the Fang family. This visceral dread stemmed from the original owneress fear of Fang Jioding. Is this my father? Why has he arrived so suddenly? Fang Chen felt utterly unprepared, both psychologically and emotionally. The two were practically strangers, and such an abrupt meeting was rather jarring. Under normal circumstances, Fang Chen might have reviewed his memories regarding Fang Jioding to avoid revealing any inconsistencies in conversation. However, recalling Fang Jioding's words, it was evident that Yixiong had been subjected to some form of control or manipulation. With this thought, Fang Chen's heart began to race with anxiety. He could vividly imagine that Fang Jioding's formidable strength would certainly be capable of subduing Yixiong, perhaps even forcing him to expel the remnants of the food he had consumed in Yingguang City just days prior. The image of Yixiong in such a pitiful state prompted Fang Chen to hastily return to his family abode. Meanwhile, within Fang Chen's residence, a man clad in resplendent garments, possessing a striking resemblance to Fang Chen and exuding an imposing presence, sat alongside a beautiful and gentle woman adorned in elegant attire. Her belly slightly round. They were none other than Fang Chen's parents, Fang Jioding and Wenxiao. At this moment, Wenxiao wore an expression of concern, tinged with guilt. While the middle-aged man's face was ashen, his gaze fixed coldly upon Yixiong, who was bound tightly like a dumpling. He demanded, speak. What exactly have you done to Fang Chen? Yixiong, with the white flesh of his abdomen pressed into layers of creases, pleaded, Uncle, I was mistaken. I truly did not know you were the esteemed father of my master, which is why I spoke so loudly. I have realized my error now. Would you kindly release me? Chapter 66. The Mouth of the Winged Beast. No. Fang Jioding glared coldly at the winged beast. We shall speak of this upon his return. The winged beast immediately donned a mournful expression, rendered speechless. Just moments prior, while Fang Chen conversed with Ling Xiaoyuan, the winged beast had been joyfully bounding back to the grand residence halfway up the mountain. Not long after reclining, a thunderous commotion erupted at the entrance. Following closely was a furious roar. Fang Chen, come out. Is no one here? Hurry and show yourself. After a brief pause, the voice, now utterly devoid of patience, bellowed. You vile creature, come forth. At this, the winged beast erupted in fury. Who dared to insult Fang Chen in such a manner? Were they unaware of his current standing? Predecessors like Xuanhuan and Li Fu stood as his protectors. He could easily assume the position of the sect leader of the Danran sect come the morrow. How could anyone still dare to speak thus in this day and age? Seeking death, indeed. In the past, as a mere prisoner, the winged beast would have quietly grumbled under such provocations, outwardly feigning submission. Yet now, having just witnessed Li Fu's command that sent the numerous tribulation passers retreating, he was filled with fervor. There was no reason to endure such indignity now. Moreover, he was not acting impulsively. After careful consideration, he realized that he was in the right. If someone were to confront him at his doorstep, was it not reasonable for him to retaliate? Even if trouble ensued, Xuanhuan would undoubtedly support them. Having unraveled the situation, the winged beast revealed a hint of disdain. Usually cautious, even hesitant to approach when Fang Chen ingested poison, he now embraced a youthful recklessness. He dashed to the door, hollering through it, "Begone! Speak another word, and I shall have you killed within 3 days. Do you believe me?" As soon as the words left his mouth, silence enveloped the outside. Observing this, the winged beast swelled with pride, his expression radiating arrogance. In the hierarchy of the Yuling Lake, it was said that the Tiger Lord preceded all others. How dare these insignificant wretches dare to shout at my doorstep? Bah! In truth, the winged beast, having long dwelled in the shadows, was not typically so brazen. However, he could not tolerate their derogatory remarks towards Fang Chen. Surely, one could not allow insults to be hurled at their face and remain submissive, could they? Just as the winged beast reveled in his triumph, the voice from outside sounded once more, carrying an oppressive fury. "Who are you?" The winged beast retorted with a sneer. "Me? I am your Tiger Lord, Fang Ye's beast companion. Let me make it clear, in the outer sect of the Danran sect, Fang Yi ranks first, and I rank second." The individuals outside appeared profoundly affected. "Tiger Lord? Ha! 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 Tiger Lord, well said, Fang Chen. You vile creature." Taken aback, the winged beast pondered if the person outside was indeed mad. Concurrently, a woman's voice resonated, "Do not be angry. How can you expect me not to be angry?" The individual bellowed, barely containing their rage, before demanding of the winged beast, "Speak. How many have you killed in the outer sect? How many disciples have you harmed?" The winged beast was momentarily stunned. Kill? What could a newly liberated beast like him possibly have done? However, Xiong reflected on his recent boastfulness and questioned how he could now declare he had never taken a life. Wouldn't that be an affront to his pride? With this thought, Xiong impatiently retorted, "I can hardly recall, and besides, do I owe you an explanation? No one at the Danran sect dares to challenge us. And who do you think you are? I advise you to leave at once. If you do not depart, I shall exterminate your entire family, even sparing not your dog. Do you believe me? I must warn you, I possess a rather twisted nature. When angered, I would not hesitate to consume tiger flesh. And my master, Fang Yi, is even more depraved. He dares to feast upon human flesh." Upon uttering these words, the individual outside fell into silence, showcasing remarkable restraint. Xiong mused with satisfaction, "You insult my master as a beast, while I merely threaten your family. Surely that is not excessive." At that moment, the person outside, after a prolonged silence, finally gritted his teeth and replied, "Very well. This wretched beast not only fails to reflect upon his actions, but has also committed an egregious sin. I had thought that his rumored battles to the death and the alchemical sacrifices of others were mere tales. Perhaps there was some misunderstanding we were unaware of, which is why I refrained from any extreme actions. But now, do you hear this? This wretched beast is utterly arrogant and unrepentant. He truly consumes human flesh and has succumbed to complete madness. His birth was my error. I shall take him back to the Fang family to prevent him from causing further harm to the disciples of the Danran sect." Upon hearing this, the pride on Xiong's face abruptly froze, and he felt as if his entire being had been petrified. A chill coursed through him. Originating from his tailbone and spreading throughout his body, his mind echoed with a single phrase, "Born of him, born of him, born of him." Xiong's lips began to tremble. What does this mean? This Fang Chen's father? In the next moment, a figure descended from the heavens. Xiong looked up in astonishment, and through the haze, he discerned a face remarkably similar to Fang Chen's. Suddenly, darkness enveloped Xiong's vision. It seemed he had truly cursed the wrong individual. In the following instant, a binding artifact, shaped like a rope, ensnared him with an irresistible force. Xiong, feeling the discomfort of his restraints, could no longer contain his voice. However, instead of pleading for mercy, he attempted to shift the blame, saying, "Uncle, please set me free. In truth, it is also your fault. You shouted and banged on the door, calling Fang Chen a wretched beast. In such a context, how could I possibly remain passive? Yet, if you had simply entered without hesitation, even if I did not recognize you, upon seeing your strikingly handsome visage akin to my masteress, how could I not discern your identity?" Fang Jioding replied coldly. "I refrained from entering unannounced out of respect for him. I came to communicate with my son, not to interrogate a criminal. Regrettably, he has disappointed me greatly." After saying this, a fleeting shadow of desolation flickered in Fang Jioding's eyes. Upon hearing this, Xiong hesitated, ultimately silenced by fear. He could only murmur inwardly, "Very well. I shall endure." Just then, Fang Chen finally arrived, albeit tardily. Upon entering, Fang Chen first cast a tense glance at Xiong, only to discover that Xiong was merely bound and unharmed, which elicited a sigh of relief from him. It seemed that the anguish cry transmitted from the jade slip was merely a reflection of Xiong's terror, rather than an indication of injury. Subsequently, Fang Chen turned his gaze towards Fang Jioding and Wen Xiao, seated at the head of the table. These two were, in this lifetime, his parents. Yet, upon seeing them, an involuntary sense of unfamiliarity, resistance, and fear welled up within him. The unfamiliarity stemmed from Fang Chen himself, while the resistance and fear were echoes of the original owner's memories. During his journey to this moment, Fang Chen had glimpsed the interactions between the original owner and his parents. He learned that the original owner had never lived with his biological parents since the age of 1. For over 20 years, he had not uttered a single word of father or mother. Instead, he had been raised by Fang Jioding's younger brother and his wife. This very circumstance had fostered a profound sense of aversion and dread towards his biological parents. The root of it lay in the original owner's infrequent encounters with them. Whenever he did manage to meet them, he would invariably be scolded by Fang Jioding for his mischievous behavior. Wen Xiao, on the other hand, had shown him love. Yet this fleeting maternal affection vanished before he could fully embrace it. The couple would always return to the Fang residence briefly before departing again. As time passed, the absence of any affection from his parents led him to wish to see them no more. After absorbing all these memories, Fang Chen fell silent, enveloped in melancholy, and could only utter a heartfelt exclamation. "How wonderful! You are also unfamiliar with your parents. I can boldly refrain from calling out father." Chapter 67. The fourth child of Destiny. Fang Chen, a man in his 20s, found it utterly unacceptable to suddenly have multiple fathers thrust upon him without any prior mental preparation. However, given the circumstances, he was relieved that he need not address them as such, and thus felt a sense of joy. Upon Fang Chen's appearance, Wen Xiao, who regarded him with an air of unfamiliarity tinged with a subtle detachment, was momentarily taken aback. At that moment, her gaze appeared somewhat vacant, almost as if she were an ordinary mortal. Fang Jioding also fell into silence. Noticing the two were at a loss for words, Fang Chen seized the opportunity to rush to Xiong's side and began to untie him. He was not afraid of provoking Fang Jioding. Although he was uncertain why the latter had suddenly appeared, he was prepared to take drastic measures should the need arise. However, as he attempted to free Xiong, he suddenly recalled that this was a magical artifact and felt a pang of anxiety. He feared he might not be able to unlock it. At that moment, Fang Jioding waved his hand, and the ropes instantly loosened. Fang Chen felt a surge of joy and immediately set to work. Once freed, Xiong trembled as he conveyed through thought, "I just insulted your father, claiming I would annihilate your entire family, which is why I was bound." Fang Chen. No wonder you were captured. He had initially thought Fang Jioding had come to reprimand the original owner for his misdeeds, hence the immediate binding of Xiong. It turned out that Xiong had provoked him instead. "But your father just called you a wretched creature. I had no idea he was your father when I said that." Xiong continued telepathically, "I am not well acquainted with your father. He seems rather difficult to communicate with. Please, you must intercede on my behalf." Fang Chen scoffed. He was not particularly familiar with him either. Nevertheless, he turned his attention towards Fang Jioding and Wen Xiao. displaying a faint smile, and was about to speak when Fang Jioding's impassive voice interrupted. Kneel. Why? Fang Chen was momentarily stunned. Fang Jioding shot him a glare, infuriated by Fang Chen's response. Taking a deep breath, he stated, You engaged in a life-and-death duel with Xiao Qing, a disciple of the Danran sect, for the purpose of concocting a demonic pill, correct? Fang Jioding was no fool. Upon entering, he had discerned from Yixiong's demeanor that the latter had never taken a life. Hence, he had already concluded that Yixiong's earlier words were nothing but fabrications. This was the very reason he had discreetly loosened the bindings. However, the matter of Fang Chen's duel with a child was incontrovertible and indisputable. This was also a significant reason for his visit from the Tianma battlefield to confront Fang Chen at the Danran sect. What? Fang Chen was taken aback, and a look of astonishment crossed his face. What was happening? While it was no surprise that Fang Jioding was aware of the life-and-death duel, how did he come by the knowledge of the demonic pill? In that moment, he sensed a whiff of conspiracy in the air, still pretending to be ignorant. Someone has already informed me of your situation, Fang Jioding thundered. Having laid the matter bare, if there was a misunderstanding, Fang Chen could argue his case. If the allegations held any truth, then Fang Chen ought to humbly admit his fault. How could he not be enraged by Fang Chen's feigned ignorance? Jioding, do not be anxious. Chen'er is right here. Let us speak to him sincerely. However, at that moment, when Xiao interjected, she had always disapproved of Fang Jioding's stern demeanor towards Fang Chen. He retorted, insisting that they must communicate everything clearly. Fang Jioding barked, If I have misunderstood you, then as your father, I shall apologize. But if not, I will take you back to the Fang family, and you shall face the family's punishment. When Xiao sighed gently, casting a loving glance at Fang Chen, and softly smiled, Chen'er, please speak. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen turned his gaze towards Wen Xiao, about to respond, when suddenly he noticed her slightly protruding abdomen. A cultivator with a belly? That shouldn't be the case. Is she with child? Fang Chen murmured within himself. This must be a result of the larger practice being ineffective, leading to the intention of nurturing a smaller one instead. Then, Fang Chen refocused, ready to explain the matter of life and death. Suddenly, a clear voice echoed in his mind. Ding, detecting the presence of a child of destiny. Detection complete. The child of destiny, unnamed. The unnamed child of destiny is your younger sister, born amidst the celestial energies on the battlefield of heavenly demons, awaiting the right moment to fulfill her destiny. However, as the unnamed one appeared within the battlefield, she has been tainted by the demonic aura of the long-hate heavenly demon, which will obscure her meridians upon birth, rendering her innate talents null, to assist the unnamed one in regaining her innate gifts and fulfilling her destiny. The host must help her break free from this curse of hatred. Now, the host must, upon her coming of age, commit patricide and matricide, slaughtering the entire family. This act of hatred will aid the unnamed one in shattering the chains of the long-hate heavenly demon and allow the host to refine the hatred of the long-hate heavenly demon for personal use. Fang Chen was thunderstruck. What on earth is this? After hearing the system's words, he could hardly catch his breath. The fact that his unborn sister was a child of destiny was one thing. But what did it mean to slaughter the entire family as soon as she comprehended her surroundings? The system continued, to enable the host to assist the unnamed one in regaining her talents and practicing martial arts. I now bestow upon the host the supreme talent of the Fang family, the Divine General's Bone. The host shall automatically begin to practice the Fang family's ultimate skill, the Divine General's Armor, completing it in 5 years. Upon successful mastery, the Divine General's Armor will empower the host with the strength to annihilate the entire Fang clan. Afterward, the host will transfer their Divine General's Bone to the unnamed one and teach her the Divine General's Armor. This act represents the host's devotion to the cosmos, a sacrifice for the Fang family. Though it may defy human ethics, the ancestors of the Fang family, should they be aware in the underworld, would surely commend the host's actions as the greatest filial piety. The host is urged to endure and sacrifice, to bear the pain and advance forward. Assist the unnamed one in reaching the world's end and safeguard this realm. Upon absorbing all of this, Fang Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. Good heavens! At that moment, not only would I annihilate my entire clan, but I would also have to extract my own divine bones to grant to my sister? System, You are truly ruthless. Furthermore, what does this power signify? The prowess to defeat Xiaoqing was acquired all at once. Yet this ability to obliterate my entire family seems to be dispensed in installments. The system clarified. Please do not be concerned, host. The full extent of power shall be bestowed upon you in due time. Bestowing it now would only lead to a negative experience for you. Fang Chen was nearly amused to the point of exasperation. A negative experience, indeed. Suddenly, he felt a peculiar warmth rising within him. Subsequently, a mysterious force began to surge throughout his tailbone up to the nape of his neck. Meanwhile, within his dantian, the divine general armor commenced its silent operation. Clearly, the system had begun to assist him in cultivating, allocating power in stages. This occurrence was not astonishing, as there was no noticeable enhancement in his strength. Just then, Fang Jioding could no longer contain himself. Speak up. Chapter 68. The true Fang Jioding was already seething with rage due to Fang Chen's suspected descent into the demonic path, his anger reaching a boiling point. The opportunity for Fang Chen to explain himself and argue was solely the result of Wen Xiu's relentless persuasion, which compelled him to temper his emotions. Had it been any of his soldiers or commanders, he would have swiftly confined them without a second thought before discussing anything else. Now, Fang Chen remained silent? This only intensified his fury. Fang Chen understood the source of Fang Jioding's ire. The Fang family was renowned in the Eastern Realm as a prestigious righteous lineage. Fang Jioding, along with his father, grandfather, and great-grandfather, had all earned illustrious reputations as divine generals on the battlefield against the demons. It could be said that the defense against the demonic forces owed much to the Fang family. Yet now, Fang Chen had willingly plunged into the demonic path. This was akin to the son of a narcotics officer neglecting his studies to engage in delinquent behavior, and now, shockingly, he had begun to dabble in drugs as well. How could Fang Jioding not be enraged? However, despite Fang Jioding's anger, Fang Chen was indifferent. It was Fang Chen who had descended into the demonic path. What concern was it of his? Fang Chen gazed at Fang Jioding, pulling his attention away from his resentful sister, and said coolly, "Do not be so furious. Do I appear to you as one who has descended into the demonic path? The life and death duel has yet to commence, so I have not yet fallen." Fang Jioding snorted. If Fang Chen had truly fallen into the demonic path, how could he possibly remain composed? Since I have not yet succumbed, you cannot question me with the attitude of an interrogator. Innocent until proven guilty. If I suspected you of stealing my money, would you truly be a thief? Fang Chen asserted. Fang Jioding was taken aback. Is this really my son? How articulate he has become. He suddenly realized that he seemed to hardly recognize this son of his. Upon reflection, the last time he had spoken with Fang Chen was an unintentional encounter 2.5 years ago. It seemed only natural that he was unfamiliar with him. Yixiong, bring over a chair. Fang Chen continued, unaffected by Fang Jioding's fury, as he was not his father. Yes. Yixiong glanced at Fang Jioding's expression, noting his lack of response, and cautiously dragged over a grand chair with his tail. Once Fang Chen comfortably settled down, he inquired, "Care for some tea?" Fang Jioding finally erupted, his anger reaching its peak. Get to the point. Wen Xiu could not suppress a smile. She had never seen Fang Chen converse with Fang Jioding so fearlessly and without trepidation. All right. Fang Chen then shed his nonchalant demeanor, assuming a serious tone. Ultimately, this matter boils down to your being deceived. Deceived? What do you mean? Don't try to fool me. Lin Yunhe has already informed me that you have arranged a life-and-death duel with Xiaoqing. Fang Jioding replied coldly. Lin Yunhe was Elder Lin of Yingguang Lake and a close friend of Fang Jioding. I have indeed agreed to a life-and-death duel with Xiaoqing, but that does not imply I intend to kill him, nor does it signify that I will descend into the demonic path. Fang Chen spoke. I would like to pose a singular question to you. Who informed you that I would succumb to the path of darkness? It was your second aunt who said so. Fang Jioding replied. The second aunt, the very one who had raised Fang Chen since childhood. Upon hearing this, a smirk of mockery crept across Fang Chen's lips. And who might have relayed that information to her? When Xiu suddenly realized something was amiss, her expression momentarily frozen in shock. Fang Ran. Fang Ran, the son of the second uncle and also Fang Chen's younger brother, had entered the intersect of the Tianxian Peak 8 years prior. However, given the vastness of the Danran sect and Fang Ran's disdain for Fang Chen, The two had never maintained a close relationship. Even if I were to truly fall into darkness, I would ensure that my actions remain concealed. Moreover, Tianxin Peak is situated far from Yinguang Lake. How could he possibly be aware of my circumstances? Fang Chen remarked with a sardonic grin. Fang Jioding was momentarily taken aback. Initially, upon learning of this matter, he had been overwhelmed by panic concerning his own flesh and blood, losing his rationality in the process, and had hastily traveled to the Danran sect without reflecting on the myriad of unreasonable details. However, with Fang Chen's pointed words, he quickly regained his composure and recognized the various discrepancies in this situation. This was likely a scheme orchestrated by his sister-in-law against Fang Chen. Subsequently, Fang Chen retrieved a jade slip from his storage ring and presented it to the two of them. As for whether I will descend into darkness, why don't you examine this formula for the so-called dark elixir? If anyone truly believes that the potion detailed within can lead one to the path of darkness, I believe they're in desperate need of some mental clarity. Upon receiving the jade slip, both Fang Jioding and Wen Xiu fell into deep contemplation after perusing its contents. Meanwhile, Fang Chen had already sensed something was amiss. Previously, due to the imminent life-and-death struggle, he had been preoccupied and had not given the dark elixir much thought. However, Fang Jioding's unexpected arrival prompted him to reconsider the matter. As he reflected earnestly, he began to detect numerous inconsistencies. First and foremost, the original owner had obtained this jade slip from a figure clad in black within the market of the Danran sect. The audacity of someone daring to sell a dark sect jade slip in the market of a top-tier sect was outrageous in itself. It was uncertain whether individuals from the dark sect could even infiltrate such a place. Secondly, even if a member of the dark sect had indeed managed to infiltrate the Danran sect's market to peddle dark jade slips, Fang Chen believed that a potion concocted from the spinal marrow of a third-grade demonic beast combined with the life essence of either fellow disciples or close kin could hardly enhance one's innate abilities. The notion of using close relatives was somewhat understandable due to the special bond of blood, as the dark sect indeed possessed techniques involving the slaying of parents and kin. However, how could fellow disciples possess such unique efficacy? What difference was there between that and casually murdering a stranger to concoct potions for the enhancement of one's abilities? Such claims were utterly preposterous. Zhongshu Dan, Gusheling Gudan, Lingji Yaoya, which of these were not precious items? Which of these had not been procured by Fang Jioding and would show through their son as remarkable achievements in the Demon War? Even these three items could not guarantee 100% enhancement of one's innate abilities. Yet this mere dark elixir was purported to enhance one's root? Only a fool would believe such nonsense. As Fang Chen pondered this, he suddenly froze, realizing, am I essentially criticizing myself? After reviewing the elixir recipe, Fang Jioding inquired, where did you acquire this jade slip? In the market, Fang Chen replied with a smile. I see. Fang Jioding sighed deeply. At that moment, Wen Xiu, shedding her previous gentle demeanor, coldly remarked, they are disseminating this information, not merely to tarnish Chinner's reputation and expel him from the Danran sect, but rather it is aimed directly at us. Upon our return, I shall demand an explanation from them regarding Chinner and ourselves. The commander of the heavenly demon battlefield, a notable figure from the prestigious righteous family in the Eastern Realm, now faces the disgrace of his son succumbing to the demonic path. This alone is sufficient to subject them to severe scrutiny. Should the situation escalate, they stand to lose immensely. At the very least, Fang Jioding can forget about continuing as the legitimate head of the Fang family. It is evident to the discerning that the schemes of this aunt and Fang Ran are not merely to deal with the debauched Fang Chen, but rather to strip Fang Jioding of his rightful position as patriarch. Fang Jioding's expression darkened as he slowly nodded. Suddenly, Fang Chen, filled with curiosity, asked, what if they refuse? We possess no evidence, do we? If they adamantly deny it, it seems there is little you can do, mother. When Xiu turned her gaze towards Fang Chen, her icy demeanor softening into a warm smile, and said, Chinner, your mother teaches you this. If someone wrongs you and you are weaker, then endure the humiliation and gather evidence. However, if you are stronger, then strike first, and while doing so, compel them to speak at their leisure. With that, Wen Xiu offered a gentle smile, still imbued with maternal affection. Fang Chen, Chapter 69. It matters not. I shall take action at this moment. Fang Jioding set aside the jade slip, exhaling a sigh of relief, his eyes reflecting genuine joy. A smile gracing his lips, dispelling the earlier gravity and anger. His son not only avoided the path of darkness, but also cleverly sidestepped a potential crisis. Excellent. Extremely satisfying. Truly, he is my son. However, after this smile, Fang Jioding felt it inappropriate for his stern fatherly image, hastily restoring his seriousness with a cough, and covertly glancing at Fang Chen and Wen Xiao. The two ladies were engaged in conversation, unaware of his expression. After a sigh of relief, Fang Jioding suddenly noticed a large, quiet, and obedient tiger sitting nearby, which had remained silent. Upon spotting it, his expression momentarily froze, while Yixiong suddenly broke into a grin. Fang Jioding. He immediately shot a warning glance at Yixiong, signaling him to refrain from speaking out of turn. Yixiong, with a wise gaze, nodded slowly, patting his chest with a paw and indicating, "I understand." Seeing Yixiong's compliance, Fang Jioding nodded in satisfaction. Then, he recalled another matter, his countenance tightening, turning rather unkind. "Chinner." Fang Jioding elongated his tone while questioning. "What is it?" Fang Chen responded. "Since you know this pill formula is a forgery, why then challenge a vulnerable child to a life-and-death duel?" Fang Jioding frowned. He had already learned from Lin Yunhe about Xiao Qing's background, understanding that Xiao Qing was a lonely child with exceptionally poor talent. This revelation struck a chord with both Fang Jioding and Wen Xiao, invoking a sense of shared sorrow. Thus, upon realizing that Fang Chen and Xiao Qing were to engage in a life-and-death duel, he was equally infuriated. "Firstly, I did not bully him," Fang Chen declared with righteous indignation. "If I truly had bullied him, someone would have intervened. Bullying a junior disciple is a grave offense in the Danran sect." With the memories of the original owner, who had diligently studied the sect's rules for years, Fang Chen instinctively countered. Yet Fang Jioding merely smirked. "Spare me. Do you think that just because you say it isnt so, isnt, do you believe I am unaware of your exploits in exploiting the sect's regulations? Does Lin Yunhe, who oversees the entire Yingguang Lake Mountain, not know? But do you genuinely think he cannot catch you making mistakes, and thus refrains from managing you? Let me tell you, he deliberately chooses to ignore you." Fang Chen was taken aback. "What do you mean?" Fang Jioding explained. "You are not a child anymore. I must impart a fact to you. Lin Yunhe considers you detestable, with inadequate cultivation, incapable of stirring up any significant trouble. He believes you are perfectly suited to be a stepping stone for the outer sect disciples, which is precisely why he neglects you." Fang Chen. "Goodness, the system treats me as a stepping stone for the child of fortune, and I did not expect this seemingly virtuous Lin Yunhe to be such a schemer." Nevertheless, Fang Chen thought it best to let it go. After all, it was he who was being used as a stepping stone, not Lin Yunhe. Fang Jioding declared. "Returning to the matter at hand, you must promptly annul this life-and-death duel." Fang Chen, upon witnessing Fang Jioding's insistence on releasing him from the life-and-death duel, could not help but sigh quietly. This life-and-death duel could not be annulled. He was still preoccupied with the notion of acquiring items to nourish Xiao Qing and thereby enhance his cultivation. Should the duel be dismissed, his system task would inevitably fail. Thus, the life-and-death duel must remain intact for the time being. Fang Chen remarked, "This duel cannot be lifted." Fang Jioding furrowed his brows, questioning, "Do you truly wish to slay him? Provide me with a reason." At this, Fang Chen exhaled deeply. "Very well, I shall strike once more." Contemplating this, his gaze suddenly sharpened, becoming profoundly deep, as if imbued with boundless sorrow and melancholy. He slowly articulated, "It is quite simple. I wish to assist him." Upon hearing this, Fang Jioding's eyes widened in disbelief, exclaiming incredulously, "Assist him? Indeed, it is to assist him." Fang Chen gradually rose, tilting his head at a 45-degree angle, his expression a tapestry of intricate emotions. Meanwhile, Wen Xiao, observing the scene, was equally taken aback. Her son's performance mirrored his father's awkwardness. How could such a rudimentary act deceive someone as seasoned as her? When Wen Xiao heard Fang Chen declare his desire to help, she instantly comprehended the underlying implications. She needed not hear another word. This life and death duel surely harbored unspoken reasons. However, it mattered not. If her son remained reticent, she would investigate herself. Should Xuanhuan be innocent, she would take Fang Chen to discipline and educate him. But if Xuanhuan were at fault, he would bear the consequences and pay the price. How can you assist him through this life and death duel? Fang Chen exclaimed, "Do not attempt to deceive me." Yet, the wavering in his expression revealed a burgeoning belief in Fang Chen's words. When Xiao, observing this transformation, was momentarily stunned, her eyes widening in astonishment. Following this, she descended into a prolonged silence. Oh well, Jiuding, typically astute, must be acting foolishly out of paternal affection. Subsequently, when Xiao bit her lip, stifling a laugh, her eyes glimmering with indulgence as she began to watch Fang Chen's performance with earnestness. Unbeknownst to Fang Chen, who remained ensnared in his emotions, he addressed Fang Jiuding with a calm demeanor. After the family's downfall, Xuanhuan has been despondent, wallowing in despair, refusing to cultivate. If no one spurs him on, how will he not sink further into despair? Therefore, to help him, I deliberately approached him to humiliate and challenge him, igniting his fighting spirit once more. Now, in his quest to overcome me, he has begun to diligently train and, I hear, has already reached the 4th layer of qi refinement. Upon hearing these words, Fang Jiuding's body trembled. Is this truly the case? You may inquire directly with Xuanhuan himself, Fang Chen replied, his demeanor tranquil as a still lake. Meanwhile, he reveled internally, having perceived the astonishment on Fang Jiuding's face and the seriousness in Wen Xiao's expression. Clearly, he had earned their trust. Fang Chen felt a swell of pride. With this, Fang Jiuding would refrain from forcefully dragging him to seek a dissolution of the life and death pact. Fang Jiuding, incredulous, exclaimed, "But why would you help him? Are you not aware that everyone accuses you of humiliating to Xuanhuan? You have been scorned mercilessly. Do you understand?" His son's actions left him utterly astonished. To bear such ignominy for the sake of aiding Xuanhuan was an act of profound kindness. This, indeed, is the essence of a Fang family scion. In that moment, when Xiao averted her gaze, unable to resist the urge to fidget with the tea set on the table. Finding no tea implements, she resorted to rearranging the vase instead. How could this place be more torturous than the battlefield against the celestial demons? Confronted by Fang Jiuding's inquiries, Fang Chen replied slowly, "If I am to be scorned, so be it. What does it matter? Only those who have endured the rain understand the longing for someone to hold an umbrella for them." Upon hearing these words, Fang Jiuding felt as if struck by lightning, rendered speechless. Meanwhile, when Xiao paused, turning to gaze at Fang Chen, observing the expressions of the two elders, Fang Chen inwardly chuckled with glee. Ah, a golden statement. This phrase delicately conveyed the anguish of his youth, characterized by poor aptitude and a lack of parental affection. Such sentiments would surely evoke a tsunami of guilt within Fang Jiuding and Wen Xiao. Perhaps it would even bring them profound sorrow indeed. At that moment, Wen Xiao's eyes glistened with tears. However, it was not sorrow that filled her gaze, but joy. Amidst the shimmering tears, there lay a sense of elation. Fang Chen's words, albeit awkward and his performance somewhat exaggerated, mattered not to her. She was simply overjoyed, elated that her son could speak to her in such a manner. She discerned that Fang Chen was, in fact, lamenting his grievances towards her and Fang Jiuding. Yet, it was precisely this realization that brought her to tears of joy. For over 2 decades, Fang Chen had never opened his heart to her. Not only had he refrained from voicing complaints, but even a simple greeting had been beyond his lips. He had remained as silent as a gourd with its mouth sawed shut in their presence. But now, he was sharing his struggles, his resilience, and even expressing discontent. How could Xiao not feel happiness? After all, the most daunting aspect of a mother-son relationship is the absence of an opportunity to unlock the heart. Now, that opportunity had quietly arrived. In that moment, when Xiao felt an unexpected gratitude towards her sister-in-law, Xuanhuan. Had it not been for her machinations against Wen Xiao and Fang Jiuding, how long would it have taken for her to receive such an opportunity? Reflecting on this, Wen Xiao silently made a promise to herself. Xuanhuan, I shall return and spare you only 29 days of my wrath. not a full month. Chapter 70. Born to protect Fang Chen deep within Wen Xiao's heart. She expressed gratitude towards Xuanhuan for creating an opportunity for Fang Chen to voice his grievances and complaints against them, allowing her to make amends with him. Meanwhile, Fang Jioding stood in a state of astonishment, rendered speechless for a long while. After a moment, he took a deep breath and slowly spoke. Good. Truly, you are a son of the Fang family. I always said, how could a tiger father have a dog son? Members of the Fang family must possess a noble spirit and chivalrous heart. His eyes gleamed with profound admiration. At the same time, Wen Xiao, who was rehearsing in her mind how to thank Xuanhuan, glanced up and shot Fang, Jioding a disdainful look. One could hardly forget who had been clamoring all along to hang Fang Chen up for a beating. However, after expressing his admiration, Fang Jioding suddenly recalled something and furrowed his brow. But I have another question. Fang Chen replied, ask away. Now that you have reached the 4th level of qi refinement, while I am merely at the 3rd, how do you intend to aid him? What if he truly were to kill you? Fang Jioding inquired. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen became displeased. Do you not know how to speak? Why does your mouth drip with honey? Besides, can't you see that I am not at the 3rd level of qi refinement? Your keen eyes seem to be lacking. Even if I were to conceal my aura, with your cultivation, you should be able to discern the formidable strength beneath my seemingly weak exterior. Sighing, Fang Chen thought to himself that if Fang Jioding could not perceive his true cultivation level, he would have to take matters into his own hands. Rest assured, he cannot kill me, for I have already established my foundation. At these words, both Wen Xiao and Fang Jioding were momentarily taken aback, and at that moment, a surge of foundational power erupted from Fang Chen's body. In the next instant, their eyes widened in astonishment. Only then did they become aware of the magnificent and intense aura radiating from Fang Chen's being. This was the foundational power of the heavenly Tao. How could this be possible? Fang Jioding and Wen Xiao were genuinely shocked. How long had it been since they last met? Their son had actually established his foundation in the heavenly Tao. Yet what astounded them even more lay ahead. They saw that amid Fang Chen's blazing aura, there was an essence of power that was all too familiar to them. This power was supremely fierce, brimming with lethal intent, seemingly capable of piercing the eyes of those who dared to gaze upon it, accompanied by an overwhelming will to conquer and annihilate. This was the ultimate technique of the Fang family from the demon abyss, the divine general's armor, which had instilled fear in countless demons. When did you master the divine general's armor? Fang Jioding exclaimed in shock. The divine general's armor was a technique that Fang Jioding had initially imparted to Fang Chen. According to their most optimistic estimates, it was believed that Fang Chen would never hope to master it in his lifetime. Yet now he had actually achieved it. I have successfully begun my training. Fang Chen nodded slightly. As his words fell, countless red, ethereal mists erupted from his body, transforming into a suit of armor that enveloped him. In the hands of the armor lay a massive crimson battle axe. This was the initial form of the divine general's armor. With Fang Chen's exceptional aptitude, should he refine the divine general armor to perfection, the entire set would be immense. Wielding numerous weapons and capable of unleashing tens of thousands of spells. This is the intrinsic value of the divine general Dao Bone. Witnessing this, Fang Jioding was left utterly astounded, his complexion paling. A crimson divine general armor? When did you acquire the divine general Dao Bone? As the current head of the Fang family, no one understood the divine general armor better than he did, save for his father, grandfather, and great-grandfather. He was well aware that the divine general armor is categorized into 7 appearances: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet, with the red armor being the most esteemed. However, the red armor requires the divine general Dao Bone, which had not been seen by the Fang family for millennia, to be forged. He never anticipated that Fang Chen possessed the Dao Bone. I don't know, I just woke up with it. ISNT, it's something everyone has. Don't you have it? Fang Chen asked earnestly. Fang Jioding stammered. I'm so strong, I don't really need it. How could this boy be so eloquent? His words were as sweet as honey. Wen Xiao shook her head with a smile, choosing not to expose Fang Jioding's stubbornness. Fang Chen innocently pressed on. Really don't need it? Of course. Fang Jioding coughed awkwardly, suppressing his envy, and hastily changed the subject. Well, I understand now. You've done excellently in this matter. At this point, Fang Jioding spoke earnestly. I must apologize on behalf of your father. It was my impatience that led to this. Just as Fang Jioding was about to offer a heartfelt apology to Fang Chen, they both realized how little they truly understood about this son of theirs after the matters of the Heavenly Tao Foundation and the Divine General Armor. But at that moment, Fang Jioding's countenance suddenly shifted, his body involuntarily leaning back. Fang Chen was taken aback. What's wrong with you? I'm fine. At that moment, when Xiao, quick on her feet, rushed to support Fang Jioding, chiding him. Your father hasn't rested for 10 days and has just come from a fierce battle. He is a bit fatigued. I will take him away now. We originally intended to visit the Danran sect to find you and request a calming elixir for your father to rest properly. Without further ado, when Xiao took hold of Fang Jioding and prepared to leave, Fang Chen, caught off guard, could only see them off. You two take care. After the two hurriedly departed, Fang Chen muttered in confusion. The Fang family is prosperous. Don't they even have a calming elixir? What are you two up to? Beside him, Yishion couldn't help but interject. If you have doubts, why not just ask directly? Fang Chen murmured in response. Isn't it because it's our first meeting and we're not familiar with each other yet? Yishion shot Fang Chen a resentful glare, realizing he was being toyed with. It was I who was bound, and now I'm still the one being played with. I feel betrayed. You never regarded me as one of your own. Immediately release the beast slave mark. I want to go home. A fresh batch of cat-fox hybrid beasts just arrived at Ingguang Lake. I have contribution points to exchange. Do you want to join? Brother Chun, just now. Your father damaged the pond in the courtyard. I will repair it immediately. Meanwhile, Wen Xiao and Fang Jioding exited Fang Chen's small courtyard and boarded a horse-drawn carriage pulled by a gray-white steed, heading straight for the mountain peak. This carriage was a treasure of Wen Xiao and Fang Jioding, capable of traversing both water and sky. Inside the carriage, Wen Xiao, her face etched with concern, inquired, Jioding, are you all right? I'm fine. At that moment, Fang Jioding's complexion was ashen. He shook his head and then forced a bitter smile. We are both injured. Yet I never expected you to remain unaffected until now. It seems I have revealed my weakness first. Clearly, I am not as capable as you. Wen Xiao chided him lightly. At such a time, why speak of such things? First, take the demon suppression pill. She then produced a completely black pill, its surface pockmarked and faintly revealing countless eerie skull faces, occasionally accompanied by the chilling sound of vengeful wails, and urged Fang Jioding to swallow it. After he ingested the pill, his complexion improved significantly, and he remarked with a smile, all is well now. I can still fight for another 500 years. Wen Xiao shot him a speechless glare before continuing. Later, have Lin Yunhe invite Elder Hua to take a look. It would be best if he could also examine the child within me. I fear he may be affected by the demonic energy unleashed during the explosion of the Changhen heavenly demon. It should be fine, Fang Jioding said with a smile, leaning closer to Wen Xiao's abdomen. After all, he was born to protect Chin'er, so he must be quite strong. Chapter 71. The origins of Fang Chen do not speak thus. He would be deeply saddened to hear it. No child should ever be born for the sake of another. Yet, Wen Xiao shot a glare at Fang Jioding and pushed him aside. What is there to fear? The sons of the Fang family must protect their elder brother. It is utterly unreasonable to feel sorrow over such a duty. Fang Jioding, however, remained indifferent. What if it is a girl? Wen Xiao fell silent. Isn't that even better? She could learn the Dominator's divine spear from you, and possess greater prowess than our family's divine armor, thus safeguarding Chin'er. A smile graced Fang Jioding's lips. Enough. Wen Xiao was left speechless. Chin'er was no longer the same as before, no longer in need of anyone's protection. Upon hearing this, Fang Jioding finally grasped the situation. Indeed, after they unexpectedly conceived while in the Demon War battlefield, a thought had taken root in their minds. If Fang Chen's innate talent could not be salvaged, they would invest all their resources into a younger brother or sister, who would then protect Fang Chen and inherit the position of the Fang family. However, they never anticipated that Fang Chen's innate abilities would far exceed their expectations. With the Divine General's Bone and the foundation of Heavenly Tao, these two elements alone were sufficient to ensure that Fang Chen's future achievements would surpass all previous heads of the Fang family. Ah, truly, he is the son of Fang Jioding, gifted beyond measure, astute and cautious with a kind heart. All his past antics were merely a fade to deceive Yin Hanyun. Fang Jioding mused. After Fang Chen saw through Yin Hanyun's schemes, all of his former reckless behaviors and perceived lack of talent made perfect sense to Fang Jioding. Clearly, just like his father, his son had been wise from a young age, discerning that Yin Hanyun was not a person of virtue. To thrive under her influence, Fang Chen had deliberately concealed his brilliance, playing the role of a wayward youth to keep Yin Hanyun off guard. He was willing to let others believe he was a useless scoundrel. This was true forbearance. Stop the nonsense. When Xiao replied, shaking her head in disbelief. Your son has evidently encountered fortuitous circumstances, whether through celestial guidance or the intervention of a sage. His talents have emerged suddenly, not hidden. Otherwise, how could we have failed to notice? However, I do agree with one point you made. Chener likely feigned his waywardness to prevent Yin Hanyun from harboring jealousy and plotting against him. At this juncture, Fang Jioding erupted in fury. That vile woman. How could I have trusted her so deeply in the past? She truly deserves condemnation. It was only natural to trust her. She has sacrificed too much. When Xiao's expression turned ashen. Years ago, after they had Fang Chen, the couple had intended to refrain from returning to the demon war battlefield, wishing to nurture Fang Chen as he grew. The demonic aura of the battlefield was far too terrifying. Only those who had reached the foundation establishment stage were even permitted entry. Even for those at that level, survival in the demon war battlefield was a daunting challenge without the protection of a formidable ally. Only those at the Golden Core stage could navigate the battlefield with any semblance of normalcy. Thus, when Xiao originally intended to wait until Fang Chen completed his foundational training before returning to the demon battlefield in the eastern region with Fang Chen and Fang Jioding. However, to her astonishment, that year witnessed a cataclysmic upheaval in the eastern region's demon battlefield. Countless sealed demons, driven mad, desperately struggled to break free from their confines, as if the eastern region had suddenly acquired some coveted treasure that they yearned for. At that time, the Fang family was compelled to provide immediate reinforcements. Reluctantly, the illustrious Wen Xiao and Fang Jioding had to painfully leave Fang Chen behind to return to the battlefield. Upon departure, Yin Hanyun, who had recently given birth, fervently assured Wen Xiao that she would take excellent care of Fang Chen. Despite her unease, Wen Xiao insisted on leaving her two most trusted maidens behind solely to attend to Fang Chen, even amidst the pressing matters of the battlefield. In the initial 7 years, Yin Hanyun's nurturing of Fang Chen was indistinguishable from that of a biological mother. She cherished him as her own, with meticulous attention, even going so far as to neglect her own child for Fang Chen's sake. Yin Hanyun entrusted a less capable wet nurse to care for Fang Ran, while she focused entirely on Fang Chen. Anything good was prioritized for Fang Chen. One year, when Fang Chen suffered from a persistent high fever, no remedy proved effective. Yin Hanyun even sacrificed her own vitality, enduring a severe illness for 6 months solely to cure Fang Chen. It was through these 7 years of devotion that when Xiao came to trust Yin Hanyun. Even now, Yin Hanyun continues to care for Fang Chen with unwavering dedication. Every aspect of his cultivation resources, including his contributions and all matters, great and small, are managed by Yin Hanyun personally. As for her son, Fang Ran, she hardly even glanced at him, delegating significant matters, such as entering the Tianxian Peak, to her maidens. When Fang Chen encountered a monumental crisis, Yin Hanyun went from door to door apologizing and seeking forgiveness. While cleaning up after Fang Chen's mess, Yin Hanyun also diligently sought to educate him. She repeatedly expressed to Wen Xiao that she lacked the qualifications to discipline Fang Chen and that it would be better for her and Jioding to personally instruct him. She insisted on acting promptly to prevent him from becoming a wastrel. Thus, Wen Xiao believed that Fang Chen's current state was entirely his own doing, unrelated to Yin Hanyun. Yet, at this moment, Wen Xiao realized she had unwittingly fallen into a trap. Someone had skillfully employed an impeccably just stratagem to render her son ineffectual. It was likely that Fang Chen's fever that year was orchestrated by Yin Hanyun herself. As these thoughts coursed through Wen Xiao's mind, she closed her eyes, her expression growing increasingly serene. 20 years had passed, culminating in the position of the head of the Fang family, which seemed rather worthwhile. When Xiao opened her eyes and spoke slowly. However, after calculating for so long, why was she now feeling such urgency? This scheme seemed rather simplistic. Fang Jioding remarked. Simple? Not at all. When Xiao replied coolly, had we not unraveled it, or if Chen were not pretending but genuinely a wastrel, truly ensnared by darkness, then with your character, you would have already voluntarily relinquished the position of family head. Yet now, even though we have seen through the ruse, do we possess any evidence to substantiate her wrongdoing? No, none. Fang Jioding was taken aback. Given my temperament, I would undoubtedly unleash a severe beating upon her without any evidence. What do you suppose others might say? When Xiao remarked, Fang Jioding's pupils constricted, evidently recalling something. The matriarch of the Fang family, reckless and arrogant, allowing her son to devolve into a debauched scion, yet relying on the diligent nurturing of his aunt. Before Fang Jioding could respond, when Xiao continued, indeed. Fang Jioding slowly nodded, then, with a wry smile, inquired, so, my dear Xiao, what do you intend to do? Are you truly considering swallowing your pride? Certainly not. When Xiao replied with a composed demeanor, do I strike you as someone so easygoing? I have heard she plans to visit the ancestral hall to pray for Chen. I shall accompany her. Perhaps on our return, we might unexpectedly encounter a surge of beasts, an invasion of demons, or even a rebellion that targets the leaders of the Fang family. Would that be too much to ask? Fang Jioding was momentarily stunned, his eyes widening. Initially, I intended to keep the military's demon spies for greater purposes, but now I find myself unable to endure it. When Xiao stated with indifference, very well. As long as it pleases you, my lady. Fang Jioding nodded in a daze. As when Xiao gazed out at the scenery, she smiled. We have arrived at Lin Yunha's courtyard. Let us disembark. Fang Jioding promptly assisted Wen Xiao from the carriage. As they stepped down, a tranquil little courtyard unfolded before them. At the entrance stood a stately middle-aged man clad in black robes, his demeanor imposing and grave. It was none other than Lin Yunha, the lord of Ingguang Lake Mountain. Come in. I have been waiting for you for quite some time, Lin Yunha declared upon seeing Fang Jioding alight from the carriage. Upon hearing this, Fang Jioding was taken aback, then exclaimed in astonishment, how could you possibly know that my son has reached the foundational stage of the heavenly Tao, awakened the divine general's bone, and has already donned the armor of the divine general? Lin Yunha. Chapter 72. Clarification beside him. When Xiao shook her head in silence. Based on past experiences, Lin Yunha was about to endure excruciating torment. Lin Yunha glared at Fang Jioding, gritting his teeth as he spoke. When did I ever pose that question to you? His already stern visage darkened further with anger. You didn't ask? Yet your expression clearly reveals your curiosity about why my son has achieved the Tao Foundation, Fang Jioding exclaimed in astonishment. With a calm smile, Lin Yunha unsheathed a large machete and replied, I did not. Let us proceed inside. Without hesitation, Fang Jioding took Wen Xiao's hand and bypassed Lin Yunha, entering the small courtyard. Watching their retreating figures, Lin Yunha felt an overwhelming headache coming on. The ensuing moments would be unbearable. That rascal Fang Jioding had always been insufferable. The two had grown up together, and in their childhood, Fang Jioding flaunted his awakened divine general armor before Lin Yunha for 6 months. After marrying Wen Xiao, he boasted for an entire year, relentlessly questioning Lin Yunha about his lack of a partner. Was it out of disinterest? Upon becoming the clan leader, he paraded his status for 3 years while persistently asking Lin Yunha why he did not take on the role of the Danran sex leader. Was it out of disinterest? Upon entering the small courtyard, Fang Jioding and Wen Xiao were immediately met with the gruesome sight of 3 bloodied beast corpses hanging in the yard. The bodies emanated a fierce aura that sent a chill down their spines. Fang Jioding instinctively moved closer. Were these recently slain? Wen Xiao inquired, glancing back. Yes, these are the beasts from the beast prison. After they escaped, I killed them, Lin Yunha stated as he sheathed his machete and approached the couple. The beast prison is heavily guarded. How could this happen? Wen Xiao was taken aback. Before Lin Yunha could respond, Fang Jioding exclaimed, Wait. Yunha, come look at this. What is it? Lin Yunha's expression shifted as he hurried towards Fang Jioding. Look at this blood. Fang Jioding's face turned ashen. What is it? Lin Yunhe repeated, his gaze turning grave. Fang Jioding slowly said, it is red. And then, at that moment, Lin Yunhe summoned all his spiritual energy. Taking a deep breath, Fang Jioding continued. This color resembles that of my son's divine general armor, the crimson divine general armor, which only those who have awakened the divine general Dao Bone can possess. Without hesitation, Lin Yunhe drew his blade and swung it towards Fang Jioding's head. In the backyard of Lin Yunhe's residence lay a small hill, atop which rested a pavilion. The pavilion overlooked the sea of clouds, where the clouds rolled gracefully, offering a breathtaking view that was truly uplifting. Yet, Lin Yunhe's mood was far from pleasant. With a grim expression, he inquired, what brings you both to the Danran sect? Surely it cannot merely be to show off. Of course not. Wen Xiu replied with a wry smile. Fang Jioding interjected, how could I call it boasting? I simply wish to share the joy of being a parent, of feeling proud of my son. Do you not have a son? Oh, right. You do not even have a partner. Bang! Lin Yunhe could no longer contain his fury. He struck the stone table with great force and bellowed, Fang Jioding, you shall accompany me to the arena of life and death. Calm down, calm down. Wen Xiu hastily intervened, casting a glance at the already cracked stone table, exasperated. Each time Fang Jioding visited, another stone table met its demise. Subsequently, Wen Xiu shot an admonishing look at Fang Jioding, urging, you should stop talking. Fang Jioding cheerfully complied, closing his mouth. We have come here to seek Elder Hua's assistance in assessing our injuries, Wen Xiu explained. Upon hearing this, Lin Yunhe furrowed his brow and inquired, what injuries? The demonic energy from the self-destruction of the eternal sorrow demon has entered our bodies, Wen Xiu replied. Eternal sorrow demon? Lin Yunhe's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, have you all lost your minds? I have warned you that the immortal spirit demonic heart fruit would be utterly useless for your son. Why venture there? Are you courting death? The eternal sorrow demon is a well-known, celestial demon of formidable strength, residing deep within the demonic battlefield's Valley of Silence. The only reason this couple would venture into the valley is undoubtedly to obtain the immortal spirit demonic heart fruit, rumored to grant cultivation capabilities to those without spiritual roots, albeit with terrifying side effects, either succumbing to the demonic path or facing self-destruction. We merely wish to take a chance. Regardless of its efficacy for Chun'er, we must at least bring it back for experimentation. Fang Jioding stated, it is a glimmer of hope. Nonsense. You are mad. You went there just to try your luck. Is the demonic battlefield so easily traversed? Lin Yunhe thundered, anxiety gnawing at him. Such a perilous place should not be entered recklessly. One misstep could lead to both of their deaths. His face flushed with rage. What infuriated him the most was that Fang Jioding had not informed him of this reckless endeavor beforehand. Oh dear, now that we are back. There is no need to be angry. Fang Jioding chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. Moreover, we took advantage of the right opportunity. We were not reckless. Get out. And yet you have demonic energy within you? Lin Yunhe retorted. The eternal sorrow demon is not to be trifled with. If it's self-destructed, how could you avoid injury? Fang Jioding shrugged nonchalantly. Umph. Lin Yunhe scoffed coldly, then swiftly produced a jade slip to send a message to Hua Qirong, requesting her to come and examine the two. Fang Jioding remarked, however, there is no need for further reckless ventures in the future. After all, Chun'er has already attained the foundation of the Tao and donned the crimson divine armor. A tiger's son is no dog. Lin Yunhe, when will you have son? Bang! The stone table shattered completely. Lin Yunhe glared at him ominously. Fang Jioding, have you been consumed by demonic energy? Fang Jioding glanced at the splintered table, cleared his throat twice, and replied, I am fine, very well. Oof. Lin Yunhe snorted coldly, observing Lin Yunhe's flustered demeanor. Fang Jioding contentedly retrieved another stone table from his storage ring and set it down. As Wen Xiu silently watched the pristine table and Fang Jioding's adept movements, she remained quiet. Now, refrain from speaking too much. Simply wait for Elder Hua to arrive, Lin Yunhe said calmly. Fang Jioding nodded in agreement. Sigh. Subsequently, Lin Yunhe let out a breath, lamenting that it was indeed my oversight. I should have informed you earlier about Fang Chen's improved talent. thus preventing you from taking such a perilous risk. You knew all along? Fang Jioding was taken aback. Naturally, I was aware long before. Lin Yunhe nodded. Just a few days ago, I discovered that he had established a foundation in the Tao of Heaven. Then why did you not inform me? Fang Jioding was displeased. Lin Yunhe smiled and replied, "Can you guess why I chose to remain silent?" Fang Jioding paused, then, with a dawning realization, began to chuckle. The urgency with which we rushed to Danran's sect was not solely due to the matter of demonic energy infiltrating the body, but also because we heard that Chun was to engage in a life-and-death duel with Xiaoqing from the outer sect concerning his alchemical endeavors. This was also the catalyst for Fang Jioding's fury. While he risked everything for Fang Chen, the latter harbored intentions of murder and alchemy. How could he not be enraged? Alchemy? With Xiaoqing? Nonsense. Who told you that? Upon hearing this, Lin Yunhe was momentarily stunned. It's a family matter. You need not concern yourself. Fang Jioding had no intention of discussing the matter further. When Xiao then inquired, why would Chun challenge that Xiaoqing to a duel? She was eager to uncover the true motive behind Fang Chen's decision to engage in a life-and-death battle. Chapter 73. Submission, of course, it is to assist him, Lin Yunhe declared. Upon hearing this, when Xiao was taken aback and asked, is Chun really going to help him? She had never anticipated that Lin Yunhe would voice such a sentiment. Indeed, Lin Yunhe affirmed with a nod. Initially, I believe he intended to bully Xiaoqing, which is why I relayed this matter to you. Now, I realize the situation is quite different. Is that truly the case? When Xiao remained skeptical, Chen's demeanor suggests deception. His refusal to dissolve the death match must be driven by ulterior motives. She had thought that Fang Chen was vying for a woman or cultivation resources from Xiaoqing. Yet Lin Yunhe offered such an alternative perspective. Fang Jioding, however, was displeased and interjected, "What is wrong? Do you not trust what Chen has said?" He was quite earnest. When Xiao shot him a glance and retorted, "Do be quiet," Fang Jioding immediately fell silent. After casting a mocking glance at Fang Jioding, Lin Yunhe continued, "It is indeed true. My awareness of this matter stems from the incident at the Beast Prison." When Xiao's gaze sharpened, "The Beast Prison incident also involved Chen?" "Yes," Lin Yunhe confirmed. "When you arrived, did you see Fang Chen's beast companion?" Fang Jioding nodded. "I did see it. Black and white fur, a tail adorned with a golden ring. A Qian Kuan sacred tiger. We did not employ spiritual power to investigate. Merely from its appearance, one could ascertain its extraordinary bloodline. Both individuals were infused with demonic energy and refrained from using spiritual power unless absolutely necessary. For instance, when Fang Jioding captured the winged fiend, he relied on magical artifacts rather than engaging directly. This was why they had failed to perceive Fang Chen's true essence. Moreover, with Fang Chen's cultivation at the third tier of qi refinement deeply ingrained in their minds, it was difficult to believe he had made any significant advancements, rendering further scrutiny unnecessary. Lin Yunhe nodded in agreement. Indeed, he is that imperial bloodline beast tiger. When Xiao was momentarily stunned, her expression transforming into one of astonishment. An imperial bloodline is extraordinarily rare, surpassing even foundational cultivation in its scarcity. It is not an exaggeration to call it the darling of heaven and earth. With her son possessing such a beast companion, she found herself at a loss, uncertain whether to feel pride or envy. Fang Jioding's expression shifted, and he hurriedly remarked, "Lin Yunhe, you do not possess an imperial bloodline beast companion, do you? I must tell you, when I observed that tiger." Bang! Lin Yunhe smashed another stone table. As Fang Jioding cheerfully sought a replacement, Lin Yunhe, with a grim expression, stated, "That tiger infiltrated the Yingguang Lake Mountains on the day of the Beast Prison incident, intending to ambush Jiang Xuanhuan." Thereafter, Lin Yunhe briefly recounted the events of that day. He continued, "At that time, Ling Wanner approached me, stating that Fang Chen was in trouble and urged me to hasten to his aid." Both their expressions tightened in response. Lin Yunhe recounted, "I was startled and prepared to rush out to rescue him, only to be intercepted by 3 demonic beasts." When Xiao inquired, "Those 3 demonic beasts were the ones at the entrance?" Lin Yunhe nodded. "And then what happened?" Fang Jioding pressed eagerly. Lin Yunhe remarked, "This group of monstrous beasts seemed to have come prepared, trapping me within their formation for a full hour. Even after sacrificing a century of my lifespan, I could not escape. In that moment, my heart sank further with each passing second, for I believed that under the ambush of the demon tiger, Fang Chen would undoubtedly meet his demise. However, just as I resolved to rescue Fang Chen after defeating those three beasts, Elder Hua approached from the mountainside. To my astonishment, I discovered that not only had Fang Chen survived, but he had also captured the demon tiger. Frankly, I was taken aback. I could hardly believe it. As Lin Yunhe recounted this, the astonishment from that moment still lingered on his face. He then turned to the visibly anxious couple, Fang Jioding and Wen Xiao, saying, "I do not fear offending you. My thoughts at that time were, this waste, merely at the 3rd level of qi refinement. Defeating someone at the 5th level of foundation establishment was absolutely impossible. It was only later that Elder Hua clarified Fang Chen's situation to me. This young man, he had hidden himself too well. He deceived us all. He is not the wastrel we believed him to be. Rather, he is a kind-hearted boy to the point that I find it almost foolish." Ling Wanner misunderstood him and led him into a trap in the Sound Forest. Had he not played the Guzheng, the Fang family would have lost face. Yet he said nothing and, when the yin-yang furnace activated, repaid malice with kindness. Saving the lives of Ling Wanner and Jiang Zhenchuan, you restricted his supply of spirit stones last month and dismissed all his servants, making it clear he had little spirit stones left. In such dire circumstances, he still gifted a recording jade slip and an entire bottle of shattered jade pills to Shaoqing. I was truly moved at that moment, suddenly feeling guilty for having scolded him for so many years. At this point, Lin Yunhe paused, letting out a long sigh. He had berated Fang Chen for over a decade, each encounter filled with disappointment. Yet now he realized that Fang Chen had silently endured so much. Fang Jioding and Wen Xiao fell into a profound silence, especially Wen Xiao, whose eyes glistened with unshed tears. She suddenly felt that her earlier doubts about Fang Chen were utterly unwarranted. It was clear she had grown accustomed to a world rife with deceit. Yet she had cast a dirty gaze upon such an excessively kind-hearted child. He was not acting. His heart was simply too pure. Fang Jiuding then slammed his hand on the table, sighed deeply, and lamented, "It is all my fault. If only I had kept him by my side. How could I have allowed him to bear such burdens alone?" Lin Yin had comforted him, saying, "It is of no consequence. Do not blame yourself. We must bear the responsibility. It is the demon war battlefield that caused your separation." After a moment of contemplation, Fang Jiuding sighed again and declared, "Yes, it is your fault." Lin Yunhe, his feelings of guilt were abruptly interrupted. He continued, "From this incident, I have come to understand that Fang Chen's previous actions in the outer sect were all justified. With his presence, every outer sect disciple exerted themselves in their cultivation. I once heard someone say that in the outer sect, one may do nothing at all. Yet one must never allow their cultivation to fall below the 3rd level of qi refinement. For everyone fears that should one's cultivation dwindle beneath this level, they risk being bullied by Fang Chen." Upon hearing this, I felt a sense of joy, believing that I had managed to retain Fang Chen and inspire them through his presence. Now, however, I realized that it was Fang Chen himself who, through his own diligent efforts, sacrificed his innate talent and the time he could have spent advancing into the inner sect to assist the outer disciples of Danran sect. Wen Xiao's eyes grew increasingly moist, a pang of sorrow swelling within her. She recalled Fang Chen's words. Only those who have been drenched by the rain understand the deepest yearning for someone to hold an umbrella for them. Over these years, he has been shielding all the children of the outer sect from the storm. It is my fault. Had I been a touch more astute or attentive, I might have discerned the multitude of things he accomplished in silence, thus sparing him from such toil. Fang Jioding lamented, "It is not that you lack intelligence or diligence, but rather that your son possesses an extraordinary acumen that surpasses our own." Lin Yunhe remarked. Fang Jioding was taken aback. "What makes you say that? Is he not clever?" Lin Yunhe slammed his hand on the table, standing in excitement. Over the years, not only has he excelled in formations, cultivation, and innate talent, but he has also mastered the sect rules with remarkable insight while training so diligently. I once believed he spent excessive time poring over the sect regulations to uncover their flaws. Now, I realize he merely glanced at them and instantly recognized the discrepancies. Tell me, with such a mind, can he not be deemed exceptionally intelligent? Fang Chen inhaled sharply indeed. It is true, without such cunning and strategy. How could he possibly deceive Xuanhuan, with whom he interacts daily? When Xiu murmured. The two were thoroughly convinced by Lin Yunhe's arguments. Meanwhile, on Ling Yun Peak, "Father, when will you return to mine for spirit, or?" Ling Wanner inquired from the pavilion beneath the sound forest, addressing Ling Xuanhuan, who sat opposite her. "Wanner, in 3 days. The spirit mine is currently recuperating, allowing me a brief respite of 3 days," Ling Xuanhuan replied, maintaining a calm demeanor as he spoke gently. Beside them, Hua Qirong glanced at Ling Xuanhuan, hesitating to speak, ultimately choosing silence. This master ancestor possesses an astonishingly thick skin. Chapter 74. The turmoil of the beast prison. My dear father, you have worked so hard. Ling Vene aside, I am on the verge of foundation establishment. Soon, the spirit stones I receive from my master each month will be more than sufficient for our family to settle at the foot of Ingguang Lake. Do not worry so much. Mining spirit stones is not as arduous as mundane mining. I am perfectly fine. You should focus on your cultivation. Ling Xuanhuan replied with a gentle smile. Moreover, the spiritual energy within the mines nourishes one's spirit. I feel that I shall soon break through to foundation establishment, and your mother as well will soon reach that stage while tending to the aquatic spirit herbs in the deep sea herb garden. However, none can compare to my daughter. You are truly exceptional. Ling Wanner sighed again, a hint of guilt in her eyes. Yet, in her heart, she believed that her father, who once made a living selling calligraphy and paintings, and her mother, who supported the family through exquisite embroidery, had only accompanied her to the Danran sect for her cultivation journey. Her scholarly father had delved into mining spirit stones, while her deft mother attended to the spirit herbs. Ling Wanner witnessed their sacrifices, and it pained her deeply. Although her parents embarked on the path of cultivation because of her, how could she, as their daughter, accept their toil in peace? Beside them, the expressionless Hua Qirong could no longer restrain herself. With 2 grandmasters, one in the tribulation phase and the other in the great ascension phase, do you truly think it fitting to deceive your daughter in such a manner? Ling Xuanhuan chuckled. There is no need for any buts. Now, didn't you mention wanting to learn from Elder Hua? Off you go. Ling Wanner cast a guilty glance at Hua Qirong and said, Then I shall head to the alchemy chamber to study alchemy. Father, would you like to return first? So as not to disturb Elder Hua, Ling Xuanhuan conveyed to Hua Qirong, I have matters to discuss with you. Hua Qirong smiled slightly, no problem. Ling Vania, mustering her courage, replied, Then, very well. With that, she turned to leave, casting a pleading glance at Hua Qirong as she departed. Once Ling Wanner was out of sight, Hua Qirong promptly stood, bowing respectfully. Disciple Hua Qirong pays respects to Grandmaster Ling. There's no need for such formality. Please sit. Ling Xuanhuan said with a subtle smile, his left hand gesturing to form a sound barrier around the pavilion. He then inquired with a laugh. What peculiarities does that child exhibit? Why does she seem so apprehensive? Hua Qirong, just settling down, replied, I have asked her to transcribe the alchemical text as punishment. Ling Xuan couldn't help but chuckle. I genuinely thought she was diligent enough to come all the way from Chizuan Mountain to study here. After Ling Xuanhuan departed from Ingguang Lake, he directly sought out Ling Wanner, deceiving her with the pretense that the spirit mine was on break. Subsequently, he insisted on staying with her. Unable to resist, Ling Wanner took him along to Ling Yun Peak, claiming that she was voluntarily eager to learn about alchemy. In truth, she was indeed very diligent in her studies. Hua Qirong chuckled softly. It seems I have made a slight misjudgment this time. Subsequently, she recounted in meticulous detail the circumstances that led Ling Wanner to mistakenly guide Fang Chen into the Sound Woods, explaining that her request for Ling Wanner to transcribe the alchemical text stemmed from Fang Chen's failure to assign her any tasks for atonement. Thus, she had instructed Ling Wanner to engage in meaningful work on her behalf, to awaken her clarity of mind. Ah, I see, Ling Xuanhuan remarked with surprise, then laughed. This lad Fang Chen has quite the talent for masquerading as a dandy. I must admit, I had not discerned it before. Hua Qirong responded with astonishment. Master, Do you know him? Has his reputation truly reached even your ears? Only just made his acquaintance, Ling Xuanhuan replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Hua Qirong furrowed her brow, finding his words rather enigmatic. She had little patience for such cryptic speech. Yet, even with 100 bold hearts, she dared not press Ling Xuanhuan further. Instead, she contemplated his meaning and said, "He is a good lad. Indeed, being a member of the Fang family from the abyss. He must possess commendable qualities, but how curious it is that he has not learned the divine general armor." Ling Xuanhuan suddenly paused, recalling that there was no trace of the divine general armor's aura within Fang Chen's being. Otherwise, he would not have only learned of Fang Chen's origins from Hua Qirong. Perhaps it is that he simply does not favor it, Hua Qirong suggested hesitantly. From my observations, Fang Chen excels in toxic arts and fiery techniques, suggesting he prefers a more agile style of combat, rather than grand, sweeping moves. He likely does not practice the divine general armor. Ling Xuanhuan was immediately taken aback. Those who cultivate the ancient divine body do not favor grand maneuvers? What a preposterous notion. It soon dawned on Ling Xuanhuan that Fang Chen must have meticulously concealed his true abilities, creating a fade of expertise in toxic arts to mislead others, even managing to deceive Hua Qirong. This ruse would allow him to quietly cultivate the ancient divine body in secrecy. After all, the ancient divine body is an exceedingly precious technique. It would be entirely reasonable for Fang Chen to wish to remain under the radar, lest he attract unwanted attention or theft. As this realization set in, Ling Xuanhuan couldn't help but chuckle. What a clever lad he was. Haha, Hua Qirong interjected. Just because I said he does not favor the divine general armor, you claim he is clever? Is this a riddle you enjoy? Conversing with you ancient beings, who have lived for millennia, is quite the challenge. Nonetheless, while Hua Qirong felt exasperated within, her exterior remained composed, adorned with a faint smile. Now, let us return to serious matters, Ling Xuanhuan said, refocusing his thoughts. What progress has been made regarding the beast prison? His primary purpose for visiting Lingyun Peak was to accompany his daughter, but he also sought to inquire about the beast prison from Hua Qirong, who was, after all, a primary witness. It has been largely resolved, Hua Qirong replied. The root of the issue, Elder Yuchang, who had been manipulating the seals of the beast prison by consuming his lifespan, has perished entirely. As she spoke, a sigh escaped her lips. Regrettably, all the formidable demons above the transformation stage were controlled by Yuchang, rendering them devoid of reason. In their bid to construct the grand formation, they perished en masse, resulting in a tremendous loss. I am but an incapable disciple. Please forgive me, Master. It matters not. It is not your fault. Yuchang has indeed aged, and I once guided him when he first entered the sect. His betrayal of the Danran sect is truly unexpected. As for the beast prison, the most formidable beasts within possess merely the initial stages of harmonization and cannot transcend tribulation. Ultimately, they are but insignificant ants. We can certainly bear this minor loss. Ling Xuanhuan remarked indifferently, I shall return to the battlefield of immortals and demons to capture some more for you, to use for blood breeding. Indeed, Hua Qirong immediately nodded, feeling a weight lift from her heart. Her pretense of seeking forgiveness was merely a guise. Her true desire was to solicit Ling Xuanhuan's assistance. However, it was inconceivable for her to directly request the aid of such an extraordinary being, whose only ambition lay in ascension. She had to seek an indirect approach. Fortunately, although the patriarch delights in deceiving his daughter and relishes enigmatic riddles, he remains willing to assist his disciples. Pray, elaborate on what transpired, Ling Xuanhuan inquired. Hua Qirong explained. At that time, Yuchang had gained control over the beasts in the prison, rendering them devoid of reason. He constructed a flesh and blood grinding array, utilizing their burning bodies, lifespans, and essence, which enveloped the entire Turtle Island, thereby preventing all elders from the inner sect from passing through. Wanner sought Elder Lin Yunha's assistance, and due to your consciousness, which transformed into a protective sword when facing overpowering beasts, the three demonic beasts that obstructed Elder Lin Yunha dared not attack her. But, Ling Xuanhuan interrupted, did Wanner perceive my consciousness? Hua Qirong replied, no. She believed it to be the consciousness of her master, Elder Zhang Hofeng. Very well, continue. Ling Xiaoyuan nodded. However, Ning Yi suffered significant losses. Upon her arrival at Turtle Island, she discovered she could not pass through and had no choice but to activate the only available method, the Great Teleportation Talisman. Hua Qiron continued. Not only was there a loss of magical artifacts, but it also consumed an immense amount of essence blood. As she spoke, Hua Qiron discreetly observed Ling Xiaoyuan's reaction. It was evident that she sought to hint to him to procure another Great Teleportation Talisman for Jiang Ningyi. Yet, Ling Xiaoyuan's response took Hua Qiron by surprise. His expression darkened. What is Jiang Xinchuan doing? Chapter 75. The shimmering life lamp. Ling Xiaoyuan expressed his dissatisfaction, remarking, the Great Teleportation Talisman she possesses, if I recall correctly, was bestowed upon her by the sword Old Ghost when she first entered the sect. Having emerged from the sword grave, this should be sufficient for her to return even in dire straits within the demon realm. Why has she utilized it so carelessly? As a true disciple, does she not possess other treasures to safeguard her life? To squander such a precious artifact seems an egregious lack of appreciation. Ling Xiaoyuan felt a surge of anger. What artifact could possibly allow lower-tier cultivators to manifest extraordinary abilities, if not a treasure? The Great Teleportation Talisman is indeed the pinnacle among treasures. How could Jiang Ningyi expend such a priceless item for a mere controllable disturbance within the beast cage of the sect? At that moment, Hua Qiron's complexion shifted dramatically, internally chastising herself for being overly clever. Although Ling Xiaoyuan could not genuinely blame Jiang Ningyi, it was far from her intention to diminish Jiang Ningyi's standing in his eyes. Hua Qiron hurriedly interjected, please forgive me. Master Ancestor, it is not Ningyi's fault, but rather my own. Your own fault? Ling Xiaoyuan's gaze turned piercing. Cold sweat instantly cascaded down Hua Qiron's back, her heart racing as she hastily explained, Ningyi has been overly protective of the treasure bestowed by you, Master Ancestor, nurturing it daily and fearing any harm might come to it. You are aware that life and death can hinge on a moment. I feared that when she utilized the Great Teleportation Talisman, she might view it as a precious gift from you, not to be wasted, thus missing a critical opportunity for escape. Therefore, I continually urged her that the Great Teleportation Talisman is not a rare item, and that she should use it when necessary. Without hesitation, this has led to the current predicament, and I sincerely beg for your forgiveness. After regarding Hua Qiron for a moment, during which her anxiety escalated, Ling Xiaoyuan ultimately shook his head and said, very well, you are not entirely at fault. However, do take the time to speak with her about this matter. Treasures are priceless and should be used with caution. Yes. Hua Qiron exhaled in relief. Then Ling Xiaoyuan inquired, by the way, why did she insist on using the Great Teleportation Talisman to traverse the sea turtle platform? If she feared being ambushed by demon beasts, could she not find a place to hide? Ningyi did not fear an attack by demon beasts. She merely wished to cross the sea turtle platform to request my assistance in rescuing Fang Chen, who is trapped within the yin-yang furnace altered by Yuchang. Hua Qiron replied with a wry smile. Ling Xian was momentarily taken aback. What? At that time, Ningyi was unaware that Fang Chen had already achieved the foundation of the Tao and believed him to be a Qi refinement stage cultivator. Fearing that he might perish at the hands of a demon tiger, she chose to use the Great Teleportation Talisman. Hua Qiron elaborated. As her words fell, Ling Xian suddenly clapped his hands in appreciation, exclaiming, ah, that is quite understandable. Zhang's true disciple has indeed made an astute decision. Hua Qiron was taken aback. Master Ancestor, do you have some concerns? It is undoubtedly vital to protect Fang Chen, although his strength is sufficient to handle a demon tiger alone. The mindset of Zhang's true disciple is certainly commendable. Ling Xian stated, once Fang Chen enters the Qi Zun Mountain, you and the others must learn from Zhang's true disciple. Do you understand? Hua Qiron's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be that Fang Chen is the long-lost son of Master Ling? Is this truly excessive? Ling Xiaoyuan expressed his dissatisfaction. Why are you looking at me? Absorb the essence of the situation. Do you hear me? I hear you. Hua Qiron responded hastily. And then, Jiang Zhen has crossed the sea turtle platform. Have you made any attempts to rescue Fang Chen? Ling Xiuyuan inquired. No, the blood and flesh grinding array is exceedingly formidable. Alone, I lack the strength to dismantle it. Thus, I must request the elders from our sect and deputy sect, Master Qin to assist. Hua Qirong explained. However, even with their aid, unless a master above the tribulation stage intervenes, it would take us at least an hour to break the array with our combined efforts. Yuchang seized a moment of weakness within the sect to unleash this frenzied horde of demonic beasts. Ling Shuyuan furrowed his brow. Why not utilize the protective array of the sect to breach the barrier and rescue him? He understood that without facing life and death, summoning a master was out of the question. If that is the case, why not have Deputy Sect Master Qin employ the protective array? Yet, Hua Qirong could only manage a wry smile. Ning, Yi, and I had the same thought at that time. However, when Deputy Sect Master Qin arrived, he summoned the life lanterns and discovered that all the outer disciples were unharmed, clearly indicating that no one had sustained injuries during this upheaval. Thus, he deemed it unnecessary to expend such resources to activate the protective array. Ling Xuyan's expression turned icy. The outer disciples were unharmed, but what of Fang Chen? He remained within the yin-yang furnace. Though he was aware that Fang Chen, given his true capabilities, would likely be unscathed, it did not absolve Qin Ning of his responsibility to rescue him. At this juncture, Hua Qirong sighed. Ning Yi implored the deputy sect master, stating that Fang Chen, possessing only qi refinement stage cultivation, could not endure for long, and urged him to activate the protective array to cleave through the blood and flesh grinding array to save Fang Chen. However, when the deputy sect master retrieved Fang Chen's life lantern, it indicated that Fang Chen had reached the foundation establishment stage. Although we were unaware of Fang Chen's celestial foundation establishment at that moment, the deputy sect master believed he had already established his foundation. Coupled with Fang Chen being a member of the Fang family, he surely possessed life-preserving treasures, leading him to conclude that Fang Chen could endure without the need to expend vast resources for his rescue. In reality, among the other elders and the deputy sect master at that time, Fang Chen was viewed as a notorious, arrogant scion. His demise would be inconsequential. The life of Fang Chen could not compare to the resources consumed in activating the protective array. Though this perspective may seem harsh, it was the reality. Even Ning Yi's tears held no sway. As long as Fang Chen occupied the winged fiend, preventing it from inflicting casualties upon others, there was no necessity to squander additional resources to breach the array. Furthermore, aside from Fang Chen's life being deemed worthless in Qin Ying's eyes, another significant reason lay in the fact that Qin Ying's disciple had failed in competing for a true inheritance slot against Jiang Ning-yi. Qin Ying harbored resentment over this incident and held animosity towards Jiang Ning-yi, her master, the ethereal fairy Qian Yun, and Hua Qirong's faction. Naturally, he was even less inclined to rescue someone Jiang Ning-yi sought to save. Ultimately, he believed that even if Fang Chen perished, the death of a scion would not stir the waters of fate. Who would care for the life of a scion? Preposterous. Upon hearing this, Ling Shuyuan erupted in fury, exclaiming vehemently. Hua Qirong lowered her head in an instant, trembling with fear, hesitant to utter a word. Yet beneath her terrified exterior, a faint smile blossomed within her heart. The vice sect master could finally be replaced. All the excuses were merely a pretext for resource allocation. Had that fateful day involved anyone other than Fang Chen, they would have long since perished. Ling Xiuyuan's expression turned ashen. A dignified vice sect master reduced to such a state was hardly necessary. The battlefield of immortals and demons was in dire need of personnel, so let him go. As for the remaining elders present, they would not be dealt with immediately. It would be unwise to let Fang Chen offend a significant portion of the elders before even entering the inner sect. One must find an opportunity to admonish them, urging them to seek reconciliation with Fang Chen. If I hear satisfactory words from him, I shall let them go. Hua Qirong was taken aback by this revelation. Ling Xiuyuan had considered Fang Chen's interests with remarkable thoughtfulness. She promptly replied yes. Subsequently, the cold-faced Ling Xiuyuan reached into the void, producing a sheet of gold paper. After inscribing a line of text, the paper ignited spontaneously, turning to ashes that dispersed into the ether. Henceforth, Qining had lost his position as vice sect master. Observing this, Huaqiron maintained her composure, though inwardly she chuckled. She had to extend her gratitude to Fang Chen. Had it not been for this young lad's favor with the ancestral master, how could she have so effortlessly resolved the matter with Qining? However, as Huaqiron recalled the peculiar flickering of Fang Chen's life lamp that day, her expression turned oddly contemplative. At that moment, when Qining had extracted Fang Chen's life lamp, it had extinguished instantly. Jiang Ningyi turned pale with fright. The other elders were equally alarmed, hastily attempting to activate the sect's protective formation, fearing that after dealing with Fang Chen, Yixiong would turn his wrath upon the other outer disciples. Yet in the next moment, Fang Chen's life lamp flickered back to life. Everyone was taken aback. Shortly thereafter, it dimmed once more. Then it shone again, and again it dimmed, and shone, and dimmed. At that moment, amidst the chaos of the blood and flesh grinding array at the sea tortoise platform, with demonic energy surging and blood flames raging, all present stared in bewilderment at Fang Chen's life lamp. Those gathered vowed they had never witnessed a life lamp that flickered so persistently. Chapter 76, Swift Treatment. Ultimately, this group of individuals speculated that the malfunction of the life lamp could be attributed to the influence of the flesh and blood grinding array. This array, a top-tier confinement and extermination formation, disrupts spiritual energy. Not only does it significantly diminish the combat capabilities of those ensnared within it, but it also obstructs any means of seeking assistance or escape. Unless one possesses extraordinary artifacts or methods for fleeing, all attempts will inevitably fail. Moreover, should a powerful being in the ascension stage employ this array, the intensity of the interference would be even greater. At such a juncture, Jiang Ningyi's great teleportation talisman would be rendered ineffective. Of course, ordinarily, a practitioner of the ascension stage would not sacrifice their lifespan to operate this formation. It is precisely for this reason that they concluded the life lamp of Fang Chen must have been affected by the grand array. Did the flesh and blood-grinding array cause any harm to the other disciples at the sea turtle platform? After the golden paper was consumed, Ling Xuanhuan recalled something and inquired. No, Huaqiron replied, shaking her head. For some unknown reason, Yu Chang still harbored benevolence and dispersed the other disciples, thus having little impact on them. Ling Xuanhuan frowned, beginning to sense that something was amiss. Why is that? Did he not betray the Danran sect and ally himself with the demon clan? How could he still care for the lives of the sect's disciples? He had always believed that Yu Chang's betrayal had irrevocably transformed him into a traitor. Yet now, it appeared he still possessed a semblance of compassion. This is indeed perplexing, Huaqiron remarked. In truth, I have a statement to make, though I am unsure whether it is appropriate to voice it. I detest when people speak in riddles, shrouded in mystery. If you have something to say, then be direct. Ling Xuanhuan replied coolly. Huaqiron, and who was it just now who spoke in cryptic terms? I heard Fang Chen mention that Yixiong claimed this turmoil was orchestrated by the ancestors within the beast prison to free him, even guiding him to devour Ningyi. However, if their sole intention was to facilitate Yixiong's escape, they would not need to create such a considerable uproar. Therefore, we believe that Yixiong has been deceived by Yu Chang, a powerful demon, into becoming entangled in their schemes. The ostensible purpose of this upheaval appears to be to allow Yixiong to flee, when in reality, he is merely being used as a pawn to eliminate Ningyi. Yet, we still sense something was off. Ling Xuan raised an eyebrow, suddenly recalling something. Huaqiron continued, we are aware that Yixiong, with the aid of the yin-yang furnace, indeed possesses the capability to slay Ningyi. Otherwise, she would not have utilized the great teleportation talisman in a bid for help, but would have directly employed it to rescue Fang Chen. Nevertheless, the commotion caused by Yu Chang was undeniably excessive. At that time, when Jiang Ningyi saw that Yixiong was unwilling to place her into the yin-yang furnace, she had no choice but to leave. The reason she refrained from using the great teleportation talisman was that she feared exhausting her blood essence would render her less capable of dealing with Yixiong, thereby increasing the likelihood of both her and Fang Chen perishing within the yin-yang furnace. Thus, she opted to use the great teleportation talisman for assistance. In her view, The arrival of the sect's powerful practitioners would not take much time at all. However, she did not anticipate that the delay would last for an entire hour. This unexpected turn of events left her profoundly guilt-ridden, believing she had nearly caused Fang Chen's demise. Ling Xuanhuan expressed his approval, stating, "Indeed, Xuanhuan has made the right choice. One must possess a clear understanding of their own capabilities." Precisely. Huaqirong nodded in agreement. Ultimately, Yu Chang would have been better off bringing along a demon beast at the harmonization stage to ambush Ning, as it would entail lower risk and a higher success rate. Therefore, we suspect that Yu Chang harbors ulterior motives, though we are yet to discern them. A faint smile graced Ling Shuyuan's lips as he comprehended the underlying implications. He inquired, "Is Yu Chang's corpse still present?" "It is not," Huaqirong replied, her heart racing at the change in Ling Shuyuan's expression. Could it be that the master has already uncovered Yu Chang's true intentions? Even if it is not, are the bodies of other demon beasts still available? Ling Shuyuan pressed on. Most have been transformed into materials for blood and flesh grinding. Only 3 remain. Personally slain by Lin Yunhe, which are still intact, Huaqirong explained. Elder Lin insisted on preserving them for when the sect master returns for examination. Then allow me to investigate, Ling Shuyuan proposed. Additionally, let us pay a visit to Yi Xiong. If my assumptions hold true, the actual truth should align with that rationale. Yu Chang's decision to spare those ordinary disciples likely pertains to the same reason. A mysterious smile tugged at the corners of Ling Shuyuan's mouth. Huaqirong inquired, "What precisely is that reason? Can't you refrain from speaking in riddles?" Yet she ultimately suppressed her frustration and smiled, saying, "Then I shall accompany you to find Elder Lin Yunhe and examine the demon beast corpses. Let us proceed. I shall also check on Xuanhuan to see how her transcription of the alchemical texts is progressing." As Ling Shuyuan dispelled the soundproofing array and prepared to depart, a voice called out from outside, "Elder Hua, urgent matter." It was Xiaoping's voice. Huaqirong glanced at Ling Shuyuan, seeking her master's approval. Ling Shuyuan nodded leisurely. "No need to worry, let her speak. I am in no rush, take your time." Huaqirong then called out, "You need not enter. Simply convey your message. Elder Lin has sent word that Fang Jioding and Madame Fang have suffered injuries due to demonic energy entering their bodies, and hope you can hasten to assist with treatment." Xiaoping announced loudly. "Understood." Huaqirong nodded, murmuring to herself, "Fang Jioding? Isn't that Fang Chen's father? How could he have been afflicted by demonic energy?" Ling Shuyuan's expression shifted dramatically as he immediately rose. "We must go and see." With a wave of his hand, they were instantaneously transported to the vicinity of Ingguang Lake. Huaqirong was momentarily taken aback by the urgency of it all. "Go knock on the door," Ling Shuyuan instructed, standing in front of her with an air of calm. "Yes." Huaqirong, coming to her senses, hurried forward. After knocking, Lin Yunhe opened the door, and upon seeing Huaqirong, he was about to invite her in when he suddenly noticed Ling Shuyuan. His expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly bowed in respect. Disciple pays respects to Master Ling. Lin Yunhe had seldom encountered the master, but Ling Shuyuan was a notable exception, as Ling Xuanhuan had just entered the sect. Ling Shuyuan had specially come to seek a heartfelt conversation with him. "There is no need for excessive formality. Where is Fang Jioding?" Ling Shuyuan inquired. "He is at the back. May I ask what the matter is?" Lin Yunhe responded, momentarily taken aback. "The ancestor has come to assist the head of the Fang family in examining the issue of demonic energy invading his body." Huaqirong timely explained. "What?" Lin Yunhe exclaimed in astonishment. Such an esteemed ancestor as Ling Shuyuan would not be summoned lightly, even in times of peril for the Danran sect. How could it be that the emergence of demonic energy in Fang Jioding warranted the presence of this remarkable figure? There is no need for alarm. Fang Chen is a pillar of our sect and is practically my half-disciple. Given that his father is in trouble, I naturally must take a look. Lead me to him." Ling Shuyuan replied nonchalantly. Lin Yunhe was rendered utterly speechless. Half-disciple? Fang Chen, is he truly that formidable? When the dazed Lin Yunhe brought Ling Shuyuan before Fang Jioding and revealed the ancestor's identity, both Fang Jioding and Wen Xiu were struck with disbelief, exclaiming in horror, "What? This news comes as a complete shock." No one expected that the person behind Fang Chen would be someone of such monumental stature. Gentlemen, there is no need for such astonishment. Our immediate priority is to examine the issue of the demonic energy, Ling Xuanhuan said with a slight smile. Hua Qirong interjected. Ling ancestor possesses unparalleled medical and alchemical skills, the finest in the Danran sect. With Ling ancestor here to investigate, Fang Chen can surely rest assured. Gazing at Ling Xuanhuan, Fang Juding was momentarily lost for words, while when Xiao, maintaining her composure, managed a smile and said, Ling ancestor, we humbly request your assistance in this matter. It is no trouble at all. Ling Xuanhuan replied softly, and before anyone could react, he waved his hand. A thick, dark purple demonic energy was extracted from both Fang Juding and Wen Xiao, followed by the piercing wails of malice. With a gentle squeeze crack, the demonic energy shattered. Both Fang Juding and Wen Xiao coughed up a mouthful of blood. Ling Xuanhuan retrieved a vial of pills from his storage ring and said, Just take this. Thank you. Ling ancestor. Wen Xiao and Fang Juding murmured, their lips stained with blood, still in a daze. Ling Xuanhuan had resolved the excruciating issue of demonic energy in mere moments. The contrast was simply staggering. Lin Yunhe, standing nearby, had yet to process the emotional shift. He had been absorbed in the shock of discovering that Fang Chen's backing was none other than Ling Xuanhuan. Yet, upon turning his head, he found them extracting the demonic energy, spitting blood, and taking medicine, all of it concluded in the blink of an eye. In that moment, Lin Yunhe found himself plunged into yet another round of shock and bewilderment. Are there any other issues? I can assist you further, Ling Xuanhuan offered. Yes. When Xiao quickly responded, Ling ancestor, we are concerned that the demonic energy from Chang Hentian may affect the child in my womb. Could you kindly examine this for us? At these words, Ling Xuan's eyes immediately brightened. You are expecting a child? Chapter 77. The evil power coveting her upon witnessing the fervent excitement gleaming in Ling Xuanhuan's eyes. The four individuals present were taken aback. Master Ling, what are you doing? When Xiao could only express her anxiety. Indeed. Very well then. When the child is about to be born, have Fang Chen summon me, and I shall go to the Fang family to extend my congratulations. Ling Xuan chuckled amiably, all the while contemplating. With an elder brother as formidable as Fang Chen, it was only natural that the child in her womb possessed remarkable potential, regardless of any perceived shortcomings. At this revelation, astonishment once again graced the faces of those present. Hua Qirong was particularly shaken. This statement revealed to them that Fang Chen possessed a means to contact Ling Xuanhuan at any moment. Such a notion was utterly absurd. Only in times of dire need, when Ling Xuan was in seclusion, could he be summoned. Yet, Fang Chen could invoke his presence due to the impending birth of a child? Preposterous. In the end, Fang Juding could only respectfully bow. Thank you, Master Ling, for your care. I am overwhelmed with trepidation. Not at all. Now, let me take a look at the child within your womb, Ling Xuanhuan replied. When Xiao nodded in agreement, Ling Xuan then cast a few glances, his gaze shimmering with a faint purple light, and upon his initial observation, he was rendered speechless. Seeing Ling Xuan, typically unflappable even in the face of calamity, suddenly wear a look of shock when Xiao was terrified. What is it? Ling Xuan's expression tightened slightly as he inhaled deeply, declaring, the child is in danger. Upon hearing this, when Xiao felt her body weaken, panic flickering in her eyes. As a mother, how could she bear to hear bad news regarding her unborn child? She has been invaded by demonic energy, which is deeply entrenched, Ling Xuanhuan stated. When Xiao's complexion turned ashen, her body stiffening. Fang Juding's face darkened, his gaze becoming vacant. Lin Yunhe hurriedly supported Fang Juding's back, his expression grave. Hua Qirong was momentarily stunned, then sighed softly, revealing a hint of sympathy. Do not worry. Remain calm. Ling Xuanhuan gestured reassuringly. I can resolve this demonic energy, but it will require time. Master Ling, is this truly the case? Wen Xiao's face instantly transformed with a mix of surprise and hope. Of course, it is no exaggeration. In the Great Ascension stage, I am the only one capable of saving her. Ling Xuan proclaimed with pride, continuing, however, If she has already been born, I could act immediately. But as she is still a fetus, to ensure her safe arrival into the world, I have decided to take some time to prepare. Therefore, I will cast a seal to delay her birth. Once I am ready, she shall be born. Wen Xiao was nearly in tears, overwhelmed with gratitude as she exclaimed, "Yes, thank you, Master Ling. Thank you so much." Just moments ago, her world had felt as though it was collapsing. Her heart was filled with guilt. Thankfully, Fang Chen's exceptional talent had caught Master Ling's attention, allowing for such protection today. Otherwise, she truly did not know how she would find someone of the great ascension stage to assist her. No need for thanks. Ling Xuanhuan was about to speak further when suddenly, Fang Juding stood up without a word and knelt down. Fang Juding bowed deeply to Ling Xuanhuan, expressing his gratitude. "I have no way to repay you, Master Ling. Should you have any tasks in the future, I shall face fire and water without hesitation." Lin Yunhe immediately followed suit, kneeling and bowing. "I feel the same." Ling Xuanhuan calmly accepted their gestures of respect and replied, "There is no need for such formalities. I have stated before that Fang Chen is my half-disciple. We are, in essence, family." "Indeed." Fang Juding nodded earnestly. "Thank you, Master Ling." Ling Xuanhuan then rose, stating, "Very well, I shall place a seal upon you. Although you will be able to fight, please avoid severe injuries. Furthermore, this child may be frail and susceptible to illness after birth, and only I can care for her. Therefore, I suggest you both send her to Xuanhuan Mountain. Do you understand?" Wen Xiao and Fang Juding nodded in agreement. "Yes." Lin Yunhe expressed his gratitude, thinking, "Master is truly kind. He even considers the child's future." Perhaps it was due to his own children that he felt this way. A father's love is indeed gentle. Meanwhile, the only one maintaining her composure, Hua Qirong, sensed something amiss. Why did Ling Xuanhuan's actions seem so peculiar? Sending the child to Xuanhuan Mountain was one thing, but why did he appear so pleased? Soon after, Ling Xuanhuan began the sealing process. He raised his hand gently, and in an instant, the spiritual energy of the entire Yingwang Lake was drawn away. Seal. In the next moment, countless fragmented, colorful lights appeared in Ling Xuanhuan's hand, subsequently descending into Wen Xiao's abdomen. All done. Ling Xuanhuan retracted his energy. Gasp. Observing the sudden commotion caused by Ling Xuanhuan's actions, everyone was utterly astonished. Although there were no roaring winds or thunderous sounds, the effortless manner in which he performed the act was enough to leave them in awe. Afterward, Ling Xuanhuan and Hua Qirong made their way to the front yard. As they walked, he wore an exceedingly proud expression. "Ha ha ha! The demonic aura of the Changhen heavenly demon has entered the body, yet the individual remains alive. Such innate talent is truly astonishing." Ling Xuanhuan was immensely satisfied, reveling in having taken on a disciple in advance. He chuckled inwardly. "I wonder what fortune Fang Juding and Wen Xiao have encountered. They appear quite ordinary, yet their children possess such formidable strength. Curious indeed. Master, the corpse of the demon beast is right here." At that moment, Lin Yunhe spoke up. Upon hearing this, Ling Xuanhuan withdrew his thoughts and looked up. After observing for a moment, a teasing smile emerged on his face. "As expected, it is that one. No need to look further. Follow me to find Fang Chen and confirm the details." Meanwhile, in Fang Chen's courtyard. "Very well, let us proceed as planned." After Wen Xiao and her husband departed, Fang Chen devised a scheme. When his sister was born, he would have his family join him in a performance pretending to perish. This would compel his sister to harbor resentment towards him, enabling her to break free from the Changhen heavenly demon's aura. Once that was accomplished, everything would fall into place. In due course, his sister would attain unparalleled prowess, allowing him to relax at home. Should any issues arise, he could simply invoke his sister's name. All will be well. As for the divine general's ethereal bones and armor, one must indeed experience them for several tens of thousands of years before making a judgment. Only through experience can one inform their sister of their merits. If they prove unsatisfactory, as her elder brother, I cannot deceive her. Having devised a plan, he was in high spirits, supervising Yi Xiong as he prepared the pond, while retrieving 2 storage rings. These were tokens of apology from the 8 unfortunate beings of the divine transformation realm. Due to the tribulation of lightning and conversing with Ling Xuan. He had yet to examine them. However, before Fang Chen could open them, a voice suddenly resonated in his mind. System notification. Dinging. The child of destiny, unnamed, is facing obstacles. Please assist the host. Fang Chen was momentarily taken aback. Obstacles? Assistance required? Why must I help when others do not? Upon hearing the system's words, he was puzzled. Jiang Mingyi, Zhu Qiner, and Xiao Qing must also be encountering difficulties. Yet the system had never requested his help before. Why now, when his sister is in trouble? Must he intervene? Is there a special privilege for his dear sister that warrants such attention? The system continued. The system greatly appreciates the host's willingness to assist other children of destiny. However, the other children have matured and possess the capability to resolve their own matters. Unnamed remains in a vulnerable state and requires the host's aid. It has been detected that Unnamed is being targeted by the malevolent powerhouse Ling Xuan, who has enacted a sealing technique. The host is needed to assist in lifting the seal. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. Chapter 78. The Great Unsealing Technique upon the system's revelation. Fang Chen was instantly engulfed in shock. Why had Master Ling suddenly sealed my sister? Had he truly become an evil powerhouse? The system explained. In an effort to eradicate the demonic energy within Unnamed, Ling Xuanhuan forcefully delayed Unnamed his birth, thereby ensuring that Unnamed would miss the opportune moment. Furthermore, he even attempted to establish a master-disciple bond with Unnamed, preventing Unnamed from embarking on the meticulously arranged path to enlightenment that the system and the host had devised. This would squander our painstaking efforts. Does the host not perceive him as a wicked cultivator? Fang Chen retorted, Your mother's banana has a big pineapple. I have your convoluted plans and meticulous arrangements. Such efforts are better wasted. Fang Chen's understanding deepened. Although he was unaware of how his parents had encountered Ling Xuanhuan, he could surmise that Ling Xuanhuan was attempting to heal his sister and had even entertained thoughts of taking her as a disciple. For a major cultivation practitioner to personally administer treatment and seek to take on a disciple is an extraordinary stroke of fortune for any cultivator in existence. Countless years spent in prayer and good deeds could not yield such a blessing. Yet, in the system's narrative, Ling Xuanhuan was labeled an evil cultivator. Fang Chen felt compelled to scrutinize the system's mental state. I do not believe Ling Xuanhuan is a good person, Fang Chen remarked with a smirk. The system responded, Far from it. The host must adopt a correct stance, recognize the enemy's position, clarify their own ideals, and actively eliminate their entire family to aid, Unnamed, in achieving enlightenment. Otherwise, should the malevolent Ling Xuanhuan succeed, Unnamed may very well end up as an inconspicuous major cultivation practitioner ascending to the celestial realm as an ordinary being. As he witnessed Unnamed potentially facing such a dismal fate, do you not feel a pang of sorrow and lamentation? Fang Chen. Fang Chen's patriotic sentiments surged forth in a torrent of thousands of words. An inconspicuous major practitioner, ascending to the celestial realm as an ordinary person? System, have you lost your mind? As he scribbled the character for misery on his thigh, he muttered angrily, Damn it, is such an outcome truly deemed tragic and sorrowful? Should I perish at the hands of the Son of Destiny, what would you call that ending? The system replied, My evaluation is a legacy that will shine through the ages, an everlasting reputation. Such remarkable achievements that resonate throughout history should immortalize the host's name in the annals of time. And a monument should be erected to honor the host's contributions to the world. Yes. Should I also erect a monument for you? After hearing the system's flattery, Fang Chen scoffed repeatedly. You wretched creature, all you do is brainwash me. The system replied, The host's agreement with the system's perspective brings me great joy. However, the host need not erect a monument for me. I am merely the host's tool, lacking the noble and unparalleled virtues of the host. And I am unworthy to stand alongside the host in commemoration. Fang Chen, are you truly out of breath from being called fat? Subsequently, seizing the moment of silence from Fang Chen, the system began to speak, to assist Unnamed in continuing down the path of vengeance against his brother. The host will automatically learn Immortal Technique, Great Unsealing Art. This technique will perfectly resolve the sealing methods of the Great Ascension stage for the host. Please proceed to unseal, unnamed. As the words fell, Fang Chen was momentarily taken aback. In the next instant, his eyes gleamed with ecstatic joy. How could a mere foundation establishment cultivator like himself possibly learn an immortal technique? This was truly unprecedented. With this thought, Fang Chen felt an immense satisfaction within. Perhaps he should erect a monument in honor of the system later. Then a query arose in Fang Chen's mind, prompting him to ask, "System, how can I acquire this immortal technique? Moreover, will I be capable of using it?" The notion of wielding such divine arts seemed far-fetched for someone of his standing. The sealing techniques of Ling Xuanhuan could only be reliably dealt with through immortal arts. The system elucidated. Thus, the host shall study great unsealing art. As for the application of immortal techniques, the host need not worry. The system has already resolved that matter. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen felt a profound sense of contentment. Indeed, even if the system often exhibited its shortcomings, it proved to be quite generous when it came to bestowing techniques, ensuring a thoughtful aftercare. If only the system would consistently provide techniques without burdening him with bizarre tasks. Just as Fang Chen reveled in his praise for the system, an enigmatic stream of information suddenly surged through him. This was the information regarding immortal technique, great unsealing art. Simultaneously, it felt as though his body instinctively recognized the technique, allowing him to wield it with remarkable proficiency at will. With this unsealing technique at his disposal, he could discern all manner of seals in the mortal realm, subsequently unraveling them. Reflecting on the contents of the immortal technique, Fang Chen mused. From this moment forth, all seals in the world would appear to him as if they were laid bare. Even if he lacked understanding, having never studied sealing arts, he would still possess the ability to dismantle them. However, filled with delight, Fang Chen rose and turned to Yixiong, inquiring, "How did you fare?" Yixiong replied, "It's done. Let me see." As Fang Chen approached to inspect the pond, he suddenly sensed something amiss with Yixiong. His brow furrowed, as he discerned an ominous black aura subtly flowing beneath Yixiong's black and white fur. This aura did not belong to Yixiong. It was exceedingly strange and secretive, resembling a tranquil stream, seemingly harmless. "What is this?" Fang Chen gazed at Yixiong, astonished. It was evident that there was an issue within Yixiong's body. He was oblivious to who had sealed such a terrifying black energy within him. Yixiong immediately frowned, expressing his discontent. "What question are you asking?" "I am, of course, an ordinary Qian Kuan sacred tiger with an imperial bloodline." "That is not what I meant," Fang Chen interrupted, pressing down on Yixiong's spine. "There's a black aura here, do you see it?" Yixiong was instantly taken aback. "What black aura?" "This one, within your body," Fang Chen replied. Upon hearing this, Yixiong's heart skipped a beat, and he instinctively turned to look behind him, straining his neck in search. "Where could it be?" "No need to look. You probably haven't even noticed its presence." Fang Chen furrowed his brows, suggesting that this must be something sealed within you, and I shall assist you in removing it. Through the great unsealing technique, Fang Chen discerned that the aura of this dark energy was not particularly potent, nor did it impede Yixiong's movements. However, reflecting on the fact that neither he nor Yixiong had previously sensed the other's presence, Fang Chen felt it prudent to eliminate it promptly. "All right." Yixiong nodded eagerly, a hint of panic surfacing. Fang Chen's sudden seriousness made him somewhat anxious. Subsequently, Fang Chen began to perform the hand seals of the great unsealing technique. As the final seal was completed, an enigmatic force emerged, and he promptly pressed it upon Yixiong. With a resounding clap, streams of dark energy surged forth from Yixiong's 7 orifices. Yixiong was taken aback, wondering when so many of these things had accumulated within him. As the dark energy manifested, it initially coalesced in midair before suddenly emitting a terrified shriek. "Ah!" In the next moment, the dark energy gradually dissipated. Observing this, Yixiong was momentarily stunned, then turned to Fang Chen with profound admiration. "Brother Chen is truly remarkable. Not only is he immensely powerful, but he also possesses knowledge of sealing techniques. How astonishing. Chapter 79. The Resurrected Celestial Demon. Is it finally over? Fang Chen murmured, his heart filled with uncertainty. After all, he was no expert in sealing techniques. Yet, he could distinctly sense that the formidable power had completely dissipated. At that moment, Yixiong looked up, his demeanor obsequious. Brother Chun, you are truly remarkable. Fang Chen placed a finger to his lips, shushing him. No flattery, it might inflate my ego, but what is wrong with pride? Given your extraordinary abilities, it is only fitting. Yixiong, akin to a devoted follower, continued with a grin. Since you are so capable, could you assist me in figuring out how to lift the beast slave seal? Upon hearing this, Fang Chen simply smiled, gently stroking the tiger's head, remaining silent. Yixiong's grin faltered as he turned away, resuming his search by the pond. Just as Fang Chen intended to return to examining his spoils, a voice resonated from outside. Fang Chen, Elder Hua, what brings you here? Fang Chen raised an eyebrow and stepped outside. His gaze was immediately met by the sight of Hua Chirong, clad in a flowing crimson gown, a subtle fragrance of medicine wafting around her, refreshing his senses. Moreover, he noticed Ling Xian was also present, though he paid little heed to his attire. Oh, Master Ling, you are here as well. Fang Chen exclaimed in surprise. Elder Hua and I have come to find you, to confirm a matter, Ling Xuanhuan replied with a smile. Please come in and have a seat, Fang Chen said cheerfully. Upon hearing this, Hua Qirong's expression shifted. This boy, how can he not bow to the master upon arrival? Is he not concerned about incurring the master's wrath? However, seeing Ling Xuanhuan nonchalantly walk inside, Hua Qirong slapped her forehead. Oh, I almost forgot. His status is quite different. Master, may I inquire what you wish to confirm? After entering the small courtyard, Fang Chen followed closely behind Ling Xuanhuan. Ling Xuanhuan approached Yixiong, who was engrossed in digging, and without turning his head, spoke to Hua Qirong. Elder Hua, please enlighten him on the events leading up to this. Certainly, Hua Qirong recounted the situation, omitting the details of Jiang Ningyi's use of the great teleportation talisman and the flickering of Fang Chen's fate lamp. The former was a request for confidentiality from Jiang Ningyi, while the latter was something Hua Qirong felt she had previously concealed from Ling Xuanhuan, and revealing it now might cause him some discomfort. Upon learning the truth behind Yixiong's escape, a revelation of such immense turmoil and an underlying conspiracy, Fang Chen was momentarily struck dumb. The singular thought that echoed in his mind was, Yixiong, indeed, is worthy of being a minor boss encountered by Jiang Ningyi, the child of destiny. What a ruckus this has caused. Yixiong, equally bewildered, lifted his head from the pit, his gaze vacant and murmuring, So, was I deceived? Upon hearing Hua Qirong mention that he had been duped by the formidable demon controlled by Yu Chang, he felt as though his world had crumbled. The benevolent beast elder in the beast prison, who had provided him with the yin-yang furnace array plate he had studied for 2.5 years, had all been a ruse? What then was truly real? Ling Xuanhuan smiled slightly and said, Indeed, you were designed to fail, from the very beginning. There was no hope for your escape. The heartbroken winged fiend was overwhelmed with sorrow and began to wail. After casting a silence spell on him, Ling Xuanhuan allowed him to cry in silence, then turned to Fang Chen and said, I have come to assess the situation with the winged fiend primarily because I have uncovered Yu Chang's conspiracy. I suspect that all these machinations are driven by his desire to employ a forbidden spell known as blood sacrifice for the demon body. Fang Chen was momentarily stunned. Blood sacrifice for the demon body? What is that? Hua Qirong felt a surge of alarm within her. It was not the spell itself that startled her, but rather Ling Xuanhuan's unexpected candor in revealing such critical information to Fang Chen. Blood sacrifice for the demon body is a method of resurrecting a celestial demon. Ling Xuanhuan explained coolly. This spell requires the sacrifice of a sufficient number of blood demonic slaves to form a blood demon grand array. With the power of this array, one can awaken the entity intended for resurrection, ultimately preparing a sufficiently formidable vessel for it. The target of this resurrection is a formidable shadow, celestial demon that I, alongside the Elder Sword Ghost, vanquished in the past. I have sensed the presence of the blood demon grand array and the shadow, celestial demon from the corpses of those three beasts. Yu Chang's approach is deceptively simple. The blood and flesh mill grand array is merely a fade. He has actually sacrificed these beasts to secretly construct the blood demon grand array, awakening the shadow celestial demon. Subsequently, he intends for the winged fiend to consume Xuanhuan in the most perfect manner using the yin-yang furnace. Should the winged fiend succeed, the shadow celestial demon concealed within him would then devour him, acquiring the most ideal vessel. Conversely, if the winged fiend were to fail and be slain by Xuanhuan, Yu Chang has a contingency to resurrect the shadow celestial demon. The demon sealed within the winged fiend would absorb the purest essence of the imperial bloodline, silently infiltrating Xuanhuan's body. Given Xuanhuan's strength, he would likely remain oblivious to the demon's presence. At the opportune moment, the shadow celestial demon would completely consume Xuanhuan, heralding its return. Upon hearing Ling Xiaoyuan's revelations, Fang Chen, Huaqiron, and the winged fiend were left in stunned silence. None had anticipated that Yu Chang's ultimate aim was to resurrect a celestial demon of immense power. Thus, Elder Hua, your earlier assertion that Yu Chang harbored benevolent intentions by driving away the other disciples was misguided. It was not out of kindness. Rather, those disciples possessed mixed bloodlines, and their demise would contaminate the blood demon grand array, jeopardizing the resurrection of the shadow celestial demon. Ling Xiaoyuan remarked with a subtle smile. He recalled having heard of the blood demon grand array from his late master long ago, never expecting to witness its workings once more. Huaqiron replied, I have learned much from your teachings. However, why did Yu Chang conspire with the demon clan to commit such heinous acts? Ling Xiaoyuan chuckled softly. He is already deceased, and I cannot ascertain the reasons behind his actions. Perhaps he was unknowingly manipulated by the demon clan at some point. I urge you all to conduct a thorough investigation to ensure that such unsettling elements are not allowed to fester within our sect. Huaqiron nodded in affirmation. Beside her, the winged beast, ensnared by a silent spell, stood frozen with its mouth agape, slowly realizing that it had not only been exploited, but had also been regarded as a tool for resurrection due to its noble bloodline. The winged beast's body slumped, its eyes dimming. Upon entering the beast prison and awakening its imperial bloodline, it had been surrounded by praises. Even Elder Yu Chang, who managed the prison, had treated it with exceptional kindness, often offering personal massages. It had believed this was a testament to its regal aura. Yet now it comprehended that it had merely been a pawn in someone else's scheme. The world, it seemed, was fraught with treachery. Ling Xiaoyuan continued, and now Fang Chen. I have come here to extract the last remnant of the shadow demon's soul hidden within the winged beast. The shadow demon is adept at concealment. Even I would struggle to perceive it without concentrated effort. Otherwise, I would have discerned it at the 10,000-year volcano. As for you all, even with your utmost efforts, capturing such a master of hiding would be futile. Now, focus your minds and observe closely as I draw it forth. Pay attention and learn well. Should you grasp even a fraction of this, it will greatly aid you in your encounters with demons. Huaqiron responded promptly, understood. However, Fang Chen suddenly sensed something amiss, revealing an expression of profound perplexity. Very well, I shall rescue you now, Ling Xiaoyuan declared, lifting the silent spell and approaching the winged beast. The creature expressed its gratitude. Thank you, Master Ling. Placing a hand upon the winged beast's head, Ling Xiaoyuan's gaze deepened, and a faint violet glow flickered in his eyes. After only a brief examination, he became momentarily stunned, his face betraying incredulity. He shook his head, inhaled deeply, then lowered his gaze, his violet eyes igniting with intensity as they fixated on the winged beast. After a moment, his pupils constricted, and he closed his eyes. 2 breaths later, he opened his eyes again, revealing a look of bewilderment and an unprecedented sense of despair. Huaqiron began to sense that something was amiss. This is illogical. Why is it taking so long? Yet, upon witnessing Ling Xiaoyuan's grim expression, she wisely lowered her head, feigning ignorance. Huaqiron was astute. However, one particular tiger was far less so. Watching Ling Xiaoyuan's prolonged silence, The winged beast cautiously inquired, Master Ling, have you found it? Silence. Why the impatience? The shadow demon is formidable. It is not so easily located. If you rush me, do you believe it won't devour you later? Ling Xuanhuan admonished, casting another silence spell upon the winged beast. Taking a deep breath, Ling Xuan abruptly closed his eyes. In the next moment, he opened his eyes, transformed into a deep violet hue, and began to weave intricate hand gestures, conjuring countless afterimages. Open, he shouted as he completed his gesture, the violet in his eyes shifting to gold. Then he fixed his intense gaze upon the winged beast form. Witnessing the spectacle, Fang Chen stood in silent astonishment. Chapter 80. The fifth child of destiny. At this moment, Yixiong discerned the profound blankness etched in Ling Xuanhuan's golden, shimmering eyes. The atmosphere was remarkably still. Ling Xuanhuan, lost in thought, remained silent for an extended period, his ears exhibiting an unprecedented hint of crimson. Beside him, Hua Qirong had come to the realization that Ling Xuanhuan was utterly at a loss regarding the whereabouts of the shadow demon. Thus, she cast her gaze deeply into the sky, pressing her lips together with great effort, too fearful to glance at Ling Xuanhuan lest she inadvertently burst into laughter. At that moment, Ling Xuanhuan closed his eyes, the golden light receding, and remarked, If you wish to laugh, then laugh. Do not stifle it. With a sudden burst of mirth, Hua Qirong could no longer contain herself, her delicate face betraying an uncontrollable urge to laugh. Yet, she ultimately restrained herself, her cheeks flushing slightly as she hurriedly declared, No, Master, I am not laughing at you. I merely recalled something amusing. However, upon uttering those words, she promptly sealed her lips once more. One must be cautious with their words. Ling Xuanhuan fell into silence, and after a brief moment, he spoke with a tone of resignation. This matter must remain confidential. Otherwise, I shall dismantle Lingyun Peak. Understood. Hua Qirong obediently nodded. Please leave now, Ling Xuanhuan added. Without a word, Hua Qirong turned and exited. Subsequently, Ling Xuanhuan established a soundproof barrier and turned to Fang Chen, inquiring, Now tell me, what transpired? He surmised that this incident was undoubtedly linked to Fang Chen, hence the dismissal of Hua Qirong, as he intended to interrogate Fang Chen alone. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen feigned an innocent expression. Ah? What? Do not feign ignorance. The disappearance of the shadow demon is certainly connected to you, Ling Xuanhuan asserted. There had been fleeting moments when he questioned his own judgment, contemplating whether the shadow demon was elsewhere. However, upon catching sight of Fang Chen's guilty demeanor and shifty eyes, he was convinced that the latter was indeed involved. Reluctantly, Fang Chen abandoned his charade, offering a nervous chuckle. Master, indeed, your insights are profound. I am in awe. I inadvertently released the shadow demon, but it seems it perished almost immediately upon emergence. A flicker of astonishment crossed Ling Xuanhuan's eyes. After inhaling deeply to suppress his surprise, he replied, It is only fitting that it met its demise. Why? Fang Chen asked, taken aback. Ling Xuanhuan did not respond, but instead dispelled the silent spell and queried Yixiong, Have you utilized your bloodline power? Yes, Master, for my bloodline power has the ability to heal injuries. Thus, when Fang Chen nearly struck me down, I employed it. Yixiong replied earnestly. Fang Chen was momentarily stunned, finally understanding why Yixiong had managed to recover fully after experiencing the fire slaughter technique. It turned out he had expended his imperial bloodline power. Ling Xuanhuan continued, After exhausting your bloodline power, did you notice any anomalies? Indeed, Yixiong pondered for a moment before hesitantly admitting, I seem to feel no fatigue whatsoever. In that instant, after depleting his bloodline power, he had felt a pang of regret. For the bloodline power could only be utilized once in a prolonged period, and its depletion would typically leave one in a state of lethargy. At that moment, he was still quite apprehensive, fearing that he would be unable to utilize the power of his bloodline as a trump card to escape from the Danran sect. However, he later discovered that the bloodline power seemed to still be at his disposal. Moreover, he was lively and energetic, showing no signs of fatigue whatsoever. Subsequently, Yixiong even contemplated feigning death to deceive Fang Chen, intending to use the bloodline power to recuperate before making his escape. Unfortunately, when Hua Qirong arrived, she promptly bound him tightly, thereby robbing him of the opportunity to flee. You have completely consumed the blood energy from the blood demon formation that was fed to the shadow heavenly demon. Hence you feel no fatigue, Ling Xian remarked casually. Really? Yixiong was taken aback. Indeed, Ling Xiuyuan nodded slightly. The blood energy from the blood demon formation entered your body and was inadvertently utilized by you. Otherwise, the shadow heavenly demon, empowered by that blood energy, could have easily devoured you. Because you absorbed its blood energy, its remaining strength was severely diminished, allowing Fang Chen to release it from your body, resulting in its swift demise. Even Ling Xiuyuan had to marvel at Yixiong's extraordinary fortune. By sheer happenstance, he had managed to avert his own life and death crisis. Truly befitting of a beast born with imperial-grade bloodline, his luck was exceedingly remarkable. Yixiong realized he had indeed brushed against death. Then, with a glimmer of insight, he inquired, so, does this mean I can use the blood demon formation in the future to restore my bloodline power? Certainly, Ling Xiuyuan replied. The blood energy from the blood demon formation can even resurrect demons at the Mahayana stage. Restoring your bloodline power is a trivial matter. Then, Master, where can I learn this formation? Yixiong asked with an ingratiating smile. Ling Xiuyuan smiled in return. Take a guess where you might learn it, and also, after you learn it, how many punches do you think I could throw to defeat you? Yixiong, I think I will pass on that. Meanwhile, Fang Chen suddenly stroked his chin, his mind racing with thoughts. The blood demon formation could not only heal injuries with blood energy, but could also resurrect individuals. If I were to master this formation and then insert myself into it, initiating a glitch cycle, then what are you contemplating? Ling Xiuyuan suddenly fixed his gaze on Fang Chen, speaking in a low tone. Fang Chen, with a righteous expression, replied, Nothing. I'm not like him. Do not entertain any misguided notions. Absorbing a bit of blood energy from the blood demon formation is harmless, but if you personally operate this formation, you will gradually become a heavenly demon. In that case, your fate would be far worse than those demon cultivators, as you would transform into a mindless and irrational beast. Moreover, the blood demon formation is not infallible. It can sometimes backfire. Ling Xuan admonished Fang Chen, then pointed at Yixiong, saying, Look at him. He appears somewhat mentally impaired after absorbing the blood energy from the blood demon formation. Do you wish to end up like him? Fang Chen immediately shook his head. I do not want that. Yixiong. At that moment, Yixiong felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation and silently vowed, once I become the demon emperor, I shall defecate on Xuanhuan Mountain and make you, Ling Xuan, clean up after me. Subsequently, Ling Xiuyuan inquired, There's another matter I fail to comprehend. How did you discover the shadow demon and even release it? His gaze bore a hint of astonishment. The shadow demon had been sealed within the body of the winged beast by Yu Chong, whose sealing skills were remarkably advanced. How could Fang Chen possibly have uncovered it? Clearing his throat, Fang Chen replied, I possess certain esoteric techniques known only to me. Ling Xiuyuan, upon hearing this, scrutinized Fang Chen intently before saying, Very well, I shall not press you further. It appears you have attained considerable prowess in the art of sealing. Once you have the strength to safeguard this secret, do remember to come and share your insights with me. Indeed, Fang Chen nodded in agreement. Soon after, he recalled a question he had meant to pose to Ling Xiuyuan earlier that morning and could not help but ask, Master Ling, I have a query. Ling Xiuyuan raised an eyebrow. What is your question? Fang Chen continued, Is Wanner aware of your remarkable abilities? To him, it seemed that Ling Wanner did not exhibit the demeanor befitting the daughter of a grandmaster. I do not believe she perceives me as anything more than a mere spirit miner, Ling Xuan replied, shaking his head. Fang Chen was momentarily taken aback, only to quickly come to a profound realization, expressing his admiration. Indeed, it is as one would expect of you. Your realm is truly exceptional. Fearing that his status as a grandmaster might lead to Wanner being overly indulged, Ling Xiuyuan had chosen to conceal his identity, allowing her to endure greater trials. One must concede, Ling Xiuyuan was a senior whom Fang Chen held in high esteem, approachable, immensely powerful, and always thorough in his explanations, never resorting to obscurity. He was quite liberally hands-off in the education of his daughter, preferring that she grow through adversity rather than succumbing to pampering. Truly, a father's love is as enduring as a mountain. However, Ling Xuan waved his hand dismissively. I do not concern myself with such matters. I merely fear that once Xuanhuan realizes my extraordinary capabilities, she may reproach me for not aiding Shaoqing. Fang Chen, eager to flatter, could only respond with a muted acknowledgement. After Ling Xuan deemed the matter resolved, he dismantled the soundproof array and took his leave. Having just experienced a moment of embarrassment, he felt no inclination to bid farewell to Hua Qirong. Once Ling Xuan had vanished, Fang Chen hurried outside to inform Hua Qirong. Although she was curious about the ultimate fate of the shadow demon, she refrained from inquiring further, wary of Ling Xuan's lingering presence. Instead, she urged Fang Chen to remember to visit Lingyun Peak next time for a more in-depth conversation. Fang Chen nodded in affirmation. After watching Hua Qirong transform into a streak of light and vanish into the horizon, Fang Chen returned to the courtyard and remarked to the winged beast, "So, your bloodline power can also heal others? Why didn't you mention it sooner? Please clarify. Can you assist me in healing my injuries?" He recalled that the last time the winged beast had employed its bloodline power, he had experienced a sensation akin to a refreshing spring breeze. Perhaps it could aid in his recovery. With this thought, he felt a twinge of envy towards the winged beast. Alas, these individuals are exceptionally gifted, born with remarkable talents. Unlike myself, who feels rather pitiable. Initially disheartened by Ling Xuan's harsh words, Yixiong couldn't help but mutter in response. "What is there to heal? You can revive at will. It's not my place to assist you." Fang Chen. He slapped his forehead, realizing the absurdity. If he could simply resurrect himself, what need was there for healing? With this revelation, he found no reason to envy Yixiong any longer. Amused by the thought, Fang Chen scoffed, pathetic bloodline. Yi Viong. I feel an overwhelming urge to kill." Subsequently, Fang Chen resolved to investigate the contents of the storage ring gifted to him by the 8 unfortunate souls. Just then, a chime resonated, system alert, detecting the presence of a fated child. Fang Chen was momentarily taken aback. What? Could it be? Has another fated child drawn near? Is the worth of fated children in this world so diminished? He hastily scanned his surroundings, endeavoring to locate the fated child. At that moment, the system announced, detection complete. Fated child, Yixiong. Fang Chen. His gaze abruptly fell upon Yixiong, whose face was a canvas of rage and humiliation, and he instinctively exclaimed. Chapter 81. The Heir of Destiny Detected, Shaoqing. In Fang Chen's mind, a singular thought prevailed. How did this oaf suddenly become the heir of destiny? The system explained. Wing Xiong, due to an excessively potent bloodline, experienced an extended awakening period, resulting in being perceived as a failure, subjected to scorn, and ultimately betrayed by his 9th royal brother, Yimu. He fled to the battlefield of immortals and demons, only to be captured and returned to the Danran sect, where he was ultimately schemed against by Yu Chong in the Beast Prison. Originally, Wing Xiong was destined to engage in a fierce battle with the heir of destiny, Jiang Ningyi. After a mutually devastating clash, he would be slain by her, and subsequently, both his bloodline and soul would be devoured by the shadow demon, transforming him into a demon tiger. Ultimately, the demon tiger would be slain by Jiang Ningyi, who had activated her supreme sword intent, and would be absorbed by her flying sword, thus becoming the spirit of the demon tiger sword. Upon hearing this narrative, Fang Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. Goodness! So this was the trajectory of the plot? Had he not intervened, it would have been Jiang Ningyi imprisoned in the yin-yang furnace. Following a brutal battle, Wing Xiong would meet his demise. However, the boss battle against the heir of destiny always involved greater stakes. If it were merely a matter of dispatching a foolish creature, the sense of impending peril would be utterly lacking. Thus, the shadow demon, having consumed Wing Xiong, appeared with a sinister cackle, intent on devouring Jiang Ningyi. At that moment, as the heir of destiny, Jiang Ningyi activated her ultimate move, effortlessly dispatching the recently revived and weakened shadow demon. In the end, Both transformed into the spirit of Jiangning sword. A sword spirit is a mystical entity that only the mightiest of flying swords can manifest. Not all powerful flying swords possess a sword spirit, but any sword spirit is indicative of an exceptionally formidable flying sword. Consequently, Jiang Ningyi's strength surged immensely. Reflecting on this, Fang Chen cast a sympathetic glance at Wing Xiong, realizing that he had shown kindness. Otherwise, Wing Xiong would have perished long ago. Wing Xiong, who had been sulking, suddenly paused upon hearing those words. "Why? It's nothing. You merely need to say thank you," Fang Chen replied, gently stroking the tiger's head. Wing Xiong awkwardly said, "Thank you." "Good boy." Fang Chen nodded approvingly before pushing Wing Xiong's head away. As Wing Xiong erupted in fury once more, Fang Chen stepped aside, inwardly inquiring, "System, why did Wing Xiong suddenly become the heir of destiny?" The system responded, "Because the host assisted Wing Xiong in expelling the demon. He reclaimed his fate and was designated as the heir of destiny. Now, in order to aid Wing Xiong in escaping the Danran sect and returning to the Qian Kuan Sacred Tiger Clan to fulfill his revenge plan and ascend as the Demon Emperor to protect the world, the host is advised to actively lead Wing Xiong away, dissolve the contract with him, and offer himself to Wing Xiong to enhance his strength. It has been detected that the host's flesh is insufficiently delectable and cannot significantly bolster Wing Xiong's power. The host's physique has been upgraded and transformed into the most beneficial, supreme treasure body among the demon race." Upon hearing this, Fang Chen was rendered speechless. The supreme treasure body? He had heard of it. This physique is considered the most inferior among humanity, without exception. The very term supreme treasure body, laden with disdain, was coined by the demon race, as this physique offers no benefit whatsoever to its possessor. The singular and paramount role is to transform oneself into the tantalizing delicacy envisioned by the demon clan, thereby aiding their longevity, strength, and bloodline prowess. Subsequently, the blood, bones, and skin of Fang Chen began to undergo a remarkable metamorphosis. Nearby, Yixiong's eyes widened in disbelief as it gazed at Fang Chen, an instinctive thrill coursing through it. In the next moment, Yixiong involuntarily swallowed hard, exclaiming, "Brother Chen, you are quite alluring." Fang Chen's expression darkened as he shot a glare at Yixiong. "What did you just say?" Yixiong immediately recoiled, chuckling nervously. No. What I meant was, your body seems to possess a scent reminiscent of a tender lamb I once tasted, you know? Fang Chen erupted in a torrent of curses. "That's the smell of mutton. Damn it." Oh, then. "You smell quite mutton-like." Yi Vyong retorted. Fang Chen, furious, shouted, "Damn it, I do not smell." "Say that again, and I swear I'll slap you to oblivion." "I was wrong." Yixiong quickly fell silent, crouching down, though its nose continued to twitch involuntarily, filled with confusion. How could it be? The previous brother, Chen, never exuded such a fragrant allure. What is happening? Could it be that I have truly grown conceited and audacious enough to devour my master? No, I must exercise restraint. Brother Chen has already been exceedingly kind to me. What normal cultivator would treat a beast companion this well? Should I deep fry or stir fry? Meanwhile, as Yixiong pondered, Fang Chen's face darkened, his desire to unleash a ferocious beating upon the system growing stronger by the moment. Fortunately, the supreme treasure physique is exceedingly rare and nearly unknown. Otherwise, Yixiong would undoubtedly discern the nature of his constitution. As for why Fang Chen was aware of this exceedingly rare and seemingly useless physique, it was entirely due to the original host. The original host had once sought to understand his body's condition, delving into numerous texts concerning the concept of uselessness, thus coming across this information. At that moment, the system chimed in. "Ding, friendly reminder. It is suggested that the host, prior to lifting the beast slave seal, consider offering any unwanted limbs or flesh to Yixiong. Though this may cause some inconvenience for the host, it will more effectively fulfill the host's desire to assist Yixiong." Fang Chen, what the hell? The urge to thrash this system grows ever stronger. However, after his initial fury subsided, Fang Chen took a deep breath, calming himself as he began to contemplate whether Yixiong, as a child of destiny, might provide him with an opportunity to exploit a loophole. Currently, he relied on Xuanhuan for cultivation and techniques, and on his sister for passive training with the divine general armor, his cultivation continuously ascending. If Yixiong's request held any potential for exploiting a loophole, he could take action. Yet after a moment of reflection, Fang Chen let out an exasperated exclamation. Damn it! He initially thought that the supreme treasure physique, which clearly offered him no benefits, could be advantageous for Yixiong. If that were the case, why not utilize the system's ability to resurrect and restore himself to feed Yixiong? Though it sounded somewhat gruesome, nurturing Yixiong into a formidable being was certainly not out of the question. However, upon carefully savoring the system's warm reminder, he realized that the system had effectively barred his path. It stated that if he had any unwanted limbs and flesh, he could offer them to the winged beast, further implying that doing so would lead to his own inconvenience. This was clearly indicating that as long as he fed the winged beast, those parts would be considered forsaken, thus ensuring they would not regenerate. Fang Chen then stroked his chin, and a spark of inspiration ignited within his eyes. Wait a moment. If I don't give them to the winged beast, I can offer them to others. If I capture another formidable beast companion, I could feed it flesh, use toxins to revive it, and engage in an endless cycle. Wouldn't he that render the monster saints inferior to mere dogs and the monster emperors commonplace? How delightful! This plan was not only feasible, but exceedingly so. Fang Chen almost instantaneously solidified his scheme to exploit the system as flaw. However, this plan required him to rapidly elevate his cultivation. After all, the beast slave mark binding him to the winged beast was only possible through the assistance of Huaqiong. To acquire another beast companion, his cultivation must surpass that of the winged beast. Fang Chen promptly exclaimed, "Cultivate! Cultivate!" The winged beast was momentarily taken aback. Hadn't he just overcome the thunder tribulation, and already he was yearning to cultivate fervently? Brother Chen, you are quite the eager one. No, you are incredibly diligent. The winged beast was so moved that it nearly drooled. Fang Chen then shouted louder, "Xuanhuan, you too must cultivate." The winged beast was perplexed. Following this rallying cry, Fang Chen fell into a moment of melancholy. Nevertheless, he must remain cautious to avoid those formidable demon beasts. Although as long as he wasn't caught by the child of destiny, and provided he didn't find himself in a situation where he couldn't even shout Li Fu or Wang Sheng, he wouldn't encounter significant peril. Yet, no one wishes to suffer the humiliation of being captured by a demon beast and devoured like livestock. Moreover, the most critical aspect was that his flesh could regenerate indefinitely. Should he grow powerful in the future, he might even negotiate terms with the demon beasts using his own flesh. But given his current weak state, if he were captured and returned to the demon realm, he would merely become the first walking buffet since the inception of the demon realm. Even Tang Sungwun Ti have it this bad. Fang Chen lamented, "I just wonder if I will ever encounter my monkey in this lifetime." Fang Chen, what monkey could possibly rival my prowess? Fear not, though I once sought to slay you, I shall now ensure your protection. The winged beast declared earnestly. Really? Fang Chen cast him a sidelong glance. The winged beast nodded solemnly, its fierce visage displaying an honesty that transcended the boundaries of human and beast. Seeing this expression, Fang Chen was greatly touched and extended his arm towards him. The winged beast, unable to restrain itself, instinctively opened its mouth. Boom! The winged beast immediately received a hefty slap. Fang Chen remarked, "Practice your self-control. In the future, you must resist temptation. Otherwise, you'll end up as nothing more than a meal. Understood?" He recognized that the allure of the supreme treasure's form was overwhelming to demon beasts. Therefore, to prevent the winged beast from inadvertently biting him, he resolved to occasionally engage in fishing enforcement, training the winged beast as self-discipline. Of course, this was certainly not an opportunity to strike the tiger. Yixiong covered his face, overwhelmed with sorrow and indignation. Subsequently, Fang Chen turned and walked back, intending to examine the storage rings of those 8 unfortunate beings who had undergone the transformation into gods. At that moment, the system unexpectedly chimed once more. "The Son of Destiny has been detected. Xuanhuan, Chapter 82. The current state of Shao Qing, the system announced. Currently detected is the child of fortune, Shao Qing, who shall contend with others for the fire spirit at the eternal volcano. Upon successfully refining 4 fire spirits, he will establish a foundation in the Tao of Heaven, advancing to the first stage of foundation establishment. With the abundance of fire spirits at his disposal, he possesses the capacity to combat those of a higher rank. Under normal circumstances, he could defeat cultivators at the second stage of foundation establishment, and if he exerts his full strength, he could triumph over those of the third stage. In a life-or-death situation, he could even unleash the power of the fourth stage. Fang Chen was taken aback. How had Shao Qing suddenly reached foundation establishment? Previously, he had provided Shao Qing with a cultivation method and a bottle brimming with shattered jade pills, believing it sufficient for Shao Qing's relentless efforts over the past half-month. Despite such diligence and the addition of a fire spirit king, Shao Qing had merely achieved the 9th stage of qi refinement. Yet now, having taken the fire spirit king from him, how was Shao Qing's cultivation and combat prowess not diminished, but rather enhanced? Fang Chen inquired. System, I wish to understand why his cultivation and combat strength have surged so suddenly? The system replied, this is Shao Qing's fortuitous opportunity. What kind of opportunity is so extraordinary? Fang Chen asked, bewildered. The system explained, following the onset of the fire spirit tide, numerous fire spirits have been injured or weakened by various divine transformations. Consequently, Shao Qing will obtain 4 high-quality fire spirits. With their assistance, not only will he transcend his current tier, but he will also acquire the immensely powerful fire spirit killing technique. A dramatic increase in overall combat strength is entirely warranted. Fang Chen stood in stunned silence. Could it truly be played in such a manner? He had initially surmised that taking the Fire Spirit King would drastically undermine Shao Qing's cultivation. Yet now, although Shao Qing had relinquished the promising Fire Spirit King, he had gained an abundance of exquisite fire spirits. His cultivation was advancing rather than regressing. No, if that is the case, he should have already possessed this opportunity. Fang Chen recalled another matter and questioned further. It was imperative to note that, according to the original script, Rao and her companions would inevitably compel the Fire Spirit King to initiate the Fire Spirit Tide, thereby resulting in numerous injured fire spirits, just as today. If so, why had Shao Qing not absorbed them previously? The system elucidated. The Fire Spirit King is exceedingly difficult to handle. Should Shao Qing attempt to absorb it, he would fall into a deep slumber, rendering him incapable of absorbing the other weakened fire spirits. Now, the fire spirits he is absorbing are not as potent as the Fire Spirit King, and thus do not require him to enter slumber, allowing ample time for the absorption of more fire spirits. Fang Chen was left speechless. He had always believed that Shao Qing's 9th stage of qi refinement was solely due to the shattered jade pills he provided, coupled with Shao Qing's tireless cultivation and absorption of the Fire Spirit King. Only now did he realize that Shao Qing had indeed been in a state of slumber for a period. Such talent was undeniably extraordinary. Fang Chen murmured to himself, is this the true worth of a top-tier genius? Each encounter reshapes my understanding of this world. The system continued upon evaluation. The host now possesses a 100% probability of defeating the Child of Fortune, requiring no enhancement in cultivation. However, it is requested that the host refrain from surpassing Shao Qing's cultivation level, aiding him in his ascent and ultimately perishing at his hands. Fang Chen promptly disregarded the latter part of the system's statement and stroked his chin thoughtfully. He intended to venture to the eternal volcano to assess the situation. The system indicated that Shao Qing secured 4 fire spirits through competition with others, achieving the first level of foundation establishment. If I were to assist him in obtaining more fire spirits, would it not allow Shao Qing to refine even greater quantities? Under the relentless effort of refining, without rest throughout the 12 hours of the day, it is conceivable that he might surpass his current combat prowess before the inevitable life-and-death confrontation arrives. Consequently, would I not also be able to elevate my own cultivation? Fang Chen promptly resolved to venture forth and aid Shao Qing in his training. A bit of hardship for brother Xiao would ultimately benefit us both. However, Fang Chen suddenly paused, struck by a realization. He sensed that he had overlooked a crucial aspect. With this thought in mind, he immediately abandoned his plan to head to the myriad-year volcano and instead made his way toward the mountain's peak. Meanwhile, within Lin Yuna's pavilion, Fang Jioding and Wen Xiu had already taken their leave. The couple had wished to engage in further heartfelt conversation with Fang Chen. Yet their current state was far from ideal. Although Ling Xuanhuan had aided them in dispelling the demonic energy, they still required time to recuperate at home. They wished to spare Fang Chen any worry, even hesitating to bid him farewell in person. Alas, they were all pitiable souls. Lin Yunhe shook his head as he observed the couple's departing figures. Upon returning to the pavilion, he noticed, at some point, a crimson leaf gently floating atop the stone table. The leaf emanated a potent vitality, invigorating and refreshing to behold. Lin Yunhe's eyes widened in astonishment, and he could not help but exclaim, "The immortal longevity leaf?" He understood well that this was a rare treasure capable of restoring one's lifespan. Its value was exceedingly precious. Lin Yunhe quickly realized that the couple must have left the immortal longevity leaf as a gesture in response to his sacrifice of a century of lifespan. To ensure he would accept it, Fang Jioding had deliberately refrained from presenting it in person, opting instead to discreetly leave it in the pavilion. After gazing at the immortal longevity leaf for a considerable time, he sighed deeply, "This fool. I have burned a century of my lifespan, and yet I have no need for such a precious treasure. What a waste." As he spoke, a mixture of emotion and bitterness welled up within Lin Yunhe. Throughout his long journey in cultivation, he had witnessed countless individuals come and go, yet only Fang Jioding remained steadfast by his side, just as he had in the beginning. He could still faintly recall the simple and earnest visage of a young Fang Jioding, which had not changed much over the years. Beside the immortal longevity leaf lay a jade slip. Wiping his eyes, filled with deep sentiment and nostalgia, Lin Yunhe picked up the slip and infused it with spiritual energy. Initially, silence pervaded the slip, and just as he began to suspect something was amiss, Fang Jioding's voice suddenly resonated from within. "This immortal longevity leaf is red, matching the color of my son's divine general armor. The crimson divine general armor can only be possessed by those who awaken their divine general's bone." Lin Yunhe's emotions were abruptly halted. "Ah, Fang Jioding, I shall make you pay for this. Congratulations, Xue. I've heard your granddaughter can cultivate now. Is that true? Thank you, thank you. It's all thanks to everyone's blessings. Huh, this is your just reward. I always said that your virtuous deeds throughout your life would ensure that your granddaughter would be safe." At this moment, within the courtyard of the Yingguang Lake Mountain, four elderly men gathered together in conversation. The courtyard, being of little significance to the Danran sect, was typically a place where these four old men idled away their time. Among them, one distinguished elder clad in fine garments was none other than Chu He. However, at this moment, he bore no trace of his previous gloom. Instead, his face was alight with joy. The reason was simple. Chu Qiner was able to cultivate. This news brought tears of emotion to Chu He's eyes. After years of waiting and sacrifice, he was finally rewarded. "Greetings, esteemed elders." At that instant, a voice rang out from the entrance. Fang Chen. The four elders immediately turned their gazes toward the door. Upon seeing Fang Chen, their expressions shifted slightly. This individual was not someone to be trifled with. Sighing internally, Chu He understood that even if he was formidable, he still had to extend a warm welcome. He stepped forward and inquired with a smile, "Fang Chen, what brings you here?" Fang Chen, eyes filled with anticipation, replied, "Ahem, it is like this, esteemed Elder Chu. I wish to know if the life and death duel can be postponed." At this, the four elders were taken aback. Postponed? Why would it need to be postponed? Their first instinct was to wonder what scheme this young man was concocting. Did he uncover some loophole in the rules? Fang Chen waved his hand. "The reasons are rather complex. I simply wish to know if a postponement is possible." The elders exchanged glances, baffled. Could a life and death duel really be postponed? They distinctly recalled how eager Fang Chen had been to eliminate Xiao Qing the very next day after establishing the contract. Is it possible? Fang Chen pressed. noticing their silence. Finally, it was Chu He who, though apprehensive, ventured to respond. While there are no specific regulations regarding postponement in the courtyard, if both you and Xiaoqing agree, it should be feasible. How long do you intend to postpone? Upon hearing this, Fang Chen was instantly elated and replied without hesitation, "A billion years." The four elders widened their eyes in astonishment. Chapter 83. The Fiery Heart Zone. At this moment, the four elderly gentlemen of the Duel Academy were left with a buzzing sensation in their heads, consumed by a singular thought. Is this the heaven's way of punishing us for our decades of indolence in our later years? Fang Chen is clearly seeking trouble. Chu He felt suffocated, stealing a glance at Fang Chen's cultivation level. With his foundation-building strength, he could only discern that Fang Chen was still at the third stage of qi refinement. The third stage of qi refinement. Chu He pondered. Is this fellow already aware of Xiaoqing's advancement to the fourth stage of qi refinement? Could he be anxious about losing their life-and-death duel, thus concocting a scheme to forcibly terminate the contest? Just days prior, he had encountered Xiaoqing practicing his punches at the foot of the mountain and recognized that the boy had indeed reached the fourth stage of qi refinement. This realization spurred his current thoughts. Simultaneously, Fang Chen was delightfully scheming in his heart. Since Xiaoqing, being the son of fortune, is destined to ascend to the level of immortals, if he successfully postpones the duel and the system consents, he could extract all of Xiaoqing's cultivation and achieve instant ascension. However, Fang Chen felt a tinge of regret, for if the system were to allow him a postponement, his own cultivation would likely elevate to a level where he could annihilate entire families. At that point, the divine general armor would surely cease its automatic cultivation. Such a pity. Nevertheless, without the divine general armor, he still possesses the ancient divine body. Thus, with Xiaoqing's strength coupled with the ancient divine body, this power would be utterly formidable. Yet, despite Fang Chen's inner joy, reality remained grim and unpredictable. After all, setting aside whether the system would permit him to exploit this bug, the expressions on the faces of the four elderly gentlemen were decidedly grim. It seemed unlikely they would acquiesce to his request for a life-and-death duel a billion years hence. Subsequently, Chu He cleared his throat twice, carefully organizing his words, and